Chapter 1. The Primordial Era. In the Hongjun Zixiao Palace, the teachings were imparted, and after distributing the primordial purple energy, the three pure ones and Yuhua attained sainthood one after another today. Kunlun Mountain was bustling with activity. The demon clan's Emperor Jun led a host of powerful beings from his kind to pay a visit upon the emergence of this news. Guang Chengzi and the 12 immortals of Yushu promptly gathered at the Yushu Palace. Even some outer disciples joined in the commotion, however. There was one notable exception. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Chen lazily stifled a yawn, casting a disinterested glance toward the direction of Yushu Palace sometimes. Such fervor was not easily joined. Emperor Jun's visit likely bore ill intentions after the initial calamity of the Dragon Han epic. The Wu and Yao clans swiftly rose to power, just as these two factions were poised to dominate the primordial expanse. The likes of Yuanshi and others established their teachings and attained sainthood. One can only imagine the attitude of the Wu and Yao clans toward the sudden emergence of a sect of saints. Indeed, the saints were formidable, but what of their disciples? The demon clan's visit would undoubtedly involve a bout of sparring and philosophical discourse should the Chan Sect prevail. All would be well yet. If they were to falter, it would be a significant loss of face for Yuanshi, the Jade Pure Saint. As for why Lu Chen perceived the situation so clearly, the reason was simple. He was a transmigrator, having crossed over some time ago. However, his circumstances were rather bleak. He lacked a golden finger, and even his foundation was the weakest of the weak. Regardless of how diligently he trained, his progress remained exceedingly sluggish since self-reliance proved insufficient. He had no choice but to seek a patron. Prior to Yuanshi establishing the Chan Sect, Lu Chen had taken it upon himself to become a disciple under him. Yet, with a flimsy foundation, even having a saint as a master could not alter his fate upon entering the true immortal realm. His training efficiency dwindled to almost nothing as time passed. Yuanshi's patience with him waned following the establishment of the Chan Sect and the attainment of the saintly position. Lu Chen's standing within the sect continued to decline with each passing day, ultimately leading to his assignment as a mountain guardian. Upon realizing his situation, Lu Chen decided to adopt a laid-back attitude. So what if his cultivation was low? After all, he had the Jade Pure Saint as his backing. As long as he remained quietly at Kunlun Mountain, the impending tribulations held little concern for him. Suddenly, a powerful fluctuation of magical energy emanated from Yushu Palace, accompanied by the piercing cries of the golden crow that echoed through the heavens. Sensing this surge of power, a hint of envy flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. Such might could only belong to a being of at least the Tai Golden Immortal or the Luo Golden Immortal caliber. In contrast, his own status as a true immortal felt somewhat diminished. However, the envy in Lu Chen's gaze soon dissipated. What did high cultivation matter? During the forthcoming calamity between the Wu and Yao, many Luo Golden Immortals would meet their demise presently. He enjoyed his leisurely existence and found solace in that. As he pondered, the magical fluctuations from Yushu Palace gradually subsided. It seemed the bout of magical dueling had come to an end, though the victor remained uncertain. Among the 12 immortals of Yushu, barring a few exceptions, most would eventually attain the Luo Golden Immortal status and gain renown throughout the primordial realm, but that was a matter for the future at present. Many of the 12 immortals still lagged behind the demon lords. Why bother with such thoughts? The outcome of the duel had no bearing on Lu Chen. Even if the Chan Sect lost face, it was not his disgrace. Several hours later, the residual energy from the duel in Yushu Palace finally dissipated. The exchange between the Chan Sect and the demon clan had likely concluded. Moments later, a figure appeared before Lu Chen. He scrutinized Huang Longzhenren from head to toe at this moment. Huang Longzhenren's complexion was pale, his garments tattered, and he bore several bloodstains, clearly having sustained significant injuries. Did you suffer defeat in the duel against the demon lords? Junior brother need not concern himself. The demon lords possess formidable physical strength and considerable cultivation, Huang Longzhenren replied. Initially, Lu Chen's remarks were merely a token of politeness, devoid of any ulterior motives. Yet, to Huang Longzhenren, they resonated with a tone of mockery. Indeed, he had lost in the recent duel, while it was true that Huang Longzhenren ranked lowest among the 12 immortals of Yushu. When had it become Lu Chen's place to ridicule him? Despite Lu Chen's earlier entry into the sect, it did not alter the fact that he remained merely a true immortal. A flicker of resentment crossed Huang Long Zhenren's gaze. Lu Chen, the master has decreed that you are to be expelled from the Chan Sect. As Lu Chen had previously surmised, the current 12 immortals of Yushu had yet to mature in a true duel. Few could match the demon lords after several rounds of dueling. The Chan Sect had suffered more defeats than victories. This outcome had brought Yuanshi great embarrassment before Emperor Jun, who offered scathing remarks that incited Yuanshi's fury. However, as a saint, Yuanshi could not retaliate against Emperor Jun and the demon clan, for it was merely a matter of his disciples' inferiority. To prevent a recurrence of such incidents, Yuanshi made two decisions. First, he would personally guide Guang Chengzi and the other 12 immortals in their cultivation, with their innate talents being among the finest in the primordial realm. Under his guidance, surpassing the demon lords would not be an insurmountable challenge. Secondly, he would expel those inept individuals from the Chan Sect. These lowly beings, lacking any prospects, would only tarnish the sect's reputation naturally. This included Lu Chen, the true immortal. Huang Long Zhenren's words left Lu Chen momentarily frozen. He understood each word, yet the combination eluded his comprehension. What did you say? Lu Chen exclaimed, disbelief etched upon his face. Lu Chen, you may have entered the sect earliest, yet your cultivation is the lowest. Individuals like you are unworthy to be disciples of a saint. You are expelled from the Chan Sect, Huang Long Zhenren reiterated. He had long harbored disdain for Lu Chen and would not miss this opportunity to mock him. Lu Chen was utterly bewildered. Was it wrong to remain low-key and uncompetitive given his lack of a solid foundation? He had not been the one to lose to the demon clan. Why was he being expelled from the Chan Sect now? I demand to see the master, Lu Chen declared as he strode toward Yushu Palace. The master does not wish to see you, Huang Long Zhenren replied. This jade spirit pill is a gift from the master. From now on, you shall have no ties to the Chan Sect. He tossed a pill toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen stared blankly at the pill. The jade spirit pill could significantly enhance a true immortal's comprehension and greatly aid in their breakthrough to the Xian immortal realm under normal circumstances. This pill would have delighted him. However, in this instance, he felt a sense of despair without the backing of the Chan Sect. What would it matter if he were to break through to Xian immortal? In the primordial realm, a Xian immortal without any connections was inconsequential. Moreover, this pill did not guarantee a successful breakthrough. Lu Chen's gaze gradually dimmed. Huang Long Zhenren would never dare to falsely convey the master's decree. Yuanshi truly intended to expel him from the Chan Sect. He had been a disciple of Yuanshi for hundreds of thousands of years. Although his cultivation was lacking, he had utilized the information he possessed to subtly guide Yuanshi, such as during the discussions in Zixiao Palace where he had seized the Golden Lotus seat, and in the establishment of the Chan Sect, contributing to the attainment of the heavenly Tao saint status. In this, Lu Chen had played a role, albeit minor. All he sought was a place of refuge, and now Yuanshi intended to cast him out with nothing more than a jade spirit pill. Even sending Huang Long Zhenren to deliver the news, how could this be justified? A profound sense of resentment and unwillingness twisted Lu Chen's expression. Yet, what could he do? Could a true immortal confront a saint? Suddenly, a voice, unanticipated, echoed in his ears. The system has completed its charging and has been successfully activated. The one-click max level system is now at your service. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the divine artifact, the God-slaying spear, along with a 3-turn Xiantian pill and a point of comprehension value from the beginner's package. The sudden system notification caught Lu Chen off guard, leaving him frozen in place like a statue. After a brief moment of shock, an overwhelming joy swept over him. The system, the essential golden finger of transmigrators, had finally arrived. Yet, did it come a bit too late? Had the system activated upon his arrival, he would not have remained merely a true immortal. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that it was not too late. He eagerly began to examine the contents of the beginner's package. 3-turn Xiantian pill assists true immortals in breaking through to Xian immortal. While this pill was not as precious as he had initially hoped, it was precisely what Lu Chen needed at this moment. As for the God-slaying spear, although he had not seen it before, it was not unfamiliar to him. This spear was forged from the stem of the chaos blue lotus, condensed with the essence of the world. Capable of injuring a saint, such a treasure would even evoke deep emotions in a sage. Regrettably, since the fall of the demon ancestor Lu Ho, the god-slaying spear has vanished without a trace. Yet now, it has fortuitously come into my possession. If a novice gift pack boasts such bountiful rewards, then surely my system cannot be lacking in merit. If I heard correctly just now, it seems this system is referred to as the one-click max-level system. What could such a name imply? Could it be that I am able to ascend directly from a true immortal to a Taoist sage, or even a Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian? On second thought, perhaps becoming a Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian is more advantageous. No matter how powerful a Taoist sage may be, they're still bound by the heavens, becoming mere pieces in Hongjun's game. It is far preferable to be a Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian, unrestrained and free. Before I possessed this system, such thoughts would never have crossed my mind. Now that I have a system, what is there to fear in my aspirations? As Lu Chen pondered, a plethora of information regarding the system surged into his consciousness. After a few moments, Lu Chen gained a general understanding of his one-click max-level system. However, this max level was not quite what he had envisioned. It did not pertain to the cultivation realm, but rather to the mastery of techniques and divine abilities. For instance, the Yuqing divine thunder he is currently cultivating. As a hallmark divine ability of the Chan school, most of the 12 immortals of Yushu, such as Guangchengzi, have already reached a high level of mastery. Yet Lu Chen has only achieved a minor success. Now, with a one-click max-level system at his disposal, he can effortlessly elevate the Yuqing divine thunder to its utmost perfection. To fully upgrade a technique or divine ability, however, requires the expenditure of comprehension points. One comprehension point allows for a single max-level upgrade. As for how to acquire comprehension points, they can be obtained by checking in on certain key figures in the Hongwang realm. Having clarified the capabilities of his system, Lu Chen's gaze returned to the figure of the yellow dragon true man. Let me check in and see what happens. May I ask if the host wishes to check in on a yellow dragon true man, early golden immortal? The early golden immortal stage is the current cultivation level of the yellow dragon true man. Check in. There was naturally no hesitation in this decision. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in on a yellow dragon true man and receiving a reward of 1 comprehension point. The system's notification caused a heaviness to settle in Lu Chen's heart. Is this check-in reward rather meager? Just 1 comprehension point for such a notable figure? The check-in reward correlates with the cultivation level of the individual being checked in on. The higher their cultivation, the greater the reward. Each person can only be checked in on once. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. It seems one cannot simply check in on anyone mindlessly. His repertoire of techniques and divine abilities is limited, so he decided to use the Yuqing divine thunder to investigate how this one-click max level truly functions. May I ask if the host wishes to expend 1 comprehension point to maximize the Yuqing divine thunder? Upon Lu Chen's agreement, a thunderous roar resonated within his consciousness. Countless insights regarding the Yuqing divine thunder surged upon him like a tidal wave. In that moment, Lu Chen felt as though his head might burst with the intensity of it all. Fortunately, this discomfort lasted only a brief few moments. After a short while, Lu Chen's insights into the Yuqing divine thunder reached a transformative state. Yuqing divine thunder, max level. So this process is even simpler than I had imagined. A smile involuntarily crept upon his lips, while Lu Chen reveled in the joy bestowed by the system. The yellow dragon true man, eager to avoid further idle chatter with Lu Chen, sought to reclaim his lost pride. Having previously been defeated by a creature of the demon race, he intended to make amends through Lu Chen. Lu Chen, I know you harbor dissatisfaction, but the truth remains, a cultivator of your caliber is unworthy of remaining in the Chan school. Do not forget to take the Jade Spirit pill and depart swiftly. The sarcastic remarks from the Huanglong Jinren jolted Lu Chen back to reality. Previously, lacking a system and with inadequate foundations, he had entered the Chan Sect, seeking a sanctuary where he could languish in peace. However, the events of today have enlightened him that in the primordial chaos, it is not enough to merely refrain from contention. One must possess sufficient strength. Having activated the system, it became clear that Yuanshi held no affection for him. Thus, he deemed the Chan Sect unworthy of his presence. Lu Chen's gaze gradually turned icy, his piercing stare causing Huanglong Zhenren to feel a pang of unease. I shall no longer remain in the Chan Sect. It is not that I have been expelled, but rather that the Chan Sect does not deserve me. From this day forth, I, Lu Chen, am no longer a disciple of the Chan Sect. As he spoke, Lu Chen raised the jade spirit pill in his hand, exerting force with his fingertips until the pill was reduced to powder. One day, I shall make Yuanshi regret today's actions. With the rewards of the 3-turn Xintian pill at my disposal, who would still desire Yuanshi's worthless jade spirit pill? His audacious act left Huanglong Zhenren utterly astonished. Although the jade spirit pill may not be a superior elixir, it is still exceedingly rare for true immortals. Yet Lu Chen shattered it so easily. Such audacity is not something the average person possesses. But soon after, a more sinister expression crossed Huanglong Zhenren's face. What is this true immortal trying to do? Lu Chen, you are truly audacious. Addressing the master by name, showing disrespect to the sage, and insulting the Chan Sect. These are crimes that warrant severe punishment. Though the master may overlook your transgressions, I cannot let you go unpunished. He would not let this opportunity to strike at Lu Chen pass by, though his cultivation was the weakest among the 12 immortals of Yushu. And he was still injured. Dealing with Lu Chen, a mere true immortal, would be no challenge. Huanglong Zhenren formed seals with both hands, and thunder rumbled across the sky that a bolt of jade, clear divine thunder, surged directly toward Lu Chen. While his mastery of the jade, clear divine thunder was not profound, it would be more than sufficient to severely injure a true immortal. As the thunder grew larger in Lu Chen's eyes, a smirk appeared on his face. Since when did even you, Huanglong Zhenren, dare to be so brazen before me? Today, allow me to show you what true jade clear divine thunder is. Lu Chen raised his hand, forming seals, and executed the technique. The jade clear divine thunder. Huanglong Zhenren was almost amused to the point of laughter by Lu Chen's words. He looked up at the streaks of lightning above, letting out a cold chuckle. You speak with such arrogance. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, Huanglong Zhenren's pupils suddenly widened. He realized that Lu Chen's jade, clear divine thunder, seemed somewhat different from his own. His own jade, clear divine thunder displayed a deep blue hue, while Lu Chen's was shrouded in an extremely ominous dark color. Were it not for recognizing the seal Lu Chen had formed, he might have doubted whether what Lu Chen unleashed was indeed the jade clear divine thunder. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen's jade clear divine thunder surged ahead, swiftly catching up to Huanglong Zhenren's. Huanglong Zhenren's jade clear divine thunder had only reached a minor success, whereas Lu Chen had attained the pinnacle of perfection. Moreover, Huanglong Zhenren had not taken Lu Chen seriously, launching his attack with great carelessness. Thus, at the moment of collision, Huanglong Zhenren's jade, clear divine thunder, was obliterated. After shattering Huanglong Zhenren's technique, Lu Chen's jade, clear divine thunder continued unabated, resembling a ferocious lightning serpent as it lunged toward Huanglong Zhenren. Startled, Huanglong Zhenren hurriedly summoned his power, conjuring a defensive spell before him. With a thunderous boom, the hastily summoned defense proved utterly ineffective, and Huanglong Zhenren was engulfed by the lightning's radiance. The astonishing might enveloped the surroundings, with terrifying arcs of lightning wreaking havoc. This bolt of jade clear divine thunder had severely injured Huanglong Zhenren. Yet a hint of dissatisfaction flickered across Lu Chen's face. Although the perfected jade clear divine thunder was powerful, it did not meet his expectations. Ultimately, it was his own cultivation that was too weak. Had he and Huanglong Zhenren both been golden immortals, this jade, clear divine thunder could have obliterated him. Strength. At this moment of clarity, Lu Chen yearned to grow stronger. First, he must find a secluded place to consume the 3-turn Xintian pill and break through to the Xian immortal realm. He cast one last glance at Kunlun Mountain, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The injustice he faced today would be repaid 100-fold upon the Chan Sect. Lu Chen turned to leave. As he departed, the rampaging arcs of lightning gradually dissipated. A staggering figure emerged from the swirling dust. Huanglong Jinren, now charred and battered, bore an expression of disbelief. How could he, a mere true immortal, have been injured by Lu Chen? How could Lu Chen's jade, clear divine, thunder be so formidable? Huanglong Jinren spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression twisting into one of intense fury and pain. He had intended to vent his frustrations on Lu Chen, yet the outcome was far from what he had anticipated. Though he had struggled against the demon lords, he had accepted his inferiority due to his weaker cultivation. But now, how could he possibly find himself unable to contend with Lu Chen, a mere true immortal? Impossible. Surely it was not Lu Chen's fault. It must be due to his prior injuries and his earlier carelessness that he glared in the direction Lu Chen had departed, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. Now that Lu Chen was no longer a member of the Chan Sect, how could he, a disciple of a sage, allow himself to be humiliated by a true immortal? Huanglong Jinren took a pill to alleviate his injuries. Feeling somewhat restored, and then set off in pursuit of Lu Chen, that he would make Lu Chen pay dearly. In the Yushu Palace, Guang Chengzi, Qi Jingzi, and the others bowed their heads, occasionally stealing glances at Yuanshi. Yuanshi remained silent, and they dared not even breathe at tea that moment. Yuanshi focused on the situation beneath Kunlun Mountain. As a sage, he could not be oblivious to the altercation between Huanglong Jinren and Lu Chen. In truth, Yuanshi felt a twinge of hesitation regarding Lu Chen. Lu Chen had been among the first to pledge himself as his disciple, despite his lacking foundations and low cultivation. However, after accepting Lu Chen, his fortunes had notably improved. The Zixiao Palace had secured a golden lotus seat, established the Chan Sect, and achieved the status of a heavenly saint. Yet after becoming a saint, he found himself increasingly displeased with Lu Chen. A personal disciple of a sage, yet possessing only the cultivation of a true immortal. Those who knew of Lu Chen's inadequate foundations could understand, but those unaware might presume Yuanshi was incompetent. Furthermore, the recent troubles with the demon clans had solidified his resolve to cleanse the Chan Sect. Therefore, Lu Chen could no longer remain within the Chan Sect to resolve their entanglement. He had even prepared a jade spirit pill. Yet he never expected Lu Chen to refuse it. Even more surprising was that bolt of jade, clear divine thunder. Yuanshi was not like Huanglong Jinren. He did not believe that Huanglong Jinren's injury was merely a result of carelessness. He understood clearly that the reason Lu Chen, as a true immortal, was able to injure Huanglong Jinren was due to his mastery of the jade, clear divine thunder. Lu Chen's skill in this technique far surpassed that of Guang Chengzi and the others. But what of it? Even if the jade, clear divine thunder was powerful, techniques require cultivation to unleash their full potential. Given Lu Chen's foundations, no matter how hard he tried, he would never break through to the Tai golden immortal realm. Allowing him to stay in the Chan Sect would be a blemish on Yuanshi's reputation, of course. Lu Chen's words had also irked Yuanshi. Thus, he tacitly permitted Huanglong Jinren to pursue Lu Chen, believing a lesson would do him good. Once Lu Chen's matter was settled, Yuanshi turned his attention to Guang Chengzi and the others. His expression stern. The humiliation bestowed by the demon clans today must be etched in your hearts. Henceforth, I shall personally guide your cultivation. You must reclaim today's disgrace. He aimed to ensure that each of the 12 immortals of Yushu would possess the might of the great Luo. In that distant place, Lu Chen was in search of a secluded spot to enter a state of seclusion and break through to the realm of the Xian immortal. As he contemplated, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Turning his gaze, he beheld a luminous figure swiftly approaching from the horizon. That it was the Huanglong Jinren. Within moments, Huanglong Jinren stood before Lu Chen, his eyes fixed on him with a fierce glare. A sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. You, a worthless fool. If it weren't for your master taking you in, would you still be alive today? The Chan teaching has taken you in, and yet you dare to speak so insolently. You believe you can simply walk away unscathed. Today shall mark your demise. The murderous intent in Huanglong Jinren's words was palpable. His golden immortal powers erupted in full force, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Lu Chen. Spare Lu Chen would leave him with an insatiable rage. He intended for Lu Chen to comprehend the cost of injuring him, the Huanglong. Lu Chen, however, was evading with all his might, his expression darkening gradually. He had merely wished to teach Huanglong Jinren a lesson, intending to refine his own powers in the future, making Huanglong regret his actions too late. To his surprise, his jade clear divine thunder had breached Huanglong Jinren's defenses, compelling him to seek Lu Chen's life. System, if I were to kill Huanglong Jinren, would Yuanshi be able to deduce that it was I who acted? Lu Chen pondered silently. Under the system's protection, the host was exempt from any deductions. The system's response confirmed Lu Chen's suspicions, as long as it was within the realm of the Honghuang narrative. Protecting the host from deductions was a fundamental capability of the system. With that knowledge, Lu Chen felt no hesitation. The murderous intent in his eyes was laid bare. Huanglong, since you seek death, I shall oblige you. Huanglong Jinren momentarily froze, instinctively letting out a derisive laugh. Lu Chen, I never realized you possessed such a talent for jest. Kill me? Should I remind you that you are but a true immortal? While I am a golden immortal, Huanglong Jinren dismissed Lu Chen with contempt. The gap between golden immortal and true immortal was bridged by the realm of Xian immortal. The mere fact that Lu Chen had managed to wound him was a source of immense humiliation. The thought of killing him was utterly absurd. A chill washed over Lu Chen. Golden immortal? Regardless of whether you are a golden immortal or a Tai golden immortal, today I shall see you perish. As he spoke, Lu Chen activated the spell once more. It was still the jade, clear divine thunder, but now his mastery over it had significantly deepened. Witnessing this, Huanglong Jinren's fury only intensified. He had thought Lu Chen possessed some hidden abilities. Yet it was merely the jade, clear divine thunder once again. Lu Chen, you underestimate me far too much. I, Huanglong, will not stumble in the same place twice. He acknowledged that Lu Chen's proficiency in the jade clear divine thunder surpassed his own. But with adequate preparation, the spell posed no lethal threat to him. Ultimately, the disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. Suddenly, Huanglong Jinren accelerated, charging towards Lu Chen, intent on thwarting the jade, clear divine thunder. In the blink of an eye, he was before Lu Chen, raising his hand to condense his magical energy into a sword, aimed directly at Lu Chen's hands. Just as Huanglong Jinren swung his sword, Lu Chen relinquished the jade clear divine thunder spell, his lips parting to utter two words through gritted teeth. Fool! As Huanglong Jinren's rage boiled over, a dark crimson hue erupted from Lu Chen's right hand, accompanied by an indescribable aura of malevolence. The terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings, leaving Huanglong Jinren nearly gasping for breath. His offensive momentum abruptly halted when his gaze fell again upon Lu Chen's right hand. His pupils constricted in shock. In Lu Chen's grasp was a long spear, adorned with intricate crimson patterns. A mere glance at it conjured images of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in Huanglong Jinren's mind. This is the slaying god spear. His voice trembled uncontrollably, disbelief flooding his features. Although he had never encountered the slaying god spear, as a disciple of a sage, he had some awareness of its legendary status. The malevolent aura emanating from the spear was far beyond that of any innate spiritual treasure. In his recollection, the only artifact comparable to it was his master's heaven-binding coffin, an artifact of the heavenly Tao imbued with malevolence. With the attributes of a heavenly Tao malevolent treasure, this spear's terrifying aura could only belong to the slaying god spear. How could such a treasure possibly be in Lu Chen's possession? Under his astonished and incredulous gaze, Lu Chen's lips curled into a smirk. Congratulations, you are correct. This indeed is the slaying god spear. Since that is the case, I shall reward you with death at its tip. Feeling the power resonating within the slaying god spear, Lu Chen's heart surged with exhilaration. He had initially believed the slaying god spear to be of the innate spiritual treasure tier. After all, in the original Honghuang narrative, following the defeat of the demon ancestor Luo, the slaying god spear had sustained damage during that battle and had been reduced to an innate spiritual treasure. However, the novice gift package had clearly bestowed upon him the slaying god spear at the level of a heavenly Tao malevolent treasure. Such a heavenly Tao malevolent treasure was sufficient to bridge the gap between the true immortal and golden immortal realms. Even if Lu Chen could not fully harness its power yet, it mattered not. Impossible! Huanglong Jinren suddenly shouted. Lu Chen, stop your theatrics. What are you? To wield a treasure like the slaying god spear. Huanglong Jinren, a mere true immortal, could not possibly possess the artifact of the demon ancestor Luo Hu. Had to be a fabrication. Huanglong Jinren seemed to have gone mad, his hands forming seals to unleash all of his magical power. A golden light surged forth like a blade, aimed directly at Lu Chen. This all-out strike, though seemingly frantic, still retained a semblance of rationality, having witnessed the jade clear divine thunder, and now the supposed slaying god spear. Lu Chen's display of power left Huanglong Jinren deeply unsettled. Regardless of whether Lu Chen truly wielded the slaying god spear, he had no intention of entangling himself further. Retreating towards Kunlun Mountain, he resolved to settle accounts with Lu Chen at a later date. Yet, such tricks were no match for Lu Chen's awareness. You wish to flee? The moment Huanglong Jinren laid eyes on the slaying god spear, his fate was sealed. The slaying god spear surged forth, effortlessly shattering Huanglong Jinren's attack. In the next instant, the dark crimson hue erupted, and the terrifying aura of malevolence surged forth like a rampaging serpent. Huanglong Jinren, feeling an instinctual dread, glanced back. His pupils widened in horror as the malevolent serpent tore through the air, racing toward him. The slaying god spear pierced through Huanglong Jinren's flesh, the overwhelming aura of malevolence flooding into his body, annihilating everything in its path. You dare kill me? Huanglong Jinren gasped, glancing down at the slaying god spear, then back at Lu Chen, unable to fathom the reality before him. He was a disciple of a sage. Yet Lu Chen truly dared to take his life. Lu Chen's expression remained devoid of emotion. The slayer shall always be slain, and if you can kill me, why should I not be able to kill you? Generally speaking, even a quasi-saint would think twice before slaying a direct disciple of a sage. However, with the protection of the system, even a sage could not deduce his actions, since no one knew. What was there to prevent him from taking life? Huanglong Jinren sought to kill him, and he must be prepared to face the consequences. That Lu Chen added, a golden immortal slain by a mere true immortal. Does that still count as a disciple of a sage? This final remark was a blatant insult to Huanglong Jinren. His body quivered, a mouthful of blood spilling forth as the last remnants of his vitality succumbed to the malevolent aura. Huanglong Jinren was dead. This is not the time for legendary ascension. Even in death, one could still make the list. From this moment forth, the primordial realm shall no longer witness the presence of the yellow dragon. One can only speculate how the primordial origin would react upon receiving the news of the yellow dragon's demise, and of course, Lu Chen could not be bothered to ponder such matters. After all, there would be no witnesses to his death for him. The most pressing concern was to seek a secluded sanctuary to cultivate and transcend to the mystical immortal realm. Several hours later, Lu Chen discovered a relatively hidden cave dwelling. As he calmed his thoughts, he felt as if he were trapped in a dream. Had he truly slain the yellow dragon? Yet, the lingering malevolent aura in the palm of his right hand felt overwhelmingly tangible. It was not regret that plagued him for having killed the yellow dragon. After all, today's confrontation dictated that only one of them could survive. He merely found his previous thoughts to be laughable. In this world where strength reigns supreme, he had foolishly contemplated relying on the Chan Sect, embracing a life of ease. What could a true immortal achieve by taking it easy? Today, when the demon clan came to visit, it was simply because the disciples of the Chan Sect were no match for them, leading to the primordial origin expelling him from the sect. That it was utterly absurd. The inability of the yellow dragon and others to contend with the demon clan had nothing to do with him. Lu Chen scoffed at the notion. Ultimately, it was his previous naivety that had led him to such a conclusion. He even felt a sense of gratitude towards the demon clan for allowing him to see the reality of his situation sooner. Leaving the Chan Sect now marked a fresh beginning. Thus, the next step was cultivation. He sought to avenge the humiliation of his expulsion from the sect and make the primordial origin aware of how erroneous his decision had been. He aimed to defy fate and ascend to the pinnacle of the primordial realm. With a mere thought, a pill the size of a longan, glowing with a faint spiritual radiance, appeared in his palm. It was the 3 transformation mystical heaven pill from the beginner's package. The Jade Spirit Pill he had previously crushed only enhanced the comprehension of a true immortal and increased the likelihood of breaking through to the mystical immortal realm. However, to utilize the Jade Spirit Pill effectively, one must reach the late stage of true immortal, whereas his current cultivation was at the mid-stage. Thus, the Jade Spirit Pill provided by the primordial origin was nothing but worthless refuse. In contrast, the three-transformation Mystical Heaven Pill could elevate his cultivation to the late stage of true immortal in the shortest time and guarantee a breakthrough to the mystical immortal. Lu Chen swallowed the pill in one gulp. As the pill entered his belly, a gentle force surged throughout his body. In the next moment, Lu Chen transformed into the epicenter of a storm, drawing in the spiritual power for miles around. Flooding into his being, the sudden influx of overwhelming spiritual energy nearly caused Lu Chen's physical form to burst. Amid the pain, he immediately activated his techniques to seize the opportunity for cultivation. With the efficacy of the three-transformation Mystical Heaven Pill, the stagnant progress of his cultivation began to shift, propelling him from the mid-stage of true immortal to the late stage. Meanwhile, in the realm of the demon clan, the Eastern Emperor remarked, "Did you not see the expression on the primordial origin's face? The esteemed teachings of the saints fall short, for the 12 immortals of the Jade Void cannot compare to my 10 demon marshals." Emperor Jun, returning triumphantly, was in high spirits. Following the annihilation of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, the Witch and Demon clans had claimed dominion over the primordial realm, in the eyes of the Demon clan. Their only rival was the Witch clan. Yet at this critical juncture, the three Pure Ones, Nuwa, and others achieved their celestial positions, establishing their doctrines, an occurrence that greatly displeased the Demon clan. Thus, Emperor Jun led several demon marshals and the Golden Crow to visit the Chan Sect, aiming to gauge their strength while subtly displaying the might of the Demon clan to deter any hostilities. The Golden Crow chimed in with a chuckle, "In my opinion, apart from Guangqingzi, the rest of the 12 immortals of the Jade Void are utterly inconsequential." The Eastern Emperor, casting a glance at the Golden Crow, replied solemnly, "Do not be careless. The Chan Sect had only recently been established, and Guangqingzi and his peers had received limited guidance from the saints. Given some time, they could all achieve the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal." The Golden Crow dismissed this notion, asserting, "So what if they become Great Luo Golden Immortals? Our demon clan's heavenly court is not lacking in such power." Turning to Emperor Jun, the Golden Crow continued, "Father, since we have already visited the Chan Sect, when shall we go to the intercepting sect?" Before Emperor Jun could respond, the Eastern Emperor interjected, "That is not for you to worry about. What you need to do now is to enter seclusion and strive to become a Great Luo Golden Immortal as soon as possible." Chastised by the Eastern Emperor, the Golden Crow shot a pleading glance at Emperor Jun, who merely waved his hand. "The Eastern Emperor is correct. Take your brothers along and enter seclusion together." The Golden Crow had no choice but to depart. Emperor Jun then turned to the Eastern Emperor. "Brother, regarding the intercepting sect." The Eastern Emperor shook his head that a visit to the intercepting sect is necessary, but not at this time. "Our goal is to deliver a warning to the Heavenly Gate, making them recognize the situation and refrain from interfering in the conflict between the Witch and Demon clans. If we visit the Chan Sect, Intercepting Sect, and Human Sect in quick succession, it would leave the Heavenly Gate with no dignity." While the strength of the Demon clan's heavenly court was indeed formidable, they could not afford to make enemies of the entire world. Even if the saints were bound by their status and could not act directly, being schemed against by the saints would also not bode well. What is there to fear? Nuwa is also a saint. Emperor Jun did not quite comprehend the Eastern Emperor's concerns. After all, what was wrong with simply interacting with the disciples of the saints to showcase their strength? The Eastern Emperor wore a grave expression. "Brother, do not underestimate the complexities of the situation. Although Nuwa has attained the status of a saint, she may not necessarily aid the Demon clan. Saints are equally constrained by various limitations. In short, we should postpone our visit to the intercepting sect for a while. The 12 ancestors of the Witch clan possess significant power, and you and I also need to cultivate in seclusion." Emperor Jun wished to say more, but the words caught in his throat. Ultimately, during this clash with the Chan Sect, several demon marshals had sustained injuries. The visit to the intercepting sect could wait. Months later, within the cave dwelling, a formidable surge of magical power erupted, enveloping the surroundings. Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. With the assistance of the 3-transformation mystical heaven pill, he had successfully broken through to the mystical immortal realm. His cultivation now stabilized at the initial stage of mystical immortal. However, the smile soon faded from his lips that he realized he was still too weak. The only techniques he had mastered were the half-baked Jade Purity technique and the perfected Jade Purity Divine Thunder. Although he wielded the God-slaying spear, this treasure could not be used lightly. Should news of the God-slaying spear leak, countless great Luo golden immortals, quasi-saints, and even saints would emerge to seize it. What troubled Lu Chen the most was still his cultivation. Despite having successfully ascended to the mystical immortal realm, what difference did it make in the eyes of the powerful? Upon entering the mystical immortal realm, he distinctly felt his rate of cultivation slowed down. This was not due to any external factor. It was primarily because of his foundation. The foundation largely determines a cultivator's potential. The primordial origin had ruthlessly expelled him from the Chan Sect precisely because of his inadequate foundation, which concealed any semblance of a future. Even if he were to fully upgrade various techniques and abilities to their peak through the system, without the corresponding cultivation to support it, he would remain outside the ranks of the powerful. Through this period of reflection, Lu Chen came to a conclusion. For him, the swiftest way to enhance his strength was to fully utilize the system, upgrading various techniques and abilities to their maximum potential. Therefore, he needed to go to a place abundant in cultivators to maximize his chances of earning enlightenment points that if one were to name a place in the primordial realm teeming with cultivators, it would undoubtedly be the intercepting sect. Additionally, the intercepting sect welcomed disciples, making it relatively easy for him to join. By entering the intercepting sect, he could learn some of its techniques and abilities while also having ample cultivators around to earn enlightenment points that would allow him to upgrade his techniques to their maximum potential. Who knows, perhaps among the rewards for his efforts, there would be a method to enhance his foundation. Certainly, there is one more thing. He intends to oppose the Chan Sect. Having made up his mind, Lu Chen set off for Jiejin Island. As Lu Chen anticipated, the Jiejin sect was entirely different from the Chan Sect. The Chan Sect placed immense importance on the disciples' backgrounds and qualifications, while the Jiejin sect was indifferent, welcoming all who came. Lu Chen encountered almost no obstacles and smoothly joined the Jiejin sect. However, he did not meet Tongtian. It was the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit who arranged his entry into the Jiejin sect. This was quite normal, for the Jiejin sect recruited disciples widely, and Tongtian could not possibly meet every individual. Of course, Lu Chen was not concerned about this now, as long as his strength increased. Meeting Tongtian would not pose a challenge. Before him lay another dilemma. Should he check in with the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit? The system's check-in rewards were related to the cultivation level of the individual being checked in, and each person could only be checked in once. Therefore, the timing of checking in with whom was of utmost importance. Through the system, Lu Chen could see that the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit was currently at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal stage. As a direct disciple of Tongtian, she was bound to become a great Luo Golden Immortal in the future. Checking in with her now would yield a reward for the Tai Golden Immortal. But if he waited, he could obtain a reward for the great Luo Golden Immortal. Should he check in now or wait a while? Lu Chen was uncertain about the difference in reward between the Tai Golden Immortal and the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet he felt a sense of anticipation regarding the check-in reward for the Tai Golden Immortal. After all, up until now, he had only checked in with the Golden Immortal Long. Unbeknownst to the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, Lu Chen was contemplating his decisions. She meticulously explained various matters pertaining to his entry into the Jiejin sect. After concluding her explanation, the two arrived at the cave dwelling arranged for Lu Chen. From this day forth, this shall be your place of cultivation. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit pointed her jade finger at Lu Chen's forehead, and a divine light blossomed. This is our Jiejin sect's Shanqing formula and Shanqing divine thunder. You must cultivate diligently. Lu Chen's eyes brightened. Although he already possessed the one-click max-level Yuanshi divine thunder, having multiple skills was never a burden. Ordinary cultivators might struggle with the issue of overextending themselves. But with his one-click max-level system, The more spells and abilities he mastered, the stronger he would become. Lu Chen. Although you are an outer disciple of the Jiejin sect, your every action reflects upon the sect. You must never bring disgrace upon our teachings, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit reminded him earnestly. Furthermore, if you encounter any confusion in your cultivation, feel free to seek me out. In that case, I shall first express my gratitude to Sister Jiejin, Lu Chen said as he prepared to check in with the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, regardless of what the check-in reward for the Tai Golden Immortal might be. At the very least, it would grant him comprehension points that he could use these rewards to perfect the Shanqing formula and Shanqing Divine Thunder before considering other matters. Just as he was about to check in, a figure approaching Lu Chen wondered about the identity of this person. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit spoke first. Dingguang, what brings you here? I heard someone has joined the Jiejin sect. So I came to take a look, Dingguang replied, scrutinizing Lu Chen with a hint of puzzlement in his eyes. He felt as though he had seen Lu Chen somewhere before, but could not recall where. While Dingguang was assessing Lu Chen was also observing Dingguang. The long-eared Dingguang held considerable influence within the Jiejin sect, albeit a negative one, when Tongtian set up the 10,000 Immortals formation to battle against the 3 sects and 4 saints. It was initially possible to use the 6-soul banner, a heavenly treasure, to curse several powerful figures from the 3 sects. However, Dingguang's betrayal thwarted the plan. Naturally, Lu Chen harbored no fondness for such traitors. Nevertheless, Dingguang's appearance inadvertently resolved one of Lu Chen's dilemmas. He could first check in with Dingguang to gain the needed comprehension points, for the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. It would be best to wait until she advanced to the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. After all, each person could only be checked in once. And what if the rewards for the Tai Golden Immortal and the Great Luo Golden Immortal differed significantly? Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in with Dingguang, gaining 1 comprehension point. The check-in rewards for Dingguang and Huanglongzhen were merely the most basic 1 comprehension point. It seemed that the rewards for Golden Immortals were limited to this. However, it was sufficient for cultivating the Shanqing formula and Shanqing Divine Thunder. You are Lu Chen, Dingguang exclaimed, finally recalling where he had seen Lu Chen before. When the Chan Sect was first established, he had considered joining it, but since the Chan Sect did not accept those with scales and armor, he refrained. Still, he remembered Lu Chen, who had already joined the Chan Sect at that time. I'm no longer a member of the Chan Sect, Lu Chen replied coolly. The surprise in Dingguang's eyes was swiftly replaced by derision. Surely, it must be because your background was too lowly that you were expelled by the Yuanshi saint. Lu Chen chose to ignore Dingguang. Instead, turning to the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, is it true that being a former disciple of the Chan Sect precludes one from joining the Jiejin sect? The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit shook her head. Our Jiejin sect welcomes disciples without regard to their origins or backgrounds. Dingguang's mood gradually calmed, a smile emerging on his face. Well said. Lu Chen, regardless of your previous identity, now that you have joined the Jiejin sect, we are fellow disciples. 100 years from now, I will be accompanying the 7 Immortals to hold a discussion conference for the new disciples of the Jiejin sect. Do not be late. Dingguang revealed his true intention. Although it was called a discussion conference, it was essentially a means to recruit disciples for the Jiejin sect. The current state of the Jiejin sect was such that its disciples could be broadly divided into 2 categories. The inner disciples led by Duo Bao and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, and the outer disciples led by Zhao, Gongming, and the San Shao. The positioning of the 7 Immortals was rather awkward. On one hand, they were described as the attendants of the Shanqing saint, while on the other, they were merely 7 attendants. Thus, Dingguang sought to recruit newly initiated disciples to strengthen his own position. Dingguang, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, suddenly called out coldly. Her demeanor, I see why. Not think, I am unaware of your intentions. I advise you to focus your thoughts on your cultivation. Dingguang chuckled. That is a misjudgment. My actions as an attendant of the 7 Immortals are also to help the newly initiated disciples integrate into the Jiejin sect more swiftly. Besides, what I do as an attendant of the 7 Immortals is none of your concern, is it? You cannot speak for the 7 Immortals. Let Yuanshi discuss this with me. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit showed no regard for Dingguang's pride. as not all the attendants of the Seven Immortals shared Dingguang Xian's ambition for status. The most powerful among them, Wen Xian, had no such intentions. Dingguang Xian felt a surge of displeasure. Why should the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit reprimand him? Yet he dared not show any overt signs of dissent, merely uttering to Lu Chen, "Remember, 100 years from now." With that, he turned and walked away. Lu Chen gazed thoughtfully in the direction Dingguang Xian had departed. Do not concern yourself with Dingguang Xian's words. Focus solely on your cultivation. Should he trouble you, feel free to seek me out, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit advised. Thank you, sister, Lu Chen replied. If there is nothing further, I shall commence my training. Indeed, Lu Chen harbored a modicum of interest in this philosophical conference. With a multitude of attendees, he could clock in his participation. However, his immediate priority lay in cultivating the Shanqing formula and the Shanqing divine thunder. Within his cave abode, Lu Chen settled his mind and commenced his cultivation of both the Shanqing formula and the Shanqing divine thunder. Currently, he possessed 2 points of comprehension value, which was precisely sufficient to elevate both the Shanqing formula and the Shanqing divine thunder to their maximum level with a single click. Yet the prerequisite for such elevation was to first master these 2 profound techniques. Generally, a cultivator aspiring to master the Shanqing formula and the Shanqing divine thunder might require a considerable amount of time. However, Lu Chen had already mastered the Yuqing formula and the Yuqing divine thunder. Although the Shanqing divine thunder differed somewhat from the Yuqing divine thunder, there remained numerous similarities between the two. Thus, Lu Chen found his cultivation to be remarkably efficient. Within the span of a mere year, he had fundamentally grasped both the Shanqing formula and the Shanqing divine thunder. Once mastery was achieved, it was only natural to proceed to elevate them to their maximum level. Spending 2 points of comprehension value, he directly upgraded both the Shanqing formula and the Shanqing divine thunder to their zenith. Lu Chen formed a hand seal, and a flicker of lightning erupted from his palm. This seemingly mundane flash of lightning harbored astonishing power. Even without the aid of the god-slaying spear, his current cultivation at the Xianxian level allowed him to unleash the perfected Shanqing divine thunder with enough potency to severely injure an ordinary Jingxian. Subsequently, an idea struck Lu Chen. Raising his left hand, another flash of lightning burst forth. This time, the Yuqing divine thunder. Observing the 2 manifestations of thunderous techniques in his hands, Lu Chen suddenly conceived a bold notion. With both the Shanqing divine thunder and the Yuqing divine thunder having reached their maximum level, could the fusion of these 2 techniques result in the creation of an entirely new thunderous technique? With this thought in mind, Lu Chen brought his hands together, attempting to merge the 2 forms of thunder into one. However, as the 2 approached each other, a surge of frenzied energy erupted from the lightning. Realizing the potential for chaos, Lu Chen hastily dispersed the lightning that he was certain that merging the 2 techniques would yield a qualitative transformation. Nevertheless, this endeavor was far beyond the capabilities of a mere Xianxian. Yet Lu Chen was no ordinary Xianxian that if he could not accomplish it himself, could the system? As this thought crossed his mind, the familiar notification sound of the system echoed in his ears. To elevate the technique to a higher understanding requires 10 points of comprehension value. This response sent a jolt through Lu Chen's heart. Indeed, a simple 1-click maximum level was not merely about reaching the peak. An ordinary 1-click maximum level simply brought the technique or divine power to its perfected state. However, by spending 10 points of comprehension value, one could gain further insights beyond the perfected techniques. Although this 10 points of comprehension value was more than the standard 1-click maximum, it was indeed worthwhile. After all, merely needing to clock in with 10 Jingxian was not particularly challenging. Yet, that clocking in would not occur immediately. Instead of leaving the cave to seek out other disciples of the Jiejin sect, it would be far more prudent to await the philosophical conference hosted by the Dingguang Immortal. For now, he needed to focus on his cultivation. Lu Chen resumed his practice of the Shanqing formula and delved into his training. In the blink of an eye, a century had passed that Lu Chen concluded this session of cultivation, yet his expression was one of discontent. Over the course of 100 years, his cultivation had only progressed from the initial stage of Xianxian to the mid-stage of Xianxian. At first glance, such an advancement may seem commendable, given that a mere century is insignificant in the vast expanse of the Honghuang. However, one must not forget that Lu Chen had already attained the perfected state of the Shanqing formula. Had the likes of the Golden Spirit Saint Mother mastered the perfected Shanqing formula, 100 years would have seen them advance from the early stage of Xianxian to the mid-stage, or even from Xianxian to Jingxian, without difficulty. The sluggish pace of Lu Chen's cultivation was undoubtedly attributable to the limitations of his foundational support, in the absence of any means to enhance his foundational support. Relying solely on personal cultivation had rendered his progress painfully slow. Lu Chen's gaze flickered. While altering his foundational support was indeed a daunting task in the short term, he could explore other avenues to elevate his realm. For instance, he could seek out rare treasures of heaven and earth that enhance cultivation or alchemical pills. That be why, leveraging external forces, he could accelerate his progression. Yet, the pressing question remained: where could he procure such external forces? Rising from his seat, Lu Chen ventured outside. First, he would visit the Dingguang Immortal. Perhaps there would be unexpected rewards from clocking in. Upon exiting the cave, he was met by a graceful figure approaching him. "Sister, what brings you here?" Lu Chen inquired, somewhat surprised to see the Golden Spirit Saint Mother. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother raised her jade hand and tossed 3 pills to Lu Chen. "Here are your Earth Spirit pills." Lu Chen gazed at the pills in his hand, his face a mask of confusion. He had heard of the Earth Spirit pills, which could enhance one's cultivation by a century. What puzzled him was why the Golden Spirit Saint Mother would bestow 3 of them upon him. The expression on Lu Chen's face instantly darkened the Golden Spirit Saint Mother's countenance. "It seems you have not heeded my earlier words at all. Every disciple of our Jiejin sect, upon entering, is entitled to a share of cultivation resources every century. You, as an outer disciple, are entitled to 3 Earth Spirit pills as your century's resource. In fact, the 12 immortals of the Yuanshi sect also receive a share of cultivation resources at regular intervals. However, due to Lu Chen's low foundational support, even if resources were granted, they would be wasted. Thus, the primordial one had omitted Lu Chen's share. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother's words left Lu Chen feeling quite embarrassed. At the time, he had been so consumed with thoughts of clocking in that he had scarcely paid attention to what she had said. Nevertheless, those 3 Earth Spirit pills were a bright prospect for him. Were they not precisely the external forces he sought? Though 3 Earth Spirit pills could only add up to 300 years of cultivation, it was not insignificant considering he was merely an outer disciple of the Jiejin sect. "Sister, are there no more than 3 Earth Spirit pills?" The Golden Spirit Saint Mother shot him a sideways glance. "Mind your language. What do you mean only 3? If you find these 3 Earth Spirit pills lacking, then strive to cultivate harder and elevate your status within the Jiejin sect. As your status rises, so too will your share of cultivation resources. Do not underestimate these 3 Earth Spirit pills. Consider how many disciples our Jiejin sect has. The reason these 3 Earth Spirit pills are distributed only after a century is to filter out a portion of individuals. After all, not every person who joins the Jiejin sect can remain." "Thank you, sister," Lu Chen said, accepting the Earth Spirit pills. You know where the Dingguang Immortals Philosophical Conference will take place? It would be an opportunity to showcase some of my abilities while clocking in. Once I unleash the perfected Shanqing Divine Thunder, I am certain I will capture the attention of the Jiejin sect, and my status will rise, granting me access to even more cultivation resources. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother pointed in a direction. "Attending such a philosophical conference would be a waste of time. I advise you not to go." And no sooner had she finished speaking than Lu Chen had already set off. "The Dingguang Immortal has extended an invitation. If I do not attend, would that not be a slight against him? Besides, I wish to meet my fellow disciples." As he spoke, Lu Chen's figure vanished without a trace. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother furrowed her brows. This Dingguang Immortal, instead of focusing on proper cultivation, he indulges in trivialities. That I shall see what this so-called philosophical conference is truly about. On the eastern shore of Jiejin Island, dozens of newly initiated Jiejin sect disciples had gathered. Their gazes were collectively fixed upon a solitary figure at the center, the long-eared Dingguang Immortal. The Dingguang Immortal surveyed the surroundings, casting a glance at the gathered assembly. Feeling a sense of pride swell within him, that it appeared that nearly all those who had joined the Chan Sect in the past century were present. Now that most of you are here, I shall, before he could finish his sentence, another figure rushed in from a distance. The Dingguang immortal's expression soured slightly upon seeing Lu Chen. Lu Chen, you have arrived rather late, that I shall overlook this instance. Given that it is your first offense, should there be a next time, you shall bear the consequences. Lu Chen remained silent, simply gazing quietly at Dingguang immortal, before he proceeded to check in repeatedly. Congratulations to the host for checking in at Zhao Jiang, earning 1 point of Dao comprehension value, after checking in with more than a dozen golden immortals aside from the Dao comprehension value. There were no other rewards. However, this series of check-in rewards allowed Lu Chen to grasp certain patterns. Point 1 could not check in below the golden immortal level, and checking in with golden immortals guaranteed at least 1 point of Dao comprehension value. As for the rewards for the Tai golden immortal, Lu Chen's gaze shifted to a person on his left. This individual, named Yao Bin, possessed the cultivation of an early-stage Tai golden immortal. Congratulations to the host for checking in with Yao Bin, earning 2 points of Dao comprehension value and 1 spirit concealing pill. As expected, the rewards for checking in with a Tai golden immortal were indeed superior to those of a golden immortal. Lu Chen hurriedly examined the details. Spirit concealing pill, suitable for peak Xian immortals, can assist a Xian immortal in achieving the golden immortal realm. This was precisely what Lu Chen required at present. Once his cultivation reached the peak of Xian immortal, he could leverage this spirit concealing pill to leap into the golden immortal realm. After a careful review, he realized that this Dao discussion conference had yielded a total of 21 points of Dao comprehension value and 1 spirit concealing pill through check-ins. While Lu Chen was immersed in the check-in process, Dingguang immortal had already begun to speak. You all have recently entered the Chan Sect and are not well acquainted with its affairs. There are numerous disciples in the Chan Sect, and the sect leader is unable to attend to each one. However, I, Dingguang immortal, am willing to offer my guidance to you, that he continued, in the future, whether within or outside the sect, should you encounter any difficulties. Do not hesitate to seek my assistance, that I shall surely help you resolve them. Upon hearing these words, many present had their eyes light up. Their cultivation was not high, and having a senior brother to look after them was certainly beneficial. Yet there were also astute individuals among them. But what do you desire in return? Dingguang immortal narrowed his eyes. It is simple. All I ask is that you provide me with half of the cultivation resources distributed by the sect in the future. This revealed Dingguang immortal's true intention. He sought to recruit new disciples of the Chan Sect, thereby strengthening himself while using these new disciples' cultivation resources for his own advancement. While a single new disciple's resources may be scarce, what about 10 or 100? Why should we? Immediately, someone voiced their opposition that demand half of their cultivation resources based solely on a few words was unacceptable. Dingguang immortal displayed a faint smile. Well said. That I, Dingguang immortal, do not wish to coerce you. Those willing to accept my protection may simply offer half of their resources. That if you are unwilling, feel free to leave. At this point, Dingguang immortal paused, and the smile on his face gradually faded. However, I must remind you that in the path of cultivation, it is always better to have one more friend than one more enemy. In that moment, Lu Chen began to comprehend Dingguang immortal's intentions. It was evident that Dingguang immortal was leveraging his status within the Chan Sect to exert pressure on everyone. They could either surrender their cultivation resources and accept his so-called protection, or they could offend him and face his wrath within the sect. One could ask, how could a newcomer to the Chan Sect contend with the targeting of the 7 attendants? Had he not traversed here and experienced it firsthand? Who would have believed such matters could occur in the Honghuang? It was nearly time for him to take action. Yet before he could speak, someone had already stepped forward. I am a Tai golden immortal and do not require your protection, Yao Bin declared, preparing to leave. Dingguang immortal remained unhurried. That I acknowledge that your cultivation indeed surpasses mine. However, I, Dingguang immortal, am not alone. Among the 7 attendants, there are also many Tai golden immortals. Are you certain you do not need my guidance? The implication was clear. Tai golden immortals were hardly a significant threat. Did he truly wish to offend the 7 attendants? Yao Bin stood rooted in place, visibly reluctant. Why should he have to surrender half of his cultivation resources to Dingguang Immortal? But if he refused, even Yao Bin, a Tai golden immortal, fell silent, leaving the others with little recourse. Dingguang Immortal began to collect cultivation resources one by one. That I demand to see the sect leader. Someone else protested, unwilling to relent, that there no one to oversee Dingguang Immortal's forceful collection of resources. Yet Dingguang Immortal remained unfazed. You think the sect leader is someone you can simply request to see? Not only you, a mere outer disciple, but even those who have been initiated for a long time may not easily gain an audience with a sect leader. The individual's expression darkened. Indeed, there were countless disciples in the Jiejin sect. How could one easily meet Tongtian? Dingguang Immortal narrowed his eyes once more. Not to mention that such trivial matters may not even warrant the sect leader's attention. Even if you were granted an audience, do you believe the sect leader would take your word over mine? One is an attendant of the seven, while the other is a newcomer to the Jiejin sect. It is evident whom Tongtian would favor take a step further. Even if Tongtian were just and impartial and genuinely punished Dingguang Immortal for this matter, such punishment would not cripple Dingguang Immortal. However, those who approached Tongtian to explain the situation would undoubtedly offend Dingguang Immortal completely. How then could these new Jiejin sect disciples cope with Dingguang Immortal's retaliation? To put it bluntly, while the seven attendants may not rival inner disciples, they were certainly not figures that new disciples could contend with. At this juncture, it appeared much wiser to yield their cultivation resources. The crowd reluctantly presented the resources they had just obtained. Dingguang Immortal's lips curled into a smile. After collecting from this batch, he would only need to gather from one more batch, and then he could attempt to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm with the amassed resources. However, when Dingguang Immortal arrived before Lu Chen showed no inclination to offer the Earth Spirit pills that Lu Chen. Without my guidance, your future cultivation may not proceed smoothly, Dingguang Immortal threatened. Yet Lu Chen remained unperturbed, a grin spreading across his face. That I do not believe I require the assistance of someone whose strength is inferior to mine. This statement instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Finally, someone dared to stand up in defiance. Yet upon noticing Lu Chen's cultivation level, many could only manage a wry smile, bewildered. What gave Lu Chen, a Xian immortal, the audacity to make such claims? Was a golden immortal inferior to a Xian immortal? Dingguang Immortal was also amused by Lu Chen's boldness. You claim I am weaker than you? Lu Chen's expression was earnest. He was not jesting in the slightest. This is a fact. Dingguang Immortal erupted into laughter. Lu Chen, are you mistaken about your own strength or mine? Since that is the case, I shall give you an opportunity. Let us engage in a duel. If you can withstand a single blow from me, then all my cultivation resources, both now and in the future, shall belong to you. Since Lu Chen sought death, he would oblige him. Dingguang Immortal understood that Lu Chen must have some form of confidence to make such a statement. However, he did not believe that Lu Chen's skills could bridge the gap between their realms. Moreover, Dingguang Immortal was no ordinary golden immortal. This duel would serve as a means to instill fear into the other attendees. At that moment, Lu Chen raised his right hand, extending a single finger. One strike. As long as you can endure my single strike without falling, I shall consider myself defeated. One strike. Upon hearing Lu Chen's audacious claim, the gathered crowd found it utterly absurd that if one did not know better, they might assume that Dingguang Immortal was a Xian immortal and Lu Chen a golden immortal. Even Yao Bin regarded Lu Chen with puzzlement, his gaze lingering on him for quite some time. Even he, as a Tai golden immortal, could not guarantee that he could defeat Dingguang Immortal with a single strike. After all, Dingguang Immortal, as an attendant of the saints, undoubtedly possessed strength that surpassed mere appearances. What gave Lu Chen the confidence to claim he could do so in one strike? Was it possible that Lu Chen was not a Xian immortal, but had concealed his true cultivation? Yet Lu Chen's mid-stage Xian immortal aura was unmistakable. There was no sign of concealment. Yao Bin was perplexed. Not only Yao Bin, but even Dingguang Immortal was momentarily taken aback that he stared at Lu Chen in silence. A flicker of contemplation in his eyes, as a member of the seven attendants. Long ere Dingguang Immortal, was no ordinary figure. He was indeed confident in his strength and believed he could easily crush an average Xian immortal. However, Lu Chen's unwavering confidence left him somewhat uncertain. Could it be that Lu Chen possessed some hidden prowess? Yet he simply could not fathom what advantage Lu Chen possessed that allowed him to defeat a golden immortal with a single strike. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck the mind of the divine light immortal, a magical treasure. Indeed, Lu Chen must possess a treasure of superior rank, that a piece of innate spiritual treasure, for instance, could undoubtedly empower a mystic immortal to triumph over a golden immortal. It must be said that when it comes to magical treasures, the divine light immortal had little recourse. However, the battle had yet to commence. That Lu Chen, there is something I must clarify beforehand, that I am aware that you were once a disciple of the Chan school. Yet you are now a disciple of the Jiejin school. As we engage in this contest of spells, the techniques and treasures of the Chan school ought not to be employed. Do you not agree? A flicker of disdain crossed Lu Chen's eyes. It appeared the divine light immortal mistakenly believed his confidence stemmed from the spells and treasures of the Chan school. This was a grave miscalculation. To contend with a golden immortal such as the divine light immortal, one merely required a full-powered supreme, clear divine thunder. His brief silence led the divine light immortal to believe he had guessed correctly, and a smirk of arrogance appeared on the latter's face. Of course, you may also choose not to fight. As a fellow sect member, I shall overlook your previous impoliteness. Simply surrender half of your cultivation resources, and I will ensure your future well-being within the Jiejin school. However, Lu Chen's expression was one of utter disdain, his eyes brimming with contempt. You are overestimating yourself. You are but a mere golden immortal, unworthy of my employing a magical treasure against you. Very well, very well. The divine light immortal found the situation amusing. Let me see what means you have acquired in your century within the Jiejin school that could defeat me with a single blow. As he gathered his magical energy, an aura of mid-stage golden immortal power radiated from him. The gazes of the onlookers fell upon Lu Chen. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Lu Chen too revealed his aura. Yet it was merely that of a mid-stage mystic immortal. Though the divine light immortal was not particularly formidable for a mid-stage golden immortal, he still held a significant advantage over Lu Chen. What means could Lu Chen possibly possess to defeat the divine light immortal in a single strike? Then, Lu Chen moved. With his hands, he formed a series of seals as the crowd observed his hand gestures. They felt a sense of familiarity. However, a flicker of astonishment and doubt appeared in the divine light immortal's eyes. Yet, this moment of surprise swiftly transformed into scorn. I thought you had some extraordinary means. It is merely the supreme clear divine thunder. To rely on the supreme clear divine thunder to defeat me is sheer folly. Lu Chen's speed of sealing grew increasingly rapid. Above the dome of Jiejin Island, storm clouds gathered, arcs of lightning flickering within them. As the final seal was completed, Lu Chen pointed his right hand at the divine light immortal. Fall. A bolt of supreme, clear divine thunder hurtled directly toward the divine light immortal. With his left hand forming a seal and his right hand waving, a streak of golden light surged upward. The golden light met the thunder with a resounding crash. The bolt of supreme, clear divine thunder was utterly obliterated. The divine light immortal laughed heartily. Shall I teach you the supreme, clear divine thunder after all? The onlookers wore expressions of helplessness. What were they even thinking? How could a mystic immortal possibly defeat a golden immortal with a single strike? Meanwhile, Yaobin gazed at the storm clouds above with a hint of hesitation. Something is amiss. Just as Yaobin discerned the anomaly in the storm clouds, Lu Chen let out a cold laugh. No need to rush. The strike has yet to conclude. Who said my supreme, clear divine thunder consists of but one bolt? The divine light immortal scoffed. And no matter how many bolts you unleash, with such a level of supreme, clear divine thunder, it would be futile. With a thunderous boom, lightning erupted. The divine light immortal surroundings were drowned out by the roar of thunder within the storm clouds. A dark red bolt of thunder plummeted. This was the true, full-powered supreme, clear divine thunder. In that instant, every low-ranking celestial being present, including the divine light immortal himself, wore expressions of sheer terror. As an overwhelming sense of danger coursed through them, Was this truly the supreme, clear divine thunder? In shock, the divine light immortal hastily conjured a defense. Yet it was too late. Such a hasty defense could never withstand the full-powered supreme, clear divine thunder. The dark red lightning crashed down, engulfing the divine light immortal, while the residual force radiated outward from him. Those of lower cultivation levels were utterly unable to withstand such might. Fortunately, in this critical moment, a beam of golden light appeared before all. The golden spirit Holy Mother hovered in the air, her right hand aglow with spiritual light as she summoned her innate spiritual treasure, the dragon tiger Rui. Once the treasure emerged, it shielded the crowd. Her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment as she observed Lu Chen. Initially, she had come merely to observe the antics of the divine light immortal, intending to teach him a lesson. Little did she expect to witness this scene. Lu Chen's mastery of the supreme, clear divine thunder surpassed even her own. Could it be that yet another prodigy was emerging from the Jie school? As the awe of the golden spirit Holy Mother lingered, the might of the supreme, clear divine thunder gradually dissipated. For the others, shielded by the dragon tiger Rui, the situation was manageable. However, the divine light immortal, who had directly endured the strike, was in dire straits. His garments were tattered, his body charred, resembling a figure that had been roasted. Lu Chen's lips moved slightly. Followed a series of cracking sounds echoed. The charred skin on the divine light immortal's body began to fissure, revealing patches of blood-red flesh beneath. The sight was truly pitiful. In agony, he could no longer maintain his stance and fell backward. The divine light immortal spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression contorted in pain. At this moment, Lu Chen stepped forward, extending his right hand toward the divine light immortal. The latter froze for a moment, then shakily raised his own hand. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Chen had no intention of helping him up. Instead, he forcefully pried open the divine light immortal's hand. Where are the resources? Lu Chen's simple inquiry rendered the divine light immortal frozen in place, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. When he saw Lu Chen extend his hand, he instinctively thought the latter intended to assist him. Suddenly, someone nearby could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. This only exacerbated the divine light immortal's embarrassment, feeling the weight of the gazes around him. He wished he could simply vanish into the ground. Today had been a monumental disgrace. He would rather faint than endure this humiliation. Just as he prepared to feign unconsciousness, Lu Chen spoke again. Do not pretend to faint. You have lost. According to our previous agreement, all your current and future cultivation resources belong to me. Now, surrender what you possess. Lu Chen extended his hand once more. This reminder shifted the crowd's attention from the divine light immortal's disgraceful state back to Lu Chen. Shocked gazes fell upon him. Before today, who would have believed that a mystic immortal, without the aid of magical treasures, could defeat a golden immortal in a single strike? Certainly, no one would have believed it. Yet, all had just witnessed this scene unfold with their own eyes. Despite their similar levels of cultivation, how is it that Lu Chen was so formidable? That lightning technique, just now, was it truly the supreme, clear divine thunder? The expression of the divine light, immortal, also gradually twisted in distress. A distinguished attendant of the seven immortals, he had been bested in a single strike by a mere mystic immortal. Lu Chen, you truly are insidious and cunning. Had you employed that last bolt of thunder first, even if I could not withstand it, I would not have suffered such humiliation. You did not utilize the techniques of the Jie school just now. The divine light immortal sought to justify himself. The same supreme clear divine thunder, if mastered to perfection, could yield such power. Lu Chen replied indifferently. A perfected supreme clear divine thunder. The divine light immortal appeared momentarily dazed. Lu Chen, do you take me for a fool? You have only been in the sect for a century. How could you possibly have perfected the supreme clear divine thunder? This technique cannot be perfected in merely a century. His words left Yao Bin and the others nearby in a state of shock that a century's time to achieve a perfected supreme, clear divine thunder. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit fixated her gaze intently upon Lu Chen. She was certain that he had unleashed the supreme divine thunder. And one among the disciples of the could reach such mastery in such a brief period. Neither she nor Dao Bao could match him. Lu Chen was undeniably extraordinary. In the face of the celestial being Dingguang's skepticism, Lu Chen remained unfazed. Just because you are incapable does not imply that others share your limitations. What? Do you intend to renege on your word? You, Dingguang, are at least one of the 7 celestial attendants. Surely, you can afford this modest amount of cultivation resources. The expression on Dingguang's face turned as dark as a soot-covered pot, a sight most unappealing. Logically, he should have been willing to accept defeat. However, he was unwilling to part with such a wealth of resources for Lu Chen alone, especially after the humiliation he suffered today. After a brief contemplation, Dingguang produced a burlap sack. All the cultivation resources were contained within this storage pouch. But are you certain you wish to take it? I can see that you possess some skill, yet such skill is hardly remarkable. Should you choose to relinquish it, I, as one of the 7 celestial attendants, shall protect you in the future. The glint of cold light flickered in Dingguang's eyes. To accept his belongings would mean declaring enmity with the 7 celestial attendants. He questioned whether Lu Chen would dare. Yet, to Dingguang's astonishment, Lu Chen seized the storage pouch without a moment's hesitation. Compared to others, I place my faith in myself. I shall take these items to Lu Chen. Even if you possess the items, how do you expect to break my spiritual mark with your cultivation level? Dingguang taunted. That storage pouch is not something just anyone can open. Lu Chen glanced at the pouch in his hand. His brow slightly furrowed. As a mystic immortal, it would indeed be challenging for him to break the spiritual mark of a golden immortal. That moment, a delicate jade hand reached out. I shall handle it. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit took the storage pouch and, with a flick of her fingertip, easily shattered Dingguang's spiritual mark. Take it. Her actions left Dingguang utterly dumbfounded. He had hoped to rely on the spiritual mark of the storage pouch to buy time, seeking an opportunity to reclaim it from Lu Chen. Now, with the Holy Mother intervening, his plans were thwarted. Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. You, Dingguang began, but she stepped forward, raising her jade hand, but a powerful stream of magical energy surged forth. Already wounded by the supreme divine thunder, Dingguang had no means to defend against the Holy Mother's assault. He was hurled into the rocky wall behind him, unable to extricate himself. Dingguang, I have tolerated you for long enough. Do you truly believe you can represent the 7 celestial attendants? The matter concerning Lu Chen ends here. Should I discover you again acting in such an arrogant manner, tarnishing the reputation of the... I shall show you no mercy. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit's furious rebuke echoed. Dingguang spat out a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of resentment. Yet, ultimately, he dared not utter another word. Today's events could not be altered by his efforts alone. However, this matter was far from over. He struggled to rise and turned to leave. After Dingguang departed, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit spoke again. Lu Chen, you need not worry. If Dingguang dares to... Where has he gone? Mid-sentence, the Holy Mother suddenly realized that Lu Chen had vanished. Someone gestured in the direction he had taken. Upon turning, she finally caught sight of Lu Chen's departing figure. Thank you, senior sister. I have matters to attend to and must return. Lu Chen's voice echoed in the air. The task was complete, the rewards claimed, and the cultivation resources secured. What reason remained for Lu Chen to linger? The Holy Mother's expression darkened, her brows knitting together. Everyone disperse. After dismissing the crowd, she made her way toward Lu Chen's cave dwelling. Meanwhile, on Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi observed with satisfaction as Guang Chengzi and the others steadily enhanced their auras. Regardless of circumstances, his disciples were among the elite of the Honghuang in terms of lineage and aptitude. Naturally, Lu Chen was the exception. With his personal guidance, Guang Chengzi and the others' cultivation speed accelerated remarkably. And it would not be long before they attained the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. When that time came, they would surely prevail in battle against the formidable forces of the demon clan. As he surveyed the 12 celestials of Yusu before him, Yuanshi suddenly froze. There were only 11 of them present. Point 1 was conspicuously absent. Huang Longjinren, that a frown of irritation crossed Yuanshi's face. If memory served, Huang Long had gone to pursue Lu Chen. Yet, to be away for a century over a single pursuit. Under normal circumstances, Yuanshi would have regarded Huang Long's absence as inconsequential. be it for a century, a millennium, or even longer. However, this situation was different. He had expressly stated his intention to personally guide Guang Chengzi and the others, aiming to elevate the 12 celestials of Yusu in the shortest time possible. Now, with 11 of them entrenched in stable cultivation, only Huang Long remained missing. Could it be that upon his return, he would require additional guidance? The audacity of Huang Long to delay his return despite knowing of his mentor's intentions was infuriating. Yet soon, Yuanshi realized that something was amiss. Among all his disciples, the one with the weakest roots was indeed Lu Chen, followed closely by Huang Long. Huang Long could not possibly miss the chance for his mentor's guidance. Had he encountered some misfortune? But what sort of mishap could occur while pursuing Lu Chen? Would a golden immortal truly be slain by a true immortal? Such an event was inconceivable. Nevertheless, the thought stirred unease within Yuanshi. Perhaps Huang Long had encountered unforeseen circumstances on his journey to pursue Lu Chen. Yuanshi raised his right hand, performing a calculation, attempting to divine the situation. Moments later, the results of his divination darkened his heart. Unable to ascertain the outcome, since achieving the status of a heavenly Dao saint, he had been capable of divining most events within the Honghuang. Those that eluded his foresight either involved other heavenly Dao saints or were entangled in significant causality. Yet, Huang Long seemed not to fit either criterion. His growing sense of anxiety and doubt intensified. Yuanshi directed his gaze toward the path Huang Long had taken. Stepping forward, he intended to investigate. Following Huang Long's route in pursuit of Lu Chen, Yuanshi arrived at the site of their previous confrontation in mere moments. Upon arrival, a frown creased his brow that he could distinctly sense the lingering malevolent energy in this place. Despite the passage of a century, the aura of malice remained potent. Such an intensity could only be possessed by a heaven Dao malevolent treasure. Huang Longjinren, it appears that danger looms heavily. Yuanshi stood high above, his divine consciousness enveloping the surroundings. Moments later, he seemed to have discovered something. His gaze sharpened as a mass of rubble disintegrated into dust, scattering with the wind. With the debris gone, a skeletal remains came into view. Although much of the clothing had decayed, it was still evident that this was Huang Longjinren. A cold glint ignited in Yuanshi's eyes, and a terrifying aura of sanctity surged forth. Shaking the heavens and the earth, he had considered the possibility of Huang Long encountering some misfortune, but he had never anticipated that he would be dead. Though Huang Long's cultivation was not high, he was a direct disciple of a saint. To dare slay a disciple of Yuanshi was an affront that could not go unpunished. If this grievance remained unavenged, would he not become a laughingstock throughout the Honghuang? Yuanshi summoned Huang Long's remains before him, golden light erupting from his palm as he attempted another divination. However, with Lu Chen possessing a system by his side, such divination would not be easily accomplished. Thus, Yuanshi's second attempt yielded no results. With 2 failed divinations, his expression grew increasingly ferocious. Since attaining the status of saint, he had never felt such rage as he did now. I care not who you are or what methods you employ. To dare slay my disciple, you shall pay a heavy price. Yuanshi returned to Kunlun Mountain, bearing the lifeless form of the yellow dragon true man. Since ordinary deductions proved futile, it was time to employ a more intricate approach. Regardless of the cost, he was determined to unearth this individual, to validate the might of Yuqing. On Jineo Island, Lu Chen remained unaware that the incident concerning the yellow dragon true man was on the verge of erupting. He was occupied with inventorying the cultivation resources within his storage pouch: earth spirit pills, heaven spirit pills, and flying immortal fruits. Although he lacked the most precious items, the quantity of ordinary cultivation resources was substantial. These resources would suffice to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of Xianxian in the shortest possible time. Once he reached that peak, supplemented by the hidden spirit pill he had just acquired, he could achieve the golden immortal status in one fell swoop. Just as Lu Chen intended to enter seclusion for cultivation, the sound of footsteps approached from outside the cave. Turned to glance. He found the golden spirit Holy Mother entering with a frosty expression. Lu Chen, I helped you earlier, and you simply leave like this? The words of the golden spirit Holy Mother carried a hint of resentment. Did I not express my gratitude to you, senior sister? Lu Chen replied, perplexed. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother gritted her teeth. Was that truly gratitude? To toss a single sentence and turn away, is that how one thanks another? Lu Chen was taken aback, then raised the storage pouch in his hand. Does senior sister also have her eye on the cultivation resources of Dingguang Immortal? The Golden Spirit Holy Mother cast a glance at the storage pouch. Was that her intention? Before she could respond, Lu Chen had already stowed the pouch away. Senior sister is a direct disciple of a saint. How could she possibly covet the resources of a golden immortal? I shan't be polite. The corners of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother's mouth twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Your visit today must not be solely about the matter of Dingguang Immortal. Right? Lu Chen's remark snapped the Golden Spirit Holy Mother back to reality. Indeed, I am not here merely for thanks or the like. I ask you, prior to joining the Jiejin sect, did you ever cultivate the supreme, clear divine thunder? Such words from senior sister imply that without being a disciple of the Jiejin sect, one cannot learn the supreme, clear divine thunder. Lu Chen retorted. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother immediately pressed on. So you mean to say that you perfected the supreme, clear divine thunder in merely a century? Lu Chen shook his head. This action relieved the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. After all, even she, along with Duo Bao, Zhao Gongming, and the three Shaos, could not have mastered the supreme, clear divine thunder to perfection within a century. How could an ordinary Xianxian possibly achieve such a feat? Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, this conclusion left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Within the Jiejin sect, which boasts a vast array of disciples, was there truly no one of exceptional talent? As the Golden Spirit Holy Mother was enveloped in disappointment, Lu Chen's voice rang out again. To be precise, it is merely a single instance of supreme, clear divine thunder. Mastering it to perfection hardly requires a century. 10 years would suffice. This was another objective for Lu Chen's attendance at the Dao conference. Due to his limitations, he needed to accelerate his cultivation speed, which necessitated a substantial amount of resources. Whether it was the 3 earth spirit pills of the outer disciples or the resources from Dingguang Immortal, they were insufficient. He needed to showcase his prowess to elevate his standing within the Jiejin sect, thereby acquiring more resources and magical abilities. In truth, he had perfected the supreme, clear divine thunder in just 1 year. After all, once he grasped the fundamentals, he could elevate it to its pinnacle with ease. He mentioned 10 years merely to avoid alarming the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother leaned in closer. Her beautiful eyes fixated on Lu Chen, her gaze sharp and penetrating to Lu Chen. Do you know what the consequences of deceiving me would be? Her eyes bore an intensity that seemed to penetrate through Lu Chen's very being. The notion that someone who had never practiced the supreme, clear divine thunder could master it in a century sounded utterly preposterous. 10 years seemed even more implausible at that moment. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother was seething with anger. Feeling that Lu Chen had dared to toy with her, at a pressure emanating from her, akin to that of a peak Tai golden immortal, loomed ominously. Should Lu Chen's next response fail to satisfy her, she would certainly teach him a lesson. Yet, Lu Chen appeared oblivious to the pressure of the peak Tai golden immortal. He took 2 steps back, maintaining a calm demeanor. I am not so idle. What? Is senior sister akin to Dingguang Immortal, believing that if she cannot achieve something, neither can others? These 2 casually spoken remarks left the Golden Spirit Holy Mother momentarily speechless. You, she stammered, who is like Dingguang Immortal? Your words are mere claims. How can you prove their veracity? Lu Chen shrugged, feigning helplessness. Believe it or not, I have indeed mastered the supreme, clear divine thunder, but I cannot demonstrate it for you again. His statement instantly brightened the Golden Spirit Holy Mother's eyes. She raised her right hand and pointed at Lu Chen's forehead. A piercing beam of spiritual light penetrated into Lu Chen's sea of consciousness. This is the supreme clear sword art of our Jiejin sect. You are correct. The matter of a supreme, clear divine thunder cannot be proven. However, if you truly possess such talent, cultivating this supreme, clear sword art should pose no challenge. I shall not make it difficult for you. Do not say 10 or 100 years, but if you can cultivate this supreme, clear sword art to perfection within 500 years, I will believe your previous claims. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother devised this clever strategy. Lu Chen's heart brimmed with joy. This was precisely what he desired. The magical abilities he currently possessed were still too few. The offensive power of the Supreme Clear Sword Art exceeded that of the Supreme Clear Divine Thunder. Though he had achieved his goal, he feigned a look of difficulty. What you say is true, Senior Sister, but I intend to enter seclusion to break through to golden immortal status. Why should I spend my time on the Supreme Clear Sword Art? The Golden Spirit Holy Mother ground her teeth in frustration. Lu Chen, you are taking advantage of me while pretending to be innocent. You think the Supreme Clear Sword Art is something a mere century-old beginner like you can access? Let me tell you. If you can perfect the Supreme Clear Sword Art within 500 years, it will prove the truth of your previous claims about the Supreme Clear Divine Thunder. I will personally recommend you to our master. At that time, the resources available to you will far exceed a few Earth Spirit pills. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. Senior Sister wouldn't deceive me, would she? Meeting Tongtian would be the best outcome. He was eager to discover what rewards awaited him for checking in with the heavenly Tao sage. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother was on the verge of exasperation. Do you think I have nothing better to do? Once the Supreme Clear Sword Art is perfected, I will take you to meet our master. But if your progress in cultivating the Supreme Clear Sword Art is sluggish, not only will you fail to meet the master, but I will also hold you accountable for secretly learning the Supreme Clear Sword Art. If Lu Chen truly possessed exceptional talent, everything would be fine, and if not, they would settle the score together later. After finishing her words, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother departed without further delay. Watching her leave, a faint smile curled at the corners of Lu Chen's mouth. 500 years to perfect the Supreme Clear Sword Art? Senior Sister, you truly underestimate me. For other practitioners, mastering the Supreme Clarity Sword technique to perfection is an arduous task. However, for Lu Chen, merely grasping the fundamentals allows him to instantly elevate it to its maximum potential. Seated in meditation, a torrent of information regarding the Supreme Clarity Sword technique surged within his mind that he decided to first cultivate the Supreme Clarity Sword technique. Months later, Lu Chen lifted his right hand, and a spiritual sword materialized in his palm, emitting a piercing sound of sword cries that reverberated throughout the cave. As he executed the hand seals, the spiritual sword split into two, suspended in midair and radiating a remarkable sharpness. With a swift clench of his fingers, the two spiritual swords disintegrated in an instant. The Supreme Clarity Sword technique was complete. Though he had only acquired a basic understanding, it was more than sufficient. He directly expended a portion of his comprehension points to elevate the Supreme Clarity Sword technique to its maximum level. In an instant, countless insights about the Supreme Clarity Sword technique flooded into his mind. Soon after, the technique reached perfection. With this accomplished, Lu Chen had resolved matters concerning the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. Yet this time, he sought more than just a fully mastered Supreme Clarity Sword technique. From the last discussion conference, he had accumulated 21 comprehension points, and after reaching the maximum level of the Supreme Clarity Sword technique, he had 20 points remaining. Thus, Lu Chen wished to explore the sublimation of his abilities. He decided to begin with the Supreme Clarity Divine Thunder and the Jade Clarity Divine Thunder. Would the host like to spend 10 comprehension points to achieve sublimation insights on the Supreme Clarity Divine Thunder and the Jade Clarity Divine Thunder? Lu Chen did not hesitate in the slightest. The power of the fully mastered Supreme Clarity Divine Thunder and Jade Clarity Divine Thunder was evident. If he could gain insights on top of that foundation and create an entirely new thunder technique, what would its power be? In the next moment, images shifted before Lu Chen's eyes as he found himself standing in the heavens, beneath which lay an endless expanse of thunderous seas. Arcs of lightning danced upon the surface of the thunder sea, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed incessantly. Suddenly, the thunder sea surged, and a thunder dragon erupted from the depths, charging toward Lu Chen. In an instant, he was engulfed by the thunder dragon. Yet there was no pain. Instead, a profound understanding emerged within him. Compared to the instant mastery of ordinary techniques, the sublimation insights of this divine technique were evidently more complex. After a brief moment, a system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for cultivating the Jade Clarity Divine Thunder and the Supreme Clarity Divine Thunder. Achieving insights into the Supreme Profound Divine Thunder. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with lightning as he raised his hands, manifesting the Jade Clarity Divine Thunder and the Supreme Clarity Divine Thunder in his palms. He then brought his hands together, and as the two bolts of thunder drew near, an overwhelming force surged forth. Previously, Lu Chen could only reach this point. However, now, with newfound understanding, he quickly identified the equilibrium between the two thunder techniques. Under his control, the two techniques merged into one, forming a delicate thunder dragon that danced between his hands, exuding an intensely dangerous aura. Lu Chen let out a deep breath, unable to conceal the joy on his face. The power of the Supreme Profound Divine Thunder was not merely the sum of the Jade Clarity Divine Thunder and the Supreme Clarity Divine Thunder. He was certain that with his current cultivation at the mystical immortal level, unleashing the Supreme Profound Divine Thunder would render him unmatched among the Golden Immortals. Those who were struck would certainly perish. Yet amid his delight, Lu Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. He sensed that the Supreme Profound Divine Thunder was not perfect. It seemed to lack something. Was it the Jade Clarity Divine Thunder? There's a saying in the primordial realm: red flowers, white lotus, green lotus leaves. The three teachings are originally one, although the three pure ones established three teachings and transmitted their doctrines. There remains an intrinsic connection between their magical arts. Lu Chen felt that by perfecting the Jade Clarity Divine Thunder and achieving sublimation insights into all three Divine Thunders, only then would the Thunder technique attain true perfection. Yet he currently had no means to learn the Jade Clarity Divine Thunder, and thus had to set that thought aside for now. Next, he proceeded to elevate the Supreme Profound Divine Thunder to its maximum level. Would the host like to spend 10 comprehension points to elevate the Supreme Profound Divine Thunder to its maximum level? Lu Chen, without much thought, instinctively agreed. Moments later, the Supreme Profound Divine Thunder reached its maximum level. However, as Lu Chen gazed at his remaining comprehension points, he was momentarily taken aback. Why did the Supreme Profound Divine Thunder require 10 comprehension points? All techniques and divine arts after sublimation insights require 10 comprehension points to reach maximum level. Upon reflection, this made sense, that if the Supreme Clarity Divine Thunder belonged to the first tier of divine techniques, then the Supreme Profound Divine Thunder was of the second tier, thus naturally requiring a greater cost for instant mastery. The primary issue was that Lu Chen was completely unprepared, but now that the situation had unfolded, he decided to accept it. After all, with numerous disciples in the Sect of the Calamity, he could simply earn more points during the next opportunity. At present, both the Supreme Clarity Sword technique and the Supreme Profound Divine Thunder had reached their maximum levels, and his cultivation needed to keep pace. Lu Chen swallowed a spirit elixir and then began secluding himself for cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another century passed on the western side of Golden Turtle Island. A powerful wave of magical energy surged skyward. Above the firmament, dark clouds gathered, accompanied by intermittent thunder. Many disciples on the island turned their gazes toward the spectacle. In truth, with a multitude of disciples in the Sect of the Calamity, it was not unusual for someone to undergo tribulation. However, such an overwhelming force was not comparable to the breakthroughs of Golden Immortals or Tai Golden Immortals. This signified that someone was attempting to ascend to the great Luo Golden Immortal level. Yet, the black clouds above dissipated mere moments later. Within a cave, a figure sat cross-legged upon a lotus platform. Dressed in dark robes, with a long beard and a black face, it was none other than Wu Yuanshi, one of the 7 celestial attendants. At this moment, a sense of helplessness was evident on Wu Yuanshi's dark visage. What exactly had gone awry that prevented him from taking that crucial step? As the foremost of the 7 celestial attendants, Wu Yuanshi possessed the highest cultivation among them, having reached the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal shortly after joining the Sect of the Calamity. Yet he still could not grasp the great Luo Golden Immortal level. Just as Wu Yuanshi was lost in thought, he suddenly took notice of something and directed his gaze outside the cave. Who goes there? As the words left his lips, a figure approached from outside. Ding Guangxian, what brings you here? Wu Yuanshi inquired, puzzled. Ding Guangxian immediately lamented, if you do not emerge from seclusion soon, there will be no place for us 7 celestial attendants in the Sect of the Calamity. Ding Guangxian was determined not to let the matter of the discussion conference slide. While he had no concern for the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, he could not tolerate Lu Chen's arrogance. He was resolved to make Lu Chen pay a price. It did not matter that he was no match for Lu Chen. He was not the only one among the 7 celestial attendants. Given Wu Yunxian's cultivation, if he could persuade him, even if Lu Chen had an impressive mastery of the supreme clarity, divine thunder, it would be of little use in divine technique could bridge the chasm between the mystical immortal and Tai golden immortal levels. Thus, after the discussion conference concluded, Ding Guangxian sought out Wu Yunxian. However, Wu Yunxian had been in seclusion, preventing their meeting. This time, he would not let this opportunity slip away. Wu Yunxian's expression darkened. "Speak and let me hear." Ding Guangxian immediately recounted the events of the discussion conference. Of course, in his account, the story had morphed into an entirely different version that Lu Chen, relying on his modest strength, had seized the cultivation resources of other disciples in the sect of the calamity. Ding Guangxian could not stand by idly and had attempted to intervene. However, Lu Chen disregarded the 7 celestial attendants entirely, even resorting to insults if it were merely a matter of me. I might have endured it, but Lu Chen's brazen insults toward the 7 celestial attendants left me no choice but to act against him. Ultimately, I was defeated and my storage bag was seized. Wu Yunxian listened intently. "Ding Guangxian, you are a golden immortal, yet you could not contend with a mere mystical immortal who has just joined the sect of the calamity." The word struck a chord with Ding Guangxian, igniting a surge of fury within him that Lu Chen had indeed achieved great mastery over the supreme clarity divine thunder, reaching a state of consummation. But so what if he has excelled in the supreme clarity divine thunder? You could not overcome a single mystical immortal, nor could Jin Guxian and others. Wu Yunxian could not comprehend why Ding Guangxian sought his assistance against a mystical immortal. Ding Guangxian hastily clarified. "If it were only me, it would be one thing, but the Golden Spirit Holy Mother was also present to protect him, which is why I was injured. He even took my storage bag." A glint of cold light flickered in Wu Yunxian's eyes. "The Golden Spirit Holy Mother, you say?" With the presence of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits, accompanied by the 7 celestial attendants, there truly exists no one capable of resolving this matter aside from her. However, the positioning of the 7 celestial attendants within the sect is inherently delicate. If they act rashly, will Lu Chen truly dare to insult my 7 celestial attendants? Absolutely true. The words of the celestial of steadfast light were delivered with unwavering certainty, as though they were an undeniable fact. He asserted that the 7 celestial attendants are merely 7 subordinates, unqualified to intervene in disputes among disciples of the sect. He further claimed that we're nothing more than mere armored beings. Without the sect, we would amount to nothing. This matter must exact a price from Lu Chen. Otherwise, how can my 7 celestial attendants maintain our standing within the sect? With each word from the celestial of steadfast light, the chill in the eyes of the celestial of dark clouds intensified. What a mere subordinate! What a mere armored being! The celestial of dark clouds was genuinely infuriated. He had been focused solely on his cultivation within the sect, avoiding contention. Yet this did not imply that anyone could trample upon the 7 celestial attendants. Moreover, this individual is merely a lowly, profound celestial. Take me to Lu Chen. I shall make him aware of the consequences of insulting my 7 celestial attendants. The celestial of dark clouds dashed out of the cave. A sinister expression crossed the face of the celestial of steadfast light. Lu Chen. Some accounts must be settled. Meanwhile, within the cave, Lu Chen had concluded his recent bout of cultivation. With the aid of various resources, such as earth spirit pills and hidden spirit pills, he had successfully broken through to the golden celestial realm. Now, his mastery of the 4 great divine arts, upper clear sword technique, upper clear divine thunder, jade clear divine thunder, and supreme profound sacred thunder, had reached their zenith. Coupled with his current golden celestial cultivation, battles against opponents of the same level posed no challenge. Even against the supreme golden celestial, he could emerge victorious. It is not an exaggeration to say that beneath the great Luo, he possesses the strength to engage in combat. Yet, the issue of his foundation remains. Upon ascending to the golden celestial realm, his cultivation speed has notably decelerated. Even the efficacy of certain cultivation resources has significantly diminished. Lu Chen sensed that unless he resolved the issue of his foundation, No amount of cultivation resources would enable him to break through to the supreme golden celestial realm. The inadequacy of his foundation must be addressed. Just as he grappled with this dilemma, a thunderous voice resonated from outside the cave. Lu Chen, come out. Outside the cave, the celestial of steadfast light was shouting. With the celestial of dark clouds present, dealing with Lu Chen should be a simple task. Today, he not only seeks to avenge his previous humiliation, but also to reclaim all the cultivation resources Lu Chen had taken from him. Then, a figure emerged from the cave. Lu Chen wore a mocking expression as he regarded the celestial of steadfast light. Isn't it still too early for the distribution of cultivation resources? Are you so eager to deliver them to me? The face of the celestial of steadfast light flushed crimson. Reminded by Lu Chen, he recalled that his losses encompassed not only the resources in that storage bag, but everything he would possess in the future. Lu Chen, I lost to you merely due to a moment of carelessness that if you apologize and return my cultivation resources, I might still plead for you before the celestial of dark clouds. Lu Chen's gaze shifted to the celestial of dark clouds that he was well aware of the latter's stature. As the leader of the 7 celestial attendants, his future was destined for great Luo. Presently, he stood at the pinnacle of the supreme golden celestial realm. Enough of this waiting. Let me check in first. With no understanding points in hand, it felt somewhat hollow. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in with the celestial of dark clouds, earning 2 comprehension points and the treasure purple star dragonbone bow. Subsequently, information regarding the purple star dragonbone bow appeared. This bow is a congenital spiritual treasure, precisely what Lu Chen required at this moment. Due to the aforementioned issues with his foundation, ordinary cultivation resources would yield diminished returns in his hands. For the time being, the upper clear divine thunder and upper clear sword technique sufficed. However, in terms of treasures, while the divine slayer spear existed, this formidable artifact of heavenly wrath was not something that could be wielded lightly. The purple star dragonbone bow would aptly fill the current void in his arsenal. As Lu Chen checked in, the celestial of dark clouds scrutinized him with a cold gaze, which radiated an air of chill. In less than a century, he had progressed from a profound celestial to a golden celestial, an undeniably swift ascent among outer disciples. However, with such cultivation, he lacked the qualification to act recklessly within the sect. The celestial of steadfast light, hearing this, was momentarily taken aback before fixing a steely gaze upon Lu Chen. You have become a golden celestial? You have used my cultivation resources. The tone of the celestial of steadfast light sharpened. During their last duel, Lu Chen had still been a profound celestial. How could he have made such a leap in under a century? His resources. Lu Chen must have consumed those resources from his storage bag. Damn it, those were painstakingly gathered by me to aid my ascension to the supreme golden celestial. Lu Chen maintained his composure. Are not cultivation resources meant to be utilized? Moreover, what do you mean by your resources? From the moment you lost to me, all your resources became mine. He then turned his attention back to the celestial of dark clouds. My strength is not for you to assess. Let me be clear. If you leave now, I shall treat this encounter as though it never occurred. But if you choose to stand up for the celestial of steadfast light, then your resources will be at risk. That he understood that the celestial of steadfast light had likely persuaded the celestial of dark clouds to intervene, for based on his previous knowledge of the latter, he would not assist the celestial of steadfast light if he were aware of the true circumstances of the Tao conference. However, Lu Chen was disinclined to elaborate. Any unnecessary explanations paled in comparison to a direct confrontation. He was eager to test his current strength against the peak of the supreme golden celestial realm represented by the celestial of dark clouds. The celestial of dark clouds scoffed coldly. Your cultivation may not be high, but your arrogance is unmatched within the sect. If you wish to claim my resources, let us see if you possess the ability, given that I am a whole realm above you. I shall allow you to make the first move. Lu Chen did not hesitate, unleashing his golden celestial prowess. Then I shall see just how formidable you, the leader of the 7 celestial attendants, truly are. His hand gestures shifted continuously, summoning dark clouds in the sky, accompanied by the deafening thunderclap of upper clear divine thunder. In the next instant, a bolt of dark red lightning, thick as a human arm, descended from above. Upon witnessing this familiar upper clear divine thunder, the celestial of steadfast light felt a shiver run down his spine, a wave of dread flooding over him. Instinctively, he recoiled and looked to the celestial of dark clouds. If he could not withstand this upper clear divine thunder, surely the celestial of dark clouds would have no problem. As the bolt of lightning hurtled downwards, the expression on the celestial of dark clouds grew solemn. Dressed in dark robes that billowed ominously, the aura of a peak supreme golden celestial surged forth like a tidal wave. Radiant spiritual light coalesced in his right hand, just as the upper clear divine thunder was about to strike. A divine palm seal surged forth to meet it. The two divine powers collided violently, resulting in a spectacular explosion of lightning and shattering palm prints, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The commotion swiftly captured the attention of numerous disciples of the sect. A flurry of lights dashed in from afar, cries of astonishment erupting that not the celestial of dark clouds. Who dares to engage in a duel with him? It seemed to be a new disciple. What audacity for a golden celestial to challenge the celestial of dark clouds. Have you been unaware during your seclusion? This individual is named Lu Chen. He joined the sect a century ago and has perfected the upper clear divine thunder. A century to perfect the upper clear divine thunder? Yet, even so, a golden celestial cannot possibly triumph over a supreme golden celestial. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a glimmer of golden light surged forth, heralding the arrival of the golden spirit mother. Her gaze instantly fixed upon the immortal of steadfast light. Upon noticing her attention, the immortal instinctively retreated 2 steps, yet he quickly regained his composure. What was there to fear? With the cloudy sage present, the golden spirit mother displayed no intention of intervening. Redirecting her focus to Lu Chen, she was curious to see how much progress Lu Chen had made with the supreme sword technique during this time. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the supreme divine thunder and the formidable imprint of divine power shattered simultaneously. The cloudy sage's expression towards Lu Chen shifted noticeably. Blood dripped from his right hand. Initially, upon hearing from the immortal of steadfast light that Lu Chen had perfected the supreme divine thunder, he had been skeptical. After all, even he had only mastered it to a grand accomplishment. How could a newcomer, merely a century into the teachings, possibly achieve perfection? The immortal of steadfast light, lacking in experience, had assumed Lu Chen's supreme divine thunder was merely at the level of grand accomplishment. Yet, after witnessing the recent display, he was convinced that Lu Chen's supreme divine thunder had indeed reached the pinnacle of perfection. Such talent was truly astonishing. It was no wonder the immortal of steadfast light was no match for him. This technique was undeniably powerful. However, before me, it remains insufficient. This divine ability cannot compensate for the disparity in cultivation between a golden immortal and a supreme golden immortal. The cloudy sage stepped forward, his aura steadily rising. This battle of wits had only just begun. An overwhelming pressure, characteristic of a peak supreme golden immortal, enveloped the entire arena. The surrounding spectators were relatively unaffected, as the pressure was not directed at them. However, for Lu Chen, the direct recipient, his expression grew increasingly grave. He felt as if a monumental weight bore down upon him. Had he not attained the status of a golden immortal, he would have found it nearly impossible to withstand such oppressive force. This was the crushing disparity of cultivation levels. Under normal circumstances, even a profound immortal, no matter how many techniques he mastered, would struggle against a supreme golden immortal. Yet, he was already a golden immortal. Come! With a fierce shout, Lu Chen unleashed his full cultivation at the golden immortal level. The pressure exerted by the cloudy sage diminished significantly. With his left hand forming a seal, he summoned another supreme divine thunder. The cloudy sage stepped forward. I warned you. If the only technique you possess is the supreme divine thunder, it will not suffice. The supreme divine thunder I can wield as well. As thunder roared, the cloudy sage similarly unleashed the supreme divine thunder. Though his power did not match Lu Chen's, this grand accomplishment of the supreme divine thunder was not to be underestimated. The two bolts of thunder collided violently in midair, causing the thunderous light to shatter. Ultimately, the cloudy sage's supreme divine thunder proved slightly lacking, being overwhelmed by Lu Chen's. Nevertheless, Lu Chen's supreme divine thunder had its might diminished. The cloudy sage recited a spell, and a luminous shadow appeared above his head. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a colossal golden-whiskered Ao fish. This was the cloudy sage's innate manifestation. In the next moment, the golden-whiskered Ao fish opened its enormous mouth and swallowed the supreme, divine thunderhole. After nullifying Lu Chen's attack, the cloudy sage launched a sudden offensive. Waves of divine techniques rained down upon Lu Chen, leaving him with no choice but to evade continuously. This scene ignited fervent discussions among the onlookers. Lu Chen's cultivation was still too low. Relying solely on the supreme divine thunder was futile. One must consider who his opponent was, the foremost of the seven sages, the cloudy sage, that if Lu Chen were to emerge victorious, it would indeed be extraordinary. Yet, if the cloudy sage triumphed, would the immortal of steadfast light demand cultivation resources from us again, as he did after the last debate conference? Who could say? Alas, we newcomers can hardly compare to the seasoned members of the sect. We must fend for ourselves. While the crowd engaged in discussions, the Golden Spirit Mother's gaze remained fixed upon Lu Chen. At this moment, Lu Chen appeared quite disheveled. The Golden Spirit Mother was filled with perplexity. Why had he yet to employ the supreme sword technique? Had he devoted this time solely to elevating his cultivation to that of a golden immortal, neglecting the practice of the supreme sword technique? No. Suddenly, the Golden Spirit Mother discerned a crucial detail. Although the cloudy sage's onslaught was indeed fierce, Lu Chen's evasions were executed with remarkable precision. Yet, there was no sign of panic upon his face. This fellow was utilizing the cloudy sage's attack to acclimate himself to the power of the golden immortal realm. He was concealing his true capabilities. She was eager to observe how long Lu Chen could maintain this facade. At that moment, the cloudy sage, unwilling to linger further in this contention, declared, "This ends now." The cloudy sage formed a seal, and the immense shadow of the golden-whiskered Ao fish cast a vast area of influence. Lunging directly at Lu Chen, the range of this attack was so expansive that Lu Chen found himself with no room to evade. Recognizing that escape was futile, he resolutely remained in place. A flicker of sword light swept through his eyes, and a spirit sword materialized in the palm of his left hand. That I didn't expect you to have also cultivated the supreme sword technique. However, this would not change the outcome. The cloudy sage remained unfazed. In his view, Lu Chen's supreme sword technique was at best minorly accomplished, perhaps merely introductory. Such a level of the supreme sword technique posed no threat to him. In the next instant, the golden-whiskered Ao fish consumed Lu Chen entirely. It was over. The immortal of steadfast light wore a smug expression, with Lu Chen as a cautionary tale, which newcomers would dare oppose him again. Cloudy! The immortal of steadfast light's words were cut short, as the cloudy sage's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze fixated upon the shadow of the Ao fish. Suddenly, from within the depths of the fish, a resounding sword chant echoed, and a piercing sword light erupted forth. Yet, this was merely the beginning, as more and more sword lights surged forth. In just a few breaths, the cloudy sage's fish shadow was engulfed by the sword light. Slash! A chilling cry resonated from within the fish's shadow. Countless spirit swords erupted forth. In an instant, above Golden Ao Island, a myriad of swords filled the sky, each emanating a chilling sharpness that sent shivers through the onlookers. This spectacle left the gathered crowd in awe, staring at Lu Chen. Was such a divine ability truly within the grasp of a golden immortal? Even the Golden Spirit Mother, the direct disciple of the saint, looked momentarily dazed. The technique Lu Chen was now executing was one she was intimately familiar with, the supreme sword technique she had imparted to him during their last encounter. She herself had cultivated this technique, achieving grand accomplishment. Yet, the version Lu Chen wielded now was incomparably superior. Despite her disbelief, the evidence lay before her. Lu Chen's supreme sword technique was equally perfected. The prior claim of Lu Chen achieving perfection in the supreme divine thunder within 10 years was indeed truthful. How had he accomplished this? One must recognize that human energy is finite. Perfecting a supreme divine thunder indicates Lu Chen possessed unique insights and comprehension regarding this technique. Yet how could he also have perfected the supreme sword technique in under a century? During this period, he had even ascended to the level of a golden immortal. At this moment, the Golden Spirit Mother's understanding was profoundly shaken, as the Golden Spirit Mother stood in astonishment. The immortal of steadfast light's eyes were awash with a myriad of blood vessels. Why had Lu Chen's supreme sword technique reached such an extraordinary level? By what right? How could a mere century-old initiate achieve such accomplishments? Even the cloudy sage was not his equal. Impossible. The immortal of steadfast light turned to the cloudy sage, who had yet to be defeated. At this moment, the cloudy sage trembled uncontrollably, and a mouthful of blood spurted forth. The unexpected assault of the supreme sword technique had inflicted considerable damage upon him. However, more than his injuries, he was preoccupied with Lu Chen's supreme sword technique. A perfected supreme sword technique, the cloudy sage questioned, his voice trembling, indeed. Upon hearing Lu Chen's affirmative response, the cloudy sage's heart was filled with unparalleled astonishment. Have cultivated the supreme divine thunder and the supreme sword technique to such heights in such a short time. I can only bow in admiration. Enough of this idle chatter. Do you possess any other techniques? If so, feel free to unleash them. Lu Chen was rather disinclined to heed the musings of Wu Yuanxian. With a mere thought, he directed the myriad of spiritual swords in the sky towards Wu Yuanxian. Their sharpness formidable enough to challenge even a Tai golden immortal. Wu Yuanxian took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with a hint of coldness. That Lu Chen, by rights, your ability to injure me with your golden immortal cultivation should already signify your victory. Yet, your malevolent intentions render you unworthy, regardless of your innate talent. I, Wu Yuanxian, shall not permit you to act with impunity within the ranks of the Jiejin. Today, I am determined to subdue you. Having exhausted his own means, Wu Yuanxian still possessed a trump card. A flicker of dark light appeared in his right hand, and upon its dissipation, a hammer materialized in his grasp. It was the primordial hammer. The emergence of this artifact stirred considerable debate among the onlookers. Is that a congenital spiritual treasure? You don't know? That's Wu Yuanxian's congenital spiritual treasure, the primordial hammer, renowned for its tremendous power. Indeed, a Tai golden immortal battling a golden immortal, and he resorting to using a congenital spiritual treasure. What can be done? Have you not witnessed the might of Lu Chen's supreme clarity sword technique? Without invoking a congenital spiritual treasure, Wu Yuanxian would struggle to secure a victory, should he lose this confrontation. How could the 7 celestial attendants of Jiejin maintain their standing? I understand the rationale, but this seems rather unfair. Some murmured, this moment. Lu Chen also fixated on the primordial hammer, allowing a light chuckle to escape his lips. A congenital spiritual treasure. I see this as your final gambit. Historically, within the grand narrative of the primordial era, Wu Yuanxian had wielded the primordial hammer to inflict harm upon both Qi Jingzi and Guang Qingzi. Showcasing its formidable prowess, a self-deprecating smile crept across Wu Yuanxian's lips. Artifacts are indeed a facet of strength, he mused, his own reasoning difficult to swallow. Yet, for the sake of the 7 celestial attendants' reputation and to rectify the conduct of Jiejin's disciples, thereby extinguishing the predatory tendencies exemplified by Lu Chen, he resolved to subdue Lu Chen today. With resolve hardening in his eyes, Wu Yuanxian unleashed the peak aura of a Tai golden immortal once more. And the previously shattered phantom of the golden-whiskered Ao fish reformed. Though its might was diminished compared to before, it remained formidable. In the next moment, Wu Yuanxian swung his right hand, sending the primordial hammer hurtling toward Lu Chen in a streak of dark light. Accompanied by the phantom of the golden-whiskered Ao fish, it must end now. Wu Yuanxian's face bore a hint of helplessness. To be cornered by golden immortal was a testament to his inadequacy. Yet beneath the dual assault of the primordial hammer and the Ao fish phantom, Lu Chen remained unfazed. The piercing sound of sword cries reverberated through the heavens as the myriad of spiritual swords from the supreme clarity sword technique once again pierced through the phantom of the Ao fish. But beyond the phantom lay the primordial hammer. As the hammer descended, Lu Chen remained motionless, showing no inclination to evade in the past. Faced with such a congenital spiritual treasure, he would have found himself at a disadvantage. However, just moments ago, he had acquired a congenital spiritual treasure of his own. He resolved to test the power of the ZY Dragonbone bow against the primordial hammer. Raising his right hand, he prepared to summon the bow when suddenly, a resonant dragon-s roar and tiger-s howl echoed through the air. A ray of golden light surged from the distance. Colliding thunderously with the primordial hammer, Wu Yunxian was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of fury. Jinling Shengmu. What is the meaning of this? The one who had intercepted the primordial hammer was none other than the Rui of the dragon and tiger. Jinling Shengmu's beautiful eyes fixed coldly on Wu Yunxian. Wu Yunxian. This ends here. You, a Tai golden immortal, resorting to all manner of stratagems against a fellow golden immortal. Truly, you have no shame left. If you wish to continue fighting, I shall oblige. Among the many disciples of Jiejin, it was a rare occasion to see someone like Lu Chen emerge. She could not allow Wu Yunxian to harm him. Wu Yunxian's brows furrowed. Even if he remained uninjured, facing Jinling, Shengmu offered him little chance of victory, especially after having been previously wounded by the supreme clarity sword technique. Jinling. This Lu Chen possesses a modicum of talent in magical arts. Yet his intentions are vile, oppressing his peers. If he is not punished, how can order be maintained? Do you truly wish to protect him? Jinling Shengmu appeared perplexed, struggling to comprehend Wu Yunxian's words. She glanced back at Lu Chen, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of inquiry. Lu Chen oppressing his peers. Lu Chen, too, wore an expression of incredulity. Vile intentions, oppressing peers. Where does this accusation stem from? How dare you argue? Wu Yunxian shouted in anger. You deny that you oppressed your peers before. When Ding Guangxi intervened, you attacked him, injuring him and seizing his cultivation resources. Jinling Shengmu, if you insist on shielding this person, I shall have no choice but to seek the judgment of the sect leader. Wu Yunxian's righteous indignation rang clear, each word resonating with authority. As he concluded, he sensed numerous gazes fixated upon him, their expressions a mix of shock and skepticism, yet unified in their perception of him as a fool. Just as Wu Yunxian was about to lash out, he noticed the derision etched upon Jinling Shengmu's face. Wu Yunxian, after all your years of cultivation, you still cannot discern right from wrong. It is a disgrace for a Tai golden immortal. Allow me to enlighten you. It was Ding Guangxian who, under the guise of the 7 celestial attendants, oppressed the newcomers of Jiejin and seized their cultivation resources. Lu Chen merely could not stand by and taught Ding Guangxian a lesson. Jinling Shengmu's words struck Wu Yunxian like thunder. He stood frozen for a moment, then with great difficulty, turned away. Chong, air. The icy words spilled from his lips. Ding Guangxian, who had been on the verge of departing, suddenly froze in place, his face contorted with discomfort. He had never anticipated that Wu Yunxian would fail to subdue Lu Chen and even attract Jinling Shengmu's attention. Wu Yunxian. Do not heed Jinling Shengmu. She stands with Lu Chen. You must understand that the inner disciples have always looked down upon us. Ding Guangxian hastily attempted to explain. Before he could finish, another voice chimed in. Do not listen to him. I can testify that Ding Guangxian, under the pretense of the Tao Discussion Conference, demanded that we hand over half of our cultivation resources to him. I can testify as well. With each voice raised in support of Lu Chen, Wu Yunxian's complexion paled further. In truth, Ding Guangxian had not presented a particularly convincing case when he approached Wu Yunxian. However, Wu Yunxian had been completely unprepared and had never imagined that Ding Guangxian would scheme against him to deal with a golden immortal, especially after having been defeated by Lu Chen. At this moment, he felt as though he had become the subject of ridicule. The orchestrator of this farce was none other than Ding Guangxian. In a fit of rage, Wu Yunxian's face flushed a deep crimson. Wu Yunxian, I believe I must remind you, Ding Guangxian has already fled. Lu Chen suddenly pointed in the direction of Ding Guangxian's escape. Wu Yunxian was taken aback, then dashed madly after Ding Guangxian. Today, I shall make Ding Guangxian pay the price. As Wu Yunxian departed, Lu Chen moved to pursue him. Where do you think you're going? Wu Yunxian will handle Ding Guangxian himself. Jin Ling, Sheng Mu intercepted Lu Chen. Wu Yunxian has lost to me, and he has yet to provide my cultivation resources. Lu Chen's words left Jin Ling, Sheng Mu speechless. This Lu Chen we can discuss Wu Yunxian's matters upon his return. In less than a century, the Supreme Clarity Sword technique will reach perfection. I had previously underestimated your capabilities. I apologize. Please return and wait. I shall go introduce you to my master, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. Having spoken, proceeded directly to the palace of Azure Immortals. Within Lu Chen's heart, a surge of anticipation arose. The opportunity to encounter a saint was finally at hand. The moment Lu Chen triumphed over the immortal of dark clouds. At Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, the grand scheme of the Primordial One reached a pivotal moment. The Primordial One gazed upon a fragment of the remains of the yellow dragon true man before him. He raised his right hand, and a drop of blood materialized at the tip of his index finger. Subsequently, he used his finger as a pen, transforming the blood into ink, inscribing a complex and profound sigil upon the bone fragment. As the final stroke of the sigil was completed, a burst of golden light erupted from the remains, and a luminous screen appeared before the Primordial One. He fixed his gaze upon this screen. After a few breaths, a hazy silhouette gradually emerged upon the luminous screen. It was indeed the site where the yellow dragon true man engaged in a battle of magic with Lu Chen. A cold smile crept upon the corners of the Primordial One's mouth. During this period, he had paid a significant price to complete this divination. Next, he would be able to recreate what the yellow dragon true man witnessed in life. He was eager to discover who dared to slay his disciple. Soon, within the indistinct luminous screen, a tremendous aura of malevolence surged forth, and a terrifying spear light aimed directly at the yellow dragon true man. The Primordial One was momentarily taken aback, narrowing his eyes. Although the image was exceedingly vague, merely allowing him to discern a general outline, it was evident that this was a spear-type magical treasure. In the vast wilderness, such a deadly aura could only belong to the spear of God-slaying. The yellow dragon true man had actually perished under the spear of God-slaying, just as he sought to ascertain the appearance of the spear wielder. The screen before him began to violently fluctuate, vanishing within mere moments. This moment. The Primordial One wore a look of bewilderment. It was one thing for the vision to be unclear, but at this crucial juncture, it had disappeared. He attempted to invoke the divination technique once more. Yet regardless of his efforts, the luminous screen revealed no further changes. The Primordial One's brows knitted tightly, a visage of confusion adorning his features. Was this divination merely to confirm the identity of the magical treasure that killed the yellow dragon true man? Logically, given the price he had paid for this divination, even the quasi-saints, let alone the same heavenly path saints, should have been able to glean some insights. Yet the reality lay before him. He could not even discern the figure of the assailant. Little did he know that Lu Chen possessed a system of protection, a significant anomaly in the wilderness. Not only he, but even Dao ancestor Hongjun would be unable to decipher it. Soon, the Primordial One's expression began to ease, though the spear of God-slaying belonged to Luo, and Luo, who was already deceased. Even had he lived, it would not have evaded his divination capabilities. Thus, Luo, who could be excluded, it seemed that the assailant who dared to kill the yellow dragon true man had calculated that he would not be able to deduce their identity. The more this was the case, the more determined he became to unearth the perpetrator. Since he could not find answers regarding the yellow dragon true man, he would seek them elsewhere. One should not underestimate the methods of the Primordial One. The most straightforward approach lay before him. He would seek out Hongjun. Surely, his master would possess a solution. However, to approach his master over a mere yellow dragon true man would be somewhat excessive, and he might even incur his master's ire. Thus, only one final option remained. The yellow dragon true man had encountered misfortune while pursuing Lu Chen. Lu Chen might possess some knowledge. He resolved to seek Lu Chen. For the time being, he could only search for clues through Lu Chen. The Primordial One promptly made his decision and departed from the Jade Void Palace on Golden Turtle Island. Lu Chen returned to his cave abode. His battle with the Immortal of Dark Clouds had afforded him a clearer understanding of his current strength. Although his victory was aided by an information disparity, he was well acquainted with the abilities of the Immortal of Dark Clouds, while the latter had only a vague understanding of him. Victory remained victory, any genuine life and death duel. Whether it be magical treasures, mental fortitude, or information, all constitute a part of one's strength. Furthermore, he had not utilized his full power. Neither the supreme profound holy thunder nor the Ziwei dragonbone bow had been employed. It was not an exaggeration to say that beneath the great Luo golden immortal, he was invincible, in the realm of golden immortals. He should be regarded as the foremost figure in the wilderness. Yet this was still insufficient. Individuals like Guang Qingzi, the immortal of dark clouds, and the holy mother of golden spirit would, given some time, inevitably break through to the great Luo golden immortal. However, should Lu Chen fail to resolve his foundational issues, it would be challenging for him to ascend even to the Tai golden immortal level, let alone the great Luo golden immortal. Presently, he could only place his hopes on the rewards from the checkpoint. If merely checking in as a Tai golden immortal could yield a piece of innate spiritual treasure, then receiving something to enhance his foundation for checking in as a saint should not be too much to ask. Perhaps even one of the innate 10 spiritual roots would suffice. If not, something of slightly lesser value could also work. Next, he awaited news from the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. In less than 200 years since joining the sect, both the Supreme Clarity Holy Thunder and the Supreme Clarity Sword Technique had reached perfection. With such talent, there should be no issue in encountering the celestial ladder. After a brief half-hour, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit returned with good news. "Follow me to meet the Master." The two proceeded towards the Palace of Azure Immortals. Upon entering, Lu Chen immediately spotted the figure clad in azure ahead. Who else could it be but Tongtian? He checked in directly. "Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in at Tongtian, earning 100 points of enlightenment value and 1 divine demon soul blood fruit." Indeed, a saint is a saint. A single check-in yielded 100 points of enlightenment value. This equated to 100 magical techniques reaching maximum proficiency with a single command out of course. In comparison to this 100 points of contribution, Lu Chen was far more interested in that divine demon soul blood fruit. Just the name alone set it apart from the ordinary. With a thought, information regarding the divine demon soul blood fruit materialized before his eyes. Divine demon soul blood fruit. Consuming it can lead to a complete transformation, elevating one's foundation to the pinnacle of innate divine demon level. Upon reading this description, Lu Chen nearly erupted into laughter. Hadn't the issue of his foundation just been resolved? Initially, he had merely hoped to elevate his foundation by 1 or 2 levels. Little did he expect the system's check-in reward to be so generous, presenting him with the divine demon soul blood fruit. This was indeed a pinnacle innate divine demon foundation. It is important to note that the foundation is essentially predetermined by innate qualities. Even if there are means to alter it later, the cost would be exceedingly high. In all his understanding of the wilderness, he had yet to encounter any heavenly spiritual treasure or technique capable of elevating an individual's foundation to the pinnacle innate divine demon level. Thus, as long as he had sufficient resources for cultivation, achieving the status of a primordial great Luo golden immortal in the future would not pose a problem. Lost in thought, a sudden urgent voice broke through his reverie. "Master, this is Lu Chen, whom I mentioned earlier. What are you doing? Hurry and pay your respects to the Master." The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit looked at Lu Chen with an expression of utmost urgency. This individual possessed such talent in magical arts and techniques. How could he stand before the Master without uttering a word? Regaining his composure, Lu Chen hastily bowed in salutation. Disciple Lu Chen pays respects to the Master. Joining the Chan Sect did not equate to becoming a disciple of Tongtian. Tongtian's gaze slowly shifted towards him. "You were once a disciple of the Chan Sect. Why have you sought refuge in my Chan Sect?" His calm voice bore an inexplicable weight of pressure upon Lu Chen. After all, Lu Chen was the first disciple of the Primordial One, and Tongtian retained some memory of him. Unfazed, Lu Chen replied with composure. "Previously I was, but now I am not. The Jade-Clear Holy One deemed my foundation too low and has expelled me from the Chan Sect." That a trace of resentment flickered within Lu Chen's heart. He was quite curious to see the expression on the Primordial One's face when he revealed his pinnacle innate divine demon foundation one day. Tongtian's expression remained indifferent. "Demonstrate your supreme clarity, Holy Thunder, and supreme clarity sword technique. Lu Chen immediately focused his energy, and in an instant, the sound of thunder reverberated and a myriad of swords chimed in unison. Tongtian's gaze lingered on Lu Chen for a brief moment, and a hint of surprise flickered in the depths of his eyes. The supreme clarity sword technique and supreme clarity holy thunder were his creations. He naturally understood how challenging it was for a golden immortal to perfect these two techniques. Let alone within a mere 200 years, he questioned whether he himself could have achieved such mastery at the golden immortal stage. Raising his right hand, Tongtian unleashed his saintly might, obliterating both the supreme clarity holy thunder and the supreme clarity sword technique. How is your cultivation of the supreme clarity technique? It has reached perfection. The four simple words left the golden spirit holy mother utterly astounded. Is it possible that not only has the supreme clarity sword technique and the supreme clarity divine thunder been perfected, but even the supreme clarity technique as well? What kind of prodigy is this Lu Chen in the realm of cultivating divine powers? Tongtian gradually began to speak. Although your background is somewhat lacking, your comprehension of divine powers is far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Without hesitation, Lu Chen respectfully replied, I am willing to be your disciple. Although the issue of his background was about to be resolved, he still required some assistance before truly growing into a top-tier powerhouse. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple, Tongtian declared, as two beams of light descended before Lu Chen. Lu Chen gazed at the two items before him, feeling a profound stir within. The purple lightning hammer was a congenital spiritual treasure, while the 7-turn Linglong pill was exceptionally suitable for golden immortals. Consuming it could significantly enhance a golden immortal's comprehension, and for those at the peak of the golden immortal stage, it could increase the chances of breaking through to the Tai golden immortal level. For others, a single 7-turn Linglong pill might not guarantee a breakthrough to Tai golden immortal. However, for Lu Chen, after his background transformation, as long as he reached the peak of golden immortal and consumed a 7-turn Linglong pill, breaking through to Tai golden immortal would be far from difficult. Reflecting on the time, he became a disciple of the primordial one. He recalled receiving merely a pill suited for celestial immortal cultivation at that time. The primordial one had yet to attain sainthood, and his possessions were quite limited, many treasures obtained later at the treasure distribution rock. Furthermore, the pill suitable for celestial immortal cultivation was indeed the best fit for Lu Chen back then. Yet compared to Tongtian's current generosity, it was simply incomparable. Thank you, Master, Lu Chen expressed sincerely, just as he finished speaking. A frantic cry for help echoed from outside Bo Palace. Master, save me! In the next moment, the Dingguang immortal rushed in. Appearing utterly wretched, he was covered in blood, his right arm hanging limply. Dingguang immortal had no choice. The enraged immortal seemed intent on killing him. In despair, he had to seek Tongtian's help. And no sooner had he spoken than Weiyun immortal chased in after him. It was no wonder when immortal was so furious. He had been thoroughly exploited by Dingguang immortal this time, and had not even managed to defeat Lu Chen. 1 could only imagine the image he would project in the eyes of the Jiejin disciples after this battle, confused right from wrong. Merely a figure of empty reputation, a peak Tai golden immortal unable to triumph over a mere golden immortal. This was a significant loss of face. What is the meaning of this? Tongtian's gaze turned cold as he regarded Weiyun immortal and Dingguang immortal. This demeanor from the 7 immortals was truly unacceptable. Weiyun immortal immediately recounted the events in broad strokes, imploring Tongtian to punish Dingguang immortal severely, now that they had arrived at Bo Palace. Weiyun immortal dared not act rashly. Tongtian shot Dingguang immortal a stern glared, Go apologize to the Jiejin disciples you bullied earlier, and then you shall be confined to Golden Ao Island for 1,000,000 years. During your confinement, all cultivation resources shall belong to Lu Chen. After your confinement ends, the distribution of cultivation resources will be determined by Lu Chen. Dingguang immortal turned pale. Confinement was one matter, but apologizing to those disciples? That was utterly humiliating. Master, no need for further words. You may all leave. Tongtian's words brooked no dissent. Dingguang immortal shot a resentful glance at Lu Chen, his eyes filled with bitterness. All of today's misfortunes were thanks to Lu Chen. As several individuals departed for Bo Palace, Lu Chen called out to Weiyun Immortal. "Do you have something you owe me?" Weiyun Immortal looked confused, momentarily taken aback. "Before our duel, we discussed the matter of cultivation resources. Why do you deny it now that you have lost?" The corner of Weiyun Immortal's mouth twitched. Angered by Dingguang Immortal, he had indeed forgotten about this matter that Weiyun Immortal, always keep my word. He then produced a storage bag, beginning to sift through the cultivation resources within. However, before he could finish selecting, Lu Chen snatched it away. "What is there to choose? All of this belongs to me now." Weiyun Immortal's eyes widened in shock that he looked to the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, seeking confirmation, but she appeared indifferent. Lu. Just as Weiyun Immortal was about to speak, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. In that moment, both the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and Weiyun Immortal found themselves immobilized, their faces etched with astonishment. The direct recipient of this oppressive force, Lu Chen's complexion turned ashen. Every hair on his body standing on end uncontrollably. Although he had achieved the Golden Immortal level, he found himself utterly powerless against this pressure, unable to even move a muscle if the other party harbored any murderous intent. A mere thought would suffice. Lu Chen. A chilling voice resounded from above that moment. The pressure enveloping Lu Chen lessened slightly. He looked up to see a figure in white standing atop the dome. Gazing down with a detached expression, was the Jade Clear Saint, the primordial one. This was the first time Lu Chen had encountered the primordial one since leaving the Chan Sect, and his heart was filled with confusion. He did not recall the primordial one visiting Golden Ao Island at this particular time in the original timeline. What could have brought him here? Could it be that the death of the Huanglong true person had been revealed? No, he had the system's protection. Even a saint could not deduce his situation. Moreover, if his involvement in the death of Huanglong true person had truly come to light, the primordial one would have acted directly. Regardless, it was evident that the primordial one had not come with good intentions. As Lu Chen pondered the primordial one's motives, a calm voice echoed from within Bo Palace. "Primordial one, what brings you to my Golden Ao Island?" Tongtian emerged from the palace, stepping in front of Lu Chen and the others. The moment he appeared, the terrifying pressure that had enveloped the three dissipated entirely. The commotion drew the attention of other Jiejin disciples on Golden Ao Island. Nearly all the disciples, except those in secluded meditation, emerged from their abodes to witness the scene. Saints are not easily encountered, let alone two of them, under the watchful eyes of the Jiejin disciples. The primordial one cast a glance at Tongtian. Lu Chen. "Come with me to Kunlun Mountain." In truth, he was extremely infuriated. With his capabilities, discovering Lu Chen's entry into the Jiejin was hardly a challenge. Generally, he would not concern himself with who joined the Jiejin. However, Lu Chen was different. Lu Chen had once been a disciple of the Chan Sect, and when he was there, he had only achieved the status of a profound immortal. With the means available to a saint, elevating Lu Chen to Golden Immortal would be a trivial matter. The main issue was Lu Chen's low background. Even if he were raised to Golden Immortal, he would ultimately be unable to progress further. Furthermore, during his time in the Chan Sect, Lu Chen had not exerted much effort in his cultivation, so why waste time on him? Yet now, Lu Chen had entered the Jiejin and, in just 200 years, had attained the status of Golden Immortal. Those unaware, would it not seem as though the Chan Sect was inferior to the Jiejin? One could say that Lu Chen's admission to the Jiejin and his subsequent attainment of Golden Immortal was a slap in the face for the primordial one. Of course, he had not come to confront Lu Chen for this reason. Instead, he sought to investigate the death of Huanglong true person, the last person to see Huanglong true person alive. Lu Chen should know something to some extent. The primordial one reached out a hand towards Lu Chen, intending to take him to Kunlun Mountain. This moment, Lu Chen felt a surge of panic. He had never anticipated that the primordial one would come to the Jiejin to take him away. What was he to do? At a crucial moment, Tongtian stood before Lu Chen, preventing Yuanshi from proceeding. "You have come to Jinao Island to take my disciples of the Chan Sect away. You must clarify the circumstances." Lu Chen gazed at the figure clad in azure robes before him, a warmth rising within him. After all, In his original contemplation, he believed Tongtian would not allow personal grievances with Yuanshi to cloud his judgment. Yuanshi frowned slightly. This matter pertains to the secrets of my Chan Sect and is not fit for disclosure. Was he expected to reveal that his cherished disciple, Huanglong Jinren, had been slain, and yet he could not ascertain the identity of the assailant? Absurd. Did he, the Yuqing sage, have no regard for his own dignity? It would be better to clarify matters here. Tongtian spoke with a calm demeanor, implying that Lu Chen was not to be taken away. Yuanshi's expression darkened. Lu Chen was once my disciple of the Chan Sect. I merely intend to take him back to Kunlun Mountain. Is that too much to ask? In Yuanshi's view, with so many disciples of the Jiejin sect, taking Lu Chen away was inconsequential. However, from Tongtian's perspective, the situation was entirely different. Were Yuanshi to arrive quietly, there might have been room for negotiation. But what happened? Yuanshi forcefully descended upon Jiejin Island, demanding Lu Chen's departure without hesitation. Although the three purities were originally one, that was in the past. Even brothers must keep accounts clear. The entire assembly of the Jiejin sect on Jiejin Island was watching. If Yuanshi were allowed to take Lu Chen away so easily, what would remain of the Jiejin sect's authority? Where would the dignity of the Shangqing sage reside? The decision rested with Lu Chen. As Tongtian spoke, he turned to Lu Chen. Do you wish to accompany Yuanshi to Kunlun Mountain? At this juncture, Yuanshi wore a confident expression. What reason would he have to refuse? Master, I do not wish to. Lu Chen's response struck Yuanshi's face like a resounding slap. Yuanshi stood frozen, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. He had never anticipated that Lu Chen would dare to refuse him. I am no longer a disciple of the Chan Sect, and have no desire to return to Kunlun Mountain with the Yuqing sage. With Tongtian's backing, there was little to fear. Tongtian also regarded Yuanshi intently. You have heard him. Should there be any matters to discuss, they could be addressed here. Yuanshi remained silent for a moment, realizing there was no other choice. Huanglong Jinren is dead. Upon this declaration, every soul on Jiejin Island, save for Tongtian and Lu Chen, wore expressions of shock. Although Huanglong Jinren's cultivation was not particularly high, he was a direct disciple of a sage. To think that someone in the wilderness dared to slay a sage's disciple. Lu Chen, you're the last to see Huanglong. Who killed him? Lu Chen hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. The Yuqing sage truly jest. How would I know who killed Huanglong Jinren? Such a response evidently did not satisfy Yuanshi. What transpired the day Huanglong Jinren pursued you? Lu Chen trembled, fury boiling within him. Yuanshi was indeed aware of Huanglong Jinren's pursuit. A chill entered Lu Chen's gaze as he regarded Yuanshi. Daha! Lu Chen let out a cold laugh. What else could happen? Huanglong, a golden immortal, pursued me, a profound immortal. Naturally, I was gravely injured. The nearby Yuanshi regarded Lu Chen with a peculiar glint in his eyes. Logically, a profound immortal should not be able to overcome a golden immortal. Yet Lu Chen had triumphed over Yuanshi when he was a golden immortal. Thus, it was not certain that he would be defeated as a profound immortal. However, Yuanshi understood what should and should not be said. Lu Chen continued. As for what I encounter on my return, or who might have killed me, how would I know? Jiejin Xingmu and Yuanshi were both taken aback. This individual, who once was the first to kneel before Yuanshi, had ultimately been ousted due to his affiliations, and yet Yuanshi had tacitly permitted Huanglong Jinren's pursuit. What reasoning lay behind this? Even Tongtian found it difficult to swallow. I have spoken all I wish to say. If there is nothing further, Yuanshi, you may leave. Yuanshi glared at Lu Chen, his voice cold and thunderous. Do you not know that a sage is not to be trifled with? In an instant, the gazes of Jiejin Xingmu and the others turned towards Lu Chen, filled with astonishment and questions. Did Lu Chen lie? Did he dare to deceive the Yuqing sage? The force behind Yuanshi's inquiry was indeed terrifying. Yet Lu Chen remained unfazed, his dark eyes locked onto Yuanshi as he spoke deliberately. I truly do not understand how the word deceit could be attributed to me. Dare you claim that your previous statements contained not a shred of falsehood? Yuanshi questioned sharply. In truth, he could not discern whether Lu Chen had spoken truly or falsely. However, if Lu Chen's words were indeed accurate, then the trail to Huanglong Jinren would be severed. Was he truly to seek out his master over the matter of Huang Longjinren? The inner turmoil and instinctive unease told Yuanshi that Lu Chen was not being truthful. What I have stated is entirely factual. Of course, if the Yuqing sage believes my words to be false, then let it be so. After all, to one such as myself of lowly cultivation, I am but an insect in the eyes of sage. The sage may do as he pleases. Lu Chen's remarks utterly displeased Yuanshi. While it was true that beneath the sage, all were mere insects, such a claim would undoubtedly tarnish the Yuqing sage's reputation if it were spread. Lu Chen, I have come solely to investigate the matter of Huang Longjinren. Should you continue with your nonsensical drivel, even if you have joined the Chan Sect, I shall not spare you. A mocking smile surfaced on Lu Chen's face. This is not nonsense. Having served under the Yuqing for countless years, I have borne witness to the path of the Yuqing sage's enlightenment. Yet, due to the inadequacies of Guangchengzi and others against the demon clan, I was expelled from the Chan Sect. Ultimately, I voluntarily withdrew from the sect, which led to Huang Longjinren's pursuit. Is it not the case that the sage may act as he wishes? The derisive smile on Lu Chen's face grew increasingly scornful. If the Yuqing sage believes I killed Huang Longjinren, then let it be said that I did. Instantly, a myriad of strange glances were cast toward Yuanshi. Lu Chen had been a disciple of the sect for countless years. Yet he suffered undeserved calamities and was ultimately pursued. The actions of the Yuqing sage were indeed despicable. Under the scrutiny of these gazes, Yuanshi erupted in fury. When had he ever claimed that Lu Chen was responsible for Huang Longjinren's death? He had never even contemplated such a notion. After all, how could a profound immortal slay a golden immortal, especially one wielding a divine artifact akin to the suspected god-slaying spear? His purpose in coming was merely to seek clues from Lu Chen. How had it come to pass that in Lu Chen's account, Yuanshi, was depicted as a man who could not distinguish right from wrong? Yet he found it difficult to refute this. After all, the expulsion from the Chan Sect had indeed occurred. How had he never realized how sharp Lu Chen's tongue was? Enraged and humiliated, Yuanshi could only choose to take action, but a sage's palm descended upon Lu Chen. Before a sage, not only Lu Chen, a golden immortal, but even the likes of Jinling Shengmu and Weiyun Xian, at the pinnacle of Tai golden immortals, had no means of retaliation. Yet this was Jinao Island, that a single sword cry reverberated throughout the land. A flash of azure sword light, and the sage's palm was instantly obliterated. Tongtian, wielding the Qingping sword, glared icily at Yuanshi. Yuanshi, you have overstepped your bounds. This is not your Kunlun mountain, regardless of whether Huang Longjinren's demise had any connection to Lu Chen. Even if it did, Yuanshi could not simply take someone away from Jinao Island. After all, Huang Longjinren was a disciple of a sage. Was Lu Chen not one as well? Did the Yuqing sage care for his reputation while the Shangqing sage was to disregard his? Tongtian, your disciple speaks unfounded nonsense. I merely wish to teach him a lesson. Yuanshi restrained his anger. Why disciple requires no such teaching from you. As Tongtian finished speaking, Lu Chen stepped forward. I would like to know which of my previous statements is erroneous. I asked the sage to clarify. Was it not the Yuqing sage who sought to expel me from the Chan Sect? And if so, what of it? Yuanshi retorted furiously. Not if my earlier assertions are true. Then the Yuqing sage must have reservations regarding my subsequent words. In other words, the Jade Clear sage does not believe that Huang Longjinren was slain by me, if that is the case. What grounds does the Jade Clear sage have to seek me regarding Huang Longjinren's demise? Lu Chen's words rendered Yuanshi speechless. Nonetheless, despite being a sage, Yuanshi soon clarified his thoughts. I did not claim that Huang Longjinren was killed by you. Yet it is evident that you are concealing something, that if you choose not to return with me to Kunlun Mountain, then allow me to employ my soul-searching technique upon you. Regardless of what Lu Chen is hiding, a single application of the soul-searching technique would reveal everything. That Lu Chen's expression darkened instantaneously. Once subjected to soul-searching, no secret remains concealed. This technique inflicts both mental and physical torment upon cultivators. Fortunately, Tongtian promptly declined, stating, "That is impossible. Yuanshi, you should be well aware of the implications of soul-searching." The refusal to engage in such a practice indicates that he has indeed concealed something. Yuanshi was incensed. He simply could not comprehend why it was so challenging to deal with a mere golden immortal. Yuanshi, as a sage, why must you oppose my disciple from the Jiejiao? Rather than inquiring here, it would be more prudent to return and attempt to deduce the matter. Tongtian also struggled to understand Yuanshi's motives. Yuanshi's lips twitched. I have already attempted to deduce this matter multiple times. All in vain. If even you cannot deduce it, do you truly believe Lu Chen possesses that capability? It is a waste of time to linger here. It would be wiser to return and seek alternative solutions. Tongtian was utterly baffled as to why Yuanshi was fixated on Lu Chen. Tongtian, enough with the idle chatter. I ask you this. I wish to take Lu Chen back to Kunlun Mountain. Will you allow it or not? If Lu Chen is not taken today, he will be discontented. Take my Jiejiao disciple. You must first contend with my Qing Ping sword. Tongtian brandished the Qing Ping sword. In that case, let me witness the progress you have made during this time. Yuanshi summoned the three treasures Jiejin. An overwhelming sage's aura erupted above Golden Ao Island in that moment. A significant portion of the primordial world trembled. The onlookers on Golden Ao Island were left in utter astonishment. Who could have anticipated that the mere death of a Huanglong would escalate into a holy war? Yet, Lu Chen, the protagonist of this entire affair, remained unperturbed. With Tongtian possessing the extermination sword array as a trump card, Yuanshi was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Moreover, it was unlikely that their conflict would reach such extremes. Just as the Qing Ping sword was about to clash with the three treasures Jade Rui, a calm voice suddenly resounded. Halt! Though it was but a simple utterance upon hearing it, both Yuanshi and Tongtian ceased their assaults. The crowd turned to behold a figure riding a green ox approaching from the horizon. Have the authority to halt both Yuanshi and Tongtian with a single phrase. This individual was one of the few in the entire primordial world capable of such. The newcomer was the Taiching sage, Laozi. The Jiejiao disciples on Golden Ao Island were nearly rendered speechless. Was it truly because of a mere golden immortal named Lu Chen that all three pure ones converged upon Golden Ao Island? As Lu Chen regained his composure, a surge of elation filled his heart. When Yuanshi had first arrived, he had completely forgotten about the clocking in process due to the matter of Huanglong. Now that Laozi was present, this was an opportunity to clock in with two great saints at once. Previously, clocking in with Tongtian had granted him top-tier rewards like the divine demon soul blood fruit. Surely, the rewards from Laozi and Yuanshi could not be inferior. Clocking in, congratulations, host, for clocking in with Laozi. Earning 100 comprehension points and the 36 grade ethereal seal, a congenital supreme treasure. Congratulations, host, for clocking in with Yuanshi, earning 100 comprehension points, the chaos demon god body, and the purple cloud spirit seizing talisman. Another 200 comprehension points secured. However, at that moment, Lu Chen had no inclination to concern himself with the total comprehension points he had acquired. He eagerly began to examine the detailed descriptions of the other rewards. Just reading about the 36 grade ethereal seal nearly made his heart leap from his throat. What an extraordinary day it was, with surprises unfolding one after another. The 36 grade ethereal seal, as a congenital supreme treasure, might be inferior in offensive capability compared to items like the Panga Banner or the Chaos Bell. Yet, it possessed its own space, within which time flowed at a 1,000-fold rate. In other words, a single day in the primordial realm equated to nearly 3 years within the sealed. It was crucial to note that Lu Chen's previous issues with his foundation had been resolved, allowing him to ascend from Golden Immortal to Great Luo Golden Immortal and even to Quasi-Saint without encountering any bottlenecks. Thus, the primary obstacle to his cultivation was time, but he required ample time to refine his skills. The time dilation effect of the 36 grade ethereal seal perfectly addressed this issue that in the future, cultivating within the space of the seal would yield astonishing efficiency. Many of the third-generation disciples of the Xianmen, such as Guang Chengzi, Duo Bao, and Xian Du, had already attained the Tai Golden Immortal realm by this point. If Lu Chen had continued his previous pace of cultivation, even if he were to elevate his foundation to the highest level, catching up in a short time would still pose a challenge, especially considering the hundreds of thousands of years he had spent lying flat. But now, with the 36th grade ethereal seal, it wouldn't merely be a matter of catching up. He could potentially surpass Guang Chengzi, Xiandu, and others to achieve the great Luo golden immortal status first. After reviewing the 36th grade ethereal seal, Lu Chen then examined the rewards for clocking in with Yuanshi. The chaos demon god body needed no elaboration. It was a pinnacle body refinement technique. After cultivation, its physical strength could rival that of a chaos demon god. However, the initial training for this technique required several pieces of celestial treasures. The details of cultivating this technique could be discussed later. The final reward was somewhat unexpected for Lu Chen, that he had assumed that the purple cloud spirit seizing talisman would be akin to the 36th grade ethereal seal, being a congenital supreme treasure. However, in reality, the purple cloud spirit seizing talisman bore no grade. It was an extraordinarily unique magical treasure. When engaging in a battle of wits with others, if this treasure is in hand, one could secretly activate it to glean some of the opponent's abilities and techniques. At first glance, this magical treasure might seem rather unimpressive. After all, even if one were to acquire the opponent's techniques, what of it? Some abilities are not accessible to everyone. Even if one can cultivate them, to what extent can they be mastered? Whether it enhances one's strength or merely wastes time is indeed uncertain. Yet, in Lu Chen's possession, the efficacy of the purple cloud spirit seizing talisman would be maximally realized. With an instant full-level system at his disposal, any technique could be upgraded to its peak level, provided he had sufficient comprehension points. Currently, Lu Chen only mastered the Jade, Clear Divine Thunder, Upper Clear Divine Thunder, Upper Clear Sword technique, and the Tai Xian Sacred Thunder. Cultivating other techniques, such as the Tai Clear Divine Thunder or the Golden Crow Transformation technique, those not belonging to the Jiejin, would present some difficulties. But now, with the purple cloud spirit seizing talisman, it mattered not what exclusive techniques or hidden secrets were involved. After a single confrontation, they would belong to him. Moreover, Lu Chen could upgrade them to full level in an instant. One could say that today's reward from clocking in with the 3 pure ones had illuminated what had previously been a somewhat arduous path of cultivation for Lu Chen. Although his system arrived a tad late, the clocking in rewards were exceedingly generous. What has transpired? Laozi's voice pulled Lu Chen from his elation over the clocking in rewards. Next, he would have to observe how today's situation would unfold. It remained uncertain whom Laozi would choose to assist. Logically speaking, Laozi had aligned himself with Yuanshi during the Fengshen era. So, at this juncture, whom would Laozi choose to support? You have arrived just in time. My Jiejin disciple Huang Longjinren has been slain, and Lu Chen is involved. Yuanshi promptly recounted the event. In his perspective, he merely sought to escort an ordinary disciple of the Jiejin back to Kunlun Mountain. Tongtian had merely to allow him to take him to him. Why, Jiejin disciple is not someone you can treat as you please. Furthermore, Lu Chen had already stated that he was unaware of the situation. Tongtian remained unyielding. Upon hearing Yuanshi and Tongtian's reasons for confrontation, Laozi's expression darkened at a visible rate. For the sake of a single disciple, you two would resort to violence? You are both sages. The demeanor of Laozi has shifted dramatically. He seems to believe that Yuanshi and Tongtian are embroiled in conflict over some primordial treasures, only to find that the matter revolves around the mere figure of Lu Chen, a golden immortal. Regardless of who is right or wrong in this affair, the rumor that Yuanshi and Tongtian have clashed over a golden immortal will tarnish their reputations. Moreover, this is not just a matter of a disciple. It concerns the very name of my Chan Sect. Whoever dares to harm my disciple shall undoubtedly face repercussions. Yuanshi declared fiercely. Your matters with Chan Sect have nothing to do with my disciples. And it was not Lu Chen who committed the act. Unless you produce evidence proving Lu Chen's direct involvement in the demise of Huang Longjinren, I shall not allow you to take him away. Tongtian's words were resolute and left no room for negotiation. You truly wish to engage in a battle over such a trivial golden immortal. Yuanshi clenched the back of his hand tightly around the Sanbao Yuru, veins bulging in his fury. Golden immortal? Whether golden immortal, Xian immortal, or even earth immortal and sky immortal, no one shall belittle my Chan Sect disciples. Tongtian's response resonated deeply with the many Chan Sect disciples present on Jinao Island. If that is the case, then there is nothing more to discuss. Yuanshi proclaimed, his sacred aura surging once more. Tongtian lifted his Qingping sword, its blade shifting ominously. The veins on Laozi's forehead throbbed uncontrollably, indicative of his rising agitation. This esteemed Taiji sage was on the verge of eruption. Enough? All gazes converged upon Laozi, who took a moment to compose himself before stating gravely, since you two are at an impasse, allow me to resolve this. Both Yuanshi and Tongtian acquiesced, aware that their own prowess would lead to no decisive outcome if they were to engage in combat. Laozi then turned his attention to Lu Chen. I will ask you, when Huanglong pursued you that day, did you encounter anyone else throughout the ordeal? As he inquired, Laozi's gaze remained fixed on Lu Chen, scrutinizing every nuance of his expression. Should Lu Chen utter any falsehood, it would not escape his keen perception. No doubt. Lu Chen's response was straightforward, devoid of hesitation, with not a flicker of doubt in his eyes. That by all appearances, he spoke the truth. Indeed, Lu Chen was truthful. Apart from Huanglong, he had not seen another soul. This realization stemmed from the rigidity of Laozi and the others' thinking. Whether it was Laozi, Yuanshi, or Tongtian, they merely assumed that Lu Chen might have seen or known something. None considered that it was Lu Chen who had slain Huanglong. This was an unavoidable circumstance. The chasm between true immortals and golden immortals is bridged by the Shin immortal. A true immortal defeating a golden immortal is already a rare feat, let alone slaying one. For Lu Chen, a being of exceedingly humble origins, as a Shin immortal, such an act seemed even more implausible. Laozi then turned his gaze toward Yuanshi. Lu Chen is unaware of the matter at hand. You should pursue your inquiries elsewhere. This was something Yuanshi could not accept. He accused Lu Chen of being untruthful and insisted, how could I not discern the veracity of a golden immortal's words? Laozi's temper flared in response. Yuanshi, do not presume that because you have lost a disciple, we must yield to you. Should you continue to press the issue, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With a sharp exhale, Laozi brandished his Panlong crutch, directing an overwhelming force toward Yuanshi. The latter found himself somewhat helpless in the face of this. With Laozi present, it was clear that Lu Chen would remain unharmed today. He fixed his gaze on Lu Chen. Until I uncover the truth behind Huanglong death, should I discover any concealment on your part, even if you were a disciple of the Chan Sect, I shall pursue this matter to the end. Lu Chen shrugged his hands in a gesture of indifference, replying, then please clarify the matter before seeking me out. He remained entirely unperturbed, for with the system's protection, Yuanshi had no means of investigation. With the system in place, given more time, he would undoubtedly achieve the status of a primordial Dao golden immortal. What could Yuanshi do then? Yuanshi, you, a sage, dare to threaten a disciple of my Chan Sect. Do you truly believe I, as the leader of the Chan Sect, am but a figurehead? While Lu Chen remained unfazed, Tongtian could not tolerate such affront. In response to Tongtian's rebuke, Yuanshi exhibited a disdainful expression. Tongtian, your Chan Sect indiscriminately accepts disciples without regard for their origins or backgrounds. Those of lowly status and no potential will only bring shame to the lineage of the sages. This statement from Yuanshi served as a sweeping attack. Many disciples of the Chan Sect on Jiejin Island were filled with indignation, yet in the presence of a sage, they dared not voice their anger. The worth of my Chan Sect disciples is not for you to comment upon. Do you believe that your 12 immortals of Yushu are inherently superior to my Chan Sect disciples? Tongtian retorted. Such is the reality. Should you be dissatisfied, let us hold a grand contest of disciples from the 3 sects a millennium hence. The strength of each shall be revealed through competition. If your Chan Sect prevails, I shall apologize for my previous words. Yuanshi scoffed, as he perceived this as an obvious conclusion. The Chan Sect disciples, with the exception of Lu Chen, were all meticulously chosen by him. The 12 immortals of Yushu are indeed vastly superior to those of Chan Sect, and by no small margin. Very well, let it be a contest of the 3 sects in a millennium. Tongtian readily accepted. Shortly thereafter, Yuanshi turned to leave. After Yuanshi's departure, Laozi cast a glance at Tongtian. Remember your identity as a sage. I hope today's events are the last of their kind, for the sake of a mere golden immortal. A sage has intervened that I cannot afford such disgrace. With that, Laozi also took his leave, marking the conclusion of Yuanshi's demand for Lu Chen. However, the conflict between the Chan Sect and the Jiejin sect had escalated. Not long after Yuanshi and Laozi departed, Tongtian summoned Lu Chen and the others to Bo Palace. Upon Lu Chen's arrival at Bo Palace, he found not only the previously encountered Jinling Xingmu and Wu Yinxian, but also several unfamiliar faces. However, from the manner in which they addressed one another, it was clear these individuals included Duo Bao, San Xiao, and Wu Dong Xingmu, among others. One could say Tongtian had gathered the most outstanding disciples of the Chan Sect. In times past, Lu Chen would have eagerly checked in. Yet now, after careful consideration, he chose to refrain from doing so. Primarily because the rewards obtained from checking in with the three purities were already sufficient for his current and even future cultivation needs. Furthermore, whether it was Duo Bao, San Xiao, or Wudong Xingmu, their cultivation would soon advance further. While checking in now would yield rewards, they would surely pale in comparison to those from a golden immortal. This system's check-in is not a mindless endeavor. You should all have heard of the recent events on Jinao Island, that I have summoned you here in preparation for the contest of the three sects a millennium from now, in the coming period. I shall personally guide your cultivation. Tongtian stated casually that he was not oblivious. Most disciples of the Chan Sect could not compete with the 12 immortals of Yushu. However, Duo Bao and the others were different. With his guidance, these individuals could indeed achieve the status of primordial Dao golden immortals. Victory in this grand contest was imperative for the Chan Sect. The arrangements made by Tongtian were met with great enthusiasm by Jinling Xingmu and the others. But for Lu Chen, training under Tongtian was not as swift as his cultivation within the 36 grades of the Void Seal. Returning to his master, Lu Chen expressed, "My origins are limited. Remaining here for cultivation would likely waste your time. I have already gained some insights, and wish to return for independent cultivation." Lu Chen fabricated a convenient excuse. "Very well. Should you encounter any uncertainties in your cultivation, you may come to Bo Palace for clarification." In response to this predicament, Tongtian found himself at a loss for effective solutions within a short span of time. Furthermore, he harbored doubts regarding Lu Chen's potential impact in the grand competition a millennium hence, considering his cultivation was woefully insufficient. Thus, Lu Chen managed to extricate himself from the situation, while the remaining members, including Duo Bao, commenced their training under Tongtian's guidance. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Yushu Palace, Yuanshi's expression had grown increasingly menacing. He was convinced of a connection between Lu Chen and the demise of the Huanglong Jinren. Even if Lu Chen were entirely innocent of Huanglong's death, his demeanor today had incensed Yuanshi greatly. This matter was far from over. Could a saint truly be unable to handle a mere golden immortal? "Nanji Xianwang, come before me at once." The command resonated, and within 3 breaths, a figure appeared in the Yushu Palace. Clad in a white Taoist robe with white brows and beard, it was none other than Nanji Xianwang. In the realm of Chan teachings, his standing exceeded that of the 12 immortals of Yushu, having attained the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal. Although Nanji Xianwang felt perplexed, he dared not voice his thoughts, as it was evident that Yuanshi was in a volatile state. Such a moment. Uttering the wrong words could lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, Yuanshi did not keep Nanji Xianwang waiting long before he spoke directly. "Are you aware that Lu Chen has joined the Jiejin sect?" Nanji Xianwang was taken aback. From his perspective, it was unsurprising that Lu Chen, having been expelled from the Chan Sect, would seek refuge with the Jiejin sect. Yet at this juncture, he knew he could not speak the truth and must align himself with Yuanshi's sentiments. "What? Lu Chen dares to join the Jiejin sect? He possesses audacity beyond measure. You shall not engage in any actions at present. Instead, proceed immediately to the vicinity of Golden Ao Island." Yuanshi began issuing orders. "You will remain in the vicinity of Golden Ao Island, and once Lu Chen departs the island, follow him. The moment he steps beyond the island's bounds, bring him back to me." His failure to capture Lu Chen during his previous visit to Golden Ao Island did not signify capitulation. If he were to act personally, Tongtian would obstruct him. However, with Nanji Xianwang, as long as he maintained distance from Golden Ao Island and kept Tongtian unaware, capturing Lu Chen would not pose a significant challenge. He could not fathom that Tongtian would continue to monitor a mere golden immortal disciple. Just as Nanji Xianwen was about to depart, he suddenly recalled something. How long must I wait near Golden Ao Island? Surely, there must be a time limit that Nanji Xianwen, was no ordinary cultivator. Remaining in the vicinity of Golden Ao Island indefinitely was hardly appropriate. Wait until Lu Chen emerges. If you cannot capture him, do not return to see me. Yuanshi's voice thundered, unleashing a wave of formidable saintly might that sent Nanji Xianwen hurtling away. He gazed toward the direction of Golden Ao Island, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He was eager to see how long Lu Chen could linger upon the island. Did he truly believe that Tongtian's protection rendered him safe? He was merely a lowly golden immortal with negligible cultivation. Once Nanji Xianwen retrieved him, Lu Chen would undoubtedly regret every word spoken today. Subsequently, Yuanshi made his way toward the direction where Guangchengzi and the others were in seclusion, but he entrusted the matter of Lu Chen to Nanji Xianwen present. His focus needed to be on the cultivation of Guangchengzi and his companions. Regardless of the circumstances, the Chan Sect must emerge victorious in the forthcoming grand competition a millennium later. Upon leaving Golden Ao Island, Lu Chen returned directly to his cave abode. He was eager to examine the extent of his current resources. It was undeniable that the day's gains were beyond mere bountifulness. Before emerging from seclusion, due to his rapid mastery of the Tongtian sacred thunder, his comprehension value had reset to 0. And nearly all cultivation resources had been expended on breaking through to Golden Immortal. Previously, he had been elated with the 7-aperture Linglong pill given by Tongtian, as well as the numerous cultivation resources seized from Yuanshi. However, after several rounds of endeavors, his assets had significantly increased. In addition to 302 comprehension points, he possessed several magical artifacts. The innate spiritual treasure, Ziwei Longu Bao, the Zidian hammer, the innate supreme treasure, 36 grade Kongling seal, and the special magical artifact, Zixiao Duoling talisman. Beyond these artifacts, he also acquired the body-tempering divine ability, Chaos Demon Body, and the supreme treasure, Divine Demon Soul Blood Fruit. The reward from merely this day represented what countless cultivators could not hope to attain in a lifetime. Without delay, Lu Chen entered the realm of the 36 grade Kongling seal. Although a millennium might not seem long for cultivators in the wilderness, within the 36 grade Kongling seal, where time flowed at 1,000-fold rate, it equated to millions of years. During this time, Lu Chen's objective was to attain the status of a Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. In the grand competition a millennium later, he intended to lead the Chan Sect to unparalleled humiliation by losing to one who had once been expelled. The initial task at hand was to resolve the troubling issue of his cultivation base. With a mere thought, the divine demon soul blood fruit appeared in his palm. Upon its emergence, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth within the entire space was drawn towards it. This divine demon soul blood fruit was modest in size, akin to a longan, resembling a Dan pill, yet adorned with intricate dark golden patterns. Lu Chen took a deep breath, his gaze steeled with determination. This troublesome cultivation base was finally on the verge of elevation. He swallowed the divine demon soul blood fruit whole. At the moment it entered his body, Lu Chen's eyes widened, but a surge of immense power erupted violently throughout his being. His physical form was instantly engulfed in a mist of blood. Following that, the injuries to his body were mended by the power of the divine demon soul blood fruit. Yet, in the next instant, the power surged forth once more, resulting in another explosion of blood mist. The excruciating pain nearly shattered Lu Chen's consciousness. His eyes, blood red, glimmered with a frenzied intensity, having obtained the divine demon soul blood fruit. How could he falter on the path to enhancing his cultivation base? As he persevered, his physical form oscillated between destruction and restoration. Within this cycle, his cultivation base gradually ascended. This state persisted for nearly 100,000 years. Of course, this was within the 36 grade Kongling seal. In the wilderness, only about a century had passed. Lu Chen's body had accumulated a thick layer of blood scabs, his aura entirely extinguished, resembling a corpse. In the next moment, his body trembled, and all the blood scabs shattered and fell away. Behind him, a colossal ethereal figure materialized, exuding an indescribable, awe-inspiring might that swept through the surroundings. Such majesty would leave even saints trembling in fear. The entire space quaked violently, as if on the brink of shattering. It was fortunate that Lu Chen was enhancing his cultivation base within the 36th grade Kongling seal. Otherwise, it would surely have caused a stir across the wilderness. As Lu Chen opened his eyes, a flicker of dark golden radiance coursed through their depths. A slight smile graced his lips, though his cultivation remained at the early stage of golden immortal. His foundation had undergone a remarkable transformation. With a top-tier, innate, divine demon foundation, no one in the wilderness could rival him in this regard. However, altering his foundation was merely the beginning. Ultimately, a high foundation must align with genuine cultivation prowess. Next, he resolved to devote himself wholeheartedly to his training. Setting a small target, he aimed to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal in the shortest time possible. And so, the training commenced. A century passed in the blink of an eye. In the realm of the demon clan, at Tonggu, Emperor Jun stood with his hands clasped behind his back amidst the vast expanse of the sky, his light golden eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. In the next moment, the winds shifted, thunder roared, and terrifying bolts of lightning descended from the heavens. Beneath the cacophony of thunder, a colossal silhouette of a golden crow materialized, its terrifying flames threatening to incinerate all, absorbing the onslaught of lightning. After a considerable time, upon absorbing the final bolt of lightning, the golden crow's figure gradually dissipated. Witnessing this spectacle, a satisfied expression finally appeared on Emperor Jun's face. A figure soared forth from Tonggu. The great golden crow approached Emperor Jun, excitement radiating from its demeanor. "Father, I have attained the status of a great Luo golden immortal." Emperor Jun replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, your cultivation has reached the great Luo golden immortal level. Yet you still lack experience in combat." The great golden crow's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "I wish to visit the Chan Sect." Emperor Jun hesitated momentarily, recalling the prior admonition from Dong Huangtai. However, it was but a fleeting thought. Since Chan Jiao had ventured forth, why should Jie Jiao remain behind? Moreover, Jie Jiao differed from Chan Jiao. They contended with him in the heavenly court for the demon tribes. It would be beneficial to take the great golden crow along for the journey, allowing it to hone its skills while also sending a message to the disciples of Jie Jiao. Subsequently, Emperor Jun set off for Jiejin Island with the great golden crow. Upon arrival at Jiejin Island, a beam of golden light shot into the heavens, drawing forth the surrounding spiritual energies of heaven and earth, which surged into the body of a Jie Jiao disciple. In an instant, this individual's cultivation soared, reaching the level of Tai Golden Immortal. Tongtian, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but smile faintly. It must be said that under his direct guidance, several disciples of Jie Jiao had experienced a remarkable surge in their cultivation. Numerous had advanced from Xian Immortal to Golden Immortal, and from Golden Immortal to Tai Golden Immortal. Yet, it was lamentable that none had yet achieved the status of the Luo Golden Immortal. Nevertheless, this was quite normal. The difficulty of breaking through to the Luo Golden Immortal was not something that Tai Golden Immortal could compare to. Many cultivators spend their entire lives without attaining the status of the Luo Golden Immortal. There remains some time before the grand competition among the three teachings. Meanwhile, Duo Bao, Yun Shao, and the Holy Mother Golden Spirit were all striving to break through to the Luo Golden Immortal. Among them, Yun Shao was making the swiftest progress. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, within a century, Yun Shao could attain to Lu T that moment. Tongtian seemed to sense something, directing his gaze beyond Jiejin Island. As he stepped forward, a cool voice resonated from Bayou Palace. "Emperor Jun, what brings you to my Jiejin Island?" Upon hearing this, many Jie Jiao disciples turned their attention towards him. Emperor Jun was one of the two overlords of the demon tribe's heavenly court. What could he possibly seek at Jiejin Island? In an instant, two beams of golden light flashed at the horizon. Before long, two figures appeared on Jiejin Island. It was none other than Emperor Jun and the great golden crow. Emperor Jun glanced at Tongtian and let out a hearty laugh. "Oh, nothing much. I heard that the sage of the upper clear established Jie Jiao and gathered a multitude of disciples. making it the foremost sect of the Hong Huang. My eldest son has just broken through and is somewhat oblivious to the vastness of the world. I thought to take him out to broaden his horizons, to let him understand that there are always people beyond oneself, heavens beyond the heavens. As he spoke, the great golden crow stepped forward. Among the disciples of Jiejin, who dares to battle me? Its deep voice reverberated throughout Jiejin Island. Yet, no one dared to step forward. The disciples of Jiejin were not foolish. The great golden crow's strength was evidently formidable. To stand forth at this moment would be a gamble. Should they win, all would be well. If they lost, it would be a disgrace to Jiejin. Seeing no challengers, the great golden crow's expression turned increasingly provocative. What, in such a vast Jiejin, is there no one who dares to fight me? It seems Jiejin is merely a name without substance. Finally, someone could no longer hold back. That, I shall fight you. A figure surged forth from the left side of Jiejin Island. Xian, one of the 7 attendants. Xian unleashed his power, revealing his cultivation level, which had reached the mid-stage of Tai E Golden Immortal. To be fair, the mid-stage of Tai E Golden Immortal was not weak by any means. Unfortunately for him, his opponent was the early stage De Luo Golden Immortal, the Great Golden Crow. The Great Golden Crow merely cast a glance at Xian, and a flicker of golden flame danced in its eyes. The might of the De Luo Golden Immortal erupted entirely. Under this overwhelming pressure, Xian found himself frozen in place for 2 breaths. Though it was merely 2 breaths, it was enough to dictate the outcome of many events. When Xian finally broke free, he felt a flash of golden light before a sudden, excruciating pain struck his chest. With a thud, there is little left to say. With 10 points of comprehension, the Zixiao sword technique reaches its pinnacle with a mere click. Wealth indeed breeds capriciousness, and comprehension points are in abundance. Soon after, Lu Chen exits the 36th tier of the ethereal seal space. In addition to observing the state of the outside world, he seeks to find someone to test his current prowess at a corner of Golden Island. A flicker of golden flame soars into the sky, revealing the colossal phantom of the golden crow above. Beneath this manifestation, the temperature across Golden Island rises dramatically, causing visible distress among many lower-tier disciples of the, including Earth Immortals and Celestial Immortals. Tongtian's face is frozen like ice, his gaze shimmering with cold light as he dispels the oppressive aura brought by the golden crow. Yet his expression remains somewhat grim as he observes the phantom above. In this battle, Yao Bin remains no match. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the blazing golden crow phantom swoops down, engulfing both the formation and Yao Bin entirely. Although Yao Bin is destined to become one of the 10 heavenly lords of Golden Island in the future, his mastery over the soul-locking formation is indeed formidable. However, at present, he has only reached the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, merely scratching the surface of formation techniques, as the saying goes. Sheer strength can overwhelm skill. Under such absolute power, formations prove largely ineffective. Under the might of the Grand Golden Crow's illusion, Yao Bin's formation holds out for but a few breaths before being utterly consumed by flames. When the Golden Crow's apparition dissipates, the formation is nowhere to be seen, leaving Yao Bin alone on the ground, charred and weak. With a flick of Tongtian's hand, a glimmer of spiritual light enters Yao Bin's body, healing his wounds. The disciples of the cannot all be of such low caliber, can they? The Grand Golden Crow begins to boast again that there truly not a single capable fighter among the. I once visited Kunlun Mountain, believing that the disciples of the wood outnumber and surpass those of the in strength. It seems I overestimated them. Perhaps the 12 immortals of the Yuanshi are indeed stronger. Such remarks elicit disdain from numerous disciples. If mere glances could kill, the Grand Golden Crow would have met his demise countless times over. Silence. Jiejin rebukes, turning to Tongtian with a smile that he speaks without a filter. Let the upper clear saint not take offense. However, the situation within the indeed surpasses my expectations. The claims to have a myriad of immortals at their service, yet is there not even a single De Luo Golden Immortal among them? Jiejin's words drip with provocation. Though Tongtian harbors discontent, he refrains from expressing it. After all, this is merely a contest among disciples. The disciples being inferior to the Grand Golden Crow does not warrant his intervention as a saint. You have come at an opportune time. My disciples are in seclusion, preparing for the grand competition of the three teachings. Tongtian can only explain. Jiejin's eyes light up, intrigued by this grand competition. However, before he can speak, a powerful wave of magical energy erupts from the Bo Palace. To deal with you. It need not require a deluo. A graceful figure emerges from the Bo Palace. Tall and exquisitely elegant, she is clad in a white palace gown that accentuates her refined demeanor. Yet her stunning visage bears a hint of ire. The newcomer is none other than Yuanshi, one of the three heavens. All eyes converge upon Yuanshi, and many disciples of the sea a glimmer of hope. Her strength ranks among the best within the... Yet, Tongtian furrows his brow slightly, as a saint, he can discern the predicament Yuanshi faces. Given her cultivation progress, she would typically require only a century to successfully break through to the deluo golden immortal realm. However, to confront the Grand Golden Crow, Yuanshi has forcibly interrupted her cultivation. Her current realm surpasses the Tai golden immortal, yet falls short of the deluo, perhaps best described as half a step into the deluo. This interruption will inevitably affect her future attempts to ascend to the deluo golden immortal realm. A flicker of anger appears in Tongtian's eyes. Meanwhile, the Grand Golden Crow sizes up Yuanshi. You are indeed stronger than the previous few, yet still not my match. Whether you are a match will be revealed through battle. Yuanshi raises her jade hand, forming seals. Upper clear sword technique. 1,000 spiritual swords materialize in midair, all slashing towards the Grand Golden Crow. The Grand Golden Crow scoffs, waving a hand to conjure countless fiery dots. In the next moment, those dots transform, unleashing thousands of Golden Crow flame shadows that devour the 1,000 spiritual swords entirely. The remaining flame shadows, undeterred, rush towards Yuanshi. The Grand Golden Crow's right hand clenches. Gather! The flames of the Golden Crow envelop Yuanshi completely. When the flames dissipate, Yuanshi reappears in the sight of the onlookers. Though she bears no injuries, her aura is noticeably diminished. I end this skirmish. Yuanshi finds herself at a disadvantage. Alas, even for Yuanshi, battling the Grand Golden Crow, a deluo golden immortal, is no simple task. Given the circumstances, formations like the Nine cannot be deployed. Point 1 could say that the Grand Golden Crow has arrived at an inopportune time. Had she a century more, Yuanshi would have attained the deluo golden immortal status, and the outcome would be entirely different. Must we waste any more time? Is it so difficult to find a deluo golden immortal? The Grand Golden Crow boasts once more, strength does not encompass all. That I may not be a deluo, but I can still defeat you. Yuanshi's eyes glimmer with cold light. Such audacity. Then allow me to resolve you first. The Grand Golden Crow forms seals, gathering endless Golden Crow flames into a golden flame longbow. Drawing back the bow, a golden arrow of flame shoots forth, possessing the power to slay a Tai golden immortal. Yuanshi stands firm, raising her jade hand, and a beam of golden light erupts, effortlessly shattering the golden arrow. The Grand Golden Crow's pupils constrict, fixating on the golden light. Within it lies what appears to be a treasure. Before he can discern what kind of treasure it is, Jiejin's urgent voice reaches his ears. Retreat. Unbeknownst to the Grand Golden Crow, Jiejin has keenly observed the situation. That is the Hunyuan Golden Dipper. An exceptional innate spiritual treasure. Should it strike, the consequences would be dire. The Grand Golden Crow hastily retreats, but Yuanshi pursues relentlessly, urging the Hunyuan Golden Dipper after him. Seeing that escape is impossible, Jiejin raises his right hand, sending a beam of spiritual light towards the Grand Golden Crow. Receive the treasure. The Grand Golden Crow steadies himself, accepting the treasure from Jiejin, and upon closer inspection, it is none other than the exceptional innate spiritual treasures. The river map and the Luo book. The Grand Golden Crow channels his power, propelling the river map and the Luo book to clash violently with the Hunyuan Golden Dipper in midair. The terrifying aftermath spreads outward in waves. Tongtian coldly commands, his saintly power surging forth to shield the entirety of Golden Ao Island. Moments later, the residual force dissipates. I end this encounter. Neither the Grand Golden Crow nor Yuanshi emerges victorious. Yet, Yunqiao's expression is even more troubled than before. She had hoped to leverage the Hunyuan Golden Dipper's might to subdue the Grand Golden Crow, but now the opponent possesses the river map and the Luo book. The prospect of victory appears bleak. Jiejin, your intervention seems a bit excessive. Tongtian glares at Jiejin, his eyes brimming with discontent. Yet Jiejin remains unfazed, replying, excessive? I merely handed the Grand Golden Crow a treasure. The Upper Clear Saint would not prohibit your disciple from wielding exceptional innate spiritual treasures while denying my demon clan the same. Would you? Tongtian's expression darkens. Oh, you think I'm unaware that the river map and the Luo book are your treasures? The Upper Clear Saint's statement is misguided. Is it wrong for me to pass my treasures to my eldest son? Jiejin retorts, I could see this moment. The Grand Golden Crow interjects, Father, let it be. In my view. These is merely a name without substance. Continuing this fight will yield no results. That I shall return to Tang Valley to continue my cultivation. It is futile to waste any more time here. Yin Xiao, in a fit of rage, declared, the battle between us is far from over. You truly believe you have emerged victorious? Upon her right hand appeared an additional magical artifact, the golden Jiejin. She was uncertain whether this newly acquired postnatal treasure could surpass the Great Golden Crow, yet she understood that she could not allow Jiejin and the Golden Crow to depart unchallenged. Should word spread that Jiejin had come to Jineo Island with the Golden Crow, and not a single disciple of the Jie Sect could defeat it, how could Jie Sect maintain its standing in Honghuang thereafter? The Golden Crow glanced at the Golden Jiejin and shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, a hearty laughter echoed from afar. It is but a mere Golden Crow. There is no need for senior sister Yunxiao to intervene. Allow me to handle this. This sudden proclamation of arrogance captured the attention of all present, many Jie Sect disciples gazing on with eager anticipation. However, when they discerned the identity of a newcomer, their hope was swiftly replaced by disappointment. It was Lu Chen. Presently, Lu Chen had indeed gained considerable fame within the Jie Sect, though this renown stemmed not solely from his prowess. Much of it was attributed to the recent incident when Yuanshi had sought individuals at Jineo Island, culminating in the convergence of 3 saints, a feat that no other golden immortal could boast of in all of Honghuang. Yet, circumstances had shifted, although Lu Chen had previously triumphed over the cloudy immortal. The Great Golden Crow was not a foe that a mere golden immortal could contend with. Even Lu Chen's profound understanding of the Upper Clear Divine Thunder and the Upper Clear Sword technique would not suffice. The chasm between a golden immortal and a great Luo golden immortal could not be bridged by a mere couple of divine skills. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lu Chen approached Yin Xiao, his gaze fixed upon Jiejin and the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow, a great Luo golden immortal, presented a suitable opportunity for him to hone his skills. Nevertheless, prior to engaging in battle, he wished to check in. Although the resources at his disposal were ample for cultivation, one critical issue remained. The training of the Chaos Demon God Body required several rare materials to initiate, given the current circumstances. It seemed Lu Chen could only attempt to claim a check-in reward. Having previously checked in with a Golden Immortal, a Tai Golden Immortal, and a Saint, he had yet to do so with a great Luo Golden Immortal or a Quasi-Saint. This time, he resolved to check in all at once. Congratulations to the host for checking in with the Golden Crow, earning 5 points of comprehension value and 1 Yuanshi Izuzu. Congratulations to the host for checking in with Jiejin, earning 10 points of comprehension value and 1 Matian Shagua. Through these 2 check-ins, Lu Chen had begun to grasp the pattern of the rewards. From Golden Immortal to Saint, the progression was 1, 2, 5, 10, and 100 points of comprehension value, respectively. Of course, at this juncture, comprehension value was not his primary concern. What truly captivated Lu Chen was the Matian Shagua, one of the essential materials for cultivating the Chaos Demon God Body. As for the Yuanshi Izuzu, it was a peculiar magical artifact containing potent toxins that, if introduced into a cultivator's body, could spread swiftly and extinguish their life force within 10 breaths, eradicating both their physical form and primordial spirit. Below the level of a saint, none could withstand it. It could serve as a formidable means. After a brief check-in, Lu Chen spoke slowly. Our Jie Sect, with myriad immortals in attendance, is not to be compared with the Chan Sect. I, Lu Chen, shall engage you in battle. Such audacious words piqued the interest of the Golden Crow, who scrutinized Lu Chen for a moment. The gravity in his eyes gradually transformed into astonishment, culminating in a tempest of rage. You, at the early stage of a Tai Golden Immortal? Initially, the Golden Crow had thought Lu Chen to be formidable, finally presenting an opponent of equal strength. But now he discovered Lu Chen had merely just broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage. What did he mean by but a mere Golden Crow? The current Golden Crow was the emperor among demons, and as the eldest son of Jiejin, he had already attained the great Luo Golden Immortal level. Unbeknownst to him, his seemingly simple statement startled many Jiejin Sect disciples. Numerous astonished gazes fell upon Lu Chen. When Lu Chen first entered the Jiejin Sect, he had only possessed the cultivation of a Xian immortal. And in a matter of mere centuries, he had leaped to the level of a Tai Golden Immortal. Such speed seemed preposterous. Yuanshi's beautiful eyes were tinged with concern. Let me handle this. That it was indeed no small feat for Lu Chen to step forward. Yet through their recent exchange, she had garnered a preliminary understanding of the Golden Crow's strength. Such power was not something a Tai Golden Immortal could contend with. Senior Sister Yuanshi, allow me to try first. If I am unable to prevail, you may intervene. Seeing Lu Chen's unwavering determination, she could only temporarily place her trust in him. Perhaps Lu Chen possessed some other means to compel the Golden Crow to reveal its hidden cards. Lu Chen's gaze fell once more upon the Golden Crow. What does it matter if I am at the early stage of a Tai Golden Immortal? It suffices to conquer you. A great Luo Golden Immortal at the early stage. This statement truly amused the Golden Crow, who could not fathom how Lu Chen could speak such words with such conviction. Very well, I shall engage you in battle, but let it be known beforehand. The Golden Crow looked towards Tongtian. Upper Clear Saint, your disciple is merely at the Tai Golden Immortal level, yet he wishes to fight me. Should I lose control during our duel? I trust the Upper Clear Saint would not hold it against me. The implication was clear. He intended to employ lethal force against Lu Chen. The previous encounters with the Qiushou Immortal, Yao Bin, and now with Yuanshi had revealed opponents of lesser strength. Yet Lu Chen was not only weak, but also brazen, that a mere victory could not assuage the Golden Crow's deep-seated resentment. He was determined to make Lu Chen pay a price. Tongtian, too, discerned the Golden Crow's intent. He cast a glance at Lu Chen, feeling a twinge of regret for him. With his exceptional comprehension of the arts and techniques, had he possessed a more formidable foundation, his future achievements could have been limitless. Yet he did not dissuade Lu Chen. After all, one who could remain unperturbed before Yuanshi and Laozi would not act recklessly. Perhaps Lu Chen possessed some undisclosed trump card. It was inevitable that in the heat of battle, control could be lost. The Jiejin Sect would not concern itself with such matters, and surely the demon clan would feel the same. Jiejin scoffed. If a Jiejin Sect disciple can injure him, it would serve as a lesson to is it possible for a Tai Golden Immortal to harm the Golden Crow, a great Luo Golden Immortal? Tongtian shifted his tone, a subtle aura of sanctity beginning to permeate the air. I do not concern myself with ordinary duels, but should anyone dare to intentionally harm my Jiejin Sect disciples, regardless of who it may be, I shall ensure they pay the price. However, Jiejin clearly dismissed Tongtian's threat. The distinction between intentional and unintentional actions was often ambiguous. Rest assured, Upper Clear Saint, I shall hold back. But if your Jiejin Sect disciples prove too weak, do not blame me. The Golden Crow completely disregarded Lu Chen. A flicker of golden flame coursed through his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the depths of Lu Chen's being. A glimmer of murderous intent materializing, that I shall see what a mere Tai Golden Immortal can do in battle against me. Do not falter and fail to withstand even a single strike. That is a statement I ought to make, Lu Chen replied, his hands weaving intricate seals. The sound of swords resonated as myriad spiritual swords manifested in the sky. It was none other than the Upper Clear Sword technique. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's execution of the Upper Clear Sword technique, a momentary look of surprise crossed Yuanshi's beautiful eyes. A mere early-stage Tai Golden Immortal had managed to perfect the Upper Clear Sword technique. Lu Chen indeed possessed extraordinary qualities. Yet, relying solely on this technique would not secure victory against the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow regarded Lu Chen's upper clear sword technique with an expression of disdain. The upper clear sword technique? How could Yuanxi's upper clear sword technique pose any threat to me? What can you possibly achieve against me? The great Golden Crow remained utterly unfazed. The same divine abilities that posed no threat to him from Yuanshi. A half-step to Luo were even less of a concern from Lu Chen, a Tai Golden Immortal. Even if Lu Chen's supreme clarity sword technique appeared to surpass Yuanxi's, it mattered not, with a mere thought. The great Golden Crow summoned numerous fiery points once again, as he formed his hand seals. Myriad shadows of the Golden Crow flames manifested simultaneously, just as he had previously dismantled Yuanxi's supreme clarity sword technique. He now aimed to do the same to Lu Chen's divine abilities. With a flick of his right hand, the Golden Crow flame shadows surged forth to meet the thousands of spiritual swords. However, the situation did not unfold as the great Golden Crow had envisioned. Those Golden Crow flame shadows were utterly incapable of withstanding Lu Chen's spiritual swords. Faintly, a mournful cry of the Golden Crow seemed to resound. In the instant of collision between the flame shadows and the spiritual swords, they were effortlessly annihilated. After the two techniques clashed, within mere 3 breaths, the myriad Golden Crow flame shadows were sequentially obliterated. The great Golden Crow stood momentarily dazed. Despite his cultivation being a whole realm above Lu Chen's, he found himself powerless against Lu Chen's supreme clarity sword technique. The only explanation was that Lu Chen, this Tai Golden Immortal, had a mastery of the supreme clarity sword technique that far exceeded that of Yuanshi, the half-step to Luo. Such a notion seemed utterly preposterous. Could it be that Lu Chen had neglected his cultivation and devoted all his energy to mastering divine abilities? How could anyone prioritize divine abilities over cultivation in such a manner? Yet, the supreme clarity sword technique showed no signs of faltering due to the great Golden Crow's moment of distraction. Thousands of spiritual swords descended upon him like a torrential rain of blades. The great Golden Crow's pupils constricted sharply. Even before the sword arrived, their terrifying sharpness already pierced his very being. Although he had already endured a round of depleting attacks from the Golden Crow flame shadows, he harbored no doubts that the supreme clarity sword technique could severely injure him. Yet, he would not be underestimated. The great Golden Crow summoned his powers, weaving hand seals as his form transformed into a streak of golden light, weaving through the dense rain of swords. This was the unique divine technique of the Golden Crow clan. The Golden Crow transformation technique. Utilizing this technique, the great Golden Crow barely managed to evade this round of sword rain, as the myriad spiritual swords dissipated. His form re-emerged, albeit considerably more disheveled than before. His aura significantly weakened, and several crimson sword marks marred his body. It was evident that in this encounter, the great Golden Crow had fallen to the disadvantage. Following a brief silence, a wave of cheers erupted from Jiejin Island. This was the first time the great Golden Crow had been injured since his arrival at Jiejin Island. Even Tongtian looked at Lu Chen with a hint of surprise on his face. Lu Chen's supreme clarity sword technique seemed to have grown even stronger than before. Moreover, it was apparent that Lu Chen was not exerting his full strength. Perhaps Lu Chen truly could surpass the great Golden Crow. The great Golden Crow, too, was no longer as arrogant as before. His eyes were filled with shock as he regarded Lu Chen. They could not comprehend why a mere supreme clarity sword technique wielded by Lu Chen, a Tai Golden Immortal, could possess such formidable power. Yet soon, the astonishment in his eyes was replaced by fury. How could a Luo Golden Immortal like himself be injured by a Tai Golden Immortal like Lu Chen? Do not get too complacent. It is merely a divine ability. He seethed. I was just a bit careless. Let me see how a Tai Golden Immortal like you can withstand me. The great Golden Crow was not foolish. He recognized the might of Lu Chen's supreme clarity sword technique. However, he was equally confident that as the Luo Golden Immortal offensive was beyond what a Tai Golden Immortal could endure. In a flash of golden light, the great Golden Crow soared to the apex of the heavens. In the next moment, his surroundings ignited with searing Golden Crow flames, resembling a blazing sun suspended in the sky. The piercing cry of the Golden Crow echoed as the great Golden Crow's form was engulfed in flames. In an instant, A colossal golden crow emerged into view. Unlike the previous illusory shadows, this golden crow was real, not a mere technique or divine ability, but the very essence of the great golden crow himself. As the golden crow spread its wings, flames erupted in the air, seemingly capable of incinerating all. The temperature on Jineo Island surged dramatically. Wasn't this a bit excessive for the great golden crow? In a duel of this nature, revealing one's true form was quite extraordinary. Who could argue otherwise? After all, a Deluo golden immortal was indeed a full realm above a Tai golden immortal. Sister Yuanshi, do you think Lu Chen can prevail? Yuanshi cast a glance at the golden crow in the heavens before her gaze returned to Lu Chen. Her beautiful eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. The manifestation of the great golden crow's true form was a challenge even for a Deluo golden immortal, let alone a Tai golden immortal. Could Lu Chen possibly withstand it? Just as all the disciples of the Jiejin were filled with concern for Lu Chen, he gazed at the great golden crow above with an expression of disdain. So you've revealed your true form? Very well. I shall not waste any more time. Let me finish this in one strike. His voice was not loud, yet the audience was composed of keen individuals. The great golden crow heard him clearly. Seeking death, he thundered, diving down towards Lu Chen with lethal intent. In truth, the great golden crow had harbored murderous intentions. This attack from his true form could undoubtedly slay a Tai golden immortal. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun stood nearby, exuding confidence as he approached Tongtian with a smile. In a duel among juniors, surely the Sage of Supreme Clarity would not intervene. Tongtian remained expressionless. It seems you believe the great golden crow is guaranteed victory? Emperor Jun smiled without replying. Before the true form of the golden crow, Lu Chen appeared exceedingly insignificant. He watched the great golden crow hurtling down from the heavens. With hands forming seals, the Supreme Clarity sword technique reemerged, manifesting thousands of spiritual swords. Feudal, he declared, your Supreme Clarity sword technique may be powerful, but it cannot withstand me. That a playful smile crept across Lu Chen's lips. Who told you this is the Supreme Clarity sword technique? Allow me to demonstrate my purple cloud divine sword technique. Lu Chen's hand seals shifted dramatically, and a glimmer of purple golden light flashed in his eyes. This moment, an imperial aura emanated from Lu Chen. The myriad spiritual swords converged into one, a singular sword radiating with purple golden brilliance hovering high above. Purple cloud divine sword. Slash! With a commanding shout, the purple golden spiritual sword shot forth, aimed directly at the golden crow's true form. Upon witnessing the incoming sword, the great golden crow trembled, an unprecedented sense of dread flooding him. His instinctual reaction was to retreat. Yet, this fear was quickly supplanted by fury. How could a dignified golden crow be forced back by a mere disciple of the Jiejin, like Lu Chen? He refused to believe that a Tai golden immortal's divine ability could surpass the assault of his Deluo golden immortal true form. The golden crow opened its mouth, conjuring a wall of golden crow flames to shield itself. However, when the purple golden spiritual sword descended, the great golden crow realized just how gravely mistaken he was. The perfected Supreme Clarity sword technique was no trifling matter, and the purple cloud divine sword technique wielded a power that far exceeded it. The wall of golden crow flames crumbled in less than a breath, obliterated by the sword's edge. Before the gaze of all present, the purple golden spiritual sword pierced through the golden crow's true form. A mournful cry echoed through the heavens, and even the flames surrounding the golden crow were reduced to mere embers. With a single strike, the great golden crow was severely wounded. Yet, Lu Chen's offensive was far from over. The purple golden spiritual sword altered its trajectory, aiming once more at the golden crow's head. The great golden crow's heart quivered. Was such a divine ability truly within the capacity of a Tai golden immortal? In a desperate attempt, he swiftly employed the golden crow transformation technique to evade. However, due to his grievous injuries, this divine ability was far less effective than before. The purple gold spirit sword relentlessly pursued him. Realizing he could not escape, a fierce glint flickered in the eyes of the golden crow. Since evasion was not an option, he decided to fight back. He pivoted his form and charged towards Lu Chen. He believed he could withstand one strike from the purple gold spirit sword, but in the same breath, Lu Chen would have to endure one of his blows as well, and he harbored confidence that he could survive Lu Chen's strike. Yet, how could a Tai Golden Immortal withstand the full force of a Deluo Golden Immortal? The notion of exchanging injuries for life was the best strategy he could conceive at that moment. To prevent Lu Chen from fleeing, the Golden Crow flapped its wings, unleashing countless fiery feathers that encircled Lu Chen, trapping him within a blazing cage. Yet, faced with such dire circumstances, a faint smile graced Lu Chen's face. He slowly raised his right hand, revealing a hammer imbued with purple lightning that was the primordial spirit treasure. The purple lightning hammer, a gift from Tongtian. It must be said, the Golden Crow's reasoning was astute. Since he could not evade the purple gold spirit sword, he would trade injury for life. Unfortunately, he miscalculated one crucial detail. Lu Chen, a Tai Golden Immortal, was not to be judged by ordinary standards. His capabilities far surpassed the simplicity of just one purple sky divine sword technique. With a sweep of his right hand, the purple lightning hammer transformed into a streak of purple light, hurtling towards the Golden Crow. The approaching hammer left the Golden Crow in a state of bewilderment, a primordial spirit treasure. In truth, the primordial spirit treasure was not an insurmountable threat. The issue was that he could not fathom Lu Chen suddenly summoning such a powerful artifact at this critical juncture. But he had no other choice. The formidable flames of the Golden Crow erupted violently. In the next moment, the flames collided with the purple lightning hammer in a thunderous explosion, amidst the crackling thunder. The hammer pierced through the flames, striking the Golden Crow squarely in the chest. Another agonizing cry erupted as the Golden Crow spat out a mouthful of blood. The notion of trading injury for life was shattered by the force of the purple lightning hammer. He could not comprehend why this Lu Chen, whose cultivation was mediocre, possessed divine abilities that had reached perfection, and even wielded a primordial spirit treasure. Yet the sound of slicing air behind him left him with no time to ponder this dilemma. Turning around, he saw a streak of purple gold sword light rapidly approaching. Every hair on his body stood on end. He initially thought that enduring another strike would only leave him severely wounded. Now he realized he was gravely mistaken. This strike could very well cost him his life. But at this moment, he had no room to evade. He could only watch helplessly as the purple gold spirit sword descended. Was it possible that he, the newly ascended Deluo Golden Immortal, would perish on this golden Ao island? At this critical moment, a burst of golden light erupted. A figure stepped in front of the Golden Crow. The person was none other than Jiejin, who had been observing the battle from the sidelines. Jiejin gazed at the incoming purple gold spirit sword. His robes fluttered in the wind, and a formidable presence akin to a quasi-saint erupted. He raised his right hand, the brilliance of gold radiating from his palm, and reached directly for the purple gold spirit sword. With a firm grasp, Jiejin seized the sword and, igniting golden flames in his eyes, issued a cold snort. With a crack, he crushed the purple gold spirit sword with a single hand. The Golden Crow's peril was averted. The disciples of the Jiejin on Golden Ao Island stared at Jiejin in a daze. Soon after, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Jiejin's intervention signified that the Golden Crow had been defeated. Meanwhile, Lu Chen fixed his gaze on Jiejin, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Crushing a spirit sword with one hand, was this the might of a quasi-saint? Although the purple gold spirit sword had diminished in power, the strength of a quasi-saint remained formidable, with the demon emperor personally intervening. There was no longer a need for further combat. As merely a humble disciple of the Jiejin, he was naturally no match for the demon emperor. The sarcastic remarks from Lu Chen drew an immediate grimace from Jiejin. Had it not been for the dire circumstances, he would have preferred not to intervene. However, had he not acted, the Golden Crow would undoubtedly have perished. He glanced down at his right hand, which was now a mangled mess of flesh. Though his injuries would heal in the next moment, the fact remained that he had been wounded. The astonishment in his gaze towards Lu Chen deepened. This seemingly inconspicuous Jiejin disciple had managed to injure him. A quasi-saint. Moreover, Lu Chen was merely a Tai Golden Immortal. Should he achieve the level of the Luo Golden Immortal, The power of his Shanqing Divine Thunder and Shanqing Divine Sword would be unimaginable. You need not say such things. Now that I have intervened, the Golden Crow has already fallen. The Jiejiao is indeed superior to the Chan Jiao. The demon race can still afford to lose. Jiejin's words sent a tremor through the already shaken Golden Crow that he stood frozen in place, his mind a daze. Had he truly lost to a Tai Golden Immortal? Were it not for his father's timely intervention, he might have been directly slain by Lu Chen. It was not hard to envision the uproar that would ensue among the myriad cultivators of the Honghuang once news of the Golden Ao Island incident spread. A Deluo Golden Immortal nearly slain by a Tai Golden Immortal was no trivial matter. This battle signified that the Golden Crow had not merely lost a duel, he had also forfeited the dignity of being a royal of the demon clan. His expression gradually twisted with humiliation to that moment. Jiejin turned his gaze towards Tongtian. This battle marks a loss for my demon race. I shall take the Golden Crow back for seclusion and cultivation. With that, Jiejin turned to leave with the Golden Crow. Hearing Jiejin concede defeat, the disciples of the Jiejiao could no longer contain their excitement. Brother Lu is magnificent. Brother Lu strengthens our Jiejiao. What of the Golden Crow? What of the Deluo Golden Immortal? He was still subdued by Brother Lu. Indeed, there was no need for Brother Taba or the others to intervene. Brother Lu alone sufficed. Even Yanxiao looked at Lu Chen with newfound admiration. It could be said that today, Lu Chen single-handedly salvaged the Jiejiao. Had it not been for Lu Chen, the Jiejiao would have truly faced obliteration at the hands of the Golden Crow. The Jiejiao, known for attracting myriad immortals, had no disciple capable of defeating the Golden Crow. This was not just a loss of face for the Jiejiao. It was also a loss of face for Tongtian, the sage of Shanqing. However, at that moment, no one noticed that the defeated Golden Crow remained rooted in place, his body trembling uncontrollably. The jubilant cheers of the Jiejiao disciples pierced his heart like needles. What are you dawdling for? Is the humiliation not enough? Return with me, came Jiejin's urging voice. The Golden Crow had lost, and Jiejin was furious. This reprimand twisted the Golden Crow's expression into a mask of rage. He abruptly turned to fix his gaze on Lu Chen. How could I possibly lose to you? A mere Tai Golden Immortal. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You possess a treasure, but so do I. Our battle is far from over. With a frenzied roar, the Golden Crow activated the earlier Hichu Luoshu, launching yet another assault on Lu Chen. Under the Golden Crow's command, the Hichu Luoshu erupted with dazzling light. The entire sky above Golden Ao Island was shrouded in the illusions of the Hichu Luoshu. An attack potent enough to obliterate a Deluo Golden Immortal descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Lu Chen. This sudden turn of events caught everyone present off guard, and one had anticipated that the already defeated Golden Crow would strike again. And with the Hichu Luoshu, a supreme primordial spirit treasure, no less. Though Lu Chen was formidable, he remained merely a Tai Golden Immortal. Under the onslaught of the Hichu Luoshu, the Tai Golden Immortal appeared particularly powerless. The disciples of the Jiejiao could only watch helplessly as the scene unfolded before them. That Lu Chen, with a startled exclamation, Yanxiao's eyes brimmed with urgency. This moment, even if she summoned the primordial Golden Dipper, it might be too late. She could only direct her gaze towards Tongtian. Although the sudden strike from the great Golden Crow was alarming, with her master present, Lu Chen should be safe, as it turned out. The situation unfolded as Yuanshi had anticipated. Observing the assault emanating from the river map and Luoshu, a flicker of anger clearly crossed Tongtian's eyes. Did he truly think this upper clear saint was inconsequential? Just as he prepared to intervene, he was astonished to find that, even in such a perilous situation, Lu Chen's face betrayed not a hint of panic or disarray. His deep-set eyes were filled with utmost calmness. Just as Tongtian was about to act, his internal power suddenly stagnated. He was intrigued to see whether Lu Chen was merely bluffing or possessed genuine means. After all, with his status as a saint of the heavenly Tao, even a slight delay in action would not be detrimental. Under Tongtian's scrutiny, the offensive from the river map and Luoshu was about to descend. Lu Chen's lips curled into a smirk as he murmured to himself. A supreme innate spiritual treasure, you say? But how much power can you truly harness from the river map and Luo Shu? Had the one striking been Jiejin, Lu Chen might have found the situation somewhat challenging, contemplating whether to deploy artifacts such as the god-slaying spear. Yet now, the assailant was merely the great golden crow at the level of a great Luo golden immortal, and it had already sustained severe injuries. This attack posed no threat to him. Lu Chen raised his right hand, and the heavens resonated with the dragon's roar. The innate spiritual treasure, the Zy dragonbone bow, rested in his grasp, in his left hand. Arcs of lightning flickered, representing a bolt of upper clear divine thunder. With his right hand wielding the bow and his left hand drawing the string, the Zy dragonbone bow emitted a resonant hum, and a thunderous arrow shot forth, hurtling directly towards the river map and Luo Shu. The two forces collided with a resounding crash, unleashing an astonishing might once more. Witnessing Lu Chen successfully counter the onslaught of the river map and Luo Shu in such a manner, the great golden crow appeared frenzied, pouring all its power into the river map and Luo Shu. How could a mere bolt of upper clear divine thunder and an innate spiritual treasure possibly triumph over my river map and Luo Shu? Lu Chen let out a scoff, unfazed. Who told you it was merely a bolt of upper clear divine thunder? With a flick of his left hand, a dark, crackling thunderbolt coalesced in his palm. This was the Yuanshi divine thunder. Another arrow was released. The moment the Yuanshi divine thunder arrow collided with the upper clear divine thunder arrow, an indescribable, terrifying force erupted forth. Although this was not the true supreme profound holy thunder, it was more than sufficient to counter the river map and Luo Shu unleashed by the great golden crow. Thunder roared, and the offensive from the river map and Luo Shu was neutralized. The great golden crow gazed at the unfolding scene in a daze. How could a mere golden immortal counter the strike of a supreme, innate spiritual treasure? Impossible. This is impossible, the great golden crow screeched. Preparing to strike again, that moment, its form suddenly halted, as if the space around it had been pressed with a pause button. The upper clear saint shows mercy, Jiejin shouted, his quasi-saintly power surging forth as he instantaneously appeared before the great golden crow. Yet this time, what he was about to face was not as simple as a bolt of the Zhixiao divine sword technique. Tongtian let out a cold snort, and a surge of saintly might struck Jiejin and the great golden crow. Although Jiejin was a quasi-saint, how could he stand against a true saint? A painful grunt escaped his lips, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He was injured by this saintly might, and the great golden crow was no better off, succumbing into unconsciousness. It was fortunate that Lu Chen remained unharmed, as Tongtian still considered the broader situation. Otherwise, the great golden crow would have met its demise. Of course, sparing the great golden crow's life did not signify the end of matters. Jiejin, do you truly believe this upper clear saint is merely a decoration? Tongtian's probing question left Jiejin's face ashen. At that moment, he was at a loss for words. After all, he could have prevented the great golden crow's strike at its onset. Regardless, the river map and Luo Shu was his treasure. The reason he refrained from intervening was that he had his own considerations. After all, a great Luo golden immortal from the demon race losing to a golden immortal from the Chan Sect was somewhat embarrassing. It was only after his intervention that the great golden crow was spared. Had Tongtian acted to protect Lu Chen, it would have salvaged some pride. However, he never anticipated that Lu Chen would independently withstand the attack from the river map and Luo Shu. This made the demon race's reputation suffer even further. Additionally, Tongtian's fury exceeded what he had imagined. Moments later, Jiejin could only respond with an apologetic expression. This matter indeed stems from my inadequate supervision. I shall discipline this child upon returning. Yet such remarks evidently failed to satisfy Tongtian. How you discipline the great golden crow is your concern. Today, you must provide an explanation to my disciple. Jiejin understood well that without offering some form of recompense, he would not be able to leave Golden Ao Island today. He then retrieved a golden feather from his sleeve and handed it to Lu Chen. This golden feather contains a trace of my son, true fire essence. Consider it compensation for my demon race. Lu Chen received the golden feather. Astonishment flickering in his eyes, he could sense the terrifying power contained within in the primordial realm. There existed several forms of immensely powerful divine fire, such as the three mysterious true fire, the six ding divine fire, and the netherworld ghost fire. The sun true fire, being the essence flame of the golden crow, was known as the king of all fires. Just the potency of this flame could incinerate a great Luo golden immortal. For Jiejin, relinquishing this sun true fire was also a significant sacrifice. Jiejin looked towards Tongtian, uncertain whether the upper clear saint would be satisfied. Tongtian's expression remained impassive. Should there be a next time? A single sun true fire will not suffice. Jiejin nodded. This moment, he felt a tinge of regret. Had he heeded the words of Dongwang Tai and refrained from visiting the Jie sect, such events would not have transpired. His peripheral gaze fell upon Lu Chen, his expression exceedingly complex. A mere Tai golden immortal possessing such strength was truly awe-inspiring. Even he, alongside Dongwang Tai, had not achieved such prowess during their own Tai golden immortal phase. It seemed the Jie sect had produced an extraordinary individual. Subsequently, Jiejin departed Golden Ao Island, carrying the unconscious Great Golden Crow. With the departure of Jiejin and the Great Golden Crow, the battle at Golden Ao Island drew to a complete close. Lu Chen, Yuanshi, follow me, Tongtian commanded. The rest of you may return to your cultivation. Tongtian led Lu Chen and Yuanshi back to the Bo Palace. Lu Chen glanced around at the various figures within the Bo Palace. Most were in the midst of stabilizing their rising auras. Prior to the grand competition among the three sects, elevating their cultivation to the great Luo golden immortal level should pose no issue. Meanwhile, Yuanshi's beautiful eyes remained fixed on Lu Chen. She had practiced both the upper clear divine thunder and the upper clear sword technique, yet in comparison to Lu Chen, her attainments in these divine arts were negligible. Furthermore, Lu Chen's Yuqing divine thunder had reached perfection. She simply could not fathom how a Tai golden immortal could achieve such a feat. The Lu Chen before her seemed shrouded in mystery. Not only was Yuanshi perplexed, but Tongtian was also deeply astonished. As an upper clear saint, he had witnessed countless events throughout the primordial realm, yet the occurrences surrounding Lu Chen consistently surpassed his expectations. Were it not for Lu Chen's presence today, the Jie sect would have suffered a significant blow to its reputation. He found it incomprehensible why Yuanshi had expelled Lu Chen from the Chan Sect. Despite his lesser background, with Lu Chen's mastery of divine arts, it would not have been difficult for a Tai golden immortal to surpass a great Luo golden immortal. Today's victory over the Great Golden Crow served as proof. Moreover, it was evident to him that Lu Chen had not exerted his full strength in the battle against the Great Golden Crow. The final two arrows, the upper clear divine thunder and the Yuqing divine thunder, had already demonstrated a state of fusion that it could be said that Lu Chen's understanding of certain divine arts was unparalleled throughout the primordial realm. Fortunately, Yuanshi had expelled Lu Chen from the Chan Sect. Otherwise, how could Lu Chen have entered his Jie sect? Lu Chen, you shall take the primary credit for today's battle. The radiant sunfire of Jiejin should be wielded with utmost care. Aside from that, what other desires do you harbor? The mere mention of Tongtian's words brought a spark to Lu Chen's eyes. Initially, the battle against the Great Golden Crow was merely an opportunity to test his newfound strength after achieving the status of a Tai golden immortal. Tongtian's unexpected reward was indeed a delightful surprise. But what should he ask for? The cultivation materials for the chaotic demon god body, or perhaps a remedy for his rapidly unstable foundation. Tongtian perceived Lu Chen's hesitation with keen insight. Whatever you wish for, feel free to express it that I can fulfill your requests. The thought of Jiejin's recent setbacks brought a sense of satisfaction to Tongtian. Naturally, he would not be stingy towards those who contributed to this victory. Given Tongtian's assurances, Lu Chen saw no reason to hold back. Instead of continuing to face random rewards, it would be far more prudent to have Tongtian gather the necessary items for the chaotic demon god body. Returning to his master, the disciple stated, I require 9-turn illusion spirit grass, sacred beast blood crystal, Xin Yuan vine, and demon god blood. What purpose do you have for these items? Tongtian could not help but inquire. Initially, when Lu Chen mentioned the 9-turn illusion spirit grass, it seemed inconsequential, albeit rare. However, as the list progressed, it became increasingly outrageous. Sacred beast blood crystal and Xin Yuan vine were one thing, But demon god blood? The blood of the 3,000 demon gods was not easily obtained. It could be said that the items Lu Chen sought would pose a challenge not only for a Tai golden immortal, but even for a Luo, quasi-saint or saint to gather. Tongtian had merely invited Lu Chen to voice his requests. He had not intended for Lu Chen to make such grand wishes. Returning to my master, the disciple fortuitously acquired a body-forging divine ability. And all these items are essential for its cultivation, Lu Chen replied, causing Tongtian's eyes to flicker. What kind of body-forging divine ability could require such an abundance of rare materials to commence? I am aware that these items are exceedingly precious, and if my master finds it burdensome, let it be as if I never spoke, Lu Chen added. This nearly caused Tongtian to lose his composure. What was he saying? Could a saint retract his words? It would be unbecoming for the leader of the Jiejin sect to deny Lu Chen's requests, especially with Yuanshi observing nearby that I do not currently possess these items. But I have my methods to assist you in gathering them. You may return for now. Once I have collected everything, I will summon you, Tongtian declared. Yuanshi, you may depart as well. After Lu Chen and Yuanshi left, a hint of helplessness shadowed Tongtian's countenance. There was no choice. The words had already been spoken. Even he possessed only one of the items Lu Chen desired. The remainder would have to be sought after one by one. Upon exiting the Bo Palace, Lu Chen took a few steps before suddenly halting. Yuanshi, caught off guard, collided directly into Lu Chen's back. You, she exclaimed, irritation evident on her face. Senior sister, you have been watching me closely. Is there something you wish to ask? Lu Chen inquired. Yuanshi was momentarily taken aback, a hint of embarrassment coloring her exquisite features. She had been discovered by Lu Chen. Yet, what did it matter? She quickly regained her composure. I was merely curious. Although my master has agreed to your requests, why do you still appear so dejected? A bitter smile spread across Lu Chen's face. The reason was quite simple. He had yet to finish articulating his needs. Initially, he had hoped that while Tongtian gathered the materials for the chaotic demon god body, he could also address his unstable foundation. However, as soon as he mentioned the chaotic demon god body, Tongtian began to dismiss him. Practice the chaotic demon god body. One must resolve the issues of insufficient power and unstable foundations. One cannot linger in the realm of Tai golden immortals for too long. Senior sister, you may not be aware, Lu Chen began, briefly outlining his concerns. After hearing him, Yuanshi's expression grew serious. Junior brother Lu, our path of cultivation requires us to take each step firmly. Relying too heavily on elixirs to enhance one's cultivation is not advisable. Lu Chen remained composed, yet the smile on his lips turned increasingly bitter. Senior sister, if it were possible to rely solely on oneself, who would willingly turn to elixirs for assistance? My foundation is exceedingly low. Without the aid of elixirs, I fear I may never achieve the status of Tai golden immortal. Yuanshi was taken aback, her face filled with regret. I apologize, junior brother Lu. In that moment, Yuanshi wished she could slap herself. What foolish words had she spoken? Observing Yuanshi's expression of remorse, Lu Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. A transmigrator. Did he truly need Yuanshi to instruct him on cultivation? Just one statement from him could instill guilt in her for a lifetime. Junior brother Lu, there are numerous methods to address your issue. However, completely eliminating the side effects may prove challenging. Yuanshi promptly began to strategize for Lu Chen. To my knowledge, the 5 elements condensation pill of the Tongtian Saint can entirely resolve this dilemma. Lu Chen appeared speechless. Senior sister, how does one obtain the pills of the Tongtian Saint? It was akin to speaking in vain. Why would a Tai golden immortal from the Jiejin sect seek elixirs from the likes of him? Unfortunately, junior brother Lu lacks the ability to concoct pills. Otherwise, it would be worth a trip to Shouyang Mountain. Yuanshi mused aloud. What do you mean by concocting pills? Lu Chen inquired. It is said that every 1,000 years, the human sect holds a grand alchemical competition, and the victor is granted the opportunity to have a pill crafted by the Tongtian Saint. Additionally, there may be a chance to join the Tongtian Sect. Yuanshi explained slowly. This is one of the common pathways for ordinary cultivators to join the human sect, that of course, not every first-place winner in the competition can join. It also depends on whether the master deems them worthy. Lu Chen felt a stir of excitement. Junior brother Lu, I advise against wasting time on this. Winning first place in the alchemical competition is no easy feat. I will inquire with my master on your behalf regarding your issue next time. Yun Xiao discerned Lu Chen's eagerness and quickly urged caution. Rest assured, senior sister. I will exercise discretion. I shall return to my cultivation now. With that, Lu Chen turned and headed back to his cave dwelling. Yun Xiao watched Lu Chen's retreating figure. Despite his limited foundation, he had never given up on his cultivation. She resolved to find a way to assist him in resolving the issue of his insufficient power. Upon returning to his dwelling, Lu Chen did not immediately dive into cultivation. Until the issue of his unstable power was resolved, he could not proceed with his training. That Yun Xiao's suggestion of the 5-element condensation pill presented a viable solution. Although he currently knew nothing of alchemy, he possessed a system that if the skill of alchemy could also be maxed out with a single click, then claiming the title of champion in the alchemical competition would pose no problem at all. Alchemy requires 10 comprehension points to reach maximum level. The system's definitive response sent a jolt of excitement through Lu Chen. 10 comprehension points were a trivial matter. After his encounters with Jiejin and the Great Golden Crow, he now possessed 297 comprehension points. This meant that as long as he grasped the basics of alchemy, he could instantly master it. Shuyang Mountain, he was determined to visit. However, before that, there was another matter to address. Lu Chen retrieved the Zixiao spirit-seizing talisman. This moment, a golden crow pattern adorned the talisman. This was also a reason for his confrontation with the Great Golden Crow. He wished to test the capabilities of the Zixiao spirit-seizing talisman. With a thought, the golden crow pattern on the talisman transformed into a beam of golden light, merging into his forehead. Immediately, a divine technique appeared within Lu Chen's consciousness. It was the Golden Crow transformation technique. This technique, as the exclusive skill of the Golden Crow clan, ranked among the finest movement techniques in the vast primordial world, and Lu Chen, at this juncture, was in dire need of such a technique. That I shall practice it. Lu Chen began to cultivate the Golden Crow transformation rainbow technique. After several months, he made his way into its fundamentals. Subsequently, he spent a bit of comprehension value to elevate this divine ability to its maximum level. Thus, he acquired an additional means of preserving his life. That in the event of encountering an insurmountable foe, he could utilize the Golden Crow transformation rainbow technique to extricate himself. Once prepared, Lu Chen departed from Golden Ao Island, setting his course for Shuyang Mountain. However, midway through his journey, he suddenly halted. Have you been following me all this way without revealing yourself? As the words echoed, no one appeared in the vicinity. Yet, Lu Chen showed no intention of surrendering. Rather, a hint of mockery graced his countenance. What is this? Have the disciples of the Chan Sect now resorted to lurking in the shadows? As soon as this statement was uttered, an unusual spatial fluctuation emerged not far away. An elderly man with white hair slowly materialized. Who else could it be but the South Pole immortal of the Chan Sect? His face, marked by displeasure, bore traces of astonishment. You were able to detect me? Originally, he had intended to take action once Lu Chen was farther from Golden Ao Island, yet had not anticipated being noticed. Lu Chen displayed a look of disdain. You've been tailing me the entire way. Was it truly so difficult to notice you? In fact, shortly after departing Golden Ao Island, Lu Chen had sensed something amiss. Initially, he dismissed it, but as time passed, the feeling of being followed intensified, reminiscent of someone covertly tracking him. Generally, such a scenario could stem from two possibilities. One, it was merely his delusion. However, as a Tai golden immortal, such illusions were uncommon. Thus, only the second possibility remained. The one following him possessed a cultivation level surpassing his own. As a Tai golden immortal, those above him in power could only be Deluo golden immortals or even quasi-saints. After confirming he was being pursued, he pondered his past. His only enmity lay with the Chan Sect and the demon race. As for Dingguang Immortal, a mere Tai golden immortal was not worth consideration. Among them, the demon race represented an ordinary conflict, with the Great Golden Crow unable to prevail. That it seemed the Chan Sect was the most likely culprit. Therefore, he halted and provocatively inquired. To his surprise, this provocation successfully drew out the South Pole Immortal. Yuanshi has dispatched you to capture me. It seems I have garnered quite the attention. The sarcasm in Lu Chen's words was unapologetically evident. It was known that in Yuanshi's eyes he was but a golden immortal, sending the South Pole immortal, a peaked Luo golden immortal, to capture a mere golden immortal. One could call it cautious, or more bluntly, shameless. However, the South Pole immortal appeared oblivious to the underlying sarcasm in Lu Chen's words. I have no time for your trifling banter. Will you return to Kunlun Mountain with me willingly? Or shall I subdue you and take you back by force? I advise you to comply, lest you suffer physical torment. Lu Chen shook his head. You shall not take me today. This single statement instantly infused the South Pole immortal's expression with tension. He quickly scanned his surroundings, his eyes filled with confusion. Moments later, an irate look surfaced on the South Pole immortal's face. Lu Chen, cease your bluster. Within 1,000 miles, apart from you and me, there is no one else. Today, no one can save you. Initially, he had thought other disciples of the Jiejin sect might be nearby, as capturing Lu Chen, a disciple of the Jiejin sect, made him somewhat uneasy. Yet, reflecting upon his mission from Yuanshi, he felt no fear. Besides, even if there were other Jiejin sect members, what could they do? With his cultivation, how many within the Jiejin sect could hinder him from taking Lu Chen? Bluster. Lu Chen chuckled. Have you misinterpreted my words? What I mean is today the South Pole immortal cannot take me. The South Pole immortal paused, seemingly grasping Lu Chen's implication. What? Do you think you can defeat me? Lu Chen slowly shook his head. It is not a matter of defeating you. It is about killing you. In truth, when faced with a peaked Luo golden immortal like the South Pole immortal, Lu Chen possessed numerous means at his disposal. With a single golden crow transformation rainbow technique, he could escape. However, from the moment he was expelled from the Chan Sect and slaughtered Huang Longjinren, it was evident that Yuanshi would not let him go. He and the Chan Sect were destined to be mortal enemies. Now that the South Pole immortal had come to capture him, he would not allow the South Pole immortal to depart unscathed. The South Pole immortal was momentarily taken aback by Lu Chen's declaration. Kill me. I am eager to see what you have learned in the Jiejin sect. The overwhelming might of a peaked Luo golden immortal surged forth as he raised his hand to grasp at Lu Chen. For an ordinary golden immortal, under such pressure, there would be no means to fight back, only surrender. Yet, Lu Chen was no ordinary golden immortal. The power of a Tai golden immortal surged forth. The South Pole immortal's movement hesitated, and he exclaimed, You have actually reached Tai golden immortal? It was no surprise that the South Pole immortal was astonished. Everyone in the Chan Sect was well aware of Lu Chen's situation. Given Lu Chen's previous circumstances, it was difficult to imagine him even breaking through to Golden Immortal, let alone achieving tight Golden Immortal status so soon after leaving the Chan Sect. While the South Pole Immortal's actions momentarily faltered, Lu Chen did not hesitate. Evading the South Pole Immortal's assault, he swiftly executed a spell that a bolt of Shangqing Divine Thunder surged forth towards the South Pole Immortal. The South Pole Immortal gathered his energy to shield himself. The next moment, the Shangqing Divine Thunder crashed down. Lu Chen. A furious roar reverberated as the charred South Pole Immortal emerged from the exploding thunder. His eyes filled with rage and astonishment. He had initially thought that as a peaked Luo Golden Immortal, blocking a single Shangqing Divine Thunder from a Tai Golden Immortal would be trivial. Yet, when the Shangqing Divine Thunder truly descended, his seemingly simple magical defense proved utterly ineffective. Before he could recover from the shock of the Shangqing Divine Thunder, Lu Chen's next assault arrived. The sound of swords resonated as he unleashed the Shangqing sword technique. Countless spiritual swords sliced through the air, this time having learned from the previous experience with the Shangqing Divine Thunder. The South Pole Immortal did not dare to be careless. Yet, some matters cannot be avoided or resolved simply through caution. Moments later, the South Pole Immortal bore several deep wounds that exposed bone. The sharpness of the fully realized Shangqing sword technique was not something a Luo Golden Immortal could easily withstand. Lu Chen, you dare to injure me. Enraged and in agony, the South Pole Immortal's expression grew increasingly sinister. Lu Chen shrugged, feigning helplessness. Are the disciples of the Chan Sect so unreasonable? You wanted to see what I learned in the Jiejin sect, and I demonstrated it for you. Yet you cannot defend against it and choose to blame me. The South Pole Immortal trembled with fury. So, the injuries he suffered were all his own fault. Very well, Lu Chen, I shall soon make you understand what it means to be unable to live or die. Regardless, Yuanshi merely instructed to take Lu Chen back, as long as he retained a single breath of life. In a fit of rage, the Antarctic immortal directly launched an attack on Lu Chen. In response, Lu Chen summoned the purple lightning hammer and hurled it towards the Antarctic immortal. What a great Luo golden immortal! He was not unfamiliar with combat, that a fierce battle was about to erupt. However, as the confrontation progressed, the Antarctic immortal began to sense something amiss. As a peak great Luo golden immortal, he should have easily subdued a mere early-stage Tai golden immortal. Yet against Lu Chen, he found it unexpectedly challenging. Although Lu Chen's cultivation was not high, the upper clear divine thunder, the upper clear sword technique, and the purple lightning hammer severely constrained his movements that up to this point, he had been unable to close the distance to Lu Chen. What baffled him the most was that his own spells and divine abilities, as a great Luo golden immortal, were unable to surpass those of Lu Chen, a Tai golden immortal. The only explanation was that Lu Chen's upper clear divine thunder and upper clear sword technique had both reached a state of perfection. Having only joined for a few centuries, he had already cultivated these two divine abilities to such a level. Was Lu Chen's comprehension of divine powers truly so formidable? What? Are you not a great Luo golden immortal? Is this all you are capable of? A taunt from Lu Chen nearly sent the Antarctic immortal into a fit of rage. That I hope that when I capture you later, you will still be as arrogant as you are now. The Antarctic immortal remained composed. No matter how strong Lu Chen's divine abilities were, human strength has its limits. Given Lu Chen's cultivation as a Tai golden immortal, how long could he sustain such intense spells? He merely needed to wait for Lu Chen to exhaust his energy before easily subduing him. Soon, the might of Lu Chen's upper clear sword technique and upper clear divine thunder began to wane. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Lu Chen's offensive came to a halt. Seizing the opportunity, the Antarctic immortal concentrated his power, and a jade, clear divine thunder struck Lu Chen directly. A scream echoed as Lu Chen plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground. The Antarctic immortal immediately followed. Did a mere Tai golden immortal really think that mastering two divine abilities could rival a great Luo golden immortal? As he spoke, the Antarctic immortal reached out towards Lu Chen at that moment. Lu Chen suddenly turned his head. There was not a trace of pain on his face. Instead, a cunning glint of triumph shone through. Rivalry? I told you. I intend to kill you. In the astonished gaze of the Antarctic immortal, a blood-red orb appeared in Lu Chen's right hand. That was the slaying immortal calamity pearl. The blood-red orb was adorned with intricate and profound patterns. This confusion flickered in the Antarctic immortal's eyes. Despite his many years of cultivation and extensive experience, he had never encountered such an orb in all his life. In an instant, the Antarctic immortal's gaze hardened with resolve. Whatever it is, I must first subdue Lu Chen. Just then, Lu Chen swung his right hand, and the blood-red orb transformed into a streak of crimson light, soaring towards the Antarctic immortal. The Antarctic immortal instinctively gathered his power, forming a barrier before him. However, at such a close distance, his hurried defense proved ineffective. The blood-red orb pierced through the barrier, embedding itself in his chest. Simultaneously, Lu Chen's figure morphed into a golden streak. Evading the Antarctic immortal's attack and returning to the sky once more, the Antarctic immortal, having missed his strike, gazed at Lu Chen above, who showed no signs of having exhausted his power. You dare to toy with me. Lu Chen shrugged at, "It is you who is too foolish to you expect me, a Tai golden immortal, to confront you, a great Luo golden immortal, head-on." From the moment Lu Chen laid eyes on the Antarctic immortal, he understood that only one of them would leave this place alive. The Antarctic immortal had to die. With his current cultivation and the myriad techniques at his disposal, defeating a great Luo golden immortal was simple. However, to kill him, certain strategies were necessary. After all, a great Luo golden immortal determined to escape is quite difficult to thwart. Therefore, he had to feign weakness, allowing the Antarctic immortal to lower his guard, and then implant the slaying immortal calamity pearl within him. The Antarctic immortal found himself at a loss for words. Just a single orb? What could you possibly do? he realized that Lu Chen's trump card was that very blood orb. Yet, strangely, after entering his body, the orb vanished without a trace. That "It can kill you." Lu Chen's simple reply caused the Antarctic immortal's expression to stiffen. What you do not yet know is that this orb is called the Slaying Immortal Calamity Pearl, containing a lethal poison. Once the Calamity Pearl enters the body and detonates its toxin, it can slay a great Luo within 10 breaths. The Antarctic immortal's lips twitched. "Oh, you think I would believe you?" Before he could finish, Lu Chen formed a seal with his left hand. "Explode!" At the moment the command was uttered, the Antarctic immortal's gaze turned to his chest in horror. From the point of entry of the Slaying Immortal Calamity Pearl, a red light spread outward, everything consumed in its path. In a frenzy, he attempted to channel his power to stop it, but it was futile. The toxin of the Slaying Immortal Calamity Pearl is unsolvable beneath the rank of a saint. What terrified him most was that this poison not only devoured his flesh, but also his primordial spirit. The Antarctic immortal panicked. "Lu Chen, you dare to kill me?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" Lu Chen was utterly unconcerned. "I almost forgot." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope surged within the Antarctic immortal. Within these few breaths, most of his body had been consumed. He could only hope Lu Chen would cease his attack. "Yes, if you kill me, Yuanshi will not spare you. If you stop now, I can plead for you with Yuanshi." Lu Chen shook his head slightly. "You seem to be mistaken. Whether or not I kill you, Yuanshi will not spare me." What he referred to as forgetting was not about sparing the Antarctic immortal, but about the system. Congratulations to the host for earning 5 comprehension points by checking in with the Antarctic immortal and obtaining the Illusion Spirit Pearl. Although he currently had no shortage of comprehension points, the Antarctic immortal was on the brink of demise. And if he did not act now, there would be no opportunity later to Lu Chen. You are making an enemy of the entire Chan teaching. After hope shattered, the Antarctic immortal shouted, now reduced to just a head. "Noisy. Your time has come." As Lu Chen finished speaking, the Antarctic immortal was completely consumed, vanishing without a trace, as if he had never existed. The Antarctic immortal was dead. The Slaying Immortal Calamity Pearl lived up to its name. The system's products are always of the highest quality. Once confirming the Antarctic immortal's death, Lu Chen began to examine the rewards for checking in with him. Upon inspection, Lu Chen could not help but smile that he had not anticipated that the deceased Antarctic immortal would grant him a valuable reward. The Illusion Spirit Pearl is a unique treasure that can conceal one's aura and alter one's appearance. Even a saint would find it challenging to perceive. This proved to be somewhat beneficial for Lu Chen. Although he possessed some strength now, he still paled in comparison to true powerhouses, not to mention saints. Even quasi-saints posed considerable challenges. This time, it was the Antarctic immortal. What if the next to track him was Yuanshi? After finally activating the system, he did not wish to fall on the path of advancement. Therefore, until he possessed absolute strength, it was essential to adopt a different identity when venturing outside. Having resolved matters with the Antarctic immortal, Lu Chen continued his journey to Shuyang Mountain, in the demon clan's heavenly court. A golden crow phantom blotted out the sun, and under its terrifying pressure, those lower-level demons, such as Xianxian and Jingxian, knelt upon the ground, unable to move. Fortunately, this overwhelming force did not persist for long. Dong Wang Tai opened his eyes, a fleeting hint of unusual color passing through his pale golden pupils. Still unsuccessful. "I see." Jiejin hurried over. Dong Wang Tai shook his head. "The path of Hunyuan is not so easily traversed. Since the path of Hunyuan is fraught with difficulty, why not attempt another route?" Jiejin expressed some confusion. "With your peak quasi-sane cultivation, and considering the strength of our demon clan in the primordial world, a mere breath of Hongmeng purple energy would suffice for you to attain the status of a heavenly saint." Dong Huang Tai scoffed. "Brother, do you truly believe that the Tao ancestor would allow our demon clan to produce 2 saints? The position of a heavenly saint is not easily obtained," Jiejin countered. "But the Western teachings have 2 saints as well." Dong Huang Tai dismissed this notion. "What do those 2 Western saints amount to?" "Brother, do not hold the Tao ancestor in such high regard." Jiejin sighed in resignation, realizing his persuasion had failed that moment. Dong Huang Tai spoke up suddenly. "While I was in seclusion, You took the great golden crow to Jiejin. Jiejin was taken aback, a flicker of panic evident in his eyes. No, brother. Do you think I would be completely ignorant of the outside world during my seclusion? Dong Huang Taiyi's demeanor turned icer. I previously warned you against going to Jiejin. It creates too many enemies for our demon clan, and the great golden crow lost. Jiejin interrupted. Lost? Dong Huang Taiyi's eyes widened in surprise. In his understanding, there should be no one among the disciples of Jiejin capable of defeating the great golden crow. It was to a Tai golden immortal. Jiejin added. Now Dong Huang Tai was intrigued. Do tell. Jiejin recounted the events of his trip to Jiejin Island. Dong Huang Tai smiled slightly, gazing toward the direction of Jiejin Island. Tai surpasses de Luo. The complete realm of upper clear mystical powers is quite interesting. A few days later, the atmosphere at Shoyang Mountain was particularly lively, with numerous cultivators arriving for the alchemy competition. In a corner of Shoyang Mountain, a striking figure approached on a cloud. Clad in a white Taoist robe, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, he exuded an extraordinary presence. It was Lu Chen, who had hurried from Jiejin Island, now sporting a new face thanks to a mirage spirit pearl. After all, it would be rather inappropriate for a Jiejin disciple to participate in a human teaching alchemy competition upon arriving at Shoyang Mountain. Lu Chen realized he knew very little about the alchemy competition. However, understanding the specifics of the competition was not an insurmountable task. He glanced around before moving toward a bustling area. As he approached, a flurry of greetings filled the air. Dao friend Gu, you are here again for the alchemy competition. Aren't you as well? Frankly, I believe our presence is in vain. Didn't you notice that Taoist Duan has returned? With him around, the first prize is likely his. Who is this Taoist Duan? Is he particularly skilled in alchemy? The sudden inquiry drew everyone's attention to Lu Chen. Is this your first time attending the alchemy competition? Lu Chen nodded and cupped his hands in greeting. I am Chen Lu, attending for the first time. May I inquire about this Taoist Duan you speak of? He had little desire to concoct a pseudonym, opting instead to reverse his true name. The group exchanged glances, and one person responded, it's Dao friend Chen. It's understandable that you are unaware. Taoist Duan is a Tai golden immortal with considerable expertise in alchemy. He has claimed the top prize in previous competitions. Lu Chen was taken aback and instinctively asked, can one participate in the alchemy competition multiple times? Naturally. The human teaching alchemy competition imposes no restrictions on cultivation level or the number of entries. One may participate as often as they wish. Lu Chen continued. Since he has won several times, why does he return? The others regarded him with a hint of perplexity. Dao friend Lu, do you come to the alchemy competition merely for the top prize? Everyone's primary goal is to become a disciple of a Tai Ching saint. A pill from Laozi is certainly commendable, yet it pales in comparison to the offerings of a saint's disciple. Once one becomes a disciple of a saint, who needs to worry about not having pills crafted by a saint? Lu Chen was inclined to declare that he had come solely for the top prize. Yet he restrained himself. This is my first participation in the alchemy competition. Could you kindly enlighten me about the specific rules? The expressions of the group shifted to one of bemusement. To come without knowledge is rather bold. Nevertheless, one individual briefly explained, the rules of the alchemy competition are simple. All participants must concoct a designated elixir from the human teaching, and the one with the highest quality elixir shall be declared the winner. The elixir's grade is usually not exceedingly high. After all, Laozi's true intention in hosting this competition is to scout for exceptionally talented alchemists as disciples, that he focuses on potential and future prospects. This had led to numerous victors over the course of the competition, yet only Xuandu had been accepted as a disciple by Laozi. Thank you for clarifying, esteemed friends, Lu Chen said with a bow. To come without any knowledge and yet participate in the alchemy competition? I advise you, oh no, I mean all of you, not to waste your time here. A sudden voice interrupted. The crowd turned to find a middle-aged man in a black robe approaching with a slow gait. His eyes filled with disdain as he regarded Lu Chen and the others. Taoist Duan, what do you mean by that? Someone retorted. Lu Chen couldn't help but scrutinize Taoist Duan. Was this truly the frontrunner for the alchemy competition? He appeared rather unremarkable. Taoist Duan replied nonchalantly, it means exactly what it sounds like. I merely wish to advise you not to squander your time, because this time, the top prize will still belong to me." His words carried an air of superiority, dismissing the others entirely. Yet he had the confidence to say so, having claimed the top prize in previous competitions. At that moment, someone laughed and said, "Even if you win, it does not guarantee you will become a disciple of the Tongtian Saint. I suggest you withdraw and allow others a chance." This statement struck a nerve with Taoist Duan, and his expression darkened. "What did you say?" A tremendous pressure erupted, causing many present to stagger back several steps, spitting blood. "You have actually attained the rank of the Luo, Golden Immortal?" Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Lu Chen regarded Taoist Duan with newfound interest. Although he had only just arrived at Shoyang Mountain, most participants in the alchemy competition were at the levels of Xian Immortal or Golden Immortal. This the Luo, Golden Immortal, Taoist Duan, indeed towered over the rest in terms of cultivation, but a perfect opportunity to test his mettle. Congratulations to the host for encountering Taoist Duan and gaining 5 comprehension points and the treasure. The celestial sword, upon inspecting, he found it was merely a congenital spiritual treasure. To be honest, for Lu Chen at this stage, such a treasure held little significance. Knowing is one thing. This time, the top prize shall be mine, and the disciple of a saint shall be none other than me. Taoist Duan declared confidently. Lu Chen shot him a discontented glance. The Tongtian Saint values alchemical talent over mere cultivation level. Being a Deluo Golden Immortal does not guarantee you anything put it bluntly, since you have consistently secured the top prize, yet failed to become a disciple of the Tongtian Saint. It only indicates that the saint does not favor you. If I were you, I would not waste time here. Moreover, I doubt you will claim the top prize this time. The impact of Lu Chen's words far surpassed that of his predecessors. The corner of Duan Doran's mouth twitched, for Lu Chen's assertions bore a semblance of reason. If it were truly possible for him to accept Lu Chen as a disciple, he would have done so long ago. Yet, this was merely a test of fortitude. What are you, to dare boast so brazenly before me? If I cannot claim the top spot, do you think you can? Lu Chen nodded in affirmation. Indeed, arrogant. Duan Doran's fury ignited as he gathered his mana, raising a hand to strike at Lu Chen. How audacious for a mere newcomer in the alchemical competition to speak so boldly in his presence. Halt! A sudden voice commanded, causing Duan Doran's hand to freeze mid-air. A man approached with measured steps. This was a sacred ground of the human sect, where private duels were strictly prohibited. Any transgressor would bear the consequences. Such simple words rendered even a grand Luo Jingxian like Duan Doran unable to act recklessly. For the newcomer was none other than Xiandu of the human sect. Within Shoyang Mountain, Xiandu was synonymous with authority. Reluctantly, Duan Doran retracted his hand, casting a venomous glare at Lu Chen. He should feel fortunate that this was Shoyang Mountain. Lu Chen appeared unfazed, mirroring his disdain. Duan Doran, disinterested in further engaging with Lu Chen, turned his attention to Xiandu, as did the gathered crowd. Xiandu began to speak. All participants in the alchemical competition, follow me. The crowd trailed behind Xian due to a clearing outside the 8 scenic palace. With a wave of his right hand, alchemical furnaces materialized before Lu Chen and the others. Looking down, Lu Chen noticed the presence of unfamiliar herbs within the furnaces that seemed that in this competition, aside from cultivation levels, all participants shared the same alchemical conditions, ensuring a degree of fairness. Subsequently, Xiandu distributed bamboo slips to each participant, detailing a specific recipe. The objective was to concoct a 3rd transformation golden pill within a 2-hour time frame, with the highest quality pill securing the first place and an audience with the master. As Xiandu's words concluded, the alchemical competition commenced. Almost everyone busied themselves, with Lu Chen alone taking a leisurely approach to it was simple. He lacked the skill to concoct. Achieving mastery in alchemy required a foundational understanding first. Lu Chen remained unhurried, observing Duan Doran's techniques from a distance, attempting to replicate his methods. The fundamental steps of alchemy were indeed straightforward. Condensing mana into fire, igniting the furnace, and adding herbs. However, mastering the nuances of crafting a perfect pill, such as controlling the heat, could not be succinctly explained in mere phrases. Duan Doran, glancing at Lu Chen from the corner of his eye, couldn't help but chuckle. The clumsy and awkward manner in which Lu Chen attempted to concoct revealed him as a novice. How could he audaciously claim the top spot under such circumstances? Given the current situation, it was unlikely Lu Chen would even avoid a furnace explosion. Soon enough, a resounding bang echoed as Lu Chen's furnace exploded, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Stunned and incredulous gazes fell upon Lu Chen. Even Xian Du's eyes glinted with an icy disdain. In all the previous competitions, Lu Chen was the first to cause a furnace explosion during the alchemical process. The reason was clear. Such mishaps were indeed common. But the third transformation golden pill was not particularly difficult to concoct. It was well within reach for anyone with alchemical knowledge. The distinction lay solely in the quality of the resultant pill. Yet, Lu Chen had managed to explode a furnace while attempting such a simple concoction. Coupled with his clumsy technique, it was evident that he was a complete novice in alchemy, likely attempting it for the very first time. Strangely, after the explosion, Lu Chen remained motionless, offering no attempts at remedy. This further incited Xian Du's contempt. Although the human sect's alchemical competition imposed no limits on attempts or identities, what right did someone incapable of alchemy have to participate? To aspire for first place on their first attempt, was the human sect's competition so trivial? After this competition, he would certainly suggest changes to the rules to his master. Meanwhile, Lu Chen gazed at the shattered furnace. Lost in thought, it seemed that if he did not achieve mastery soon, all would be over. System, surely I have grasped the basics of alchemy now. Can I achieve full mastery? Lu Chen inquired tentatively. After all, entering the realm of alchemy was relatively simple. Yes, the system affirmed, alleviating Lu Chen's anxious heart. The next step was to attain full mastery. Congratulations, host, for consuming 10 insight points. Alchemy skill has reached full mastery. In an instant, a flood of insights regarding alchemy surged into Lu Chen's consciousness. As Lu Chen absorbed these revelations, Duan cast a scornful glance his way. I thought you possessed some talent. Yet you are utterly clueless. The furnace has exploded. What more time do you intend to waste? As he spoke, Lu Chen's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Who said one could not concoct without a furnace? Nonsense, without a furnace. How could one? Duan's words were abruptly interrupted as he witnessed Lu Chen's movement. Lu Chen raised his right hand, and a torrent of mana erupted forth, coalescing in midair into the form of an alchemical furnace, containing the herbs once more. This spectacle left Duan momentarily bewildered. Generally speaking, one could not concoct without a furnace. Yet exceptions existed. Some alchemists could condense their mana into a furnace, achieving results that surpassed those of ordinary alchemical furnaces. However, such techniques were typically reserved for master alchemists. How could Lu Chen, a mere novice, possibly possess such skills? Yet the evidence was before them. Not only was Duan dumbfounded, but even Xian Du wore a look of confusion. As a disciple of the master, his proficiency in alchemy far surpassed that of Duan. He could see clearly that Lu Chen's mana condensation was remarkably adept. The only explanation was that Lu Chen had intentionally caused the furnace explosion, seeking to draw the master's attention. Unfortunately, Lu Chen's clever ruse was misplaced. While the master would indeed observe everyone's performance during the alchemical process, the ultimate criterion would still be the ability to secure first place. The earlier explosion had clearly cost him valuable herbs, and relying solely on this mana condensation technique would not suffice for victory. Xian Du was eager to see what other tricks Lu Chen might have up his sleeve. Suddenly, a flicker of golden flame ignited in Lu Chen's palm. In that instant, the temperature of Shouyang Mountain rose perceptibly. Bewildered gazes fell upon Lu Chen's golden flame, which emanated an indescribable aura of dread. As if it could incinerate even the soul, just a touch would lead to complete immolation. Within the golden flames danced the shadow of a golden crow. That moment, Xian Du's eyes filled with astonishment. True sunfire. While the others present might not recognize the true sunfire, Xian Du was certain that what Lu Chen wielded was indeed the true sunfire. In the realm of alchemy, numerous factors influence the process. The alchemist's skill, the furnace, and the fire used. For most cultivators, condensing mana into fire was not particularly challenging. However, certain divine flames from the primordial era had a remarkably amplifying effect in alchemy. Among these divine flames, The true sun fire stood at the pinnacle. Regrettably, the true fire of the sun originates from the Jinwu clan. Even Laozi lacks such divine flames. Yet now, this sun true fire has unexpectedly manifested in one who is participating in the alchemy competition for the first time. Why is this so? A tinge of jealousy welled up within Xuandu as he fixed his gaze intently upon Lu Chen. What the sun true fire? This flame is exceedingly domineering. Should an alchemist's skills be lacking and they fail to exercise proper control, it could easily reduce the medicinal materials to nothing but ashes. However, his concern was evidently unwarranted. Lu Chen's alchemical prowess was, without exaggeration, at a level unparalleled throughout the entirety of Hongwang. Even Laozi, the sage of Tongtian, could only claim superiority due to his cultivation. Yet in the realm of alchemy, he fell short of the extraordinary Lu Chen. Mastering the nuances of the sun true fire was a task of utmost simplicity. Under Lu Chen's adept manipulation, the impurities of the medicinal materials were entirely dissolved by the sun true fire, leaving behind the essence perfectly melded together. Boom! The crowd looked up towards the heavens as dark clouds began to gather. Incredulous gazes fell upon Lu Chen's alchemy furnace. Danjie. This phenomenon only occurs when a refined elixir possesses spiritual essence. The question arises, only high-grade elixirs, those of exceptional quality, have a chance of manifesting such essence. Never before has there been a report of a third-grade golden elixir yielding spiritual essence. What extraordinary quality has Lu Chen's third-grade spiritual elixir achieved? In the next moment, the Dan lay descended. Lu Chen gazed skyward and shouted, "Get lost!" The sun true fire transformed into a golden crow. Instantly engulfing the Dan laid out a rich fragrance of elixirs wafted through the air, drawing every gaze to the third-grade golden elixir, which bore intricate and profound patterns the size of dragons, eyes 0.9 patterns. An incredulous voice suddenly resounded. Dan patterns are a significant standard for evaluating elixir quality, ranging from 1 to 9, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. In previous alchemy competitions, the best record was 6 patterns, achieved by Taoist Duan. Yet now, Lu Chen had unveiled a 9-pattern third-grade golden elixir. What could surpass this? It was simply unfathomable. Although there remained some time before the competition concluded, most had already conceded. With the emergence of Lu Chen's 9-pattern third-grade golden elixir, the victor of this competition had already been determined. Only one individual remained steadfast, Taoist Duan. Impossible! How could you possibly refine a 9-pattern elixir? Taoist Duan seemed to have gone mad. The greatest blow dealt by Lu Chen's appearance fell upon him. In his plans, he had envisioned achieving the status of a Luo golden immortal, making advancements in alchemy, and seizing the top honor in this competition, thus securing a place beneath the sage of Tongtian. Yet now, all of that had vanished. In no way, it's just a 9-pattern third grade. I can do it too. Taoist Duan's eyes blazed crimson, his expression frenzied. With a deafening bang, his alchemy furnace exploded under the strain of his extreme efforts. He stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the shattered remnants of his furnace. With Taoist Duan's explosion, this alchemy competition came to an early conclusion. Xuandu retrieved Lu Chen's third-grade golden elixir, examining it closely before confirming its 9-pattern quality, and then proclaimed, "The champion of this alchemy competition is Chen Lu." Xuandu announced the results of the competition and subsequently led Lu Chen into the 8th Scenic Palace. Taoist Duan collapsed onto the ground, utterly defeated. Within the 8th Scenic Palace, Xuandu reported the events of the competition to Laozi. In truth, there was no need for Xuandu to report. The moment Lu Chen summoned the sun true fire, Laozi had been attentively observing the competition. A hint of satisfaction flickered in Laozi's eyes as he watched Lu Chen. With the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal and impeccable alchemical skills, coupled with the sun true fire, should Lu Chen be inducted into the teachings, his mastery in alchemy would surely surpass even Xuandu in the future. As the champion of this alchemy competition, what elixir do you desire? Lu Chen's heart stirred. This was the moment he had been waiting for, that I wish for a 5-elements condensing spirit elixir. Laozi immediately discerned the issue that troubled Lu Chen and, with a thought, a jade vial flew from a nearby shelf. This is the 7-pattern 5 elements condensing spirit elixir I refined not long ago. Lu Chen promptly accepted the elixir, a slight smile gracing his lips. This instability of foundation and superficiality of magical power would finally be resolved. Thank you, sage. Will you enter the human teachings and take me as your master? Laozi inquired. This question caused Xuandu's heart to tighten. Although he had anticipated that his master would take Chen Lu as a disciple, he still felt a surge of concern when the moment arrived. After all, Chen Lu's demonstrated alchemical prowess had surpassed his own. Once he entered the human teachings, his status might very well eclipse Xuandu's in the future. Yet he dared not question Laozi's decision, and he could only hope that once Chen Lu joined the teachings, he would understand his place. Just as Xuandu pondered the implications of Lu Chen entering the teachings, Lu Chen's expression stiffened as he slowly replied, I am honored by the favor of the sage of Tongtian. But I already have a master and cannot join the human teachings, Xuandu. As Lu Chen's response echoed throughout the 8 scenic palace, an eerie silence enveloped the space, with only his voice reverberating through the air. Even the usually impassive eyes of Laozi flickered with an imperceptible glimmer of anger. For an ordinary champion of an alchemy competition, requesting a 5 elements condensing spirit elixir would not necessitate a 7-pattern quality. He had offered the finest quality elixir, hoping to resolve Lu Chen's foundational issues and subsequently take him as a disciple. Yet what happened? His offer of mentorship was outright rejected. Who wouldn't be furious? Although Laozi managed to restrain his emotions due to his status as a sage, Xuandu could not contain his shock that he stood there, dumbfounded, a look of utter bewilderment etched upon his face in that moment. He even doubted whether he had misheard. The fact remained, however, that this Chen Lu had actually rejected his master's offer. It must be noted that while the 6 sages had never come to blows, in the hearts of the cultivators of Hongguang, Laozi, the sage of Tongtian, was considered the strongest among them. His alchemical skills had shattered the threshold of the human teachings in its nascent stage. Regrettably, Laozi's teachings differed from those of the Jiejin and Chan Sects, as he accepted very few disciples. The only clear path to entering the Chan Sect was through this so-called alchemy competition. One could say that those who participated in the alchemy competition were there primarily to seek Laozi as their master. The elixir itself held little importance. Yet, Laozi's standards were notoriously high. Only those with extraordinary talent in alchemy would be accepted as disciples. Finally, someone had caught the master's eye, prompting him to offer mentorship, only to be met with rejection. This individual was the first in all of Hongguang to refuse an invitation to join the Chan Sect. Chen Lu, do you even know what you're saying? Xuandu exclaimed in a fit of rage. Logically, Xuandu should have felt some measure of relief at Chen Lu's decision not to join the human teachings, as it meant his own position would not be threatened. Yet amidst his relief, he was also seething with anger. How dare this golden immortal refuse the sage's offer of mentorship? What did he mean by already having a master? Is there anyone in Hongguang stronger than Laozi? If word got out that the sage of Tongtian had been rejected, where would the human teachings find their dignity? Lu Chen cast a glance at Xuandu and replied nonchalantly. You heard what you heard. You, Xuandu, infuriated, stepped forward, unleashing a wave of pressure. Just as he was about to act, Laozi interjected, You possess considerable talent in alchemy. Only by entering my human teachings can you progress further in this field. I offer you one final opportunity. It is indeed unfortunate that the previous champions of the alchemy competition possessed exceptional skills. However, the future appears to be all too predictable, rendering them unworthy of attention. It is only with great difficulty that this time, Chen Lu has drawn some interest, not only due to his alchemical prowess, but also because of his possession of a genuine solar flame. Should he choose to join the Rinjiao, guided by his father's teachings, in due course, he could become an unparalleled master of alchemy. Thus, the old master has extended yet another opportunity. Upon uttering these words, a flicker of hesitation crossed Lu Chen's face. The old master felt a stirring within, for he knew that none could refuse the revered Tongtian saint, just as the old master believed Lu Chen had made his choice. Lu Chen, with utmost seriousness, inquired whether the Wuxing Ningling Dan would not be granted should he refuse to join the Rinjiao. The old master's eyes twitched in surprise. Was this what Lu Chen was contemplating? Naturally not. This elixir was a reward for the champion of the alchemy competition, not a token for joining the Rinjiao. Once he became part of the Rinjiao, there would be countless elixirs far more precious than the Wuxing Ningling Dan awaiting him. The old master began to paint a picture of grandeur for Lu Chen. Unfortunately, Lu Chen was not swayed. "Thank you, Tongtian Saint, but my sole purpose here is to obtain the Wuxing Ningling Dan." It was indeed a jest. His own alchemical skills had already reached their zenith. In terms of alchemical techniques, even the old master had little to impart to him, provided he possessed the formula and materials. What elixir could he not concoct on his own? As a disciple of the Jiejin, how could he possibly enter the Rinjiao again? Witnessing Lu Chen's blatant refusal, the old master's expression darkened with displeasure. Thus, he declared, "Xiandu, escort him out and inform the outside world that I have yet to take on disciples from this alchemy competition. We shall reconvene in a millennium for the next contest." His tone had turned noticeably cold and resolute. Ultimately, no matter how extraordinary Lu Chen's talents in alchemy were, he remained merely a golden immortal. As a saint, the old master could not be seen to take on disciples repeatedly. "Depart now," Xiandu promptly ushered Lu Chen away. Outside the Beijing Palace, aside from a few who had left early, the majority of those who participated in the alchemy competition remained. Although the competition had concluded, their interest lay more in the opportunity to become a disciple of the Tongtian Saint than in the title of champion. They were eager to discover whether a practitioner like Chen Lu, who boasted exceptional alchemical skills and possessed a solar flame, could be accepted as a disciple by the Tongtian Saint. In the next moment, Lu Chen and Xiandu appeared before the crowd. Upon exiting the Beijing Palace, Lu Chen made his immediate departure from Shouyang Mountain. With the Wuxing Ningling Dan now in hand, his objectives had been fulfilled. What reason remained for him to linger? A myriad of bewildered gazes followed Lu Chen's retreating figure. Why was he leaving? Could it be that, in this round of competition, the master had still not taken on disciples? A millennium hence, the alchemical contest would resume, and the victor would have the chance to join the master. Xiandu's words validated the suspicions of the crowd, although it was somewhat surprising that Lu Chen had not joined the Chan Sect. The news from Xiandu plunged many into despair. Chen Lu's alchemical expertise was so remarkable that he had crafted a 9-pattern 3-turn golden pill. Was it truly the case that such an accomplishment failed to catch the Tongtian Saint's eye? What could possibly be the threshold for acceptance into the Tongtian Sect? Someone could not help but ask, what criteria does the Tongtian Saint consider for accepting disciples? Is it talent in alchemy? If so, why did even someone like Chen Lu, who produced a 9-pattern elixir, not qualify? Xiandu let out a cold laugh. In truth, the master intended to accept the champion of this competition as a disciple. But Chen Lu declined, and we of the Rinjiao do not force the issue. His words stirred the crowd into a frenzy. Chen Lu actually rejected the Tongtian Saint? Does he truly believe that producing a high-quality 3-turn golden pill is so impressive? No. What you may have missed is that the Tongtian Saint had intentions to accept the champion. This implies that had the champion not been Chen Lu, others could have had the opportunity to join the saint. Listening to the murmurings of dissatisfaction among the crowd, Xiandu smirked slightly. While the old master had not explicitly stated so, his prior tone had already conveyed everything. As a saint, the master could not directly act against Lu Chen. Yet Xiandu could easily turn the tides against him with a mere word. Refuse the saint carries consequences. Taoist Duan rose from the ground, a glimmer of hope igniting in his forlorn eyes as he turned to Xiandu. Since Chen Lu is unwilling as the second-place contestant in this competition, may I have the honor of joining the saint's ranks? Xiandu shot Taoist Duan a sidelong glance. First of all, you are not the second-place contestant in this competition. Secondly, do you believe the Rinjiao operates in such a manner? The first-place winner's position does not simply cascade to the second. Let me reiterate, only the champion has the opportunity to become a disciple of the master. In an instant, a fierce glint ignited in Taoist Duan's eyes. Had it not been for Chen Lu's unexpected emergence and seizing the title of champion, he would have been accepted as a disciple of the saint by now. Damn Chen Lu! If he does not wish to follow the saint's path, why even participate in the alchemy competition? He glanced in the direction Lu Chen had departed, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he pursued him with all his might. At the Jiejin Palace, after Xiandu had concluded various matters regarding the alchemy competition, he approached the old master. Although the old master's face betrayed no sign of displeasure, Xiandu could still feel the heavy atmosphere surrounding them. Master, this Chen Lu is rather ungrateful, that he will undoubtedly regret his previous decision in the future. I suggest we prohibit him from participating in the alchemy competition again. Xiandu contemplated for a moment before bowing to speak. The appearance of Lu Chen had indeed left him somewhat unsettled. Should Lu Chen join the Rinjiao, his own position would inevitably be threatened. The old master glanced at Xian. Do you seem to hold quite the opinion of this Chen Lu? Xiandu's heart skipped a beat as he hastily sought justification for his words. The disciple merely feels that Chen Lu is rather arrogant. The Rinjiao is not something he can enter or exit at will. Furthermore, by claiming the title of champion, yet refusing the saint's offer of apprenticeship, he has deprived others of their opportunities, which is fundamentally unjust. The old master let out a cold chuckle. You are not wrong. This youth is indeed somewhat haughty. Present me with the elixir he previously crafted. Xiandu promptly handed over the 3-turn golden pill that Lu Chen had refined, an exquisite 9-pattern 3-turn golden pill. If I possessed a divine flame akin to the solar flame, I too could concoct a 9-pattern 3-turn golden pill. Xiandu could not resist taking a jab at Lu Chen. In truth, Xiandu's statement was not entirely exaggerated. Although crafting a 9-pattern 3-turn golden pill is no small feat, with sufficient effort, it is not an impossible task for certain alchemical masters. The key point, however, is that no alchemical master would typically invest such effort into a low-tier elixir like the 3-turn golden pill. Of course, this is predicated on having a divine flame on par with the solar flame to assist in the process. While Xiandu spoke, the old master scrutinized the 3-turn golden pill in his hand. Upon examination, he could not help but emit a soft exclamation. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed the 3-turn golden pill into the air. A shimmering light enveloped the elixir, illuminating each intricate pattern with remarkable clarity. Moments later, the old master retrieved the 3-turn golden pill, his voice sharp with urgency. What is the origin of this Chen Lu? His tone had grown noticeably more frantic. Xiandu, bewildered, could not comprehend why a mere 3-turn golden pill would provoke such a reaction from the master. The disciple is unaware. This is his first participation in the alchemy competition. The old master remained silent, instead forming a series of intricate gestures with his right hand, initiating a divination. This left Xiandu even more perplexed. How can mere Tai, a golden immortal, evoke the master's divination? Before long, Laozi's divination came to an end, yet his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Remarkably, this attempt at divination yielded no results whatsoever. A Tai, golden immortal. No, that is not quite accurate. Chen Lu was far more than merely a Tai, golden immortal. Go, bring Chen Lu back to me. No matter what, he must join our human sect. Laozi commanded. Xuandu, looking utterly perplexed, could no longer restrain himself and inquired, Master, I do not understand that is it truly worth your attention that he merely concocted a 9-patterned 3rd-tier golden pill. Laozi handed the 3rd-tier golden pill to Xuandu. Examine it closely. Is it truly just a 9-patterned 3rd-tier golden pill? Upon hearing Laozi's words, Xuandu felt compelled to inspect it once more. Yes, he did. His pupils abruptly contracted. 1, 2, 9 patterns. Beyond the 9th pattern, there lay an exceedingly faint line. 10 patterns. Xuandu could not suppress his astonishment. Master, this cannot possibly be 10 patterns. In Xuandu's understanding, 9 was the pinnacle of pill patterns. How could 10 exist? The 3rd-tier golden pill was indeed 9-patterned. Xuandu sighed in relief. The reason it was not 10-patterned was not due to Chen Lu, but rather the limitations of the 3rd-tier golden pill. Simply put, the maximum for a 3rd-tier golden pill was 9 patterns, but that was not Chen Lu's limit. Xuandu, in a daze, murmured, if what you say is true, then could it be that Chen Lu is capable of refining 10-pattern elixirs? Indeed, thus he must join our human sect. Laozi articulated each word with conviction that a 9-pattern elixir still lay within his capacity to endure AS for 10 patterns, even if he were aware of it. He had never achieved it. Chen Lu's alchemical talent surpassed his own. Moreover, the fact that even he, a sage, could not deduce Chen Lu's capabilities indicated that Chen Lu had transcended his understanding. regardless of the circumstances. He must be brought into the human sect. It could only be said that the system's one-click max-level alchemy had already surpassed the ceiling of alchemical mastery in the Hongwang realm. Suddenly, Xuandu's expression changed. If he was not mistaken, Daoist Duan was likely pursuing Chen Lu. He immediately dashed out of the 8 Scenery Palace. In a corner of the Hongwang realm, Lu Chen was on his way back to Jinao Island. Currently, Lu Chen's mood was exceptionally buoyant. Upon his return, he intended to resolve the instability of his foundation with this 5 elements condensing spirit pill, allowing him to continue his cultivation. The harvest from Shouyang Mountain was not merely a 5 elements condensing spirit pill. The value of max-level alchemy far surpassed that of the pill itself. He wondered how the materials for the chaotic demon god body were being prepared on Tongtian's end. If everything could be gathered, he could directly enter the 36th rank of the Void Seal and enter a secluded meditation. That'd be why the time of the grand competition among the 3 teachings, he would undoubtedly surprise Yuanshi greatly. As for whether rejecting Laozi's apprenticeship would offend him, that was not something he was concerned about at the moment. Ultimately, joining the human sect was a matter of personal choice. Laozi could not force anyone to join. Furthermore, he had little to learn from Laozi in the realm of alchemy. Even if Chen Lu offended Laozi, it had nothing to do with him, Lu Chen. With the system's protection, Laozi could not deduce his fate. He felt no fear. Just then, Lu Chen suddenly halted and glanced behind him. In the distance, a streak of flowing light raced toward him. Moments later, the light arrived before Lu Chen. It was Daoist Duan. Daoist Duan, having caught up, fixed his gaze on Lu Chen with a fierce expression, bellowing, "Chen Lu, you cannot escape." Lu Chen, feeling somewhat exasperated, rubbed his ears. "Why shout so loudly? I can hear you just fine. Did you come all this way to seek me as your master?" "I do not accept disciples," he replied, nearly provoking Daoist Duan to the brink of bloodshed. "What do you mean by seeking a master? You think you are worthy of such a title. You actually rejected the opportunity to become a disciple of the Taiji saint." Daoist Duan retorted fiercely. "What does that have to do with you?" Lu Chen countered, "It has everything to do with me. If you do not become a disciple of the saint, why then do you participate in this alchemical competition? You have stolen my chance to become a disciple of the saint." The more Daoist Duan spoke, the more agitated he became, his face contorting with rage. Had it not been for Chen Lu, he would have been the champion of the competition, and he would already be a disciple of the saint. If he was a failure, he should not blame others. Even without him, the Taiji saint would not have looked favorably upon you. "Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave," Lu Chen said, uninterested in wasting time with Daoist Duan. Were it not for the successful completion of his objectives and his good mood, he would have already sent Daoist Duan sprawling. "Of course there is." Daoist Duan stepped forward, blocking Lu Chen's path. "Someone like you does not deserve to possess the true sunfire. Hand it over, and I shall pretend that nothing has happened and allow you to leave." In his eyes, Chen Lu's ability to concoct a 9-patterned 3rd-tier golden pill hinged largely upon the true sunfire. If he could also obtain the true sunfire, he would surely reclaim his title as champion in the next alchemical competition. Lu Chen scoffed, flames erupting from his right hand, revealing the true sunfire. In an instant, a glimmer of greed flickered in Daoist Duan's eyes. "The true sunfire is right here, but I can only give it to you if you dare to take it." As he gazed at the true sunfire within arm's reach, Daoist Duan's expression momentarily froze. Lu Chen's words had somewhat calmed him. Originally, in his plan, although Chen Lu was superior in alchemy, he was still just a Tai golden immortal. Taking the true sunfire from a Tai golden immortal should have been a simple task, but now he recalled a crucial point. The true sunfire was no ordinary flame. It was exclusive to the Jinwu lineage within the entire Hongwang realm. How could Chen Lu, a mere Tai golden immortal, possibly possess the true sunfire? Was it possible that Chen Lu had some connection to the Jinwu lineage? If that were the case, obtaining the true sunfire would not be so simple. "Are you afraid to take it? Then vanish from my sight." The previously hesitant Daoist Duan was instantly enraged. "Vanish. You should be the one to disappear." Daoist Duan steeled himself. Even if Chen Lu truly had ties to the Jinwu lineage, what did it matter? There was no one else around, as long as he eliminated Chen Lu. Who would know it was him? At worst, after obtaining the true sun fire, he could find a place to hide for a while. Once he became a disciple of the Taiji Saint after the next alchemical competition, even if the Jinwu lineage came looking for him, the protection of the Taiji Saint would ensure he faced no consequences. Daoist Duan summoned his magical energy, conjuring a fiery dragon that roared toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen stood his ground, waving his right hand as the true sun fire transformed into a golden wu flame shadow. Charging toward the fiery dragon, the moment of collision, the fiery dragon offered no resistance and was instantly consumed. Lu Chen regarded Daoist Duan with disinterest. Surely you do not possess only this level of skill. If you have any other tricks, do reveal them. Daoist Duan trembled with indignation. Those unaware of the situation might assume he was the Tai Golden Immortal and that Chen Lu was the Great Luo Golden Immortal. When had Tai Golden Immortals begun to look down upon Great Luo Golden Immortals so brazenly? Do not be so arrogant. Daoist Duan retrieved a jade vial from his sleeve and swallowed a pill. In the next moment, his aura surged violently, propelling him from the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal to the mid-stage. His body bore several cracks under the onslaught of this tumultuous power, blood gushing forth. Immediately afterward, Daoist Duan spat out a mouthful of blood, using it to form a seal and casting a supernatural power. A blood mist spread rapidly from him, enveloping both himself and Lu Chen. At this moment, Daoist Duan's complexion turned a shade paler. Chen Lu, this is the blood realm of the underworld. As long as I do not perish, you shall not think of escaping in pursuit of Lu Chen. Daoist Duan employed every conceivable means at his disposal. First, he sealed off Chen Lu's escape route before making his move. In short, today, it was imperative that Chen Lu did not leave alive. Unexpectedly, however, amidst such a desperate situation, there was not a trace of panic on Chen Lu's face. Lu Chen surveyed the surrounding blood mist and casually inquired, "Can this nether blood realm isolate itself from the outside world?" Daoist Duan instinctively replied, "Certainly, so do not harbor any thoughts of rescue." Lu Chen chuckled lightly. That is for the best. He had initially contemplated that utilizing Chen Lu's identity would hinder certain strategies. But now, given that the nether blood realm could indeed isolate the outside world, there was no longer anything to hold back. What is for the best? Daoist Duan could scarcely comprehend why Chen Lu could still smile at such a moment. "Oh, nothing much. You claim that this barrier can only be breached by your death. Then you should proceed to Lu Chen's expression suddenly turned frigid. The true sun fire transformed into the shadow of a golden crow, surging toward Daoist Duan. Drawing from past experiences, Daoist Duan dared not confront the golden crow's shadow directly. He retreated 2 steps while invoking the power of the nether blood realm, summoning a massive blood-colored python that barreled straight into the golden crow's shadow. Beneath the searing true sun fire, the blood-colored python emitted mournful cries. Yet Daoist Duan had no time to spare for the python. With the backing of the nether blood realm, the python could withstand the true sun fire for a time. All he needed to do was subdue Chen Lu within that window. Before he could act, a chorus of sword cries erupted, and within the blood-red barrier appeared countless spiritual swords, manifesting the upper clear sword technique. Daoist Duan stared at the myriad of spiritual swords, a wave of unprecedented chill washing over him. The brilliance of each sword filled him with dread. How could a mere Tai Golden Immortal wield such formidable power? Regret began to creep in for Daoist Duan for having targeted Lu Chen. Yet, having come this far, he could only forge ahead. Lu Chen clenched his right hand, and the myriad swords surged forth. With nowhere to hide, Daoist Duan took a deep breath. This had to be Chen Lu's full-strength strike. If he could survive this, subduing Chen Lu would be a trivial matter. Daoist Duan promptly activated his spells, conjuring a blood shield to protect himself. In the next instant, the spiritual swords had arrived. Under the full might of the upper clear sword technique, the blood shield shattered instantly. Daoist Duan was taken aback. The might of the spiritual swords exceeded his expectations. However, to assume that such power would secure his victory was to underestimate him gravely. As an alchemist, he may not possess much, but he had an abundance of pills. He consumed another pill, conjuring several blood shields anew. Beneath the endless blood shields, it seemed that Lu Chen's onslaught was being held at bay. Finally, as the last spiritual sword vanished, Taoist Duan let out a sigh of relief. He fixed his gaze on Lu Chen and burst into laughter. Do you possess any other means? If not, then it is time. There's a... Lu Chen nodded, and the sound of swords rang out like thunder. The purple cloud divine sword technique, beneath the divine sword. A flash of sword light cleaved through, simultaneously bisecting Taoist Duan's body and the remnants of his blood shield. This, Taoist Duan's eyes were wide with horror. He had believed that the myriad spiritual swords represented Chun Lu's strongest attack. Yet now, too weak. You are the weakest Luo golden immortal I have ever encountered. Lu Chen's words rang true. Taoist Duan, this Luo golden immortal, had been propped up purely by pills that he lacked foundational strength, divine abilities, and magical artifacts, rendering him incomparable to the likes of the Great Golden Crow or the South Polar Immortal Elder. Having barely elevated himself to mid-stage Luo golden immortal by consuming pills, he had expended much of his power in maintaining the Nether Blood realm. I could see that moment. Taoist Duan was not in a position to ponder Lu Chen's remarks. His life was no longer in his own hands. Chen Lu, spare me this once. I still have some herbs and pills to offer you. Above all else, he needed to survive. Regret consumed Taoist Duan. Today he had lost both his lady and his troops. With a flick of his right hand, a storage bag flew from Taoist Duan's person to Lu Chen, seeing the storage bag in Lu Chen's grasp. Taoist Duan felt a sense of relief. Rest assured, I will never seek you out again. Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow of a golden crow appeared in his vision, under the searing heat of the true sunfire. Taoist Duan's life force rapidly dwindled. You're going back on your word, Taoist Duan cried out, realizing that despite relinquishing his storage bag, Lu Chen had still chosen to kill him. Lu Chen regarded him with disdain. When did I ever say I would spare you? Besides, I am not a good person. Even if I did, my word would mean little. Taoist Duan's eyes widened in disbelief. You cannot kill me, but before he could finish, he was consumed entirely by the true sun fire. With his demise, the Nether Blood realm collapsed. Having resolved this minor inconvenience, Lu Chen continued on his journey back to Gold Turtle Island. Shortly thereafter, a figure arrived, albeit belatedly. Xiandu scrutinized the site of the battle between Lu Chen and Taoist Duan. His expression grave. Lu Chen had departed rather early, leaving Xiandu to trace the remnants of Taoist Duan's presence. However, upon arriving, all traces of Taoist Duan had vanished. After a thorough search of the surroundings, yielding no results, Xiandu had no choice but to return to Xiang Mountain, to the 8th Scenery Palace. Xiandu stood before Laozi, expressing his apologies that I was incompetent and failed to locate Chen Lu. Laozi furrowed his brow. From this moment forth, I do not care what methods you employ to investigate. I want to know everything about Chen Lu in the shortest possible time. During this period, Laozi had come to a complete realization. Chen Lu was far more than a mere Tai golden immortal. It was highly likely that he himself was unaware of his own alchemical prowess. After all, the 10 markings on the 9-turn golden elixir were exceedingly obscure if, on some future day, his mastery of alchemy were to come to light. It would undoubtedly attract the attention of many sects within the primal chaos. The other sects must act swiftly to recruit Chen Lu into their ranks. At this moment, Xin dared not utter a single word, promptly descending to commence an investigation. Upon his return, Lu Chen immediately entered the 36th grade space seal. To Lu Chen's astonishment, he discovered that the storage bag belonging to Taoist Duan was ensnared by a restrictive barrier. It seemed that the unfinished words spoken before his demise pertained to this very matter. However, this posed no significant challenge. It was merely a barrier set by a great Luo golden immortal. In due course, he could easily find a great Luo golden immortal from to dismantle it, or perhaps wait until he himself achieved that level. Regardless, there was no urgency in this matter. Eagerly, Lu Chen retrieved the 5 elements condensation pill. The pill was adorned with 7 distinct patterns, exuding traces of spiritual essence, clearly not an ordinary item. Reflecting on it, this 7-pattern 5-element condensation pill could very well be considered a gift from Laozi. as he likely would not have bestowed such a pill had Lu Chen made it clear from the outset that he would not join the human sect. Yet, that was all in the past. He had not deceived Laozi in any way that Lu Chen took a moment to compose himself before swallowing the 5-element condensation pill in one gulp. In the next instant, the effects of the pill surged forth. A gentle power coursing through his limbs and bones, Lu Chen activated his magical energy, beginning to absorb the effects of the pill. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had elapsed within the 36th grade space seal. One day, Lu Chen opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, a smile gracing his lips. Thanks to the 5-element condensation pill, the foundational issues caused by his previous excessive advancements have been entirely resolved. Moreover, possibly due to the high quality of the pill, his cultivation had also seen an enhancement, bringing him to the brink of mid-stage Tai. Golden Immortal Point 1 could say that all hindrances to Lu Chen's cultivation had been eradicated. As long as he wished, he could enter a secluded meditation within the 36th grade space seal, utilizing the time flow within that space and the unparalleled innate divine magic as his foundation. Achieving great Luo, Golden Immortal, or quasi-saint status would merely be a matter of time. However, he could not cultivate at present, for someone had come to seek him as Lu Chen emerged from the 36th grade space seal. He was met by 2 figures approaching him. The woman on the left, clad in a flowing white dress, possessed an exquisite beauty. It was Yuanshi. The man on the right, a middle-aged figure dressed in black, was robust and exuded an extraordinary presence. Although Lu Chen had not encountered him often, it was easy to deduce from Yuanshi's side that this was Zhao Gongming. What surprised Lu Chen was the aura radiating from Zhao Gongming, which had already reached the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Had Zhao Gongming truly attained such heights so swiftly in the primordial chaos? It seemed his presence had indeed influenced the original timeline of the primordial world. Due to the great competition of the 3 sects, Tongtian had been mentoring Taba and others in their cultivation, allowing Zhao Gongming to achieve the status of great Luo Golden Immortal at this juncture. Meanwhile, Yuanshi remained stuck at half a step to great Luo due to her premature emergence to confront the great Jinwu. With this in mind, a greeting was in order. After all, Zhao Gongming likely could not achieve quasi-saint status. Although he currently lacked any pressing need for enlightenment points, one could never tell when a small surprise might arise. Congratulations to the host for checking in with Zhao Gongming, earning 5 enlightenment points and the exceptional innate spiritual treasure. The Tianxiao Panlong Ding.it was a supreme innate spiritual treasure that Lu Chen had never heard of before. He promptly examined at point 1, must admit. Zhao Gongming had indeed provided a pleasant surprise with this check-in. Although the Tianxiao Panlong Ding might not have immediate utility in combat, it was precisely what Lu Chen required, a refining furnace. The factors influencing alchemy were few: the alchemist's skill, the flame, and the alchemy furnace itself. Lu Chen's alchemical skills had reached their zenith during his journey to Shuyang Mountain, and he had access to the primordial world's finest solar true fire. It could be said that all he lacked was an alchemy furnace. While he could condense one through magical energy, the enhancement provided by a supreme, innate spiritual treasure-level alchemy furnace was beyond imagination. Even Laozi's alchemy furnace, belonging to the Taiji Saint, could not compare to Lu Chen's. In the future, as long as Lu Chen was provided with the formulas and raw materials, the pills he refined would outshine even those crafted by Laozi. The title of the primordial world's foremost alchemist was poised to change hands. To be frank, Lu Chen did not particularly care for the title of the primordial world's #1 alchemist. However, he was curious to see how Yuanshi would react when his alchemical prowess became known throughout the primordial realm. One day, he would make Yuanshi realize that expelling him from the Chan teaching was the gravest mistake of his life. Suddenly, Lu Chen sensed an unusual shift. Turning his gaze, he found himself locked in Yuanshi's enchanting eyes. At that moment, Yuanshi was staring at Lu Chen, her beautiful orbs filled with a mix of bewilderment and curiosity. For reasons unknown, she felt that Lu Chen before her was somehow different from their last encounter. Yet, she could not pinpoint the nature of this change. This was, of course, understandable. Lu Chen had not only resolved the adverse effects of his previous over-reliance on pills, but also laid a remarkably solid foundation due to the influence of top-tier, innate divine magic and the 7-pattern 5 elements condensation pill. However, such nuances were imperceptible to the naked eye. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Lu Chen's inquiry jolted Yuanshi from a reverie. A faint blush crept across her cheeks as she hurriedly replied, I am simply waiting for my elder brother to speak." "Elder brother, did you not come to find Lu shitty for some matter? Why do you remain silent now?" Zhao Gongming's mouth opened slightly. Bewilderment etched on his face. "Yes, indeed. Is it not the command of our master to summon Lu Chen to Bo Palace?" Yuanshi had come to convey this message, and he had accompanied her to see. Yet, now it seemed as if Yuanshi had followed him to seek out Lu Chen at, "It was not you." Zhao Gongming instinctively began to refute. However, just as the words were on his lips, he was silenced by Yuanshi's gaze. Yes. Upon hearing that Lu Shidi had only been in the sect for a mere 1,000 years, and had already perfected the upper clear sword technique and upper clear divine thunder, Zhao Gongming felt a pang of shame. "It is regrettable that while I have attained the status of Great Luo, Golden Immortal, I have only just reached the realm of great accomplishment with these 2 divine abilities. I wonder if Shidi could provide some guidance." Zhao Gongming fabricated this reason on the spot. His request was not unreasonable, and it posed no loss to Lu Chen. After all, having already gained a supreme, innate spiritual treasure from Zhao Gongming, it would not hurt to demonstrate the upper clear sword technique and upper clear divine thunder. Just as Lu Chen was about to agree, Yuanshi suddenly interjected, "Elder brother, have you forgotten something important?" As she spoke, Yuanshi cast a meaningful glance at Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming suddenly came to a realization. "Look at me. I almost forgot the important matter. Lu Shidi, master summons you to Bo Palace." Lu Chen's heart leapt with joy. Could it be that the materials for the chaos demon god body have been gathered? "Thank you, senior brother. I shall head to Bo Palace now." Without delay, Lu Chen set off towards Bo Palace. After his departure, Zhao Gongming looked at Yuanshi with a puzzled expression. "Did you harbor feelings for Lu Shidi?" "Absolutely not." Yuanshi hastily denied. "Did I ask that so? Then, wouldn't it suffice for a disciple to simply relay the message and seek out Lu Shidi?" "Why did you come personally?" Zhao Gongming chuckled. The hint of indignation colored Yuanshi's fair face. "Elder brother, do not speak nonsense. It is simply that last time, Lu Shidi aided me in my battle against the great Jinwu. Moreover, since Master summoned both of us, I thought it prudent to notify Lu Shidi as well." Yuanshi spoke truthfully. Without Lu Chen's assistance in their previous encounter, the battle against the great Jinwu would have exacted a heavy toll on her. And even then, victory was not guaranteed. Furthermore, her curiosity towards Lu Chen was not, as Zhao Gongming had suggested. Rather, it stemmed from her intrigue about how a Tai Golden Immortal could defeat a great Jinwu. A great Luo Golden Immortal, a feat few in the entire primordial realm could achieve. "Really?" Zhao Gongming bore an expression of disbelief. "Naturally, I had also visited Bo Palace." Yuanshi departed. Zhao Gongming stood alone, gazing at Lu Chen's cave dwelling, murmuring to himself, "If only my cultivation were a touch stronger." At Bo Palace, Lu Chen and Yuanshi arrived in succession. "Disciple pays respects to master. Might I inquire the reason for your summons?" Lu Chen ventured to ask. With a wave of his transcendent sleeve, a beam of golden light descended before Lu Chen, revealing several items radiating an enigmatic aura. "I summoned you regarding the 9 revolutions, illusory spirit grass, and other items you mentioned previously." Lu Chen's heart stirred. Indeed, it was as he had anticipated. The actions of the highest pure one were remarkably swift. "Thank you, master." "Hold on. Do not be so hasty in your gratitude," Tongtian interrupted Lu Chen. "The majority of what you seek is here. Yet we are still missing a drop of demon god blood." Tongtian spoke slowly. "You should be aware of what demon god blood is. The only source of it in the entire primordial world lies near Buzhou Mountain, which is a forbidden zone for the witch clan. I cannot forcefully intrude upon their sacred ground. I can only hope for an opportunity in the future to seek this demon god blood, or perhaps find a substitute." As he uttered these words, there was a hint of helplessness in Tongtian's tone. He had previously promised Lu Chen, yet circumstances had not allowed for its fulfillment. such is the reality. At times, even a sage's identity can be a form of limitation. I understand, Master, Lu Chen nodded. Cultivating the chaotic demon god body, the demon god blood was indeed of utmost importance. Certain matters that Tongtian could not pursue did not imply that Lu Chen could not either. The Witch Clan's forbidden zone, it seemed that it was not entirely off limits. Additionally, I possess 2 portions of Xian Yin Tian Lin, which can aid in stabilizing your foundation. Lu Chen, your previous over-reliance on pills for enhancement has led to an unstable foundation. This item will greatly benefit you. Yun Xiao, you prematurely exited your seclusion to confront the Great Golden Crow, resulting in damage to your foundation. You shall also take a portion. Tongtian then presented another item. Thank you, Master. Yun Xiao had already begun her expressions of gratitude. Lu Chen, however, gazed at the Xian Yin Tian Lin before him, feeling a surge of emotion. Although he had not mentioned his foundation issues previously, Tongtian had still procured such a rare treasure for him. Though unfamiliar, the emanations of its aura indicated that this Xian Yin Tian Lin was no ordinary item. This was unprecedented within the Chan Sect. Lu Chen, have you not yet expressed your thanks to Master? Yun Xiao's remark brought Lu Chen back to reality. With a smile, Lu Chen replied, I have indeed thanked Master, but my foundation issues are already resolved. This Xian Yin Tian Lin would be better suited for you. Senior sister, this Xian Yin Tian Lin was vastly inferior to the 7-pattern 5-element condensing pill and served no purpose for him. Tongtian was taken aback, stepping forward to place a hand on Lu Chen's shoulder. Examining him closely, the look of doubt flickered in his eyes. The side effects of Lu Chen's previous over-reliance on pills had indeed been resolved. His foundation was remarkably solid. This was still due to Lu Chen having concealed his top-tier roots using the illusory spirit pearl beforehand. Otherwise, Tongtian's confusion would have been far more profound. Your issues have been resolved. Thus, this Xian Yin Tian Lin shall be given to Yun Xiao. Tongtian spoke slowly. Yun Xiao received the second portion of Xian Yin Tian Lin. Her eyes filled with astonishment. Oh, you truly not want it. Junior brother Lu Chen? Lu Chen chuckled lightly that I wish you a swift recovery and a breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal. The higher your cultivation, the better my future rewards will be. Then I shall express my gratitude to you. Junior brother, I will certainly repay you in the future. Yun Xiao was not modest. She indeed needed this Xian Yin Tian Lin. If Master has no further matters, I would like to return to my cultivation. Tongtian waved his hand. You may both leave now. Once outside Bo Palace, Yun Xiao could not help but ask, Junior brother Lu Chen, how did you resolve your foundation issues? Quite simply, I consumed a 5-element condensing pill. Where did you acquire a 5-element condensing pill? Yun Xiao halted, fixing her gaze on Lu Chen, her eyes flickering with displeasure. Lu Chen was clearly attempting to deceive her. I refined it myself. You can refine pills. Of course, I am the foremost alchemist of the primordial world. Yun Xiao was truly exasperated to the point of laughter. If you choose not to believe me, so be it. Yun Xiao stormed off in anger. Lu Chen remained rooted in place that he truly could refine pills. Never mind, I shall return to my secluded cultivation and prepare for the Witch Clan's forbidden zone. This chaotic demon god body is an accolade worthy of a sage. I must cultivate it to completion at the earliest. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Lu Chen immediately entered the 36th rank ethereal seal and began his secluded cultivation. In the blink of an eye, several 100,000 years had passed within the ethereal seal. Lu Chen's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal stage, merely a step away from the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, he was unwilling to wait any longer. With his current strength and full display of his abilities, he could contend with quasi-saints. Even should there be dangers awaiting him within the Witch Clan, he possessed the perfected Golden Crow transformation technique as a safeguard. He would first venture into the Witch Clan's forbidden zone and strive to obtain the demon god blood, the Kunlun Mountain. A formidable surge of magical power erupted skyward, and thunderclouds gathered ominously above. The 12 immortals of Yushu were attempting to breach the great Luo Golden Immortal level. However, this wave of magical power did not last long before dissipating. Yuanshi, observing from within Yushu Palace, wore a perplexed expression. Another failure? How could this be? Logically, with the foundational support of Guangchengzi and others, along with his personal guidance during this period, it should not have been overly difficult for the 12 immortals to achieve the great Luo golden immortal status. Yet in the recent decades, Zhenren Yuding, Master Lingbao, and Daoxing Tianzuan had all failed in their attempts to break through. While such failures did not significantly impact matters, merely postponing their ascension to the great Luo golden immortal level. It was troubling that each time they fell just short of success. It felt as though they were being interfered with by some unseen force. Yuanshi calculated with his fingers, his brow furrowing into a frown. The fortunes of the Chan Sect appeared to be in decline. Although this decline was exceedingly slow, it was nonetheless a tangible drop. This was no trivial matter. After all, when he had acquired the Panga banner at the moment of the treasure division, it possessed the ability to suppress fortune. Following the establishment of the Chan Sect, its fortunes had soared. Why, then, had there been a recent downturn? Upon further reflection, a chill crept into Yuanshi's gaze. Could it be that the death of Zhenren Huanglong has led to this decline in fortune? He would never have imagined that the true cause of the Chan Sect's fortune diminishing lay with Lu Chen. Lu Chen had joined his ranks before he had even achieved saint status, contributing significantly to Yuanshi's establishment of the sect and his own ascension. From key events like the contest for the mat in Zhixiao Palace, Lu Chen's contributions were undeniable. However, Yuanshi would never attribute these successes to Lu Chen. He merely believed that his own fortunes had come to fruition. The causal link between Lu Chen and the Chan Sect was not something that a mere jade spirit pill could erase, especially since that very pill had been crushed by Lu Chen. One could only say that since Yuanshi had chosen to expel Lu Chen from the Chan Sect without regard for past ties, he must now bear the corresponding consequences at this moment. However, Yuanshi's thoughts were still focused on uncovering the truth behind Zhenren Huanglong's death that he gazed towards the direction of Jinao Island, his heart filled with doubt. It has been several hundred years since I sent Nanji, Xianwang to Jinao Island. Why has there been no news at all? Has Lu Chen remained motionless on Jinao Island all this time? What of Nanji Xianwang? After all these years, cannot he send a message to Kunlun Mountain? He attempted once more to deduce the whereabouts of the Antarctic Immortal. However, the Antarctic Immortal had already been slain by Lu Chen, and such a simplistic deduction would naturally yield no fruitful results. The sudden wave of unease surged within the heart of Yuanshi. The last time he had failed to deduce anything, it was concerning the Huanglong Zhenren. The outcome had been the tragic demise of Huanglong Zhenren, with the perpetrator still unknown. Could it be that the Antarctic Immortal met a similar fate? No, that couldn't be right. Huanglong Zhenren was merely at the level of a golden immortal, whereas the Antarctic Immortal stood at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. There were few in the entire primordial world capable of overpowering the Antarctic Immortal, let alone slaying him outright. Surely, the Antarctic Immortal would have the wherewithal to flee unless he was too close to Jinao Island. Yuanshi pondered a possibility. Perhaps it was due to Tongtian's involvement, entangling the matter with this sage of Upper Clear that led to the inability to deduce events near Jinao Island. Never mind, he reasoned. It was likely just his overthinking that he could not bring himself to believe that Lu Chen would remain on Jinao Island for eternity. As long as Lu Chen dared to leave the island, he would surely be captured by the Antarctic Immortal. There was nothing to worry about in that regard. For now, he needed to focus on the cultivation of Guang Changzi and the others. They must all reach the great Luo golden immortal level before the grand competition. Since relying on their own efforts might lead to failure, he would lend a helping hand once more. One must never underestimate the means of a sage. With a single step, Yuanshi vanished from the Jade Void Palace, in the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain, the domain of the Wu clan, following the initial calamity of Longhan. The three clans of Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin had fallen, allowing the Wu and Yao clans to swiftly rise and become the overlords of the primordial world. Among the 12 ancestral witches, almost all were great Luo golden immortals. Below them, the great witches were at least Tai golden immortals. Moreover, the strength of the Wu clan's great Luo and Tai golden immortals far surpassed that of ordinary counterparts, in terms of overall power. Only the Yao clan's heavenly court could possibly contend with them. That it could be said that, aside from the Yao clan, there was hardly anyone in the entire primordial world who would dare provoke the Wu and Yao clans. Even the sages were no exception. Yet, On this particular day, an unexpected visitor arrived near Buzhou Mountain. Clad in white robes, Lu Chen approached from a distance. More accurately, it should be Chen Lu.at this moment. Lu Chen had altered his appearance using the illusory spirit pearl, concealing his true identity. His visit to the Wu clan was bound to stir some discontent. Should he reveal his original identity, it could likely lead to complications involving the Jiejin. However, assuming a different identity would certainly facilitate matters considerably. Lu Chen made his way toward Buzhou Mountain. Who dares trespass upon my Buzhou Mountain? A deep roar suddenly reverberated in Lu Chen's ears. The next moment, a shadow descended from the sky, landing squarely before Lu Chen and kicking up a cloud of dust as the dust settled. Lu Chen gradually discerned the appearance of the figure obstructing his path. This person was robust, resembling a towering black tower. Yet, the most astonishing aspect was that this individual had no head. A pair of eyes were situated upon his chest. There was no need for further speculation. The identity of this person was evident. It was the great witch, Xing Tian. Lu Chen smiled faintly. I am Chen Lu, and I have come seeking a drop of demon god blood from the forbidden grounds of the Wu clan. While speaking thus, Lu Chen's heart was secretly counting. Congratulations to the host for encountering Xing Tian, earning 2 points of Dao comprehension and a branch of Xianin demon would. In terms of Dao comprehension, he was certainly not lacking for the time being. Yet, Lu Chen hoped to attain additional rewards from other encounters. After all, the events that would unfold during this visit to the Wu clan remained uncertain, and acquiring more rewards was always advantageous. Moreover, the calamity of the Wu and Yao clans was likely to erupt soon, if he did not check in with the Wu clan this time. Some of them might not be available for future check-ins. However, it was evident that checking in with Xing Tian, this Tai, a golden immortal, did not yield any delightful surprises. The Xianin demon was merely an ordinary heavenly material with limited use. At this stage, the rewards that would be beneficial to him could only be obtained by checking in with a great Luo golden immortal. Lu Chen pondered the matter of check-ins. Xing Tian was already glaring with disbelief at Lu Chen. Had he just heard correctly? To enter the forbidden grounds of the Wu clan and obtain demon god blood, this human truly dared to speak such words. Since when did a Tai, golden immortal, have the audacity to claim he would enter the forbidden grounds of the Wu clan? Thanks to the concealment and disguise of the illusory spirit pearl, Xing Tian perceived Lu Chen merely as a human cultivator at the Tai, golden immortal level. Surely, the forbidden grounds of the Wu clan were not a place for outsiders like him to enter. He should depart at once. Xing Tian bellowed sharply that moment. A glint of coldness gradually flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. You're not my match. Why not summon a few of the ancestral witches? Xing Tian was taken aback, his eyes ablaze with fury, veins bulging upon his massive physique. How could this distinguished great witch be belittled by a mere Tai, golden immortal? Such arrogance. Did he think he could meet the ancestral witches? Come at me with your best shot. Xing Tian glared at Lu Chen, his eyes nearly spitting fire. Although he could not compare to the ancestral witches, he was not someone a mere human Tai, golden immortal could provoke. His enormous fist, accompanied by a terrifying rush of wind, hurtled toward Lu Chen. The Wu clan did not cultivate the primordial spirit, thus their physical strength far exceeded that of cultivators of the same realm. Even without any magical power enhancement, Xing Tian's punch alone was sufficient to severely injure a Tai, golden immortal. As his fist descended, rocks shattered and dust filled the air. Yet when the dust settled, Xing Tian found no trace of Lu Chen. Where is he? The confusion in his eyes swiftly transformed into disdain. Surely, he had been obliterated into nothingness by that punch. Think he could not withstand even a single blow and dare to be so audacious on Buzhou Mountain, truly seeking death. Just as he prepared to leave, a sudden sigh echoed in his ears. The force was commendable, but alas, it was too slow. Xing Tian turned his gaze upward, only to see a figure standing majestically in the firmament. Who else could it be but Lu Chen? Confusion filled Xing Tian's eyes. The Chen Lu before him was utterly unscathed. Though his punch was slow, it carried a force that should have suppressed his opponent, hampering their ability to evade. How could this Chen Lu, merely a Tai, golden immortal, break free from his control? Such a tactic might work against ordinary Tai golden immortals, but it was utterly ineffective against Lu Chen. With the ultimate level of the Golden Crow transformation technique at his disposal, he did not even need to fully invoke it to evade Xing Tian's sluggish assault. It was merely a matter of sidestepping a single strike. Xing Tian had yet to finish his words when Lu Chen shook his head. It seems words will not suffice. If that is the case, I shall resort to force. Lu Chen's gaze suddenly turned fierce. With a wave of his right hand, a piercing sound of a sword echoed forth. Zixiao divine sword technique. The spiritual sword shot through the air, aimed directly at Xing Tian. In that instant, Xing Tian's eyes widened in shock. He sensed a profound threat emanating from this sword he wished to dodge, but the speed of the sword was so rapid that he had no opportunity to evade. Resolute, Xing Tian thought to himself that he would not be bested by a mere human Tai golden immortal. With both hands raised, light burst forth as he summoned his treasured weapon, the Yuanshi. He swung the massive axe to meet the oncoming spiritual sword. Yet, this Yuanshi was merely a postnatal spiritual treasure. How could it withstand the might of Lu Chen's fully realized Zixiao divine sword technique? Under the edge of the spiritual sword, the surface of the giant axe began to fissure, as if it would shatter at any moment. This scene left Xing Tian utterly astounded. In his moment of distraction, Lu Chen directed the sword, altering its trajectory to pierce through Xing Tian's abdomen. A piercing cry of agony reverberated throughout Buzhou Mountain. Within Buzhou Mountain, at this moment, Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, and Ho Tu, along with several ancestral witches, gathered at the Panga Divine Hall. The atmosphere around them was notably tense. Recently, our skirmishes with the Yao clan have escalated, resulting in numerous Wu clan casualties at their hands, spoke Chang Liang, his expression grave. Initially, it was agreed that the Yao clan would govern the heavens while our Wu clan would oversee the earth. Yet the Yao clan has become increasingly audacious that in my opinion, we should declare war and eradicate the Yao clan. With a temper as fierce as a raging inferno, Zhu Rong brandished his fist, the flames at his ears flickering like serpents. Beside him, Gong Gong shot a displeased glare at Zhu Rong. You truly believe that the demon race is feeble? If they could be easily vanquished, we would not need to share dominion over the heavens and the earth with them. He interjected. Xianming also spoke up. The 10 demon generals of the demon court possess formidable powers. Jiejin and Dong Huang Tai, in particular, are exceptionally strong. Should we recklessly engage in battle, our Wu clan may find ourselves at a significant disadvantage. The mention of Jiejin and Dong Huang Tai. The expressions of the several ancestral witches present grew grave. Even the mighty ancestral witches had to acknowledge the strength of the 2 demon sovereigns, especially Dong Huang Tai, who wielded the innate treasure. The chaos belled in a one-on-one confrontation, even an ancestral which would struggle against him. Are we to continue enduring the demon race's provocations indefinitely? Zhu Rong's dissatisfaction was palpable. The decision to wage war cannot rest solely upon your words. We must await Dijiang's emergence from seclusion. There's still no news of Dijiang. At this, a multitude of gazes turned toward Ho Tuesday. She shook her head slightly. Not why the ancestral, which excelled in spatial speed. Dijiang was esteemed as the foremost among the 12 ancestral witches. If war were to break out with the demon race, his presence would be indispensable. This brings us to the topic of the Wu clan's forbidden grounds. Within these sacred confines, the Wu clan's cultivation yields remarkable results. Thus, most ancestral witches prefer to retreat into the forbidden grounds during their meditation. However, Dijiang's current seclusion has extended unusually long. How much longer must we wait for him? I shall venture into the forbidden grounds to seek him out. Zhu Rong rose, intent on departing. Wait. If Dijiang is in the critical stages of his meditation, your intrusion could disrupt his cultivation. Gong Gong interjected, blocking Zhu Rong's path. Not obstruct me. What if he falters in his training without anyone to attend to him? The consequences would be far graver. Zhu Rong dismissed Gong Gong's concerns. As Gong Gong showed no intention of yielding, Zhu Rong's fiery aura surged around him. But if you do not step aside, you shall bear the consequences. His defiance ignited Gong Gong's ire. I am curious to see how you would handle it if I refuse to budge. As one of the 12 ancestral witches, Gong Gong was not intimidated by Zhu Rong. Just as the two were on the verge of conflict, Ho Tu swiftly stepped between them. What is the meaning of this? We are all here for. Before she could finish, a chilling scream echoed from outside the Pangu temple. The ancestral witches turned their astonished gazes toward the temple's entrance. The cry belonged to Tongtian. Who dares to act so brazenly on my Buzhou mountain? Zhu Rong thundered, rushing out, with Ho Tu and the others following closely behind. Outside Buzhou mountain, Tongtian knelt partially on the ground, his expression one of excruciating pain. A gaping wound piercing through his abdomen, he looked toward Lu Chen, his eyes filled with shock. He could scarcely fathom how a human of the Tai golden immortal realm could wield such formidable powers. In that fleeting moment, he had felt as though death was imminent. In truth, had Lu Chen not shown mercy, that strike from the purple sky divine sword would have claimed Tongtian's life. If even the great golden crow, the Deluo golden immortal, could not withstand the purple sky divine sword, how could Tongtian, a mere Tai golden immortal, hope to defend against it? Lu Chen, however, paid Tongtian little mind, his gaze drifting toward Buzhou mountain, a smirk gracing his lips. At last, they have arrived. Figures began to emerge in quick succession. Zhu Rong and the other ancestral witches. While Ho Tu tended to Tongtian's injuries, the eyes of Zhu Rong and the others fell upon Lu Chen, each filled with disbelief. They had anticipated an assault from the demon race. Yet here stood a mere human, a lowly human dares to trespass upon my Buzhou mountain. Zhu Rong bellowed. Lu Chen glanced at Zhu Rong and the others, perplexed that aren't there supposed to be 12 ancestral witches? Why have only 5 come? His words left Zhu Rong and the others momentarily speechless. 5 ancestral witches are insufficient. You demand all 12? Zhu Rong retorted coldly. What right does a mere human have to summon the ancestral witches? In truth, not all 12 ancestral witches were always present on Buzhou mountain. Jiejin was in seclusion within the forbidden grounds, while others such as Rushou and Zhu Meng had matters to attend to elsewhere. Had it not been for the discussion concerning the demon race, it was likely that even 5 ancestral witches would not have been present. Zhu Rong stepped forward, flames ignited around him. His power radiating fiercely, a mere Tai golden immortal dares to harm my Wu clan. Just as he was about to strike, Ho Tu intervened, her eyes fixed on Lu Chen. Who are you, and why have you dared to violate my Buzhou mountain? In contrast to Zhu Rong, Ho Tu remained relatively composed. Meanwhile, Lu Chen felt a twinge of regret at the absence of some ancestral witches. He had initially hoped to encounter all 12 during his visit to Buzhou mountain, but alas, only 5 had materialized. Well, 5 will have to suffice. I shall proceed with my intentions first. Lu Chen prepared to make his move. A sudden thought struck him. That was close. I almost recorded Ho Tuesday. Losing a potential saint-level achievement would have been a grave loss. I shall make my mark with 4, then. Congratulations, host, for checking in with Chang Liang, earning 5 points of comprehension value and the alchemical compendium. Congratulations, host, for checking in with Zhu Rong, earning 5 points of comprehension value and a 9 yuan gathering star armor. Congratulations, host, for checking in with Gong Gong, earning 5 points of comprehension value and the Tai Su Tian Yen talisman. Reward from 4 Luo golden immortals accumulated swiftly. It must be noted that the rewards from the ancestral witches were significantly more generous than those from Tongtian. The alchemical compendium acquired from Chang Liang, while not immediately useful, completed the final piece of the alchemical puzzle. A cursory glance revealed that even pills for breaking through to the Luo, golden immortal, and quasi-saint levels were included. While the materials for crafting such pills were rare, they paled in comparison to the significance of achieving the Luo, golden immortal, or quasi-saint status. In the future, as long as the materials were plentiful, Lu Chen would be able to concoct any pill he desired. The 9 yuan gathering star armor obtained from Zhu Rong was a defensive innate spirit treasure. Furthermore, the reward from Gong Gong and Xianming were equally impressive. Tai Su Tian Yin talisman and Tian Zhe Pekong talisman. Both of these rewards were one-time use special treasures. The Tai Su Tian Yin talisman specifically targeted the primordial spirit present. Lu Chen's primordial spirit was somewhat lacking, but the Tai Su Tian Yin talisman could directly annihilate spirits below the saint level. As for the Tian Zei Pa Kong talisman, it served as a means of spatial teleportation, which could be invaluable for escape in dire circumstances. While Lu Chen was busy checking in, Xing Tian had managed to regain some composure. I must enter the forbidden grounds to acquire the blood of the demon god. Xing Tian struggled to articulate Lu Chen's intentions. This revelation caused even Ho Tu to regard Lu Chen with a colder gaze. You have injured one of my Wu clan, and yet dare to seek entry into our forbidden grounds. Lu Chen responded with an air of helplessness. I had no choice but to resort to this method since he failed to inform you. Besides, I held back. I never expected a great witch to be so weak. The already severely wounded Xing Tian, upon hearing this, spat out a mouthful of blood and promptly lost consciousness. Ho Tu, why do you waste words with him? Those who harm my Wu clan must pay the price. Zhu Rong, filled with wrath, seized the opportunity to unleash his fury upon Lu Chen. With a flick of his wrist, searing flames coalesced above, transforming into a fearsome fire serpent, warping the surrounding space. The fiery serpent surged forth, aimed directly at Lu Chen. Faced with the oncoming inferno, Lu Chen bore an expression of resignation. It appeared that he would have to fight his way through this encounter. A glimmer of sword light flashed within his dual pupils. The purple sky divine sword technique resonated, shaking the heavens. With a single stroke, he cleaved through Zhu Rong's blazing serpent, splitting it asunder. This spectacle left the ancestral witches, including Gong Gong and Xianin, momentarily stunned. As fellow ancestral witches, they were acutely aware of Zhu Rong's formidable prowess, as the ancestral witch of fire. Zhu Rong's flames were such that even a Tai golden immortal would not dare to approach lightly, let alone a Deluo golden immortal. Yet now, this human Tai golden immortal had effortlessly extinguished Zhu Rong's fiery serpent. The ancestral witches could not help but re-evaluate the human before them. Zhu Rong himself was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, and oh wonder you were able to injure Xing Tian. However, such abilities do not permit you to act recklessly on Mount Buzhou. Zhu Rong stepped forward, flames coalescing into armor around him. As the fiery dragon roared beneath his feet, but he was now serious. The might of a Deluo golden immortal erupted in full force. Yet, Lu Chen displayed no signs of fear. Such abilities? Zhu Rong, are you certain you wish to continue this battle? I must remind you, should I take this seriously, you will not withstand even a single strike from me. This declaration amused Zhu Rong. Point one strike. Are you not afraid of the wind causing you to stumble over your own tongue? Come, I am eager to see how you intend to defeat me in a single blow. Although Lu Chen's previous sword strike was impressive, Zhu Rong had not yet unleashed his full power. Throughout the vast wilderness, no Tai golden immortal had ever bested Zhu Rong in a single blow, let alone a mere human. Lu Chen sighed deeply, then began to manipulate the seals in his hands. In that instant, lightning flickered in his eyes. Thunder roared above the dome. Zhu Rong looked up, his eyes filled with disdain. The upper clear divine thunder. So you are a disciple of the. Even as a member of the, you cannot infringe upon my witch clan. Just as Zhu Rong thought he had discerned Lu Chen's origins. A flicker of confusion crossed his gaze. No, this is not upper clear divine thunder. It is jade clear divine thunder. Zhu Rong was now uncertain. The lightning technique Lu Chen wielded resembled both upper clear and jade clear divine thunder. But in this world, could one truly serve both? And Lu Chen smiled faintly. You are mistaken. This is neither upper clear divine thunder nor jade clear divine thunder. This technique is known as the supreme mysterious sacred thunder. The moment his voice fell, the heavens erupted with thunder. The pitch-black bolt of lightning descended from the sky. In that instant, the expressions of Gong Gong and the others, who had been observing from below, changed dramatically. Retreat, Gong Gong shouted, pulling the grievously injured Xing Tian back in haste, as the direct recipient of this supreme mysterious sacred thunder. Zhu Rong's demeanor turned grave. He felt a palpable threat of death emanating from this bolt of lightning. In truth, the best course of action would be to flee. Yet, as the ancestral witch of fire, Zhu Rong could not allow himself to be driven back by a human Tai golden immortal. He could not believe that he, a Deluo golden immortal, could not withstand the divine powers of a Tai golden immortal. Zhu Rong bellowed, summoning the fiery dragon beneath him and the fire serpents at his sides. The serpents entwined with the dragon, charging straight towards the dark lightning. An almost cataclysmic force rippled outward. Even the major ancestral witches, including Gong, felt their hearts quiver. Zhu Rong's flames faltered, and within his pupils, the dark lightning expanded rapidly. In shock, Zhu Rong had no choice but to push his fiery armor to its utmost limits. The next moment, the supreme mysterious sacred thunder struck. Thunder raged above the dome. Zhu Rong braced himself to withstand the supreme mysterious sacred thunder. However, he had clearly underestimated its power. The armor he had formed from flames shattered continuously beneath the onslaught of the thunder. Just as he was about to falter, a dragon's roar sounded. A black dragon of dark water pierced through the air. The ancestral witch of water, Gong, had intervened. United in their efforts, the two ancestral witches managed to mitigate the overwhelming force of the supreme mysterious sacred thunder. Gong, Xianin, and the others looked on in disbelief at the scene above. Gong fared better, but Zhu Rong was in dire straits. He had borne the brunt of the supreme mysterious sacred thunder, his body charred and trembling. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed forth, his eyes wide with terror. Zhu Rong, the illustrious ancestral witch of fire, had failed to withstand even a single strike from a human Tai golden immortal. Utterly defeated, what kind of divine power is this? He looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. Who is this person? Even if he were a disciple of a sage, one at the Tai golden immortal level would not possess such strength. Gong regarded Lu Chen with heightened vigilance. You possess some measure of strength, but it is insufficient for you to act recklessly within my witch clan. With this, Gong's warning prompted Gong, Xianin, and Hutu to simultaneously fixate on Lu Chen. Lu Chen wore an expression of helplessness. Must we continue this fight? If this persists, I shall show no mercy. This statement sent a shiver through Gong and the others. Just moments ago, he had been holding back. In truth, Lu Chen had indeed been somewhat restrained when he first unleashed the supreme mysterious sacred thunder. There was no other choice. He understood now that to negotiate peacefully with the witch clan, he must first demonstrate absolute strength. Among the divine powers he mastered, the supreme mysterious sacred thunder was undoubtedly the best choice. This technique did not disappoint Lu Chen's expectations. As a premier lightning technique derived from the upper clear and jade clear divine thunder. The fully realized supreme mysterious sacred thunder would not be underestimated by any Deluo golden immortal. Having witnessed the power of the supreme mysterious sacred thunder, Lu Chen found himself looking forward to the jade clear divine thunder. If he could master the jade clear divine thunder and unify all three divine thunders, what kind of lightning techniques would emerge? Yet that was a matter for another day. For now, he needed to resolve the issue of the demon godblood. Lu Chen spoke once more. I have come solely to enter the witch clan's forbidden grounds and procure a drop of demon godblood. I do not wish to become enemies with the witch clan. This proclamation left Zhu Rong and the others wide-eyed. You do not wish to become enemies with my witch clan, yet you have injured Tongtian and Zhu Rong. Gong questioned that if only you had listened to me a bit longer, we could have avoided this conflict. Lu Chen replied coolly. Zhu Rong's lips twitched. It is the witch clan's fault that he is in this state. At this moment, Hutu stepped forward and inquired. Then I shall listen to you for a moment longer. Lu Chen began to speak slowly. I understand that the witch clan's forbidden grounds are off limits to all but the witch clan. However, I seek only the demon god blood, which is of no use to your witch clan. It would be better to grant it to me. Of course, I will not take it without offering something in return. In exchange, I can concoct 2 elixirs for the witch clan in the future. This had been Lu Chen's plan even before his arrival. After all, given his current strength, it was unlikely he could oppose the entire witch clan. Since he cannot take it by force, he could only propose an exchange of interests. Elixirs. With your capabilities as a Tai golden immortal, what use would your elixirs be to my witch clan? Zhu Rong scoffed. Elixirs are indeed valuable, but their quality matters. Lu Chen cast a glance at Zhu Rong. What if you were a Tai golden immortal? A Tai golden immortal can still surpass you. With this remark, Zhu Rong found himself at a loss for words. My name is Chen Lu, and I'm the top contender in this year's human alchemy competition. When it comes to alchemy, I am second to none. As long as your witch clan can provide the materials, I can refine any elixir. Upon hearing this, Gong Gong and the other's expression shifted, filled with skepticism. Where do you place the Jade Clear Saint? Gong Gong spoke that. Lu Chen responded earnestly. Even the Jade Clear Saint only possesses a higher cultivation level than I. In terms of alchemical skills, he is inferior to me. With that, Lu Chen produced his Tian Shao Pan Long Ding. Furthermore, do you believe that a mere drop of demon god blood could compel the Jade Clear Saint to assist you in refining elixirs? The only two paths before you now are 1. Agree to my terms, engage in a mutually beneficial exchange, and the witch clan will undoubtedly gain. 2nd, we shall commence our battle. Lu Chen paused slightly. In this primordial expanse, having an additional friend is always a boon. Whether you choose to engage with me, a master alchemist, is contingent upon your decision. The several ancient ancestors cast a glance at Lu Chen's celestial dragon cauldron. Regardless of the circumstances, possessing a primordial spiritual treasure for alchemy is sufficient to indirectly attest to one's alchemical prowess. We need to deliberate, Hutu interjected. Agreed, but do not keep me waiting for too long. Subsequently, the ancient ancestors returned to the Panga temple. Within the grand hall, what further deliberation is warranted? This Chen Lu is excessively arrogant. A Tai golden immortal dares to threaten our witch clan. Zhu Rong spat blood in indignation. You keep mentioning a Tai golden immortal. Have you forgotten how you acquired your injuries? Gong Gong shot Zhu Rong a disdainful glance. Even if he possesses some strength, what does it matter? If we join forces, surely we can subdue him. Zhu Rong retorted angrily. It to be said that the 5 ancient ancestors united to capture a human Tai golden immortal. Gong Gong replied curtly, Zhu Rong, you may be shameless, but I still have my dignity. Why do you always oppose me? Zhu Rong glared at Gong Gong. Enough. Hudu interjected. I actually believe Chen Lu's request can be acquiesced. How can that be? Our witch clan's forbidden grounds are not for outsiders. Zhu Rong protested. Rules are immutable, but people are dynamic. Allowing Chen Lu access to the forbidden grounds to acquire demonic blood incurs no loss for our clan. Moreover, befriending a master alchemist could prove advantageous for us in the future. Hutu reasoned calmly. A master alchemist. Will you believe everything he says? If we capture him, that alchemical furnace will then belong to us. Zhu Rong exclaimed. Winning first place in the alchemical competition is no trivial matter to impersonate. Hutu countered, I understand you are aggrieved by your injuries inflicted by him, but we must prioritize the greater picture. Hutu gazed at Zhu Rong. Can you guarantee that our combined might will assuredly subdue Chen Lu? Presently, our clans are at odds, and if news of our injuries reaches the demon race, what chaos might ensue? Hutu's probing questions left Zhu Rong speechless. Most importantly, I will accompany him into the witch clan's forbidden grounds and take the opportunity to see Jiejin that I believe this is feasible. Gong Gong expressed his agreement. Following suit, Chong Liang and Xian Ming also concurred. Zhu Rong remained somewhat dissatisfied. Does that mean my and Xing Tian's injuries are for naught? If one is outmatched, to whom can one complain? Gong Gong's remark caused Zhu Rong to spit blood in frustration. Which side are you on exactly? The forbidden grounds of the witch clan are situated at the eastern side of Mount Buzhou. Under Hutu's guidance, Lu Chen entered the forbidden grounds. The demonic blood you seek is deep within the forbidden grounds. Hutu informed Lu Chen. Who exactly are you? And from whom do you hail? Why have I never heard of you before? She could not help but inquire. There was no escaping the fact that Chen Lu surpassed her understanding. Indeed, across the primordial realms, while Tai may triumph over De Luo, such occurrences, though rare, are not unheard of. However, what astounds is that he is a human Tai golden immortal who is bested a De Luo golden immortal of the witch clan, Zhu Rong. Though fiery in temperament, her prowess is not to be underestimated in the hierarchy of De Luo golden immortals across the primordial realms. Zhu Rong undoubtedly ranks among the foremost. Yet, even Zhu Rong could not withstand a single strike from Chen Lu, who appeared to be holding back his full strength. Such a formidable figure could not possibly be a nameless entity. In response to Hutu's question, Lu Chen merely smiled serenely. I am but a wandering cultivator. It is only natural that you have not heard of me. Hutu wore a skeptical expression, clearly unconvinced. Just as she was about to inquire further, Lu Chen interjected, "Are there other ancient ancestors within these forbidden grounds?" Hutu hesitated for a moment before replying. Indeed, Jiejin is cultivating deep within the forbidden grounds. Could it be that aside from the demonic blood, there exists something else within these forbidden grounds that could expedite the cultivation of the ancient ancestors? Lu Chen speculated, feeling a spark of curiosity. Hutu fixed her gaze upon Lu Chen. "You certainly possess a knack for guessing that it is permissible to inform you that within this forbidden ground, apart from the demonic blood, there lies a drop of Pangu blood." Lu Chen's eyes widened in realization. With Pangu blood present, hastening the cultivation of the ancient ancestors is indeed not an extraordinary feat. And oh wonder this place has become the witch clan's forbidden grounds. I have yet to inquire, what do you require the demonic blood for? Hutu questioned, intrigued. Those of lower cultivation cannot withstand the power of demonic blood, while those of higher cultivation have no need for it. Lu Chen glanced at Hutu, his lips parting to utter two words. "You guess." With that, he quickened his pace toward the depths of the forbidden ground. Hutu stood momentarily stunned, a flicker of displeasure crossing her beautiful eyes. This individual is rather vexing. As they ventured deeper, the spiritual energy within the forbidden ground grew increasingly potent, and a faint scent of blood permeated the air. They were approaching their destination. Suddenly, Lu Chen halted. Not far ahead lay a blood pool, within which a man with his upper body bared was present. This must be Jiejin. Almost immediately, Lu Chen sensed a presence above him and looked up to see a diamond-shaped crystal embedded in the rock, within which a drop of black blood was sealed. This was indeed his goal, the demonic blood. With a flick of his right hand, Lu Chen summoned the crystal, then turned his gaze toward Jiejin. Since he had come this far, why not check in? Yet, the system's inquiry screen caused him to hesitate. Would the host like to check in at the space of the ancient ancestor Jiejin, Peak de Luo Golden Immortal? Lu Chen was filled with confusion. He could comprehend the Peak de Luo Golden Immortal's cultivation level, understanding that Jiejin had yet to attain the status of a quasi-saint at this juncture. However, why were there several question marks following Jiejin's name? What could this mean? Did Jiejin possess some other identity? As far as Lu Chen was aware, Jiejin did not seem to have any other identity. Lu Chen could not help but scrutinize Jiejin further. At that moment, Hutu, who had been lagging behind, caught up that Jiejin. "How is your cultivation progressing?" Since she could not detect any magical fluctuations emanating from Jiejin, it indicated that he was not undergoing a critical phase of cultivation. Hutu directly inquired. However, Jiejin offered no response to her question. Just as Hutu was about to speak again, Jiejin slowly opened his eyes. Yet, he merely opened them, nothing more. Witnessing this, Hutu felt a twinge of worry. Could it be that Jiejin has encountered some issue in his cultivation? In this tense standoff between our clans, he cannot afford to face any problems. What has transpired? Hutu queried as she moved closer to inspect. At that moment, Lu Chen, who had been observing Jiejin intently, seemed to sense something. "Quick, retreat!" As Lu Chen's fierce command resonated, an inexorable chill and silence erupted from Jiejin's eyes. He raised his right hand, striking towards Hutu with a decisive blow. This sudden onslaught from Jiejin caught Hutu completely off guard. She had never anticipated that he would turn against her. Even upon hearing Lu Chen's warning, it was too late for her to evade. She could only hastily gather a spell to defend herself. Jiejin's attack landed squarely upon Hutu, sending her flying like a tattered sack. Crashing into the stone wall behind her, she spat out a mouthful of blood, her vitality waning. The force of Jiejin's strike was staggering. Even as fellow ancestral witches, without preparation, Hutu was gravely injured. Yet at that moment, she could not afford to dwell on her own injuries. Her gaze was fixated on Jiejin. "You are not Jiejin?" Hutu's disbelief was palpable. Questioning what had transpired, "I am Jiejin," he replied, casting a furious glance at Lu Chen, his eyes brimming with malice. "In unwelcome presence, a mere golden immortal dares to meddle in the blood of a demon god." Had it not been for Lu Chen's warning, that strike could have slain Hutu Lu Chen's heart stirred as he coldly declared, "You are not Jiejin. You are a demon god." Though the circumstances were unclear, the system panel had already provided Lu Chen with the answer. Would the host like to check in with the ancestral, which Jiejin, fallen blood demon god? Current situation is special, unable to check in. You possess a modicum of cleverness, the fallen blood demon god retorted coldly. But unfortunately, you are about to meet your end. What have you done to Jiejin? Hotu struggled to rise. It was no wonder that Jiejin's seclusion had lasted so long. Such an unforeseen event had occurred. Nothing much. He is well, though his physical form now belongs to me. The fallen blood demon god emerged from the blood pool. Hotu's gaze shifted from Jiejin to the blood pool, and she instantly understood. You plotted against Jiejin through the blood pool? Indeed, what Hotu uttered was nearly the truth. Previously, when Pangu had slain 3,000 demon gods, he had perished here, but a single drop of Panga's blood had birthed this forbidden ground for the witch clan. The power within Panga's blood could accelerate the cultivation speed of the witch tribe. How could the blood of a demon god be simple? This demon god's blood contained a fragment of the fallen blood demon god's consciousness. Over a prolonged period, the fallen blood demon god had gradually infiltrated the blood pool, then slowly corroded the ancestral witches who came to cultivate here. However, previous ancestral witches had not lingered long enough for him to complete the seizure process. This time, Jiejin's extended retreat had afforded him the opportunity. Which clan would suspect the blood pool transformed from Panga's blood? The dead need not know too much, the fallen blood demon god declared with a murderous glint in his eyes. His possession was only halfway complete. Jiejin's will had yet to be extinguished. He must eliminate both Hotu and Lu Chen. With a wave of his hand, a flash of silver light erupted, sealing off the surrounding space. This is bad. He can wield Jiejin's abilities. Hotu's expression changed dramatically. As the ancestral witch of space, Jiejin excelled in spatial manipulation. With the space sealed, no news could escape. If she and Lu Chen perished here, the consequences would be dire. The entire witch clan could fall at the hands of Jiejin. Space sealed. Is it? Lu Chen smiled faintly. Hotu, if I save Jiejin, what will your witch clan offer in return? Hotu stared at Lu Chen in bewilderment. The latter's face bore no trace of panic. Instead, he seemed somewhat exhilarated. Did he truly grasp the gravity of their situation? Clearly, this demon god had seized Jiejin's body and could utilize his abilities. Under the spatial seal of the ancestral witch, they had no chance to flee. Their only option was to confront Jiejin head-on. Yet, despite being at the same Deluo golden immortal level as Zhu Rong and the other ancestral witches, Jiejin's power far surpassed theirs. Had she not been injured, perhaps they might have stood a chance together. But now, she was gravely wounded and unfit to confront Jiejin. It rested solely on Chen Lu. Noticing Hotu's silence, Lu Chen pressed further. Why the silence? If I were to rescue you and Jiejin, what would your witch clan offer me in return? Although the spatial seal posed a formidable challenge for the ancestral witch, it was not insurmountable for Lu Chen. After all, he had acquired a celestial talisman of void breaking when checking in with the ancestral witch earlier. By activating this talisman, he could easily shatter the spatial seal and depart. Yet he had no intention of leaving just yet, that a demon god occupying Jiejin's form was not worthy of his retreat. Furthermore, he harbored greater ambitions that if you can resolve this crisis, I shall offer whatever you desire. Hotu asserted, yes, that's so. Lu Chen replied, then what if I desire Panga's essence blood? He directly stated his intent. The blood of the demon god was for cultivating the chaos demon god body, while Panga's essence blood could be utilized to ascend to the Deluo golden immortal realm. Hotu was at a loss for words. At such a critical juncture, Chen Lu was still coveting Panga's essence blood. Give it to you, give it to you. As long as you can help my witch clan through this crisis, what harm is there in granting it? Hotu agreed. Resolve this crisis? The fallen blood demon god scoffed. With you a severely injured ancestral witch, and this Tai, a golden immortal from the human race, do you believe you can succeed? Lu Chen shook his head. You are mistaken. Deal with you. I alone am sufficient. Stepping forward, he radiated a dazzling starry light. Heavenly treasure. 9 yuan gathering star armor. Simultaneously, the overwhelming aura of a peak Tai, a golden immortal, surged forth. If he were a Hunyuan de Luo level demon god, perhaps it would be challenging. But as a mere peak de Luo golden immortal, was it truly difficult to slay you? The dismissive words echoed throughout the space. This was Lu Chen's greatest assurance for choosing to remain, that he was unaware of this so-called fallen blood demon god, but he had faith in his system. According to the system's check-in panel, the fallen blood demon god was at the pinnacle of the de Luo golden immortal realm. Lu Chen's words struck a nerve with the fallen blood demon god. Perhaps he was indeed formidable at his peak. But in that ancient era, all 3,000 demon gods had been vanquished. He had survived solely due to that drop of essence blood. Even after all this time, his cultivation had only returned to the peak of the de Luo golden immortal realm. A sinister expression crossed the fallen blood demon god's face, that I am eager to witness what capabilities you, a mere human, possess to make such bold claims. Clenching his right hand, he summoned a flurry of silver light blades that surged toward Lu Chen. Ho Tu's heart tightened. This spatial strangulation was one of Jiejin's most lethal techniques. Each blade was capable of grievously wounding a de Luo golden immortal, and the sheer density of the attack left little room for evasion. How would Chen Lu respond? In an instant, Lu Chen provided the answer. Golden flames ignited in his eyes. Golden Crow transformation technique. His form morphed into a streak of golden light, weaving effortlessly through the narrow gaps between the blades. Ho Tu was left dumbfounded. Is this the Golden Crow transformation technique? No, even Jiejin's version of the Golden Crow transformation technique could not reach such heights. Who exactly is this Chen Lu? Amidst her astonishment, Lu Chen flawlessly evaded the fallen blood demon god's assault. Though a few blades grazed him, they were deflected by the 9 yuan gathering star armor. With that, Lu Chen stood before the fallen blood demon god. Now it's my turn. You shall receive my sword. The jarring sound of the sword's chant reverberated through the air, heralding the invocation of the Zixiao, divine sword technique. The fallen blood demon felt a chill run down his spine, his body bristling with dread as he raised his hand to conjure several spatial barriers. Yet, beneath the might of the Zixiao, divine sword technique, these barriers crumbled one after another. With a final strike, a deep sword scar, revealing bone, was etched into the arm of the fallen blood demon. This moment, a look of utter bewilderment adorned his face, in his understanding, Emperor Jiang should have been formidable. Why then was a mere human at the Tai golden immortal level proving so difficult to contend with? Had his prior insights gleaned from the primordial ancestor been flawed? However, the fallen blood demon soon regained his composure. Patience was essential. The power displayed by this individual clearly transcended that of a Tai golden immortal. There must be a cost involved that, if he could just bide his time, he could easily subdue Lu Chen. Yet, at this critical juncture, Lu Chen made his move once more. A resounding dragon's roar echoed as Lu Chen summoned the Ziwei Dragonbone BOW. In his left hand, thunder coalesced, with one hand drawing the bow and the other knocking an arrow. He prepared not the Qingling Sacred Thunder or the Yuqing Sacred Thunder that had served him against the Great Golden Crow previously, but the Tongtian Sacred Thunder, as the lightning surged. Even the innate spiritual treasure, the Ziwei Dragonbone Bow, trembled uncontrollably, as if unable to withstand the impending power. In a swift motion, Lu Chen released the arrow. The Tongtian Sacred Thunder arrow shot forth towards the fallen blood demon. Instantly, panic consumed the fallen blood demon's heart. Such divine power was not something even a quasi-saint would dare to confront head-on. Was this truly a Tai golden immortal? He sought to retreat, but the confines of the space were too limiting. From a moment Lu Chen knocked the bow to the release of the arrow, scarcely had half a breath passed. He had no opportunity to evade. At this juncture, he was left with no choice but to confront it head-on. The fallen blood demon spat forth a mouthful of blood, channeling his strength to its zenith, that the silver sword cleaved through the air with tremendous force. This all-out strike was indeed formidable. Among the vast expanse of the primordial realm, few could withstand such an assault. However, Lu Chen's Tongtian Sacred Thunder arrow was beyond the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The thunder erupted, obliterating the silver sword. The arrow pierced directly through the fallen blood demon's chest, inflicting grievous injury. He half-kneeled on the ground, blood gushing forth in the distance. Hutu was rendered incapable of coherent thought. Had they won? That arrow just now was achievable by a Tai golden immortal. At that moment, she suddenly noticed a flicker of silver light flash in the eyes of the half-kneeling fallen blood demon. As the space before him twisted, he intends to flee. Hutu cried out. They could not allow the fallen blood demon to escape. Fear not, he would not escape. That Lu Chen flipped his left hand, a glimmer of spiritual light flashing within his palm. Subsequently, a surge towards the fallen blood demon, directly suppressing him. The 36 grades of ethereal seal. What manner of treasure was this? Once more, the fallen blood demon spewed forth a mouthful of blood, finding himself immobilized beneath the spiritual seal. Were the people of the primordial realm truly this mad? A mere Tai golden immortal could overpower a great Luo golden immortal and wield such an abundance of treasures. Not only was the fallen blood demon stunned, but Hutu was too. She gazed at the spiritual seal in Lu Chen's hand, her eyes brimming with astonishment. The overwhelming aura emanating from the 36 grades of ethereal seal was unlike anything she had ever felt. With just a single, it could suppress a demon god. Could it be an innate supreme treasure? Yet, among the 3 great innate supreme treasures of the primordial realm, none were of the seal type. Furthermore, who would believe that a Tai golden immortal possessed an innate supreme treasure? Moreover, the demon god had already suffered grievous wounds. The difficulty of suppression would naturally lessen. It must be a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Yet even so, this was hard to accept. She even began to suspect that this Lu Chen was perhaps an incarnation of some saint. Lu Chen stowed away the Ziwei dragonbone bow and turned to face the situation. The demon had been suppressed, yet how to extract him from the body of Emperor Jiang was now a matter for the Wu clan's expertise. On this point, Lu Chen had no means to intervene. Just as he believed the battle had reached its conclusion, a blood-red light suddenly surged from the depths of Emperor Jiang's eyes. The crimson beam shot directly toward Lu Chen, by the time he realized it. It was already too late. The blood light penetrated his brow. In an instant, silence enveloped the entire space. Deep within the forbidden grounds of the Wu clan, in the sealed small space, a deathly quiet pervaded. Hutu stood frozen, her gaze fixated on Lu Chen, who remained standing there, his body trembling slightly. Lu Chen? Hutu ventured hesitantly. Yet Lu Chen offered no response. In that moment, despair crashed over Hutu's heart. Even as a primordial ancestor, she felt a twinge of hopelessness. Although she did not fully grasp what had transpired, the earlier flash of bloodlight made it clear. The demon god occupying Emperor Jiang's body had invaded Lu Chen's form. Just a moment ago, Lu Chen had overwhelmed Emperor Jiang, and the peril had been averted. Yet in the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed. The challenge was no longer one of vanquishing Emperor Jiang, but rather of overcoming Lu Chen. Hutu could not shake the feeling that this new challenge was far more daunting. If Emperor Jiang could take action, it might have been manageable, but now he lay on the ground, still bearing the wound inflicted by the Tai Xian sacred thunder arrow. He could scarcely rise, and had it not been for the resilience of the primordial ancestor's flesh, Emperor Jiang would likely have perished by now. No, wait, a flicker of hope surged within Hutu's heart. Even if the demon god's primordial spirit had invaded Lu Chen's body, there was still a process involved, as long as Lu Chen's primordial spirit could surpass that of the demon god. All problems would be resolved. Yet could Lu Chen, a Tai golden immortal, truly triumph over a demon god? Hutu herself did not know. For any other Tai golden immortal, such a feat would be utterly impossible. But for Lu Chen, perhaps there was a chance? As Hutu focused on recovering her energy, she could only hope that Lu Chen would emerge victorious. Otherwise, her last resort would be to fight to the bitter end. Within the realm of Lu Chen's consciousness, the fallen blood demon's primordial spirit erupted in maniacal laughter, a cacophony of madness. That I admit you are formidable. Even when I was a Tai golden immortal, I was far inferior to you. But soon, all your divine powers and treasures shall belong to me. Just as he had anticipated, Lu Chen's primordial spirit was not particularly strong, merely reflecting the peak strength of a typical Tai golden immortal. In this battle of primordial spirits, devoid of divine powers or treasures, he was eager to see how Lu Chen would prevail against him. In his eyes, Lu Chen was far superior to Emperor Jiang. By occupying Lu Chen's physical form, he could potentially advance even further. Is that so? Lu Chen replied. Then by all means, give it a try. His calm demeanor ignited a flicker of hesitation within the fallen blood demon. Did Lu Chen possess some hidden means? No, that was not it. This individual was merely stalling for time, perhaps waiting for Hodo outside. Bluffing, he thought that I shall see just how strong a Tai Golden Immortal's primordial spirit can be. With no further hesitation, the fallen blood demon charged directly at Lu Chen, intent on devouring his primordial spirit in one fell swoop. But just as he approached Lu Chen's primordial spirit, Lu Chen's voice rang out coldly. If you had remained hidden within Emperor Jiang, I would have had little recourse against you. But now that you have revealed your primordial spirit, you are merely courting death. In Lu Chen's sea of consciousness, a flash of golden light erupted. Within that gold, a talisman materialized, the Tai Su Tian Yin talisman. The rewards obtained from the previous encounter with Gong Gong were proving their worth. Upon seeing the Tai Su Tian Yin talisman, the fallen blood demon felt an ominous premonition wash over him. Retreat! How could Lu Chen allow him to depart? The Tai Su Tian Yin rune descended directly upon the fallen blood demon god, igniting golden flames beneath the holy ones. All primordial spirits would perish. The fallen blood demon god let out a harrowing scream, consumed by panic. You have won. Let me go. Let me go. Amidst his desperate pleas, this demon, who had survived since ancient times, was utterly obliterated. Outside, Ho-Tu was striving to recover. However, having been gravely wounded by Di Jiang, her injuries would not heal in a short span. Suddenly, Lu Chen turned to face her. His gaze fixed intently on Ho-Tu's day, she hastily retreated a couple of steps, her expression wary. Are you Chen Lu, or a demon god? Lu Chen chuckled lightly. If I were that demon god, do you think you could still stand here conversing with me? Yet, the caution on Ho-Tu's face did not wane. What evidence do you have to prove it? Lu Chen's anger flared. What do you intend to renege? You promised me this drop of Panga blood as thanks. Ho-Tu paused, beginning to believe him. And the demon god's primordial spirit, Lu Chen scoffed. Naturally, it is dead. To seize my body, one must pay the price. Now, if there is nothing else, you may take Di Jiang and leave that I wish to remain here to cultivate. For a moment, Ho-Tu was taken aback. This person intends to stay here to cultivate? What? Are you not taking him out to heal? If he is struck directly by my Tai Xian Holy Thunder arrow and not treated promptly, do not blame me for not warning you if he dies. Only then did Ho-Tu take Di Jiang and break through the already strained spatial seal, departing from the Witch Clan's forbidden zone. After Ho-Tu left, Lu Chen finally exhaled in relief. To be honest, this time had been somewhat perilous. Had he not fortuitously obtained a Tai Su Tian Yin rune, he might have truly faced disaster. However, the rewards were quite substantial, in addition to the demon god's blood he had already secured. There was also this Panga blood. His cultivation had now reached the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, perfectly positioning him to leverage the Panga blood to break through to the Luo Golden Immortal. Standing beside the blood pool, he suddenly had an idea. The true sun fire ignited in his right palm. Immediately, the true sun fire blazed within the blood pool, and a chilling scream echoed as the contorted and tormented visage of the fallen blood demon god emerged within the blood pool. Moments later, that face was incinerated entirely. A smirk crept onto Lu Chen's lips. In truth, this was a spur-of-the-moment thought, since the fallen blood demon god could utilize the blood pool to plot against Di Jiang. It was likely that the blood pool harbored some of its methods. Now, after being scorched by the true sunfire, it should pose no issue. Subsequently, Lu Chen entered the blood pool, channeling his magical power to absorb its energy and commence his cultivation. In the Panga Temple. What? You say there's a strand of the demon gods within that demon god's blood, plotting against Di Jiang through the blood pool? Zhu Rong exclaimed, after hearing Ho-Tu recount the events that transpired within the Forbidden Zone. The major ancestral witches were all in shock. Had Lu Chen not suddenly arrived at Buzhou Mountain, demanding entry into the Witch Clan's Forbidden Zone, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This Chen Lu possesses such strength. Has the human race grown so formidable? Strong Liang remarked in no. Have you misunderstood the crux of the matter? That fellow is after Panga blood. As Zhu Rong spoke, she prepared to head toward the witch clan's forbidden zone. Ho Tu immediately stood and blocked her path. What are you doing? Regarding the Panga blood, I've already promised it to channel you to you wish for our witch clan to go back on our word. Zhu Rong glared at Ho Tuesday. That man indeed assisted the witch clan, but the Panga blood is crucial for our cultivation. How can it fall into another's hands? Ho Tu's brow furrowed, her gaze fierce. The Panga blood is indeed vital, but today, without Chun Lu, have you considered what might have transpired? With me here today, no one shall disturb Chun Lu. Ho Tu's presence radiated authority. Do you truly think I would hesitate to act against you? Zhu Rong seethed. Just as Zhu Rong and Ho Tu were locked in a heated dispute, a feeble voice emerged from outside the hall. Enough, cease your quarrels. The major ancestral witches turned to see the pallid Jiejin entering. As for Chun Lu, we shall follow Ho Tu's words. The Panga blood shall be provided by our witch clan. With Jiejin's statement, the other ancestral witches had nothing more to say. Only Zhu Rong remained somewhat dissatisfied, but there is no but. The blood pool formed from Panga blood indeed accelerates the cultivation of the ancestral witches, but its efficacy diminishes significantly after reaching the Deluo golden immortal stage. Moreover, if it were not for Chun Lu, our witch clan might have faced utter annihilation. A single drop of Panga blood is far from sufficient to repay him. Jiejin spoke slowly. Had Chun Lu not unexpectedly entered the witch clan's forbidden zone, the outcome would have been that Jiejin, would have been completely eroded by the fallen blood demon god. Subsequently, that demon god would have used my body to obliterate the entire witch clan, even causing chaos in the primordial world. One more thing you must remember, from this day forth, Chun Lu is a cherished friend of our witch clan. Should he have any needs, the witch clan shall spare no effort to assist him. You are all to treat Chun Lu with utmost courtesy from now on. Jiejin's words left Gong Gong and the other ancestral witches wide-eyed. Isn't this a bit excessive? He is merely a human Tai. Strong Liang was puzzled. A human Tai. Have you ever seen a human capable of contending with a Deluo? Or have you seen a Tai golden immortal wielding a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure? When the fallen blood demon god occupied Jiejin's body, although Jiejin's consciousness was trapped, he could still perceive everything occurring outside. Currently, the witch and demon clans were evenly matched. The demon clan had Jiejin and Dong Huang Tai, while the witch clan had 12 ancestral witches. Should Chun Lu rise to assist during the battle between the two clans, what value would a single drop of Panga blood hold? Jiejin's words awakened Zhu Rong and the others. Presently, Chun Lu was merely a Tai golden immortal. When he achieved Deluo golden immortal, could he not contend with quasi-saints? Furthermore, the demon clan was unaware of Chun Lu's existence. One must ponder. When the two clans truly engaged in war, what would happen if the witch clan suddenly gained an additional quasi-saint level combatant? Even Zhu Rong found herself at a loss for words. Ho Tu, you shall remain outside the forbidden zone, ensuring that no one disturbs Chun Lu's cultivation. Jiejin made further arrangements. Time swiftly passed, nearing a century. Within the witch clan's forbidden zone, the blood pool, formed from Panga blood, had nearly run dry. Lu Chen sat cross-legged at the center of the blood pool, emanating a wave of unnerving energy. Suddenly, the heavens roared with thunder, and storm clouds gathered above. Jiejin, Zhu Rong, and the other ancestral witches within the Pangu temple hurriedly rushed out, arriving before the forbidden zone. The ancestral witches gazed in astonishment at the thunderclouds above. Is Chun Lu on the verge of becoming a Deluo golden immortal? What sort of thunder tribulation is this? Just a glance sends shivers down my spine that I feel the same. This thunder tribulation is extraordinarily formidable. I would believe it if you told me it was a quasi-saint's thunder tribulation. The ancestral witches were all struck by the might of this thunder tribulation. Jiejin's eyes glimmered with silver light, piercing through space to rest upon the figure within the blood pool. There are varying strengths even among Deluo golden immortals. Due to factors such as lineage and cultivation methods, each individual's path to becoming a Deluo golden immortal is unique. Some may consider becoming a Deluo golden immortal their ultimate goal, while others, upon achieving this status, may reveal their potential to become quasi-saints. That a significant indicator of a Deluo golden immortal's prowess is the Deluo Dao flower. Chen Lu, I wonder what grade your Deluo golden immortal will achieve. Jiejin murmured to himself. In the next instant, a radiant golden light erupted from Lu Chen's body, enveloping the entirety of Buzhou Mountain. In the high heavens, the golden light blossomed, releasing an enigmatic aura. Ethereal flowers of the Tao emerged, one after another. 1, 2, 8. The great Luo golden immortal, with flowers blooming at the 8th grade. Xianming could no longer restrain his astonishment. The great Luo Tao, flowers number 9 at the utmost. Yet this Chen Lu had achieved flowers blooming at the 8th grade. Not the 8th grade, Jiejin replied calmly. Following the 8th Tao flower, another flower coalesced, the great Luo golden immortal, with flowers blooming at the 9th grade. In the entire primordial realm, perhaps only a handful of the heavenly Tao saints had reached such a pinnacle during their time as great Luo golden immortals. No, it is not over yet. Ho Tu trembled that a myriad of colorful glimmers enveloped the heavens above Buzhou Mountain. After the 9th Tao flower, yet another flower appeared, the 10th, the 11th, the 12th, with flowers blooming at the 12th grade. At this moment, the entire primordial realm shuddered. Kunlun Mountain. Yuanshi sat upon a mat, his mood rather pleasant. Under his influence, figures such as Yuding Run and Qi Jingzi had successively attained the status of great Luo golden immortals. Prior to the great competition, it was not an issue for all 12 immortals of Yu Su to achieve great Luo. Suddenly, he sensed something. His figure flickered, arriving above Kunlun Mountain, gazing towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. He beheld the summit of Buzhou Mountain, where golden light surged, as someone breaking through to become a great Luo golden immortal. As he observed the emergence of 9 Tao flowers, Yuanshi felt a stirring in his heart. It seemed another high-level individual was achieving the status of great Luo golden immortal. Randang. You shall journey to Buzhou Mountain. Yuanshi initially intended to send Randang to investigate who was striving for the great Luo golden immortal status, hoping to recruit them into the Chan teaching. After all, the Chan teaching welcomed individuals of high potential. However, before he could finish speaking, he noticed the golden light atop Buzhou Mountain being replaced by a myriad of brilliant hues. Following the 9th Tao flower, flickering lights appeared. Yuanshi's heart raced. Could it be flowers blooming at the 10th grade? Under his gaze, the 10th Tao flower emerged. Yet before he could recover from the shock of the 10th Tao flower, the 11th and 12th Tao flowers appeared in succession. At that moment, Yuanshi, the Holy One of Yuqing, stood in stunned silence. Flowers blooming at the 12th grade. Even in his own attainment of great Luo, he had never reached such a level. What exceptional potential this individual possesses. Could it be a top-tier innate divine demon? A future quasi-saint? No. If the primordial purple aura were present, then becoming a heavenly Tao saint would be well within reach. Such a person must be inducted into his Chan teaching. With their inclusion, in due time, the Chan teaching would become a dual saint sect, becoming the foremost teaching in the primordial realm. A genius of this caliber, with flowers blooming at the 12th grade, would certainly attract the attention of figures such as Laozi and Tongtian. It would no longer suffice to send Randang as a deputy. He, as the leader of the Chan teaching, must personally recruit this talent. Resolute in his decision, Yuanshi immediately set off towards Buzhou Mountain. On Shouyang Mountain, at the 8th Scenery Palace, Laozi stood before the alchemical furnace, wholly absorbed in his focus on the task at hand. Moments later, with a sweep of his sleeve, the furnace opened wide, and a pill flew forth from within. Laozi summoned the pill with one hand, his gaze filled with anticipation as it fell upon the pill. 1 pattern, 2 patterns, 9 patterns. The expectation in his eyes instantly shattered. This 9-pattern pill, sought after by the vast majority of cultivators in the primordial realm, was crushed to dust by Laozi's single hand. Why? Why? Laozi murmured, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. The last time he encountered Lu Chen's semi-10-pattern 3-turn golden pill, he had indeed gained some insights. Thus, during this period, Laozi had been diligently refining pills. Perhaps a 10-pattern 3-turn golden pill was not extraordinary. Yet, what if it were a 10-pattern 9-turn golden pill? This was another reason Laozi had instructed Xuandu to investigate Lu Chen, why nurturing Lu Chen. He could simultaneously elevate his own alchemical skills. That it is known that within the primordial realm, there are very few pills effective against saints, that if he could surpass his current alchemical prowess and concoct 10 pattern pills, perhaps he could elevate a saint's cultivation through the power of the pills. Once more, I refuse to believe that what a Tai golden immortal can achieve, a heavenly Tao saint cannot. He meticulously recalled the scene of Lu Chen refining the 3-turn golden pill, comparing it to his recent pill refinement. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Laozi's mind that he seemed to discern where the issue lay. As the flames blazed, Laozi resumed his alchemical endeavors. Before long, he sensed something. He turned to look outside the 8-scenery palace, his gaze piercing through the palace walls, witnessing the extraordinary phenomena surrounding Buzhou Mountain. Is someone striving for the great Luo golden immortal? When he beheld the 12 great Luo Dao flowers, a flicker of astonishment crossed Laozi's eyes. After all, even he, upon attaining the status of great Luo golden immortal, had only achieved flowers blooming at the 9th grade. Yet despite this astonishment, Laozi had no intention of traveling to Buzhou Mountain. Regardless of whether a great Luo golden immortal had flowers blooming at the 12th grade, they remained a great Luo golden immortal, even if they could eventually achieve quasi-saint status. So what? In the eyes of this Taiching saint, all beneath the saints were but ants. Moreover, his teaching of humanity differed from the Chan and Jie teachings. He was not particularly concerned with acquiring disciples. This was evident from the fact that since the establishment of the teaching, he had only accepted Xuandu as his sole personal disciple, rather than investigate this individual with flowers blooming at the 12th grade. He preferred to await news from Xuandu regarding Chen Elud present. His focus must remain on the refinement of this pill. Perhaps this time, he could indeed concoct a 10-pattern pill on Mount Sumeru. As the sacred ground of the Western teachings, this place, compared to Kunlun Mountain of the Chan teachings and Jinao Island of the Jie teachings, fell considerably short. The reason was simple, that in the past, the 4 figures of Hong Jun battled against Luo Ho, resulting in the destruction of Mount Sumeru, leaving the Western teachings yet to recover. Despite the presence of the saints Jiejin and Yuanshi, these heavenly Tao saints differed somewhat from those of the 3 pure ones and Yuwa. Suddenly, the extraordinary phenomena emanating from Buzhou Mountain captured the attention of Jiejin and Yuanshi. The two ascended to the peak of Mount Sumeru, gazing towards Buzhou Mountain. Upon witnessing the 12 great Luo Dao flowers in the firmament, their eyes were filled with shock. Brother, there exists a great Luo golden immortal in the primordial realm capable of flowers blooming at the 12th grade. This individual is destined to achieve quasi-saint status, or even become a heavenly Tao saint. As he spoke, Yuanshi prepared to head towards Buzhou Mountain. However, the moment he took a step, Jiejin intercepted him. What do you intend to do, junior brother? Of course, I'm going to investigate Buzhou Mountain. That if such a great Luo golden immortal could join our Western teachings, would it not mean that we could gain another quasi-saint, or even a heavenly Tao saint? Yuanshi looked at Jiejin in confusion, as if the answer were obvious. Jiejin regarded Yuanshi with a hint of exasperation in his gaze. Then allow me to ask you, why would a great Luo golden immortal of such caliber choose to join our Western teachings? This question left Yuanshi momentarily speechless. After pondering for a long while, he finally replied, "Our Western teachings boast dual saints. Could that not?" His words were cut short as Jiejin chuckled. Dual saints? In comparison to the teachings of the primordial realm that lack saints, our Western teachings indeed hold an advantage. Yet compared to the Jie, Chan, and humanity teachings, do you believe our dual saints still hold an advantage? Jiejin maintained a clear understanding of his own position, that he gazed toward Buzhou Mountain and continued. A great Luo golden immortal with flowers blooming at the 12th grade is an unprecedented occurrence in the primordial realm. If we can go, then so can Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian. What do you think the chances are of this individual joining our Western teachings in light of the recruitment from the Chan? Humanity, Jie, and Western teachings. Yuanshi's lips twitched slightly, unsure of what to say. Let me tell you, the likelihood of them joining our Western teachings is zero. That given this, what purpose do we serve but to humiliate ourselves? The figure known as Jiejin spoke softly. Moreover, what does it matter if the flowers bloom in 12 varieties? Without the primordial purple aura, he will ultimately be unable to achieve the status of a celestial sage. Yet, the addition of a quasi-saint would undoubtedly be advantageous for our Western teachings. Quani remarked with a perplexed expression. What is the current state of our Western teachings that we still ponder over saints? The inclusion of a quasi-saint is already a significant boon, is it not? Jiejin turned to Quani. I am well aware of what you are saying. However, this flower blooming in 12 varieties, a great Luo golden immortal, clearly cannot join our Western teachings that it would be a fruitless endeavor. Quani still felt somewhat reluctant, but can't we at least go and take a look? What if this person is fated to connect with our Western teachings? This statement genuinely amused Jiejin. Junior brother, such reasoning is meant to deceive those wandering cultivators. How could you possibly deceive yourself? Rest assured, I have other plans regarding the recruitment of individuals into our Western teachings. In due time, I shall allow you to select candidates for our Western teachings. Quani was taken aback, his eyes filled with questions as he gazed at Jiejin. Why, with so few individuals joining our Western teachings now? Would that change in a short while? Jiejin did not answer directly, but spoke calmly. After the initial calamity of the Dragon and Han eras, this world has remained tranquil for far too long. Quani's heart stirred. Does brother mean to say that the Wu and Yao clans will go to war? Yet, while the Wu and Yao clans have had their share of conflicts, they have always been minor skirmishes. Jiejin's lips curled slightly. Junior brother, you must understand, once the time is ripe, I shall lend them a hand. Once the Wu and Yao clans engage in battle, it shall be the moment for our Western teachings to flourish. Meanwhile, at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, Lu Chen's breakthrough was reaching its climax, but a thunderous explosion erupted from the dome above as the long-accumulated thunderclouds finally unleashed their fury. Several bolts of lightning descended upon Lu Chen. Under the terrifying tribulation, the very space above Buzhou Mountain began to warp. Such formidable might evoke trepidation even in the grand ancestors like Xiangliang and Xiankong. This great Luo thunder tribulation was indeed fearsome. Generally, great Luo golden immortals would find it impossible to withstand such power. Could Qin Lu possibly survive this thunder tribulation? Gong Gong expressed his concern. Hudu also turned to glance at Dijiao. Should we not lend a helping hand? Dijiao shook his head slightly. You underestimate him far too much. The might of this thunder tribulation is certainly not something an ordinary great Luo golden immortal can endure. However, he is a great Luo golden immortal who has bloomed in 12 varieties. Just observe it that very moment. As Dijiao finished speaking, Lu Chen moved. As he opened his eyes, the 12 great Luo flowers above his head simultaneously shattered, and streams of golden light surged into Lu Chen's body. In an instant, Lu Chen's aura surged dramatically that he gazed up at the bolts of lightning with a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. Throughout his cultivation journey, what he feared the least was thunder. His hand formed a seal, and thunder roared at a strike of Tongtian sacred thunder, soared upwards, colliding with the heavenly lightning mid-air. The devastating might of the thunder swept across the surroundings. The previously impressive thunder tribulation paled in comparison to this Tongtian sacred thunder. In mere moments, the thunder tribulation was over. Lu Chen's aura rose once more. Once his aura stabilized completely, this breakthrough could be deemed a success. This scene left Zhu Rong and the other grand ancestors in a state of astonishment. Is it truly possible to transcend a thunder tribulation in such a manner? Xiankong stared at Lu Chen in disbelief. How did he cultivate his thunder technique? My thunder and his thunder are not even on the same level. Xiangliang felt utterly bewildered, as the ancestor of thunder. He prided himself on his mastery of thunder techniques. Even the Taiqing sacred thunder, the Shangqing divine thunder, and the Yuqing divine thunder created by saints could not compare to his thunder technique. Yet, when compared to Lu Chen's Taiqian sacred thunder, his own technique seemed utterly insignificant. Forget about thunder techniques. Did you not notice his magical power? Clearly, he has just achieved the status of a great Luo golden immortal. Yet his magical power is nearly comparable to that of a mid-stage great Luo golden immortal. Gong Gong was astounded at a great Luo golden immortal at the initial stage equating to that of the mid-stage. If he were to reach the peak of great Luo, wouldn't he then be able to rival a quasi-saint? What kind of power would he possess upon achieving the status of a quasi-saint? Perhaps this is the true essence of a great Luo golden immortal who has bloomed in 12 varieties. Hutu's lips parted slightly. Humph. His achievements are partly due to the contributions of my witch clan. Zhu Rong's eyes brimmed with jealousy. You two have cultivated within the blood pool. When you attained the status of great Luo, was your power even half of his? Gong smirked sarcastically. Zhu Rong fumed. Nevertheless, regardless of his circumstances, it is undoubtedly correct for our witch clan to form a good relationship with him, Hutu remarked earnestly. Di Jiao gazed into the distance, a slight smile gracing his lips. It is not only my witch clan that has high hopes for Chen Lu. The several grand ancestors turned their gazes towards the sound. In the distance, two figures were approaching in succession. The foremost figure was the Yuqing saint, Yuanshi, while the one behind was the Shangqing saint, Tongtian. To draw two saints to oneself at the great Luo golden immortal realm with one's own power. This Chen Lu could be considered the foremost individual in the primordial world. Within the dome above, Yuanshi glanced at Tongtian, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. What brings you here? Tongtian replied coolly that I come for the same purpose as you did. Is it permissible for you to recruit disciples while I am barred from doing the same? Yuanshi's eyes flickered with disdain. You truly believe that someone of such caliber would join your Jiejin sect rather than my Chan Sect? So what if Tongtian has arrived? He still has confidence in persuading the individual to join the Chan Sect. Ultimately, it is not for either of us to decide which sect this person will join. As the two conversed, Lu Chen's aura finally stabilized. Both turned their gaze towards him, their expressions revealing a hint of astonishment. This moment, Lu Chen, an early-stage great Luo golden immortal, had already surpassed the magical power of an ordinary mid-stage great Luo golden immortal. A great Luo golden immortal who has bloomed in 12 varieties is indeed extraordinary. The two approached Lu Chen. Upon witnessing Yuanshi and Tongtian arriving together, Lu Chen was equally taken aback. He had never anticipated that his achievement of becoming a great Luo golden immortal would create such a stir, drawing the attention of Yuanshi and Tongtian. However, his current identity was concealed through the illusion spirit pearl. Even saints, without employing special means, could not see through his disguise. Chen Lu met the two saints. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Lu Chen asked with composure. The name Chen Lu caused Yuanshi's heart to skip a beat. He instinctively thought of Lu Chen. The similarity in their names was striking. But upon reflection, Lu Chen was merely a golden immortal with a pitifully low foundation. What could he possibly compare to this Chen Lu? Meanwhile, Tongtian spoke first. Chen Lu, although you have achieved the status of a great Luo golden immortal, you will still require guidance in your future cultivation that I wish to take you as my disciple. Do you wish to join my Jiejin sect? Lu Chen hesitated briefly before responding, I am grateful for the good intentions of a Shangqing saint, yet I have no intention of entering a sect. Tongtian's expression darkened. That the saint's offer to take on a disciple was outright rejected. While this might not be entirely surprising, what truly troubled Tongtian was the impending approach of the Three Teachings Grand Competition. If the original contest between the Jiejin and Chan sects were to occur, he would have confidence that the Jiejin sect disciples would not lose to the Chan sect's 12 immortals of Yushu. However, if this Chen Lu were to join the Chan sect, the outlook would be less certain. Would the Jiejin sect face defeat at the hands of this individual during the Three Teachings Grand Competition? At this moment, Yuanshi's mocking voice echoed nearby. Tongtian, your Jiejin sect indiscriminately accepts disciples, resulting in a hodgepodge of talents. How could you possibly recruit such an extraordinary individual? With that, Yuanshi turned to Lu Chen. Come, follow me back to Kunlun Mountain. Rest assured, after you join my Chan teaching, I shall ensure your future accomplishments will be akin to that of a quasi-saint. Yet, there stood Lu Chen, resolute and unyielding, displaying no intention of moving. When did I ever express a desire to join Chan? This single statement rendered Yuanshi utterly speechless. Nearby, Tongtian erupted in laughter. Yuanshi, have you overestimated the significance of your Chan teaching? Do you believe that every individual of high stature in this vast wilderness must join your Chan? The corners of Yuanshi's mouth twitched slightly. However, he quickly regained his composure, directing his gaze towards Lu Chen. By entering my Chan teaching, your standing shall surpass that of the 12 immortals of Yushu. Furthermore, when you achieve the status of a quasi-saint, I shall bestow upon you a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Tongtian's expression darkened in an effort to draw the only individual in the history of this wilderness who has blossomed into a 12-petaled Luo Jingxian into Chan. Yuanshi was indeed making significant concessions. The prestige of such a status is one matter, but that supreme innate spiritual treasure is something even a quasi-saint would find difficult to refuse. Just when Tongtian thought that this Chen Lu would join Chan, Lu Chen shook his head. I dare not join Chan. Yuanshi was momentarily taken aback and promptly retorted, what do you mean you dare not? He had already promised a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, yet it still proved insufficient. I fear that one day I might be expelled from my sect by the Yuanshi saint. This statement immediately provoked Yuanshi's rebuttal. How could I ever expel my own disciple from Chan? He had initially presumed that this Chen Lu merely looked down upon the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, only to discover that it was due to such an absurd reason. That's so? The Yuanshi saint has expelled disciples who have been under his tutelage for hundreds of thousands of years. Thus, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that I could also be cast out from Chan in the future. Lu Chen helped Yuanshi recall this. Beside him, Tongtian's expression brightened slightly. What is this, Yuanshi? Is your memory so poor? Should I remind you that Lu Chen is within my Jie teaching, as long as Chen Lu does not join Chan? It matters not whether he joins Jie or not at this point. Yuanshi finally comprehended fully. Indeed, I have expelled a disciple from Chan, but how does that individual compare to you? How could a Lu Chen, whose roots are so low that even breaking through to the Jingxian realm proves arduous, be compared with the present Chen Lu, who possesses a top-tier foundation and has blossomed into a 12-petaled Luo? Lu Chen's demeanor turned cold. Perhaps it is best to leave it be. To be frank, I already have a master. Upon hearing this, Tongtian appeared to have an epiphany that it was something that should have been anticipated. How could such a Luo Jingxian not have a master? Ultimately, it was a wasted trip. Yet Yuanshi could not accept this. What does it matter if you already have a master? You must understand that only with the guidance of a saint can you avoid squandering your innate potential. Lu Chen once again declined. That my decision is firm. I shall not join Chan Yuanshi saint. Please take your leave. At this moment, Yuanshi was somewhat angered. He believed that the sincerity of Chan had been more than sufficient. Pray tell, in the entire wilderness, who else would take on disciples and offer a supreme, innate spiritual treasure? Yet, even so, this Chen Lu remained unwilling to join Chan. This was rather ungrateful that a hint of saintly might flickered. Lu Chen remained unfazed, the faint smile on his lips growing increasingly sardonic. What does my refusal to join Chan mean? That the Yuanshi saint will take action? I have long heard of the name of Chan. Yet I did not expect such tyranny. Tongtian interjected. Yuanshi, what do you intend to do? I shall not permit you to commit an act that would tarnish the name of the three purities. Should word get out that Yuanshi, in his frustration over failing to recruit a disciple, acted against the Luo Jingxian, those in the know would consider it solely Yuanshi's affair. However, those unaware could very well attribute the incident to the three purities. Yuanshi calmed himself, his eyes directed at Lu Chen, filled with coldness. That you truly believe that because you have blossomed into a 12-petal flower, you are invincible in the wilderness. A Luo Jingxian is merely a beginning. Take care. With that, Yuanshi departed from the scene. Lu Chen watched Yuanshi's retreating figure, his eyes filled with coldness. He had been tempted numerous times to reveal his true identity. He longed to witness Yuanshi's reaction upon discovering that the individual he had previously expelled from Chan had suddenly become a 12-petaled Luo Jingxian. Yet, he held back. That it was still too early to unveil such a revelation, but he intended to deliver a crushing blow when Yuanshi was entirely unprepared. The upcoming grand competition of the three teachings would serve as the perfect opportunity for him to showcase his prowess. Leaving Yuanshi filled with regret. You have caused Yuanshi to lose face today. It would be prudent to avoid any future conflicts with Chan. Tongtian offered a word of caution. This time, Yuanshi refrained from taking action as he found no justification. However, Once he seizes the opportunity to act, he will undoubtedly not let Lu Chen off easily. Thank you for the reminder, Sage of the Upper Clear. Tongtian then returned to Jinao Island. Lu Chen finally rejoined Jiejin and the other primordial ancestors. At this moment, the gazes of the primordial ancestors towards Lu Chen were decidedly peculiar. Although the distance was somewhat far, they were all the Luo Jingxians. They had clearly heard every word exchanged between Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Chen Lu just moments ago. Not only did Chen Lu refuse to join Jie or Chan, but he even stood his ground against Yuanshi. It is worth noting that Yuanshi's expulsion of Lu Chen from Chan was indeed inappropriate. How many individuals in this vast wilderness would dare confront Yuanshi regarding such matters? Chen Lu, did you not tell me while in the forbidden area that you were a loose cultivator? Why then did you just inform the Yuqing saint that you already have a master? Hutu glared at Lu Chen with visible displeasure. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then feigned ignorance. Did I? I do not recall. Perhaps you have made a mistake. You. Hutu pointed a trembling finger at Lu Chen. How could this fellow lie without so much as a blink? Just as Hutu was about to question him again, Jiejin spoke up. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on attaining the Luo Jingxian. I must also thank you for your assistance in the forbidden area. Should there be any matters in the future wherein my witch clan can be of service, do not hesitate to ask. Lu Chen smiled slightly. In truth, he had never intended to rescue Jiejin. It was merely a matter of happenstance. Eradicating a remnant of a Luo Jingxian-level demon god would yield the blood of Pangu. Such a gain was worth it. The future could be addressed later. However, at present, I do have a request for your assistance. Jiejin was taken aback, promptly replying, Speak freely. I have just attained the Luo, and am still unfamiliar with the powers of a Luo Jingxian. I wonder if you might spar with me. Lu Chen articulated his request. Even he had not anticipated his ascension to a 12-petaled Luo Jingxian, that he was now eager to discover just how formidable a 12-petaled Luo Jingxian truly was. Jiejin, it seemed, was a fitting choice. Without any hesitation, Jiejin readily agreed to Lu Chen's request. Just in time, I too wished to test my abilities, as the words were spoken. Jiejin's figure had already soared into the air, his eyes shimmering with a silvery light, exuding an overwhelming pressure directed towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen, having reached the opposite side of Jiejin, felt a stirring within as he sensed a formidable force emanating from him. No doubt, Jiejin was the ancestral shaman of space. Such might alone could easily crush an early-stage Luo Jingxian. However, Lu Chen, an early-stage Luo Jingxian, was not to be measured by ordinary standards. Before making his move, a faint violet glow flickered around Lu Chen. That was the Zixiao Duoling talisman. Another reason for his confrontation with Jiejin, that he was particularly interested in Jiejin's mastery of spatial techniques. Previously, during the battle in the forbidden grounds of the Wu clan, he had been unable to activate the talisman due to the suddenness of the encounter. This time, he was determined to make amends. Upon invoking the Zixiao Duoling talisman, a fierce battle intent erupted in Lu Chen's eyes. Let us see just how powerful this 12-petal bloom of a Luo Jingxian truly is. As the battle fervor ignited in his gaze, the magical energy within Lu Chen surged forth like a tempest. Yet before he could strike, Jiejin had already made his move, with a swift motion of his right hand. He reached forward, fingers outstretched towards Lu Chen. In an instant, the space surrounding Lu Chen shattered, unleashing a barrage of silvery blades that surged toward him. This was Jiejin's signature technique, spatial decapitation. The sudden onslaught of spatial blades sealed off all avenues of escape for Lu Chen. Fortunately, Lu Chen was not without countermeasures. Radiating starlight, he summoned the Jiejin gathering star armor just as the first spatial blade descended. Under the razor-sharp edge of the blade, the starlight upon the armor dulled slightly. Lu Chen felt a jolt within. The same technique, wielded by Jiejin, the ancestral shaman of space, was exponentially more powerful than what he had previously encountered. A typical early-stage Luo Jingxian, lacking innate spiritual treasures, would surely be gravely injured by such an attack, but a smile crept on Lu Chen's lips as he became increasingly exhilarated. Only through this could one ascertain the true caliber of an early-stage Luo Jingxian. With a gesture, the incantation shifted and the sound of a sword echoed. The Zixiao divine sword technique manifested. Under the terrifying sword energy, the remaining spatial blades were obliterated. He then unleashed a strike that pierced the air, aiming directly at Di Jiang's chest. Di Jiang swiftly retreated, channeling the power of space to form a defensive barrier. Thus, their duel of magical prowess commenced in earnest. Below, the ancestral shamans such as Zhu Rong and Gong Gong gazed in astonishment at the battle unfolding above. Lu Chen, having just attained the status of de Luo Jinxian, was able to contend with Di Jiang. Was this the power of a 12-petal bloom? Had anyone told me that an early-stage de Luo Jinxian could match a peak de Luo Jinxian without faltering, I would have certainly dismissed it. His magical prowess alone eclipsed that of an average mid-stage de Luo Jinxian. Amidst the discussions among the ancestral shamans, the battle between Lu Chen and Di Jiang neared its conclusion. Lu Chen summoned the power of thunder, preparing a formidable Tai Xian holy thunder. Observing this, Di Jiang immediately halted. Let us call it a truce for now. Your thunderous magic is not so easily endured. Di Jiang was the first to propose a cessation of hostilities. He had previously witnessed the might of Lu Chen's Tai Xian holy thunder and, even with his strength, could not guarantee he would emerge unscathed from such an onslaught. Sustaining any injury would be a significant loss. At this point, Lu Chen had already achieved the primary goal of his confrontation. With Di Jiang calling for a truce, Lu Chen naturally withdrew. The ancestral shaman of space did indeed live up to his reputation. The Tai Xian holy thunder gradually dissipated. Di Jiang, with a wry smile, remarked, "A peak de Luo cannot best an early stage de Luo. Please do not elevate me unduly. I wonder what your future plans are. Dear friend, should you find yourself without a destination, you are welcome to stay at my Buzhou mountain for a while." Di Jiang extended an invitation. Lu Chen shook his head. His journey to Buzhou mountain was solely for the purpose of obtaining the blood of the demon god. Now that he had acquired it, it was time to return, for the grand competition among the three teachings was fast approaching. Although he had achieved the status of de Luo Jinxian, he had yet to cultivate the chaotic demon god-bodied. I shall not linger further. Should you require assistance in the future, our Wu clan will surely provide unwavering support. With that, Lu Chen departed from Buzhou mountain. Di Jiang returned to the side of the other ancestral shamans, including Ho Tuesday. How is Chun Lu's current strength? Zhu Rong inquired hastily. Di Jiang's expression grew serious, very strong. He is the foremost individual beneath the quasi-saint level. Gong Gong and the others were taken aback. Despite having witnessed the entire battle between Lu Chen and Di Jiang, hearing such a high appraisal from Di Jiang was difficult for them to accept. After all, Di Jiang was the mightiest of the ancestral shamans, and few de Luo Jinxians in the entirety of Hong Huang could catch his eye, let alone being deemed the strongest beneath the quasi-saint level. Did that not imply that Di Jiang felt himself inferior? Was that not an exaggeration? Although you fought evenly, were you not injured? Zhu Rong questioned incredulously. I was injured, but did he truly exert all his strength? A hint of self-deprecation flickered in Di Jiang's eyes. He had witnessed Lu Chen's battle with the blood demon god in the forbidden grounds of the Wu clan. That Tai Xian holy thunder. Even at his full strength, he would not have dared to confront directly. Not forget, at the time of the Wu clan's forbidden grounds, Lu Chen was merely at the peak of Tai Jinxian. Now, he is only at the early stage of the Luo Jinxian. By your reasoning, once he attains quasi-saint status, could he not contend with Dong Huang Tai Yi? The thought struck strongly. Indeed, should Chen Lu break through to quasi-saint, Dong Huang Tai Yi's title as the strongest beneath the saints could very well be jeopardized. Di Jiang replied nonchalantly, perhaps not. Do not forget, Dong Huang Tai Yi possesses the innate treasure, the chaos belt, in the entirety of Hong Huang, who can triumph over him beneath the saints. Zhu Rong remained puzzled. Perhaps having previously suffered at Lu Chen's hands had left him with a lingering dissatisfaction. That is merely a possibility. If Dong Huang Tai lacked innate treasures, he would not stand a chance against quasi-saint Chen Lu. Moreover, how do you know Chen Lu does not possess other magical artifacts? Di Jiang recalled Lu Chen's spiritual seal during the Wu clan's forbidden grounds. These words left Zhu Rong momentarily speechless. That a clash between the Wu and Yao clans was inevitable. Although the Yao clan had Nu Hua, who had already attained sainthood and would not intervene in such conflicts. As long as Lu Chen stood by their side, the Wu clan's odds of victory would increase by at least 30%. Very well, let us disperse. I, too, must return to my meditation. Though the cultivation within the forbidden grounds of the Witch clan was marred by the upheaval of the demon god, insights were nonetheless gleaned. Once healed, the path to achieving the status of a quasi-saint would be attainable. The space behind Jiejin twisted, and his figure vanished from sight. The remaining ancestors of the Witch clan, such as Gonggong, followed suit and departed. The serene tranquility of Buzhou Mountain was restored once more. On Jinao Island. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Lu Chen hesitated not for a moment, swiftly entering the 36 grades of ethereal seal. Following his battle with Jiejin, he had gained a preliminary understanding of his current strength. Within the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, Lu Chen stood invincible. Even a quasi-saint would have to reckon with the opponent's specific capabilities and hidden cards. Had this been several centuries prior, amidst the teachings of the Chan Sect, possessing such power would have been a cause for exuberant laughter. Yet now, it was still insufficient. The impending Tri-Teachings Grand Competition was proposed by Yuanshi, ensuring that the Chan Sect would be determined to prevail. Although the preparation time for this competition was merely a millennium, disciples from the Chan Sect, including Guangqingzi and those from the Jiejin sect, such as Duo Bao, would undoubtedly achieve the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal before the event. It was foreseeable that the upcoming contest would be a clash between the Great Luo Golden Immortals of the Chan and Jiejin sects. While the human sect would likely serve merely as a sideshow to guarantee the Chan sect's victory, Yuanshi would certainly provide Guangqingzi and the others with means surpassing that of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Thus, Lu Chen recognized that his current strength was inadequate. Lu Chen's ambition was not merely to surpass the 12 immortals of Yusu, but to achieve a resounding victory. His power must be elevated. In terms of magical prowess, he was currently at the early Great Luo stage. Comparable to the average mid-grade Lu Oda, in terms of agility, he possessed the fully mastered Golden Crow transformation technique. Regarding magical artifacts, he wielded innate treasures such as the Ziwei Dragonbone Bow. The only aspect in which he found himself lacking was in physical fortitude. Fortunately, the Chaos Demon God Body technique would adequately address this deficiency. However, before practicing the Chaos Demon God Body, there was a matter to attend to. That Lu Chen retrieved the Zhixiao Spirit Seizing Talisman, upon which glimmered faint silver light. This was another objective he had in his previous encounter with Jiejin, as he coveted Jiejin's spatial abilities. With a mere thought, the silver light entered his brow, revealing Jiejin's spatial techniques within Lu Chen's consciousness. To his surprise, the Zhixiao Spirit Seizing Talisman had replicated two techniques. One was a movement technique known as spatial flicker, and the other was an offensive technique, the spatial strangle utilized previously by Jiejin. Although he had already mastered the Golden Crow transformation technique in terms of movement, Jiejin, as a primordial ancestor of space, possessed an extraordinary mastery of spatial flicker. Such techniques could never be deemed excessive. Typically, it would be nearly impossible for outsiders to master Jiejin's spatial abilities, given that the talent for such was not common among individuals. Yet, Lu Chen required only a rudimentary understanding. He closed his eyes, beginning to sense the fluctuations of the surrounding space. Time flew within the 36 grades of ethereal seal. Hundreds of years later, a glimmer of silver flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Spatial flicker. His form instantly appeared 3 feet away. At first glance, 3 feet might seem trivial, but this was not merely a matter of speed. It was true spatial teleportation. This was merely an initial mastery. What might occur upon full completion? 2 points of comprehension were expended. Both spatial flicker and spatial strangle had reached perfection. Now, Lu Chen's mastery of these two spatial techniques surpassed even that of Jiejin. With this challenge resolved, he turned his focus to the cultivation of the Chaos Demon God Body. Lu Chen first extracted the 9 transformations illusionary spirit herb and other rare treasures of heaven and earth. With a flick of his fingertip, the true fire of the sun ignited. Under the intense heat of the true fire, several rare treasures quickly melted, leaving behind a single drop of vibrant green liquid essence. Radiating with abundant vitality, he then produced a drop of demon god blood. Cultivate the chaos demon god body. One must allow the demon god blood to corrode one's flesh while simultaneously using the life essence to restore oneself. In this process of destruction and rebirth, the chaos demon god body would be achieved. Lu Chen swallowed the drop of demon god blood. An indescribable burning pain instantly coursed through his entire being. The blood of the demon god was a burden even the body of a great Luo golden immortal could scarcely endure, as the power of the demon god blood eroded his flesh. Lu Chen's expression contorted in agony. In the next moment, he consumed the drop of life essence. The forces of vitality and destruction collided within him, pushing his body to the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, atop Kunlun Mountain, a formidable wave of magical power erupted. Among the 12 immortals of Yusu, another had attained the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal. This time, it was Guang Qingzi. Moments later, Guang Qingzi, beaming with delight, arrived at the Yusu Palace. I pay my respects to my master. The disciple had not disappointed his master's guidance, having now become a Great Luo Golden Immortal, with his flower blooming at the 9th level. Despite his best efforts to restrain himself, the smile on his face could not be concealed. This was, after all, a moment of great significance. Blooming at the 9th level and achieving the Great Luo was sufficient to surpass 99% of Great Luo Golden Immortals in the wilderness. Yet, as he smiled, Guang Qingzi's grin gradually stiffened. He noticed that Yuanshi's expression bore no trace of joy, but rather was filled with displeasure. Did he perceive his breakthrough as too slow, inciting his master's ire? As Guang Qingzi pondered this, Yuanshi suddenly slammed his right hand upon the stone table before him. In an instant, a terrifying aura of sanctity erupted forth. The entire Kunlun mountain trembled, as if on the verge of collapse. How dare a mere Great Luo Golden Immortal show such disrespect? Though Guang Qingzi's ascension to the Great Luo Golden Immortal was indeed commendable, his blooming at the 9th level reminded Yuanshi of the previous incident with Chen Lu. When Yuanshi had discovered the existence of a peerless Great Luo blooming at the 12th level in the wilderness, he had been exceedingly elated. After all, such an individual, if brought into the Chan Sect, would not only ensure victory in the Tri-Teachings Grand Competition, but also augment the Chan Sect's strength in the near future. However, when he personally extended an invitation to Chen Lu, offering an unparalleled innate treasure as a condition, he was met with rejection. Had it simply been a matter of rejection, he would not have been so incensed. The crux of the issue lay in the fact that Chen Lu, while refusing, had the audacity to mock him regarding Lu Chen. This had ignited Yuanshi's fury. Had there not been a multitude of witches and Tongtian present at Buzhou Mountain, he would have made Chen Lu acutely aware of what it meant to incur the wrath of the saint. While Yuanshi seethed over the matter of Chen Lu, Guang Qingzi, too, found himself in a state of distress. Though Yuanshi had considered Guang Qingzi's presence, the overwhelming aura of sanctity was beyond what Guang Qingzi could withstand. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, revealing the extent of his injury. Yet he remained oblivious to the cause. It was only when he noticed Yuanshi's expression easing that he dared to cautiously inquire. Might I ask who has provoked my master's anger? I am willing to capture this person. Yuanshi let out a cold laugh. That Chen Lu is a Great Luo Golden Immortal blooming at the 12th level. You are no match for him. This revelation left Guang Qingzi's eyes wide with shock. What had he just heard? A Great Luo Golden Immortal blooming at the 12th level. Had this not come from Yuanshi's lips, he would never have believed it. The Great Luo Dao flower had 9 blossoms at most. How could anyone bloom at the 12th level? Yet, as the foremost among the 12 immortals of Yusu, he was also quite perceptive. The pressing issue was not how many blossoms one had, but rather that this individual had offended his master. What if one bloomed at the 12th level? This person had dared to provoke his master. Though he might not be a match for him now, with his master's guidance, it was merely a matter of time before he would ascend. Once he achieved the status of quasi-saint, he would surely capture him. The words of Guang Qingzi significantly uplifted Yuanshi's spirits. Very well for now. This matter does not require your attention. As for Chen Lu, should he be granted the opportunity, He will surely come to regret his past actions. At this moment, you must continue your cultivation. During the great competition of the three teachings, you must secure the top position. For Yuanshi, the most pressing concern at present is indeed the upcoming competition. However, a hint of hesitation crept onto Guangchengzi's face. Under normal circumstances, the disciples would be confident in surpassing any student from the Jiejiao. Yet if Master Uncle were to provide the Jiejiao disciples with certain advantages during this competition, rest assured, Master, regardless of the circumstances, I shall exert myself to the utmost. Yuanshi's countenance shifted, and he rose to his feet. You may proceed with your cultivation. After Guangchengzi departed, Yuanshi stepped out of the Yusu Palace. The earlier words of Guangchengzi had served as a reminder. This competition is not merely a clash between the disciples of Jie and Chan, but also a contest between himself and Tongtian, that he can bestow treasures upon his disciples, and so can Tongtian. Nevertheless, it is imperative that the Chan teaching emerges victorious. He must contemplate alternative strategies. Yuanshi swiftly made his way towards the distance, heading towards Shang Mountain. Within the Jiejin Palace, Laozi sat solemnly upon a windfire mat, gazing at the alchemical furnace before him. His expression somewhat grim. Since the conclusion of the last alchemical competition, he had been diligently refining elixirs. Though he had yet to successfully create a 10-pattern elixir, his alchemical skills had indeed progressed. He could sense that, given a bit more time and a few additional attempts, he would likely grasp the threshold of the 10 patterns. However, there is a pressing issue. The materials required for his alchemical endeavors are dwindling. These materials, even to a sage, are quite precious. Just as he was lamenting his lack of resources, he seemed to sense something, directing his gaze towards the exterior of the Jiejin Palace. Yuanshi, what brings you to my Jiejin Palace before the great competition of the three teachings? He noticed Yuanshi stride confidently before him, getting straight to the point. That I require several elixirs capable of swiftly enhancing the power of a great Luo golden immortal. This was the strategy Yuanshi had previously contemplated. He and Tongtian were both well aware of each other's treasures and tactics. But what if a disciple of the Chan teaching were to suddenly produce Laozi's elixirs during the competition? Laozi immediately grasped Yuanshi's intention, his brow furrowing. Is it truly necessary to take this so seriously for just one competition? Indeed, Yuanshi's words resonated with unwavering conviction. You of the Ren Jiao might not comprehend this. But do you realize that the wandering cultivators in the Hong Huang now speak of Jiejiao as the foremost teaching? 10,000 immortals come to court? This was also a source of discontent for Yuanshi. What 10,000 immortals come to court? Aside from a few notable disciples like Duo Bao and the three Shao, the rest are naught but worthless. How can such a Jiejiao overshadow his Chan teaching? What vexed Yuanshi even more was the fact that when Tongtian founded Jiejiao and gathered disciples, although many cultivators joined, it was not as exaggerated as it is now. The true rise of Jiejiao occurred only in the recent few centuries. More precisely, it began after he went to Jinao Island to bring back Lu Chen. The contrast between Tongtian's protection of Lu Chen and his expulsion of Lu Chen from the Chan teaching was stark. All cultivators in Hong Huang knew that once one entered Jiejiao, even a Xian immortal would receive the protection of the Shangqing sage. This influx of cultivators has been a boon for Jiejiao, effectively building their strength upon the reputation of Yuanshi, the Yuqing sage. Hence, in this competition, the Chan teaching must not only win but achieve a resounding victory, ideally slaying several Jiejiao disciples. He intends to leave Jiejiao utterly defeated. Laozi's expression revealed a hint of confusion. He truly could not fathom why Yuanshi was so concerned with the reputation of the Chan teaching. You must know that elixirs capable of enhancing the power of a great Luo golden immortal are exceedingly rare. The higher one's cultivation, the fewer effective elixirs are available to them to the level of a sage. There are virtually no useful elixirs left. This is precisely why Laozi was so eager to concoct 10 pattern elixirs that of course I know. Otherwise, I would not have come to seek your assistance. Such elixirs may be implausible for others, but for you, the Tai Ching sage, it should pose no issue. Yuanshi was quite familiar with Laozi's alchemical prowess. Laozi rose to his feet. Red flowers, white lotus roots, and green lotus leaves. He sighed. If I provide you with elixirs to aid you against Jiejin, how shall I face Tongtian should he learn of this? As long as you provide me with the elixirs, I assure you that the Chan teaching will offer you ample benefits in return. Yuanshi proposed his terms. Very well, very well. Laozi, with a look of resignation, raised his hand, sending a scroll flying towards Yuanshi. This scroll contains the materials required for the elixirs you seek. Go gather these materials, and I shall assist you in refining them. Upon receiving the scroll, Yuanshi opened it, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. Initially, he was merely shocked, but as he continued reading, he could hardly contain himself, exclaiming aloud, "Crimson Cloud Dragon Tooth Crystal, Nether Extreme Sky Rock. These are required for the elixirs of a great Luo, Golden Immortal. Not to mention, that Crimson Cloud Dragon Tooth Crystal is also exceedingly precious to a sage. Could such a material truly be used to concoct elixirs for a great Luo, Golden Immortal?" However, to Yuanshi's skepticism, Laozi responded affirmatively. "Are you the one refining the elixirs, or am I? If you do not wish to proceed, I will not insist." Yuanshi took a deep breath, coming to a realization. Most of the items on this list were indeed necessary for Laozi. Yet, there was no turning back. He had already spoken. He could only accept it. Today's loss would be attributed to Jiejin. "Understood. I shall go seek them out immediately." Yuanshi promptly left the Jiejin palace. Laozi, meanwhile, revealed a faint smile, and thus the materials for alchemical refinement have arrived, within the 36th rank of the ethereal seal. Lu Chen's entire body was shrouded in a thick layer of dried blood scabs, devoid of any semblance of life, resembling a corpse. Suddenly, his fingers twitched ever so slightly, causing a fissure to form upon the blood scab on his hand. This crack spread across his body like a spider's web. Ultimately, the scabs fell away entirely, revealing a glimmer of dark golden hue beneath his skin. The chaos demon god body had finally reached its initial stage. Following this, he expended a modicum of comprehension value to attain maximum level. With his left hand forming a seal, he executed the supreme clarity sword technique. Several spiritual swords descended upon him. With a mere thought, he activated the chaos demon god body, and a surge of purple-gold radiance pulsated upon his skin. The myriad of spiritual swords merely left white imprints upon his flesh. Lu Chen felt a surge of joy within. It was indeed worthy of the divine ability acquired from the Saint of the Clock-In. The physical strength of the chaos demon god body far surpassed his expectations. The techniques of an ordinary Luo, Golden Immortal, could not harm him in the least. All the effort he had invested in his cultivation had not been in vain. The final divine ability reached maximum level. The next step was to elevate his cultivation. Although the Three Teachings Grand Competition was fast approaching, achieving quasi-saint status within this limited time frame, even within the 36th rank of the ethereal seal, was an arduous task. Nonetheless, any enhancement, however slight, was still valuable. Lu Chen resumed his training. Time flowed quietly as he immersed himself in his practice. The day of the Three Teachings Grand Competition had finally arrived. On Jiejin Island, the atmosphere was particularly lively. Not only had countless disciples have gathered, but numerous wandering cultivators from the Honghuang realm had also come in response to the news. The reason was simple. Today, the Three Teachings Grand Competition would take place on Jiejin Island. This was a grand event in the Honghuang realm. Not only would one witness the three saints, but one could also observe the duels between the disciples of, and such an opportunity was indeed rare for wandering cultivators in Honghuang. Moreover, many were curious about which sect, or was superior, before the competition commenced. A multitude of wandering cultivators began to engage in lively discussions. Which sect do you think will claim the top spot in this competition? I believe it will be. Don't be foolish. While has numerous disciples, sheer numbers 1T determine victory. 10 golden immortals cannot triumph over a single LuAs4. Guang Chengzi is the foremost disciple of the Jade Pure Saint, and his background is exceptionally high. Having received significant cultivation from the Jade Pure Saint, who amongst disciples can surpass him? What do you know? Guang Chengzi is not the foremost disciple of the Jade Pure Saint. The identity of that person is not something to be casually discussed. You might provoke a saint, and it would be you who suffers. Even if as Guang Chengzi has Duo Bao, and lineage does not determine everything. I still believe will emerge victorious. While the crowd discussed fervently, a figure clad in white from a distance observed the scene intently. This person was none other than Lu Chen. Half an hour prior, he had just concluded his latest round of training. Although he had yet to achieve quasi-saint status, he had already advanced to the mid-stage of the Luo Golden Immortal. Despite not having engaged in combat since his retreat, he sensed that his mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortal prowess was no less formidable than that of an ordinary peak Deluo Golden Immortal in terms of magical power. Unlike other Deluo, his greatest weakness was merely his cultivation leveled, in terms of magical artifacts. He far surpassed other cultivators of the same realm. For an ordinary Deluo Golden Immortal, possessing a single innate spiritual treasure was already commendable. Yet Lu Chen possessed the 36th rank ethereal seal, the ominous treasure of the heavenly Tao, the god-slaying spear, the innate spiritual treasure 9 Yuan gathering star armor, the Ziwei dragonbone bow, and the Tianshao Panlong cauldron. As for divine abilities, this was where he truly excelled. His mastery of the supreme clarity divine thunder, jade pure divine thunder, supreme clarity sword technique, spatial strangulation, spatial flicker, and the golden crow transformation technique surpassed that of even saints. Additionally, he wielded the 3 supreme divine abilities, Tongtian holy thunder, purple cloud divine sword technique, and the chaos demon god body. This time, whether it was the 12 immortals of the Yuanshi sect or even the appearance of the light of the lantern, the outcome would remain unchanged. Today's grand competition was a splendid opportunity for Lu Chen to prove himself. He then surveyed the myriad of wandering cultivators on Jineo Island, many of whom were entirely unfamiliar to him. Were it not for this 3 teachings grand competition, he might never have encountered these wandering cultivators throughout his life. Clock in. With so many opportunities to clock in, he would certainly not let them slip by. However, the results from dozens of consecutive clock-ins left Lu Chen feeling quite helpless. He had never anticipated that there would come a day when he would grow weary of the prompt sounds of clock-in rewards. The reason was simple. Most of these wandering cultivators were at the levels of Xian Immortal or Golden Immortal, with the presence of Tai Golden Immortals being exceedingly rare. As for the Luo Golden Immortals, they were completely absent. Had this been in the days of his Xian Immortal or Golden Immortal status, receiving an innate treasure as a clock-in reward would have brought him some joy. Yet now, having attained the Luo Golden Immortal status, he found the rewards for Xian Immortal, Golden Immortal, and Tai Golden Immortal to be rather beneath his notice. Aside from the guaranteed comprehension value, there are hardly any rewards of real US, not at the very least. He needed rewards commensurate with the Deluo Golden Immortal level for them to be of any significance. Speaking of Deluo Golden Immortal, Lu Chen suddenly recalled the storage bag of the previous Duan Dao run. When he had slain Duan Dao run, he lacked the cultivation level to break through the spiritual imprint on the storage bag. However, now that he had become a Deluo Golden Immortal, he took out the storage bag and, with a surge of spiritual consciousness, easily shattered that spiritual imprint. It must be said that as an alchemist, Duan Dao Ren's storage bag contained a wealth of alchemical materials, even if it lacked other items. Among them were some particularly precious ones. Although they were of no immediate use, they would certainly save some materials when he crafted pills in the future. Junior brother Lu, a melodious voice echoed from afar. That Lu Chen turned to see Yin Xiao, clad in white palace attire, approaching from a distance. Alongside her were Duo Bao, Zhao Gongming, Qiong Xiao, Bai Xiao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. And Wu Yinxian. One could say that nearly all the elite disciples that were present. Lu Chen cast a glance at them. His heart stirred. Figures like Duo Bao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, and Wu Yinxian had nearly all attained a Luo Golden Immortal status. It seemed that Tongtian had spared no effort in preparing for this grand competition. Let me try clocking in a few more times. Although he had nearly grown nauseous from clocking in earlier, he still felt it necessary to attempt clocking in with Tai Golden Immortal and a Luo Golden Immortal. Subsequently, he clocked in several more times. Yet the results were profoundly disappointing. This time, he had clocked in alongside the 7 attendants, Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, but the rewards offered were hardly better than before. At this point, Lu Chen had come to a complete understanding. The system's clock-in rewards were indeed linked to the cultivation level of those being clocked in, But within that broad range, there existed a degree of randomness. For clocking in with the Luo Golden Immortal, the reward range was likely between innate spiritual treasures and top-grade innate spiritual treasures. AS for whether the reward would be an innate spiritual treasure or a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. It was purely a matter of luck that on fortunate days, one might receive excellent rewards, such as the Tian Shao Panlong Cauldron or the Tai Su Heavenly Flame Talisman, that on unfortunate days, one might end up with low-tier, innate spiritual treasures and earthly materials. Just like today, after nearly 100 clock-ins, aside from an increase in comprehension value, there was not a single noteworthy reward. Forget it, today is not suitable for clocking in. I'll wait a while before clocking in with Duo Bao and Yun Shao. After all, I'm not currently lacking in cultivation resources. While Lu Chen was busy clocking in, Bai Shao, Yin Shao, and the others were sizing him up. Sister, is this the Lu Chen you mentioned? Can he really defeat the Golden Crow? Bai Shao asked with a curious expression. Due to the illusion Spirit Pearl, Lu Chen's displayed cultivation level was still that of an early Tai Golden Immortal to D. Oh, I have any need to deceive you? Do not underestimate junior brother Lu. Although his cultivation is a bit lower, his mastery in various magical techniques surpasses even that of senior brother Duo Bao. Yin Shao explained to Bai Shao, while her beautiful eyes remained fixed upon Lu Chen. Several centuries had passed since their last battle against the Golden Crow. During this time, had Lu Chen made no progress whatsoever. Despite the restrictions imposed upon her, she always sensed that Lu Chen was not as straightforward as he appeared. If one were to seek a reason, it would be the intuition inherent to women. Just then, it seemed that everyone felt a shift in the atmosphere, collectively turning their gazes towards Bio Palace. There emerged a figure clad in azure robes, Tongtian, who ascended into the high skies from within the palace. It appeared that a sage had arrived. The far western horizon, countless golden lotuses began to materialize. Two silhouettes descended upon these golden lotuses. The moment they appeared, they captured the attention of all present on Golden Ao Island. It was not Laozi and Yuanshi, but rather the two saints from the west. The contest of the three teachings had nothing to do with the western sections. The arrival of Jiejin and Zhuni took everyone by surprise. Lu Chen, however, focused intently on the figures of the two western saints, his heart racing with anticipation. After enduring numerous futile attempts at clocking in today, he was on the verge of losing his patience. Nearly 100 ineffective clock-in rewards were enough to test anyone's endurance. He even hesitated to clock in with the likes of Duo Bao and Yun Shao. But now, with the two Western saints in attendance, an opportunity to clock in with a sage had presented itself. Although Lu Chen currently lacked for cultivation resources, the thought of the rewards for clocking in with a sage was too enticing to resist. The guaranteed 100 points of comprehension value was secondary. The rewards from clocking in with the three pure ones had never disappointed him. Treasures such as the Divine Demon Soul Blood Fruit, the 36-grade Ethereal Seal, and the Purple Cloud Spirit Seizing Talisman far surpassed anything a great Luo Golden Immortal or a Quasi-Saint could offer. After a brief internal struggle, Lu Chen resolved to clock in. With the two Western Saints present, he could not afford to miss this sage's reward. Clock in. Congratulations to the host for clocking in with Jiejin, earning 100 points of comprehension value, the divine power of the great Celestial Emperor's finger, and the Celestial Spirit technique. Congratulations to the host for clocking in with Zhuni, earning 100 points of comprehension value, and the Chaos Spirit Essence transformation. The two techniques and one treasure were all unfamiliar to Lu Chen. Based on previous clock-in experiences, rewards that had never been heard of in the primordial world were either exceedingly beneficial or utterly useless. Surely, the rewards from clocking in with a sage would belong to the former category. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, Lu Chen began to examine his rewards. The Great Celestial Emperor's Finger was a technique of offensive power that rivaled the Tai Xian Sacred Thunder and the Purple Cloud Divine Sword technique. The Celestial Spirit technique, on the other hand, could temporarily enhance one's cultivation level. For instance, as a great Luo Golden Immortal, Lu Chen could use the Celestial Spirit technique to directly ascend to Quasi-Saint. While this might seem like merely a one-level increase in cultivation, the most remarkable aspect of this technique was its complete lack of side effects. Just this alone surpassed all other secret methods in the primordial world for temporarily boosting cultivation. In comparison, The rewards from clocking in with Jiejin were indeed superior to those of a great Luo, golden immortal, and quasi-saint, but still fell short when compared to the three pure ones. Finally, there was the chaos spirit essence transformation from clocking in with Jiejin. Its sole purpose was to preserve one's life. Regardless of the magnitude of the attack received, the chaos spirit essence transformation could withstand it. However, once the power within the transformation was depleted, it would require a considerable amount of time to replenish. According to the system's description, the current chaos spirit essence transformation should be able to withstand 3 strikes from a sage. Although it was not an innate supreme treasure, nor a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, it was precisely what Lu Chen desperately needed. Despite possessing numerous means and being undefeated among the great Luo, incapable of contending with quasi-saints, his techniques paled in comparison before a true sage. Until he possessed the ability to contend with a sage, he could not place all his hopes on Tongtian if Yuanshi were to act against him without restraint. With the chaos spirit essence transformation in hand, it was akin to gaining several extra lives. One must admit, the clock-in with the 2 Western saints was indeed a fortuitous decision. Lu Chen reveled in the excitement of his clock-in rewards. Tongtian approached the 2 Western saints. "What brings you both to Golden Ao Island?" Jiejin chuckled lightly. "Having heard of the grand contest of the 3 teachings, my junior and I wish to witness the prowess of the disciples from the 3 sections." Before Tongtian could respond, a series of dragon roars echoed from a distance. That it was Yuanshi, riding upon the 9-dragon incense palanquin, making his way from Kunlun Mountain, followed closely by the likes of Randalite and Guangchengzi. Among the 12 immortals of Yushu, the display was nothing short of grand. Almost simultaneously, Laozi and Xuandu arrived. The main characters of this contest of the 3 teachings had finally made their entrance. Tongtian cast a glance at the 12 immortals of Yushu beside Yuanshi, a hint of derision appearing on his face. 11 great Luo golden immortals. Yuanshi, you truly have gone to great lengths. Yuanshi, in turn, was assessing the disciples of the Chan Sect. His gaze momentarily paused upon Lu Chen. The exchange of glances, a chill flickered in Yuanshi's eyes. However, his attention lingered only for a brief moment, as Lu Chen posed no threat to the grand contest at hand. You are no different. Zhao Gongming and the others, relying solely on their own cultivation, cannot achieve the status of great Luo golden immortal within this millennium. Even before the contest had commenced, the air between Yuanshi and Tongtian was already thick with tension. Next, Laozi began to outline the basic rules of the contest. In truth, the rules were quite simple. One-on-one battles on stage. Anyone confident in their strength could step up and accept challenges from others. The defeated would exit, while the victors would remain on stage. When no one was left to challenge, the last person standing would be declared the champion of this contest. Notably, this contest allowed for any means to be employed in the battles. In Yuanshi's words, external forces such as treasures were also considered part of one's strength. Tongtian stepped forward, waving his hand, and a massive platform materialized on Golden Ao Island. At that moment, Yuanshi approached as well, casting a glance at Tongtian as his deep voice resonated above the island. "Tongtian, shall we add some flair to this contest? I propose to present the Void Box as a reward for the champion." Yuanshi's suggestion stirred a considerable uproar among the disciples of the Jiejin and Chan sections. The Void Box was a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Under normal circumstances, a great Luo golden immortal might not even dare to dream of obtaining such a treasure. While the disciples of the 2 sects were reeling from shock, Tongtian felt a tinge of displeasure. Yuanshi had not consulted him beforehand regarding the reward. If Yuanshi was to offer a top-tier innate spiritual treasure as a prize, then Tongtian must also present one of equal caliber. Failing to do so would make him appear less grand than Yuanshi. "It seems you have great confidence in the disciples of the Chan Sect," Tongtian remarked coolly. "Not at all. I merely wish to provide some incentive for the champion of this contest," Yuanshi replied. "That if you cannot match my offering, I shall not press you." With that, Yuanshi effectively cut off Tongtian's retreat. Given the stakes laid out so plainly, how could Tongtian refuse the challenge? This was clearly Yuanshi's calculated ploy. If Tongtian refrained from offering a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, it would signify a preemptive defeat for the Chan Sect before the contest even began. Conversely, should he present a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, it would ultimately fall into the hands of the Chan Sect after the contest concluded. The Chan Sect was determined to claim the title of champion. Losing a top-tier innate spiritual treasure was indeed a painful prospect for a sage. Since you wish to bestow a treasure upon my disciples, how could I refuse? However, unlike your pettiness, I shall present the sixth soul banner as my offering. At this declaration, Yuanshi's expression froze. The sixth soul banner was no top-tier, innate spiritual treasure, but rather a formidable treasure of ominous nature from the heavenly deity. In comparison, his void box suddenly seemed to pale in significance. Tongtian's move inadvertently cast Yuanshi in a light of stinginess. Tongtian, isn't the sixth soul banner somewhat excessive for a great Luo golden immortal? I believe it would be prudent for you to select a more suitable offering. Laozi found himself somewhat unable to bear the situation any longer. He was unaware of the capabilities of the disciples from the Jiejin, yet he had a clear understanding of the prowess possessed by the 12 immortals of Yushu from the Chan teaching. This time, in the grand competition, the Chan teaching would undoubtedly emerge victorious. When the moment arrived, the Jiejin would not only suffer a loss of reputation, but would also forfeit a formidable treasure of the heavenly Tao. Tongtian was bound to face a rather dismal outcome. There was no need for hesitation. The words of a sage, after all, could not be taken lightly. Tongtian not only showed no signs of retracting his statements, but also subtly warned Yuanshi. At this juncture, Yuanshi's expression had returned to its original state, even displaying a slight smirk. Indeed, let us see who will claim the title of champion in this grand competition. Although he was currently at a disadvantage in terms of stakes, he was confident that soon enough, the 6 soul flags would fall into the hands of the Chan teaching, that he was curious to witness Tongtian's expression at that time. Laozi, on the other hand, felt a sense of helplessness that, in any case, he had already alerted Tongtian. Thus, it was time to commence. The stage was and no sooner had he spoken than a figure leaped onto the arena to Lu Chen surprise. The first contestant to take the stage was Yuanshi. Although Tongtian had previously provided individual guidance to certain Jiejin disciples, the foundation of the 7 immortals accompanying him was evident. Hence, Yuanshi's current cultivation level was merely at the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. This left Lu Chen somewhat perplexed. The competition was clearly a duel between the great Luo Golden Immortals of the Jie and Chan teachings. What purpose did it serve for a Tai Golden Immortal like Yuanshi to participate? Moreover, should he lose in this inaugural match, it would undoubtedly dampen the spirits of the Jiejin disciples. However, Lu Chen quickly realized that the Jiejin had evidently made ample preparations for this grand competition. At this point in time, the Jiejin's numbers of great Luo Golden Immortals were indeed slightly inferior. Furthermore, the Chan teaching's 12 immortals of Yushu, no, it was now merely the 11 immortals of Yushu, were formidable indeed. Each of these 11 great Luo Golden Immortals was not to be underestimated. In one-on-one scenario, the 9 curves yellow river formation of the 3 heavens could hardly be deployed, and the Jiejin disciples would find themselves at a disadvantage. Yet, the Jiejin had the advantage in numbers. After all, this competition was not merely about the number of victories, but rather about who ultimately remained standing on the stage. The Jiejin could very well engage in a war of attrition, allowing a Tai Golden Immortal like Yuanshi to wear down the great Luo Golden Immortals of the Chan teaching. Even if he were to falter, he could still deplete their strength. Once the 11 immortals of Yushu had been sufficiently worn down, figures such as Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming could take the stage. In such a scenario, the Jiejin's chances of victory would undoubtedly increase substantially. While Lu Chen pondered these strategies on the Chan side, Lu Chen ascended the stage. After both sides introduced their respective sects and followed the preliminary protocols, the duel commenced. This contest left no room for doubt. Yuanshi was thoroughly suppressed by Lu Chen. Within just 2 rounds, Yuanshi had already shown signs of defeat. Yet he showed no intention of conceding. Rather, his offensive grew increasingly frenzied. His mission was to exhaust the 11 immortals of Yushu as much as possible. Conversely, Lu Chen, having lost his patience, unleashed the might of an early great Luo Golden Immortal, but a strike of jade clear divine thunder struck Yuanshi directly, causing him to spit blood and collapse to the ground. utterly devoid of the strength to continue. However, Lu Chen showed no signs of relenting. Another, even more potent, strike of jade clear divine thunder was about to descend. Should this blow connect, Ling Yaxian would at the very least lose half his life. Cease, Duo Bao exclaimed sharply, rushing forward. Yet no sooner had he moved than an indescribable pressure descended upon him. Despite his cultivation having reached the pinnacle of great Luo golden immortal under Tongtian's guidance, he found himself utterly powerless against this oppressive force. Duo Bao stood frozen in place, akin to being struck by lightning, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Yuanshi, what are you doing? Tongtian roared in fury. Who would have anticipated that during a disciple competition, the sage Yuanshi would take action? Yet, Yuanshi defended his stance, stating, if during the competition, those below could intervene at will, would that not lead to chaos? Besides, I merely intervened to prevent further harm. You. Tongtian's forehead throbbed with veins. His anger palpable, as a faint aura of sanctity shimmered around him. He pointed at the already gravely injured and unconscious Ling Yaxian on the stage, his voice laced with severity, for a grand contest. The Chan disciples had shown such ruthlessness. It seemed overly cruel to is there. Yuanshi replied nonchalantly, in a contest of combat. Injuries are inevitable. Ling Yaxian did not concede. How could Lu Chen know if he was feigning or possessed other means? Exercising caution is not a flaw. If one steps onto the stage, it is assumed they have confidence in their own abilities. Otherwise, if anyone could take the stage, how long would this competition last with so many Jiejin disciples? Tongtian trembled all over, struggling to rein in his emotions. He had underestimated the Chan teaching. Very well, Yuanshi, remember your words. Let the competition continue. The Jiejin disciples hurriedly rescued the gravely injured Ling Yaxian in this first match of the grand contest. The Jiejin had suffered a defeat. Although Ling Yaxian's loss to Lu Chen was not unexpected, the severity of his injuries and Yuanshi's intervention had taken everyone by surprise. Lu Chen cast a glance upward at Yuanshi. His expression somewhat complex. It was evident that prior to the competition, the Chan teaching had anticipated the Jiejin as strategy of war of attrition. Their countermeasure was to kill, to warn 100, using Ling Yaxian's grievous injuries as a deterrent to the other Jiejin disciples. Every subsequent Tai golden immortal stepping onto the stage would need to be prepared for a fate similar to Ling Yaxian's, perhaps even facing the possibility of annihilation. How would the Jiejin respond next? Would they abandon their previous tactics and send forth Zhao, Gongming, and other great Luo golden immortals to confront the Chan teaching head-on? In the next moment, Zhao Gongming took the stage. One could not deny his considerable strength. With his cultivation as a great Luo golden immortal, coupled with the 24 sea calming pearls, he achieved a remarkable victory against Lu Chen, Tai Zhenren, and Pu Xinzhenren, ultimately falling just short against Jiejin due to excessive depletion of his magical power. This, however, was sufficient. The Chan teaching was left with only 8 members. Yuanshi, it seems your 12 immortals of Yushu are not quite as formidable as rumored. Zhao Gongming's triumph in defeating 3 opponents brought Tongtian considerable delight. Yuanshi maintained a stoic expression, replying coolly, there is no need for haste. The competition is not yet concluded. All eyes turned once more to the arena. Just as the Golden Spirit Holy Mother was preparing to take the stage to battle Jiejin, the latter on the platform glanced directly at Duo Bao. I have heard that Taoist Duo Bao possesses exceptional skills and formidable strength. Would you dare to ascend the stage and fight me? The actions of Jiejin took everyone present by surprise. After all, the previously stated rule allowed anyone in the audience to ascend the stage if they wished to challenge. However, it was the first time someone like Jiejin had directly called out for a duel with Duo Bao. Yet the rules did not explicitly forbid such a challenge. In an instant, all eyes converged on Duo Bao. For those casual cultivators who had come merely to witness the spectacle, there was a collective hope that Duo Bao would accept the challenge. After all, Duo Bao was the senior disciple of the... The crowd was eager to see just what level of prowess this senior disciple possessed. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's gaze remained fixed on Jiejin, his eyes glinting with cold intensity. Qi Jingzi's proactive challenge was clearly laden with ulterior motives. According to the original trajectory of the grand competition, it should have been Guang Chengzi, the foremost among the 12 immortals of Yushu, to face Duo Bao, the senior disciple of in a decisive battle to determine the victor. However, it was evident that they had seized upon the unexpected turn of events in this grand competition. Earlier, Duo Bao had attempted to intervene and confront Zhu Lusan, only to be thwarted by Yuanshi. Even a mere display of celestial authority was beyond what a Deluo Jin Xian could withstand, leaving Duo Bao injured. Although the severity of his injuries was indiscernible, it provided with a simpler path to victory, having Qi Jingzi issue the challenge. Should Duo Bao be significantly wounded, Qi Jingzi would undoubtedly exert all his strength to secure victory and eliminate the greatest obstacle to claiming first place, even if Duo Bao's injuries were minor. Engaging in battle with Qi Jingzi would still incur some toll. Thus, when Guang Chengzi eventually faced Duo Bao, the task would be considerably less arduous. The purpose behind Qi Jingzi's challenge was not difficult to deduce. However, from the moment he uttered those words, the found itself at a disadvantage. To accept the challenge meant facing Qi Jingzi first, playing directly into the hands of. Conversely, to refuse the challenge would leave many onlookers from the Honghuang unconcerned with Duo Bao's reasons for abstaining. They would only spread the word that Duo Bao, as the senior disciple of, had shied away from confronting Qi Jingzi. Thus, even if they ultimately triumphed in this competition, their reputation would suffer, in brief. Given Duo Bao's position within, it was inappropriate for him to engage in battle at this juncture. Yet precisely because of his status, he could not refuse Qi Jingzi's challenge. Lu Chen turned his gaze towards Duo Bao, eager to see how he would respond. After a moment's contemplation, Duo Bao resolved to ascend the platform. "Brother, wait!" Jin Ling Shimu interjected, positioning herself in front of Duo Bao. It is merely Qi Jingzi. He is not worthy of your effort. Allow me to handle this. However, as she prepared to step forward, Duo Bao shook his head. Since the challenge has been issued, as the senior disciple of, how could I shirk from battle? Allow me to take this on. But Jin Ling Xingmu's face bore a hint of concern. There is no but. I, too, wish to see where the 12 immortals of Yushu surpass my disciples. With that, Duo Bao stepped onto the battlefield. I thought you would not dare accept the challenge. Qi Jingzi remarked, a mocking gleam in his eyes. You, Qi Jingzi, are hardly worthy as he spoke. The formidable aura of a peak de Luo emanated from Duo Bao. In the next moment, he launched a fierce offense against Qi Jingzi. The duel commenced. One must commend Duo Bao. He truly embodied the strength of a senior disciple of, far surpassing Qi Jingzi. After several exchanges, Qi Jingzi found himself under relentless pressure. Had it not been for the protection of the Zishur Xiani, he might have already faced defeat. Indeed, as expected of the senior disciple of, even while injured, he exhibited such formidable prowess. Qi Jingzi chuckled. Duo Bao, however, did not engage in idle chatter with him. Instead, his attacks grew increasingly ferocious. While Qi Jingzi struggled to evade, he spoke once more. If you can withstand my next move, I shall concede. With that, a mirror appeared in Qi Jingzi's hand, an innate treasure known as the yin-yang mirror. Legend has it that this mirror possesses two sides, one that kills and another that resurrects. Though it could not guarantee death to a Deluo, it was not to be underestimated. Upon witnessing Qi Jingzi summon the yin-yang mirror, Duo Bao's expression turned frigid. Is this your source of confidence? How laughable that a glimmer of cold light emanated from Duo Bao's right hand. It was the shattering spirit spike, a treasure bestowed by Tongtian for this grand competition. The spike shot forth like a beam of icy brilliance toward the yin-yang mirror. With a crack, a fissure appeared on the surface of the mirror. The damage to the treasure signified Qi Jingzi's impending defeat. With a flick of his fingers, Duo Bao directed the shattering spirit spike toward Qi Jingzi. This time, even the protection of the Zishur Xiani could not withstand the spike's ferocity. The spirit spike pierced through Qi Jingzi's chest, causing him to spurt blood and collapse to the ground in a half-kneeling position. Duo Bao, casting a cold glance at Qi Jingzi, spoke disdainfully. The 12 immortals of Yushu are but this. Next, as Qi Jingzi rose, he began to leave the stage. Yet, just as he was about to step down, a flicker of fiery light erupted from within the sleeve of his right hand. Amidst that blaze, a 7-inch silver nail shot forth towards Duo Bao. The Zan Xi nail? Duo Bao's pupils constricted as he swiftly dodged. He had never anticipated that this artifact, belonging to Qing Su Dao de Jinjun, would appear in Qi Jingxi's possession, despite his immediate attempt to evade upon recognizing the Zan Xi nail. The proximity between them was too close, and it left a bloody mark on his in retaliation. Duo Bao activated the shattering spirit spike once more, piercing through Qi Jingxi's chest yet again. Qi Jingxi let out a wretched cry. Collapsing unconscious, Qi Jingxi concedes. Yuanshi's voice resonated from above, concluding the duel between Duo Bao and Qi Jingxi. With Yuanshi's declaration of surrender, cheers erupted from the side. After all, Qi Jingxi had initiated the challenge only to be defeated by Duo Bao in the end. This was immensely uplifting for the disciples of. Thus far in the competition, only Ling Yixian and Zhao Gongming had suffered defeat, while had lost 4, Zhu Lu Sun, Tai Yi Zhenren, Pu Xianzhenren, and Qi Jingxi. The disparity in strength was evident. Yet a look of concern lingered on Lu Chen's face that on the surface, Duo Bao's victory over Qi Jingxi appeared overwhelming. Qi Jingxi had scarcely managed to exhaust Duo Bao. What then was Qi Jingxi's true objective in challenging Duo Bao? Was it merely self-degradation? Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the wound on Duo Bao's arm, left by the Zan Xi nail, deep in thought. Could it be that Qi Jingxi's final gambit was to rely on the Zan Xi nail to unexpectedly injure Duo Bao? Was the reality truly as simple as it appeared? As Lu Chen pondered, another challenger stepped onto the stage to confront Duo Bao. The newcomer was Qing Su Dao de Jinjun, and the imminent clash between the two was palpable. At the moment their powers collided, Duo Bao's form suddenly stiffened, a pained expression crossing his face. Seizing the opportunity, Qing Su Dao de Jinjun unleashed his power. Breaking through Duo Bao's offensive, a subsequent spell struck Duo Bao, sending him reeling backward as blood spurted from his mouth. The multitude of disciples below the stage were left in shock. This unexpected turn in the duel between Qing Su Dao de Jinjun and Duo Bao had caught all the disciples off guard. How could Qing Su Dao de Jinjun possess such formidable strength? Wasn't Guang Qingzi supposed to be the strongest among the 12 immortals of Yushu? Those higher-level cultivators like Jinling Xingmu and Yun Xiao exchanged worried glances. Realizing that it was not Qing Su Dao de Jinjun's strength that was the issue, but something amiss with Duo Bao, Lu Chen's expression shifted subtly. He seemed to grasp the purpose behind Qi Jingxi's earlier challenge to Duo Bao. At that moment, Duo Bao stood on the stage, his face a mask of astonishment. Just as he was executing his spell, a piercing agony had suddenly assailed him. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, Qing Su Dao de Jinjun was already mocking him. "What is the matter? Is this the extent of your abilities, Daoist Duo Bao of?" In a fit of rage, Duo Bao summoned his magical powers to unleash his formidable spells. Yet at that very instant, the excruciating pain he had previously experienced surged back, spreading throughout his entire body. In this moment, Duo Bao seemed to grasp something profound, his gaze abruptly fixating on his right arm. The wound inflicted by the heart-piercing nail had turned an ominous shade of black. Employ poison in such a manner was undeniably despicable on the part of the Chan Sect. Tongtian wore a grim expression, on the brink of an explosive outburst. During this grand competition, he had not discerned the strength of the Chan disciples, but he had certainly noted their utter lack of scruples. Yuanshi smiled faintly. Had it been stipulated that poison could not be used in this competition? Moreover, toxins capable of affecting a great Luo golden immortal are not easily found, as Yuanshi had articulated. Ordinary poisons posed no threat to a great Luo golden immortal. The poison now coursing through Duo Bao's veins was one he had specifically sought for this competition. However, rest assured, as long as he refrained from invoking his magical powers, he would be safe. Forcing Duo Bao to concede would suffice. Your sect claims to have a multitude of immortals. Surely the absence of one Duo Bao would not render you incapable of battle. While such words may seem simple, the reality is that although the Chan Sect boasts many disciples, only a select few can contend with the 12 immortals of Yusu. Should Duo Bao falter against Qi Jingxi and Qing Su Dao de Jinjun. The situation would become dire. Yuanshi, do not presume that such underhanded tactics will ensure your victory. Tongtian struggled to maintain his composure. I would never entertain such a notion. I too wish to see what other remarkable disciples reside within your Jiejin sect. Yuanshi's words subtly mocked the Jiejin sect. Tongtian ceased his banter with Yuanshi, directing his gaze back to Duo Bao that moment. Duo Bao had also discerned the root of his predicament. The heart-piercing nail was indeed poisoned. It would be unfair to say that Duo Bao had been careless. After all, very few poisons in the vast wilderness could threaten a great Luo golden immortal. Who could have anticipated that the Chan Sect would resort to such tactics in this grand competition? Have you discovered it? Inquired Qing Su Dao de Jinjun. I feel it is necessary to remind you. Should you withdraw now? It may not be an issue. However, should you activate your magical powers, the spread of the toxin will accelerate. Should the poisoning reach a critical point, your life may be at risk. Qing Su Dao de Jinjun was immensely pleased with himself. Defeating the Jiejin sect's esteemed elder, Duo Bao, would be a significant achievement for him. Regardless of the methods employed, victory is victory. Yet in that moment, Duo Bao's expression transformed into one of unwavering determination. It is merely poison. Do you truly think this will compel me to concede? You underestimate the disciples of the Jiejin sect. With a sudden burst of energy, Duo Bao unleashed his magical prowess. The overwhelming force of a peak great Luo golden immortal surged toward Qing Su Dao de Jinjun. Caught off guard by Duo Bao's unexpected counterattack, Qing Su Dao de Jinjun scrambled to respond. The clash of their magical abilities reignited. This time, the disparity between them was unmistakable. The early stage, Qing Su Dao de Jinjun stood no chance against Duo Bao. Within just a few exchanges, he bore several injuries. What instilled the most fear in him, however, was Duo Bao's condition. Forcing himself to fight had only hastened the spread of the poison. Under the agonizing pain, his face contorted in a grimace. Surprisingly, the poison had not diminished Duo Bao's ferocity. Rather, it drove him to an even greater frenzy. Each of his strikes was delivered without mercy, in the next moment. Qing Su Dao de Jinjun found himself pierced through the chest by the shattered spirit spike. Are you mad? If this continues, you will perish, Qing Su Dao de Jinjun exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Why would Duo Bao choose to fight on under such circumstances? Die? Then let us see who meets their end first. Duo Bao grinned malevolently, resembling a demonic being to in that instant. Fear gripped Qing Su Dao de Jinjun. To be frank, he was hesitant to wager on who would fall first, himself or Duo Bao. Thus, before Duo Bao could unleash another attack, he conceded that I yield. Qing Su Dao de Jinjun stepped down from the arena. Duo Bao spat out another mouthful of blood. Forcing his magical powers to contend with Qing Su Dao de Jinjun came at a steep price. He was nearing his limit. Yet before he collapsed, he resolved to accomplish something more for this grand competition. His gaze locked onto Guangchengzi from the Chan Sect. Jiejin sect's Duo Bao challenges you. Guangchengzi, do you dare to engage in battle? This move by Duo Bao was born out of necessity. He was already at the end of his strength. Yet he aimed to alleviate some of the pressure on his fellow disciples, such as Jinling Shengmu, by challenging Guangchengzi. Even if he were to lose, he intended to ensure Guangchengzi would pay a price. Just as the audience anticipated an imminent confrontation between Duo Bao and Guangchengzi, Guangchengzi merely smiled slightly. I refused that a cascade of astonished gazes fell upon Guangchengzi. When Shi Jingzi had challenged Duo Bao, he had accepted the duel without hesitation. Now, when Duo Bao extended his challenge, Guangchengzi seemed to retreat. That it made no sense that if word of this spread, it would suggest that Guangchengzi was afraid to fight. Yet Guangchengzi had his reasons. Duo Bao. Indeed, we ought to have a battle, but you are currently gravely poisoned, having already fought against Shi Jingzi and Qing Su Dao de Jinjun. Even if I were to win, it would be a hollow victory. Guangchengzi, disdained such opportunistic tactics. While his reasoning appeared sound, it ultimately translated to fear of clashing with Duo Bao. Duo Bao's body trembled. Guangchengzi's refusal was entirely unexpected. But what to do next? At that moment, Hang Dao Run ascended the arena. Chan Sect Hang, I seek your guidance. Duo Bao exhaled deeply. Very well. Guang Chengzi's refusal does not alter the situation that I shall focus my efforts on defeating Hang. However, as he summoned his magical powers, his body shuddered, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his vision blurring slightly. The situation was worse than he had anticipated. If he were to act rationally, he should concede. Yet he yearned to challenge one more disciple from the Chan Sect. Duo Bao strained to channel his powers, and another mouthful of black blood escaped him. Naturally, Hang Dao Ren would not let such an opportunity slip away. Just as he prepared to strike, a voice suddenly rang out. Hold on, Duo Bao concedes. A multitude of gazes turned toward the speaker. Duo Bao glared at Lu Chen. I have not yet lost. Lu Chen moved swiftly, ascending the arena to Duo Bao's side. Brother, you should be acutely aware of your condition. Do you believe that the outcome of this duel matters more than your life in the eyes of our master? Duo Bao instinctively glanced at Tongtian, a flicker of struggle appearing in his eyes. Brother, I understand your thoughts, but you must also realize that the Jiejin sect has more than just you as a disciple. Do you truly believe that once you withdraw, the Jiejin sect is destined to lose this competition? Lu Chen's words momentarily stunned Duo Bao. He could not deny that he had entertained such thoughts. Rest assured, brother, the Jiejin sect shall undoubtedly emerge victorious in this grand competition. Duo Bao fixed his gaze on Lu Chen, but before he could respond, Tongtian's voice reverberated from above. I end this battle. Duo Bao concedes. While Lu Chen's words may not have held weight, once spoken by Tongtian, there was no room for Duo Bao to dispute. Thus, he stepped down from the arena to Hang Dao Ren claimed victory without a fight. All eyes turned to Jinling Shengmu and the other Jiejin sect disciples. Following Duo Bao's defeat, who would the Jiejin sect send forth to battle next? The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit exchanged glances with the likes of Cloudy Immortal. Regardless of the despicable means employed by the Chan Sect, the defeat of Duo Bao has placed the Jiejin sect at a disadvantage in this grand competition. The remaining trio of the three heavens, the Holy Mother of No Demand and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, must confront Guang Chengzi and his companions. The battle against Hang Dao Run is of paramount importance. Not only must they achieve victory, but it must also be a resounding one, that only in this manner can they regain their footing. Therefore, careful consideration is warranted regarding who shall face Hang. After a brief pause, Cloudy Immortal stepped forward. He ascended the battle platform, signaling for Lu Chen to withdraw. However, Lu Chen stared at Cloudy Immortal in bewilderment. What are you doing here? I am the one to battle Hang. Why do you not step down? Cloudy Immortal was perplexed as to why Lu Chen remained on stage. You may leave. I shall take this fight. Lu Chen replied coolly, having reached his limit. Did the Chan Sect truly believe that by eliminating Duo Bao, they could secure first place in this competition? How laughable. Ew. Cloudy Immortal exclaimed, astonished. Hang Dao Run is a great Luo Golden Immortal. How can Lu Chen, a Tai Golden Immortal, hope to contend? This battle must be won. Cloudy Immortal endeavored to impress upon Lu Chen the significance of this duel. Yet Lu Chen retorted, it is precisely for this reason that I believe I must engage in this battle. Have you forgotten that you once suffered defeat at my hands? Cloudy Immortal was left speechless. Lu Chen had a knack for reopening old wounds. Are you capable? He still harbored doubts. Do you think Hang Dao Run is stronger than the demon race? Only then did Cloudy Immortal recall Lu Chen's past accomplishments, prompting him to step down from the platform. This scene sparked an uproar among the onlookers. What is going on? Wasn't this battle meant for Cloudy Immortal? How has it become Lu Chen's? Intrigued, they whispered among themselves, noting that Lu Chen had been a disciple of the Jade Clear Saint. How did a disciple of the Jade Clear Saint end up in the Jiejin sect? The explanation was indeed lengthy. Meanwhile, among the observing saints atop the dome, confusion reigned. After all, the cultivation level Lu Chen displayed could not escape their keen eyes. Tai battling a great Luo, Cunny remarked, why has the Jiejin sect sent forth another Tai Golden Immortal at this juncture? Yuanshi's expression grew grim. Elevate Lu Chen to Tai Golden Immortal status within a millennium. Tongtian, you have truly spared no effort. Tongtian replied nonchalantly, you are mistaken. Lu Chen's achievements today are solely attributed to his own efforts. The only aid I provided was a single 7-turn Linglong. Dan Tongtian spoke the truth, yet Yuanshi did not believe a word of it. Did he not know Lu Chen's true capabilities? His gaze bore an icy glare. Once a disciple of the Chan Sect, now he dared to represent the Jiejin sect against them? Tongtian, let me forewarn you that Lu Chen is merely a Tai golden immortal. Yet he seeks to confront a great Luo golden immortal. Should Sihong Daoren fail to restrain his hand and slay him, you shall not intervene. Yuanshi cautioned Tongtian. However, a flicker of brilliance passed through Tongtian's eyes at that moment. Just a Tai golden immortal, indeed, he mused. Yet unbeknownst to Yuanshi, Lu Chen, despite his Tai golden immortal cultivation, had once bested the great golden crow, a great Luo golden immortal. That is only natural, Tongtian agreed readily. At this moment, on the battle platform, Sihong Daoren regarded Lu Chen with growing ire. Why was a Tai Daoist, while Puxian Daoren, a great Luo golden immortal, facing him now reduced to Lu Chen? What did this imply? That he held him in contempt. Just as he prepared to urge Lu Chen to concede, Lu Chen preempted him. Sihong, I do not wish to squander too much time on you. If you do not wish to meet your demise, you may still concede. His voice was neither loud nor soft, yet it resonated clearly. The onlookers, unfamiliar with Lu Chen, gazed at him in confusion. Who was this person, daring to be more arrogant than Duo Bao? Even Duo Bao had never demanded an opponent surrender so brazenly. Did the 12 immortals of Yushu have no sense of honor? At this moment, Sihong was utterly dumbfounded. For Lu Chen was echoing his own words. Who truly was the great Luo, and who the Tai? After a moment of bewilderment, Sihong erupted with rage. Others may have been unaware of Lu Chen's background, but the 12 immortals of Yushu were certainly not ignorant that, in the past, they had to tread carefully during discussions lest they inadvertently offend Lu Chen. Now, they dared to speak so arrogantly in his presence. But soon, Sihong's expression settled into a mocking sneer. Do you think to provoke me with such clumsy tactics? Lu Chen, the gap between you and me cannot be bridged by such means. Sihong Daoren believed he had discerned Lu Chen's intentions. Lu Chen offered a resigned smile. Your imagination is indeed vivid, but you are simply unworthy. Very well. Since you insist on courting death, I shall oblige. 2 statements were enough to infuriate Sihong Daoren. I shall see what you have learned in the Jiejin sect that grants you such arrogance. The initial might of a great Luo golden immortal erupted forth entirely. He aimed to subdue Lu Chen in a single strike. Yet, before he could act, a radiant golden light burst forth from Lu Chen. Accompanying this golden glow was an overwhelming pressure. In that instant, Lu Chen shed the disguise of the illusory spirit pearl. Revealing his true cultivation level, the great Luo golden immortal tier of power surged skyward. Sihong Daoren froze mid-motion, panic etched upon his features. How is this possible? Lu Chen's power is even greater than mine. Not only Sihong Daoren, but the vast majority of individuals on Jineo Island were left stupefied, their eyes fixated on the figure upon the platform. Perhaps in this grand competition, a great Luo golden immortal was not particularly rare. Figures like Zhao Gongming and Puxian Daoren were all great Luo golden immortals. Yet this time was different. The one revealing the great Luo golden immortal cultivation was none other than Lu Chen. On the Chan Sect side, the 12 immortals of Yushu gazed at Lu Chen in astonishment, their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. Who could have predicted that Lu Chen, who had struggled to break through even to the golden immortal level during his time in the Chan Sect, had now achieved great Luo golden immortal status? Meanwhile, on the Jiejin Sect side, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and others wore expressions of elation. The emergence of Lu Chen as a great Luo golden immortal was a significant boon for the Jiejin Sect. Duo Bao fixed his gaze on Lu Chen with palpable anticipation. He suddenly realized that matters were not as dire as he had initially believed. Beside him, Cloudy Immortal and others could no longer contain their chatter. Junior brother Lu truly conceals his talents. In no wonder he took to the stage. Sihong Daoren is bound to be defeated. I am curious. However, I heard that junior brother Lu had a lowly background and was destined to never achieve great Luo golden immortal status. Why? Several gazes turned toward the saints above. Lu Chen's sudden revelation of great Luo cultivation not only shocked the scattered cultivators, but even drew astonished reactions from the saints. Great Luo peak? Kunti exclaimed in disbelief. I never expected there to be such a figure among the disciples of the Jiejin sect. He disguised himself remarkably well. Even I did not realize he was a great Luo peak. Jiejin remarked, shaking his head slightly. Junior brother, you are mistaken. Lu Chen is not at the Great Luo Golden Immortal Peak, but rather at the mid-level of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Kunti corrected him, puzzled, but mid-level of Great Luo? Jiejin replied, bewildered. With such profound power, is he truly only at the mid-level? Laozi spoke slowly. Indeed, he is at the mid-level of Great Luo Golden Immortal. His mid-level power is comparable to that of a Great Luo Peak, indicating that Lu Chen's foundation is exceedingly high. In an instant, a multitude of gazes fell upon Yuanshi. The act of expelling Lu Chen from the Chan teachings was no secret. Jiejin, ever the instigator of chaos, boldly remarked, Yuqing Daoist, it appears that Lu Chen's background is not as rumored. That moment, Yuanshi's expression darkened like a stormy sea, his lips twitching uncontrollably. His eyes were fixated on Lu Chen, attempting to discern the depths of his origins. Yet, the outcome was a complete void. Nothing was revealed. Unless Lu Chen chose to unveil the hidden enchantments of the illusory spirit pearl, even a sage could not pierce through its veil at will. The more elusive Lu Chen became, the more Yuanshi's countenance soured. He was unaware of Lu Chen's current circumstances, but none understood Lu Chen's past affiliations better than he did. It was known that Lu Chen had followed him since before the establishment of the Chan teachings. Had Lu Chen not possessed a woefully meager background, making even the breakthrough to Tai Golden Immortal exceedingly arduous, he would never have been cast out. However, he did not anticipate that such a Lu Chen would, upon entering the Jiejin sect, achieve the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal within a mere millennium. In the same span of time, he had personally guided Guang Chengzi and the 12 Immortals of Yushu, aiding them in their ascension from Tai Golden Immortal to Great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet Lu Chen had leaped from Golden Immortal, or rather, when Lu Chen departed the Chan teachings, he had only attained true immortal cultivation. And yet, upon joining the Jiejin sect in less than a millennium, he had soared from true immortal to Great Luo Golden Immortal. Preposterous. It must be a fabrication. Yet the aura of Great Luo emanating from Lu Chen was undeniably authentic. Jiejin's words struck Yuanshi's ears like a thorn, sharp and painful. Moments later, he cast a scornful glance at Tongtian. You truly are generous. There was no choice. To suggest that Lu Chen could elevate to Tai Golden Immortal within a millennium fell within Yuanshi's realm of comprehension. With sufficient resources, including precious heavenly materials and elixirs, he too could accomplish such feats, but to attain Great Luo Golden Immortal status exceeded his understanding entirely. Regardless, Lu Chen's ascension to Great Luo Golden Immortal bore no relation to him. The question lay firmly at Tongtian's feet. Little did he know, Tongtian's heart was equally shaken that he too yearned to comprehend how Lu Chen had transcended to Great Luo Golden Immortal, while Yuanshi and the others believed he had invested significant effort in Lu Chen's growth. They were oblivious to the truth. He had done virtually nothing. Even during prior guidance, Lu Chen had not trained alongside Dao Bao, Zhao Gongming, or the others. Yet Lu Chen's pace of cultivation surpassed even that of Zhao Gongming and his companions, who had received guidance from a sage. Who would believe such a tale? Nevertheless, Tongtian recognized that this was not the moment for contemplation. As long as Lu Chen remained a disciple of the Jiejin sect, that was sufficient. Tongtian regarded Yuanshi with disdain. Generous? I know not what you speak of. Lu Chen's accomplishments are solely his own. I ought to thank you for casting him out of the Chan teachings. Yuanshi's brow furrowed, his demeanor darkening further. It now seemed that expelling Lu Chen from the Chan teachings would become a blemish upon his life. What of forcibly elevating him to Great Luo Golden Immortal? Possessing mere cultivation without the corresponding combat experience and mystical arts was equally futile. Tongtian laughed outright. Did T.O. claim Lu Chen's mystical abilities were lacking? Clearly, his prowess was evident for all to see. Alas, The disciples of the Chan teachings remained unaware of Lu Chen's numerous victories within the Jiejin sect. This time, the Chan teachings would pay a price. Yuanshi's face was a mask of cold fury as he bellowed downwards. "Sihong, what are you waiting for?" This thunderous shout resonated in Sihong's ears like a clap of thunder, jolting him from the astonishment brought on by Lu Chen. "Foolery," he exclaimed. "I shall see just how much strength this great Luo golden immortal possesses." He could not fathom being unable to subdue even a single Lu Chen Yu. "You lack the qualifications to compel me to exert my full strength." A faint glimmer of golden light ignited in the depths of Lu Chen's eyes. "Arrogant," Sihong shouted in fury, channeling his mystical arts. However, before he could unleash his power, Lu Chen had already made his move. The golden light in his eyes reached its zenith at that moment, the golden crow transformation technique. He transformed into a streak of golden light, appearing above Sihong's head in an instant. Sihong's countenance shifted dramatically, his mind racing with 4 words. How is this possible? Upon discovering Lu Chen's great Luo golden immortal status, his consciousness had enveloped the entire arena. Yet he had not perceived how Lu Chen had arrived before him. Was it a technique of movement? Sihong forced himself to regain composure. If Lu Chen excelled in movement techniques, then his offensive capabilities must be weaker. That if he could simply withstand Lu Chen's assault, he could mount a counterattack. Sihong extended his left hand, forming a golden barrier before him. In that moment, Lu Chen extended his right hand, a surge of purple light bursting forth from his palm. Then, before the incredulous gaze of Sihong, the purple lightning hammer descended upon his head. The instant he beheld the hammer, Sihong's heart nearly leaped from his throat. Initially, he thought that Lu Chen, having recently attained great Luo golden immortal, would be lacking in offensive prowess. He believed that his hastily conjured magical defense would suffice to withstand Lu Chen's strike. Yet no one had informed him that Lu Chen possessed a congenital spiritual treasure. Under the might of the purple lightning hammer, his magical defense crumbled like dust. Lu Chen showed no intention of holding back. The hammer descended mercilessly upon Sihong's head. Even a great Luo golden immortal could not withstand a strike from a congenital spiritual treasure. Should this blow land, Sihong would be carried away. "You dare." A furious roar erupted from Yuanshi above. A surge of saintly might rushed towards Lu Chen. If Yuanshi had not been present, this might have been overlooked. But now that he was here, how could he bear to watch Sihong suffer such a fate? Yet, Tongtian would not allow history to repeat itself. "Yuanshi, what are you doing?" Tongtian waved his sleeve, intercepting the saintly might aimed at Lu Chen. Previously, he had been caught off guard by Yuanshi's attack on Dao Bao, which resulted in Dao Bao's injury. This time, he would not permit a similar fate to befall Lu Chen. The consequence of Yuanshi's saintly might being halted was that Sihong's head was smashed beneath the purple lightning hammer. Blood erupted like a fountain. In that moment, the entirety of Golden Ao Island fell into a deathly silence. Countless astonished gazes were fixed upon the arena. With a thud, Sihong collapsed to the ground. It was only then that the onlookers realized what had transpired. Sihong was dead. Prior to this, no one had conceived that a death would occur in this grand competition, let alone that it would be one of the 12 immortals of Yushu. All eyes turned towards Lu Chen, who wielded the purple lightning hammer, their hearts echoing a singular thought. How dare he kill Sihong? Lu Chen! A thunderous roar reverberated from above. Yuanshi's eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted with rage. Although one of the 12 immortals had previously perished, this instance was different. Sihong had been slain before his very eyes. The death of Sihong was already unbearable for him, let alone the fact that it was Lu Chen who had delivered the fatal blow. Buzz! The sound of a sword's hum resounded across the heavens. Tongtian, brandishing the Qingping sword, stood resolutely before Yuanshi. During the competition, no one is permitted to intervene. This is what you proclaimed. Previously, you used this very reasoning to strike at Dao Bao. But now that Sihong is dead, the Jiejin sect demands an explanation. Yuanshi appeared as though he had lost his senses. Yet Tongtian was not one to be easily intimidated. "Yuanshi, loud voices do not equate to righteousness. Sihong's defeat at Lu Chen's hands is his own failing. Now that Sihong has perished, should Lu Chen also meet his demise, might I demand an explanation from you? shall I remind you of what you said prior to the battle between Lu Chen and Zhihong Daoren? Yuanshi paused, as if recollecting something. Indeed, he had previously stated that if Zhihong did not restrain himself, he would directly slay Lu Chen and such. Yet he cannot come to terms with Zhihong's death. I do not care about any of that. Today you must hand over Lu Chen, Yuanshi proclaimed, summoning the three treasures Jade Rui. Impossible. Tongtian retorted firmly that it appeared that both were on the brink of conflict. Nearby, Jiejin and Junti remained indifferent, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Ultimately, it was Laozi who could no longer bear to watch. Yuanshi, the rules of the great competition were established by us together. Zhihong Daoren's death is his own doing. If you truly wish to contend with Tongtian, then Zhihong Daoren will indeed be lost for good. In truth, Laozi did not lean towards either Yuanshi or Tongtian. It was merely Yuanshi's inability to accept defeat that would serve as a spectacle for the Western Two Saints to witness the farce of the Xianmen. This remark served as a reminder for Yuanshi. Yuanshi gazed upon Zhihong Daoren's lifeless body, his hands forming a sealing gesture. Subsequently, a beam of golden light surged from the void into Yuanshi's grasp. That was the primordial spirit of Zhihong Daoren. A Deluo, golden immortal, does not easily perish. Had it not been for the immortal slaying Calamity Pearl, eroding both his physical form and primordial spirit, the previous Nanji Xinwang would not have met such a complete demise. This time, with a saint like Yuanshi present, rescuing Zhihong Daoren's primordial spirit was not an insurmountable task. Yet, it merely meant reclaiming a life. Even if he were to reconstruct his physical body, his cultivation would have to start anew. Moreover, the possibility of returning to the Deluo Golden Immortal realm was slim. For Deluo Golden Immortal, this was essentially akin to death. Yuanshi's gaze fixated on Lu Chen on the battle platform. The chill in his eyes somewhat abated, yet a hint of murderous intent lingered deep within. The objective for today was no longer merely to secure victory in this grand competition, but to slay Lu Chen. Yuanshi then turned to Tongtian and Laozi, coldly stating, "Remember what you said earlier. The matter of Zhihong Daoren, for a saint to intervene against Lu Chen, indeed undermines his dignity. However, should Lu Chen meet his end on the battle platform, it cannot be blamed on anyone else." Tongtian cast a glance at Lu Chen, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. While slaying Zhihong was indeed a cause for elation, it also placed Lu Chen in jeopardy. The upcoming contest would not be as straightforward as the preceding ones. It was easy to envision that every member of the Chan Sect would now aim to eliminate Lu Chen. Yet he believed that since Lu Chen had stepped onto the platform, he must possess a certain level of confidence. Lu Chen, harbor no reservations. Fight with all your might. Tongtian's voice echoed across the battle platform. He tightened his grip on the Qing Ping sword, determination glimmering in his eyes. Lu Chen needed only to focus on the grand competition. Everything else would be managed by him, the leader of the Chan Sect. Thus, the matter of Zhihong Daoren could be considered settled on the Chan Sect side. Guang Chengzi and the others were deliberating who would take the stage next. After all, the numbers were dwindling, with only Guang Chengzi, Ling Bao to Fa Shi, when Shu Guang Fa Tianzun, Yu Ding Zhenren, and Daoxing Tianzun remaining after the previous defeats. The next contender must be capable of slaying Lu Chen. As the discussion unfolded, Lu Chen cast his gaze towards them. Guang Chengzi. Before he could finish, when Shu Guang Fa Tianzun stepped forward, assuming Lu Chen wished to challenge Guang Chengzi, Lu Chen, you are not worthy of battling my senior brother Guang Chengzi. Allow me to engage you instead. Similarly, before when Shu Guang Fa Tianzun could finish his words, Lu Chen shook his head. You seem to have misunderstood something that I do not wish to waste time. Thus, Guang Chengzi, Ling Bao Fa Shi, you five remaining individuals should come forth together. Upon uttering these words, Lu Chen once more became the focal point of the gathering in that moment, he made it clear to all present what it meant to speak with such audacity. The audience was indeed witnessing something extraordinary today. First, Qi Jingzi had called out to challenge Duo Bao, and now Lu Chen was explicitly inviting five to battle. Not only were the Chan Sect members left bewildered, but even the Chan Sect's Jin Ling, Sheng Mu, and others wore expressions of confusion. What did Lu Chen mean by this? He had not mentioned anything of the sort beforehand. Eventually, Wu Yunxian's eyes lit up. As he believed he understood Lu Chen's intentions, he stepped forward onto the platform. Lu Shidi is correct. Engaging one by one is indeed a waste of time. Let your Chan Sect send forth 5. And we shall also send 5 from the Jiejin sect to determine the victor. Wu Yunxian's proposal quickly garnered support from many. Indeed, this must be what Lu Chen meant in the case of 5 versus 5. The Jiejin sect could alleviate some of Lu Chen's burden. Soon after, Jinling Shengmu and Wu Deng Shengmu prepare to take the stage. However, Yun Xiao remained stationary, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Chen, uncertainty flickering within them. Did Lu Chen truly mean that? 5 against 5? Guang Chengzi's face bore an expression of contemplation. He was considering the feasibility of such a match. Yet before he could finalize his thoughts, Lu Chen shook his head once more. No. What I mean is that I shall battle all 5 remaining members of your Chan Sect alone. This left Wu Yunxian utterly astonished. Lu Chen truly intended to face 5 opponents? Upon realizing Lu Chen's intention, Guang Chengzi and the others felt their faces flush with indignation. Winning 1-on-1 might be acceptable, and 2-on-1 could still be comprehensible. But what did it mean to challenge 5? The crux was that Lu Chen was not a quasi-saint. He was also a Deluo golden immortal. Given that everyone was of the same realm, what gave Lu Chen the right to take on 5? Did he truly look down upon the 12 immortals of Yusu? As the members of the Chan Sect seethed with anger, Lu Chen spoke up once more. What? Is this still a matter for deliberation? Do you not wish to avenge Si Hong? Such an excellent opportunity lies before you. Yet you hesitate. Or is it that you 5 lack the confidence to defeat me together? If that is the case, then you might as well concede. These words instantly stripped the furious Chan Sect members of their final semblance of reason. Very well. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. When Shu Guang, F.A. Tanzun shouted as he ascended the platform. I wish to see what abilities you possess. Ling Baoda F.A. Sure followed closely behind. The remaining Guang Qingzi, Yuding Zhenrun, and Daoxing Tianzun also took to the stage in succession. Wu Yunxian, witnessing this scene, found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Senior brother, you may step down for now, Lu Chen urged Wu Yunxian. Rest assured, Wu Yunxian replied before vacating the platform. Back on the ground, Wu Yunxian expressed his concerns. Duo Bao, can you truly take on 5 alone? Duo Bao offered a bitter smile. Do you think the 12 immortals of Yusu are so feeble? As for Lu Shidi, I trust he has his reasons for doing so. Duo Bao fixed his gaze on Lu Chen atop the platform. Lu Shidi, let everyone witness what methods you possess that I end that moment. Lu Chen had undeniably become the center of attention. Regardless of the outcome of this contest, Lu Chen's name would echo throughout the Honghuang. This Lu Chen was truly full of surprises. Dao Yu of the Upper Clear. What means does your disciple possess to dare face 5 opponents? Curiosity flickered across Zhuan Ti's face. Tongtian smiled slightly. Just watch T2 was uncertain. After winning 1 battle, does he truly believe himself to be so formidable? Regardless of his means, they are futile in the face of absolute power. As Yuanshi spoke, he cast a glance towards Guang Chengzi and the others. Since the disciples of the Jiejin have issued a challenge, you 5 must exert yourselves to the fullest. There must be no trace of laxity, lest my Chan Jiao be looked down upon once more. The implication was unmistakable. The 5 of you must spare no effort to vanquish Lu Chen. Guang Chengzi then turned his attention to Lu Chen, noting, it seems that the defeat of the compassionate voyager has given you some misguided notions that I know not what further means you possess. But to take on 5 opponents at once will surely prove to be your gravest error. With that, Guang Chengzi stepped back half a pace, allowing the 4 revered ones, Wen Shu, Guang Fa, and the others, to advance. While Lu Chen's slaying of the compassionate voyager had indeed been unexpected, upon reflection, it became evident that Lu Chen's displayed strength was not vastly superior to that of the compassionate voyager. It was merely that his tactics had far exceeded the latter's expectations. Coupled with his extraordinary agility and the might of the innate spiritual treasure, it was this that enabled him to triumph in a single strike. Having learned from the experience with the compassionate voyager, as long as they remained vigilant against Lu Chen's agility and that purple lightning hammer, they need not necessarily succumb to him in a 1-on-1 encounter, let alone a 5-on-1. However, Considering that Lu Chen had actively issued a challenge, it was reasonable to assume he possessed some hidden trump card. Thus, Guang Chengzi allowed Yuanshi and the others to make their move first, reserving his own intervention for later. The four revered ones simultaneously summoned their powers, unleashing their divine abilities, and in an instant, their combined offensive strikes surged toward Lu Chen. Accompanying their myriad divine abilities were the treasures wielded by Yuanshi and the others, effectively sealing off all avenues for Lu Chen to evade. He could only brace himself to endure the onslaught from the four formidable masters. But could a single Lu Chen truly withstand the combined assaults of four practitioners of the same realm? In the next moment, Lu Chen provided the answer. His eyes gleamed with a golden light as his form transformed into a golden rainbow. Just as the four's attacks were about to descend, he detected a minuscule gap amidst their barrage. Employing the golden crow transformation technique, he leapt above the battlefield. Yuanshi and the others immediately sensed Lu Chen's presence and charged toward him in unison. Upon observing the approaching Yuanshi and his companions, a flash of disdain flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. His fingertips danced through intricate seals, and the heavens above rumbled with thunderous roars. A bolt of thunder descended, the supreme, mysterious, holy thunder. As this strike of thunder fell, Tongtian, Laozi, and Yuanshi all exchanged bewildered glances at the point where the thunder converged. This thunderous strike. Yuanshi and the others felt their scalps tingle in response. They had no time to ponder how Lu Chen could conjure such a terrifying thunderous ability. Their instinctive reaction was to retreat. Yet, Lu Chen would not grant them the luxury of escape. A flash of silver light glimmered in his gaze, and with a swift motion of his right hand directed at Yuanshi and the others, he unleashed a spatial strangulation before the four could react. The very space they occupied began to collapse. Countless silver blades pierced through their bodies. The injuries inflicted by this spatial strangulation, though not fatal, robbed the four of their optimal opportunity to evade. The next moment, the supreme, mysterious, holy thunder struck. The terrifying thunder instantly engulfed Yuanshi and the others. Amidst the astonished gazes of many, Yuanshi and his companions were directly hit by the supreme, mysterious, holy thunder. With their pained cries echoing, an overwhelming force of thunder spread outward from the battlefield. Those nearby, particularly the weaker cultivators, suffered grievously under this destructive power, spewing forth blood. Eyes wide with shock, they gazed upon the cataclysmic lightning. What sort of thunderous ability was this capable of such might? Not only the onlookers but even the saints observing from above were equally astonished. Tongtian, what manner of thunder is this? Laozi stared at the dark thundercloud, his eyes glinting with intrigue. With the discerning eyes of the saints, they could naturally perceive the profound intricacies of the supreme, mysterious, holy thunder. They could only imagine the formidable power it would wield if such an ability were executed by their hands. This thunder appeared to bear the traces of both the Shanxing divine thunder and the Yuqing divine thunder. Could it be a new thunderous art derived from the understanding of these two? Yuanshi seemed to catch a glimpse of this possibility within the supreme, mysterious, holy thunder. His observation quickly alerted Yuanshi, who glared at Tongtian in anger. Tongtian, did you actually steal my Yuqing divine thunder from Lu Chen? Tongtian turned to Yuanshi, his eyes brimming with disdain. Your Yuqing divine thunder? Why would Laozi and I need to steal it? Yuanshi was taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, the three pure ones were originally one family. The Shanxing, Yuqing, and Taiqing divine thunders did share certain similarities. For the three pure ones, mastering these thunderous arts was no great challenge. However, it was feasible but unnecessary. As for Lu Chen's thunderous ability, Laozi expressed keen interest in Lu Chen's supreme, mysterious, holy thunder. Tongtian shook his head. I do not know. Yuanshi and Laozi exchanged astonished glances. Tongtian was unaware. What did this mean? This thunderous art was something Lu Chen comprehended on his own. As Tongtian spoke, there was a hint of pride on his face. Regardless of what he had taught Lu Chen was still his disciple. Now, having grasped such extraordinary divine abilities, it brought honor to his role as a master. To combine the Shanxing divine thunder with the Yuqing divine thunder and achieve such a thunderous technique. Lu Chen's comprehension of divine abilities was truly astonishing. Yuanshi could not help but exclaim in admiration at this moment. Jiejin interjected. While you all focus on his thunderous ability, I must point out that he also possesses considerable mastery in spatial arts. That spatial technique he just executed is certainly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary practitioner. Furthermore, when he previously felled the compassionate voyager, and just now, when he evaded the abilities of Wen Shu and the others, did he not employ the Golden Crow transformation technique? Jiejin's words reminded the others, who had been so astonished by the compassionate voyager's defeat that they had overlooked Lu Chen's displayed abilities. Now, prompted by Jiejin, they recalled that it indeed was the Golden Crow transformation technique, and his mastery over it was equally impressive. Yes, Laozi spoke. Several questioning gazes fell upon Tongtian, that a disciple of the Jiejin could wield the supreme mysterious holy thunder. Which was understandable, but what of the Golden Crow transformation technique? Tongtian glanced at Laozi and the two saints from the west, shrugging helplessly that, "Don't look at me. I do not know the Golden Crow transformation technique. Perhaps he learned it during the battle with the Great Golden Crow when Emperor Jun brought it to my Jinao island hundreds of years ago." Tongtian's words only added to the astonishment on the faces of Laozi and the others, particularly Yuanshi, whose expression darkened considerably. Are you implying that Lu Chen was defeated by the Great Golden Crow, but learned the Golden Crow transformation technique? Tongtian shook his head. Of course not. Just as Yuanshi was about to speak again, Tongtian interjected. Lu Chen triumphed over the Great Golden Crow. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, at that time, Lu Chen was merely at the Tai Golden Immortal level, while the Great Golden Crow had already achieved the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Tongtian seemed to fear that Yuanshi might faint from anger. Impossible. How could Lu Chen possess such mastery over arts and techniques? Yuanshi's disbelief was palpable. That is for you to consider, Tongtian replied, that Lu Chen has been with my Jiejin for only a millennium, while you have had him for several 100,000 years. How is it that you fail to notice his talent for comprehending arts and techniques? Though Tongtian was uncertain about how Lu Chen had mastered the Golden Crow transformation technique and the supreme mysterious sacred thunder, he was well aware of how to attack the primordial one. The muscles on Yuanshi's face twitched. His gaze shifted back to the battle platform, as long as Guangchengzi and the others could subdue Lu Chen. He could still accept such an outcome. During the brief exchange among the few, the overwhelming might of the supreme mysterious sacred thunder gradually dissipated. Thud, thud. Wen Shu, Guangfa, Tianlin, and Daoxing Tianzuan collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The remaining Yu Dingjinren and Lingbao Dafashur were not faring any better. Their bodies bore no unscathed area, soaked in crimson blood, when Lu Chen was at the Tai Golden Immortal stage. He had already been able to overpower the peak of the Deluo realm's blood-fallen demon god with the supreme mysterious sacred thunder, now that his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. How could the power of this supreme mysterious sacred thunder be something an ordinary Deluo Golden Immortal could withstand? After the strike of the supreme mysterious sacred thunder, the expression in Guangchengzi's eyes when he looked at Lu Chen was filled with gravity. He could not comprehend why Lu Chen, after leaving the Chan Sect, possessed such power. However, he understood that this grand competition could not be lost. Should they lose, the name of the 12 immortals of Yushu would be trampled underfoot by Lu Chen alone. The recent thunderous strike was astonishing, and it was reasonable to assume that Lu Chen would be unable to unleash another in the short term. Lu Chen, you are indeed surprising. Yet you are still unable to take on 5 opponents. With that, Guangchengzi waved his hand and summoned a talisman that it was the Yuqing talisman. This talisman was personally crafted by Yuanshi that a beam of golden light descended upon Lu Chen, immobilizing him in place, rendering him unable to move. Yu Ding, Ling Bao, strike together. Guangchengzi's commanding voice echoed as he unleashed his divine ability. Though Yu Dingjinren and Lingbao Dafashur had sustained severe injuries, they understood the dire consequences of losing this battle. The two joined forces to form a sealing hand gesture. In an instant, the combined assault of the three's divine abilities engulfed Lu Chen. This scene provoked Tongtian's discontent. Yuqing talisman? Yuanshi exclaimed, in a fight among disciples. You actually bestowed Guangchengzi with a Yuqing talisman. The means of a sage cannot be resisted by a mere Deluo Golden Immortal. Yuanshi maintained an indifferent demeanor, stating, Are there any rules against it? Although the Yuqing talisman can only be used once, a single use is sufficient to alter the course of the battle. If there were to be blame, it could only be directed at Lu Chen's arrogance. Yuanshi had initially believed that the Chan Sect had already secured victory. Interesting, Tongtian, did you not also grant Lu Chen some means? The words of the old man drew everyone's attention back to the battle platform. They beheld a figure emerging from the swirling dust, clad in spirit armor. Lu Chen shimmered with starlight. The innate spiritual treasure, the 9 yuan gathering star armor. The talisman is impressive, but unfortunately, you are all too weak. This remark nearly caused Guang Qingzi and the others to spit blood. That it was the first time the 12 immortals of Yushu had been labeled weak, and by an opponent of the same cultivation level no less. Even though Yu Ding Jinren and Ling Bao Dafa Shi had diminished in strength due to their injuries, Guang Qingzi's magical technique was not lacking in power. Were it another Deluo Golden Immortal, enduring a strike from all three would surely lead to death or severe injury. It could only be said that Lu Chen had relied on the 9 yuan gathering star armor to withstand this attack. However, Guang Qingzi and the others had no time to be infuriated, for Lu Chen moved once more. The sound of swords resonated as myriad spirit swords coalesced in the air. The Shanqing sword art. In the next moment, all the swords were unleashed simultaneously. Guang Qingzi managed to hold on, barely, but Yu Ding Jinren and Ling Bao Dafa Shi met a dire fate. The two were pierced by countless spirit swords, blood splattering across the battle platform. Even Yuanshi, Guangfa Tianzuan, and Daoxing Tianzuan, who had been heavily injured and fallen previously, suffered further grievous wounds. Yu Ding, Ling Bao, Yuanshi, Daoxing Tianzuan concede. The cold voice of Yuanshi resonated from the dome above. At that moment, Yuanshi's expression was exceedingly difficult to describe. He did not wish to utter these words. But if he did not, the four would follow the unfortunate path of Ci Hang Daoren. He cast a glance at Tongtian. I will remove Ling Bao, Dafa Shi, and the others from the battle platform, if that is agreeable. Tongtian shrugged his shoulders in agreement. Yuanshi promptly rescued Daoxing Tianzuan and the others, then proceeded to heal them. Lu Chen's mastery of the Shanqing sword art was unmatched within the entire Jiejin sect, as Cunny sighed in admiration. Tongtian laughed heartily. You are mistaken. Lu Chen's command of the Shanqing sword art surpasses even mine. While he spoke the truth to Yuanshi's ears, it felt like a needle piercing his heart. Well, the Shanqing sword art, this Lu Chen truly deserves to die. During his time in the Chan Sect, he had neglected his training, yet upon arriving at the Jiejin sect, he had excelled in both thunderous techniques and the Shanqing sword art, achieving perfection. What could this possibly mean? As several sages marveled at Lu Chen's prowess. The disciples of the Jiejin sect below the battle platform were similarly struck by this unexpected delight. Their fervent gazes were fixed upon Lu Chen. If Lu Chen's victory over the Great Golden Crow had granted him minor renown within the Jiejin sect, then this grand competition had catapulted him to legendary status. Sister, I now believe what you said before. Lu Chen is truly formidable, Bai Xiao exclaimed, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at Lu Chen. Previously, she had questioned how a Tai Golden Immortal could defeat the Great Golden Crow. Reflecting now, her doubts seemed utterly ridiculous. The 12 immortals of Yushu do not appear as formidable as rumored. The Turtle Spirit Holy Mother couldn't help but remark, you are mistaken. The 12 immortals of Yushu are far from weak. It is merely that junior brother Lu is too powerful. Yun Xiao corrected her. Since Lu Chen had stepped onto the platform, one strike of the supreme mysterious sacred thunder and one execution of the Shanqing sword art had rendered the Ling Bao Dafa Shi and the others incapable of combat. It was Lu Chen's overwhelming strength that made the 12 immortals of Yushu appear feeble. With only Guang Qingzi remaining among the 12 immortals of Yushu, I believe he should concede. Wu Yun spoke up. However, the nearby duo, Bao, shook his head. Do not underestimate Guang Qingzi. As the leader of the 12 immortals of Yushu, how could one be certain he lacks other means? On the battle platform, Guang Qingzi quickly regained his composure following the defeat of Ling Bao, Dafa Shi, and the others. It could only be said that the situation was highly unfavorable for the Chan Sect. Yet it was precisely under such circumstances that opportunities for him, Guang Qingzi, to shine emerged at Lu Chen. I acknowledge that you are indeed powerful. However, today, there can only be one victor between us. That victor will be me. In response to Guang Qingzi's declaration, Lu Chen scoffed dismissively that, you think you remain on the platform because you are stronger than Ling Bao, Dafa Shi, and the others. I merely wish to see what other means you possess. For Lu Chen, the presence of Guang Qingzi, the Luo, golden immortal, posed no challenge whatsoever. He understood that Yuanshi must have bestowed upon Guang Qingzi more than one method to secure victory for the Chan Sect in this grand competition. Today, he intended to force Guang Qingzi to exhaust all his means before ultimately defeating him. He aimed to bring about a total defeat for the Chan Sect. Lu Chen's audacity infuriated Guang Qingzi even further. The Lu Chen who had once barely merited a glance in the Chan Sect now dared to act so arrogantly before him. Your achievement as a Luo golden immortal truly surprises me. However, I am not merely a Luo, Guang Qingzi declared as he produced a pill and swallowed it. Yes, the pill entered his stomach. Guang Qingzi's aura surged explosively, pushing towards the threshold of a quasi-saint. A pill. Tongtian could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Initially believing the Jiejin Sect's victory to be assured, he was taken aback by Guang Qingzi's cultivation skyrocketing to that of a quasi-saint upon consuming a single pill. Although this quasi-saint cultivation can only be sustained for a brief period, that fleeting moment is more than sufficient for Guang Qingzi to claim victory. How could you bestow such a potent elixir upon Guang Qingzi for this grand competition? Tongtian's expression darkened. The elixir is indeed a part of one's strength. That a smirk crept onto Yuanshi's face. This elixir was procured at great cost, crafted by Laozi himself. It now appears that as long as Guang Qingzi can triumph over Lu Chen, all will have been worth it. What if he temporarily possesses quasi-saint cultivation through the elixir? It remains uncertain how much of his true strength Guang Qingzi can unleash. Do not assume victory is assured for Guang Qingzi. A chill coursed through Tongtian. You are correct. Guang Qingzi's quasi-saint status cannot compare with that of a true quasi-saint. Yet it suffices to contend with Lu Chen, a great Luo golden immortal. Yuanshi seemed to foresee the battle's outcome. Tongtian, however, fell silent, his mind plagued by doubts. Indeed, there exist numerous elixirs in the primordial realm capable of temporarily enhancing a practitioner's cultivation. Yet, those that allow a great Luo golden immortal to momentarily transcend into quasi-saint status are exceedingly rare. Although Yuanshi is a sage, he lacks the ability to concoct such elixirs, in Tongtian's understanding. Only Laozi possesses the skill to create such potions. Would Laozi assist Yuanshi against him? This question flickered through his mind, but was quickly dismissed. He had no time to ponder it as his gaze fixated on Lu Chen. The disparity between a great Luo and a quasi-saint is but one realm, yet the divide is as vast as heaven and earth. A typical great Luo golden immortal cannot hope to contend with a quasi-saint. But what if Lu Chen? What if he could? Achieving the great Luo golden immortal status within a millennium, comprehending the profound might of the Tongtian sacred thunder, perhaps it is not entirely impossible for him to surpass a quasi-saint with the body of a great Luo. On the battlefield, Guang Qingzi's aura had surpassed the limits of a great Luo golden immortal, ascending to the quasi-saint level. Although his magical power seemed somewhat unstable and tempestuous, far from that of a typical quasi-saint, it was nonetheless vastly superior to that of a peak great Luo golden immortal. Despite his flesh being torn in multiple places beneath the fury of his own power, his robe soaked in blood, Guang Qingzi's countenance bore no trace of agony. Rather, it radiated exhilaration. This moment, the other 12 immortals of Yushu had withdrawn, leaving only him. Once he vanquished Lu Chen, he would secure first place in this grand contest. He could scarcely fathom the rewards his master might bestow upon him. Guang Qingzi's gaze fixed on Lu Chen, his eyes brimming with madness. I know not what trials you have endured to attain the great Luo golden immortal status in such a short span. But do you truly believe that having broken through to this level, armed with a piece of innate spiritual treasure, makes you invincible? Lu Chen, do you see? This is the essence of a quasi-saint. As Guang Qingzi's words echoed, a formidable quasi-saint pressure enveloped the entire battlefield. When Tongtian constructed this arena, he had not anticipated that a quasi-saint would emerge in the competition. Thus, under Guangchengzi's overwhelming aura, the entire platform trembled precariously. Yet, Lu Chen remained unfazed, his expression devoid of tension, even tinged with disdain. This all. It is merely a forced elevation of quasi-saint cultivation through the elixir. How long do you think you can maintain such a state? Do not think that Guangchengzi's quasi-saint status guarantees his victory. Even a true quasi-saint would find it challenging to match me. Guangchengzi's expression faltered, his anger flaring. I shall see just how long you can maintain your bravado. While it is true that the cultivation gained through elixirs cannot last indefinitely, it suffices for him to secure victory over Lu Chen. Guangchengzi erupted with fury, unleashing a torrent of profound magical energy towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen stood still, his 9 yuan gathering stars armor glowing with a celestial light. In the next instant, that torrent of magical energy struck him. Apart from slightly dimming the starlight upon his armor, the attack posed no threat to Lu Chen. He shook his head. Too weak. You possess the realm of a quasi-saint, yet lack the corresponding comprehension. Guangchengzi, you are at best slightly stronger than an ordinary great Luo golden immortal. You hardly deserve the title of quasi-saint. With that, Lu Chen gestured, summoning countless spiritual sword from the upper clear sword technique to strike at Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi's fury intensified as he conjured a golden talisman with his left hand. Upon activation, a faint golden light enveloped him. As the spiritual swords descended, they were all thwarted by this golden luminescence. Such an effortless defense against the fully realized upper clear sword technique could not have been achieved by Guangchengzi alone. This talisman, like the previous Yuanshi talisman, originated from Yuanshi to ensure absolute success in this grand competition. Yuanshi had provided 3 talismans in total, aside from the elixir. The earlier one could restrain foes, while this one served as a protective measure. With this talisman, no attack from a being below quasi-saint could harm Guangchengzi in the slightest. With his safety assured, Guangchengzi unleashed a frenzied assault upon Lu Chen, employing an array of divine abilities and techniques. Yet, all these attacks were ultimately thwarted by Lu Chen's 9 yuan gathering stars armor. As time wore on, Lu Chen's patience began to wane. You possess no other means? Guangchengzi's face flushed with rage that he had broken through to quasi-saint status, yet could not breach Lu Chen's innate spiritual treasure defense. Despite their apparent parity, he had the talisman bestowed by his master while Lu Chen wielded an innate spiritual treasure. Neither could gain the upper hand. How is it that, in Lu Chen's words, it seemed as though Guangchengzi was on the verge of defeat? Lu Chen, I know not what arrogance fuels your bravado. Though your innate spiritual treasure is formidable, it too has its limits. Once I breach its defenses, how will you contend with me? Though his previous assaults had been repelled by the 9 yuan gathering stars armor, the starlight upon it had dimmed significantly. Should he manage to breach its defenses, what could Lu Chen, a great Luo golden immortal, possibly use to withstand the onslaught of a quasi-saint? Yet the moment he finished speaking, Lu Chen chuckled. It seems you believe I have relied solely on this 9 yuan gathering stars armor to stand against you thus far. With that, Lu Chen withdrew the armor. Come, I shall stand here unmoving. Unleash your most formidable technique. Disdain radiated from Lu Chen's eyes. Guangchengzi appeared to be deeply insulted, the great Luo golden immortal daring to act so brazenly before him, a quasi-saint. Very well, Lu Chen. I shall see what you can do to withstand my strike. Guangchengzi produced the 3rd talisman bestowed by Yuanshi. Unlike the previous talismans for restraining and defense, this 3rd talisman was intended for slaying foes. The power contained within could instantly slay a great Luo golden immortal. Even a quasi-saint could be gravely injured. Initially, he had intended to conserve this talisman, but it now seemed unnecessary. He was determined to make Lu Chen pay for his arrogance. As the talisman was activated, it ignited, transforming into a dragon of golden flames. The fiery dragon surged towards Lu Chen with astonishing speed. This distance, even if Lu Chen wished to summon the 9 yuan gathering stars armor, it would be too late. In an instant, the area surrounding Lu Chen was engulfed by the fiery dragon. A wave of overwhelming power swept through the vicinity, its might rivaling that of Lu Chen's earlier Tongtian sacred thunder. The disciples of the below the arena displayed expressions of concern, particularly Jin Ling, Sheng Mu, Zhao Gongming, and several other great Luo golden immortals. They knew that if they were in Lu Chen's position, they would undoubtedly be unable to withstand Guang Chengzi's strike. Such shameful tactics. This is not Guang Chengzi's true power. Bi Xiao clenched her silver teeth tightly, while Duo Bao beside her displayed a hint of guilt upon his face. In truth, Tongtian had made numerous preparations for this grand competition, much like Yuanshi. However, all those strategies were concealed within him. As the elder brother of the Jie Sect, he had fallen victim to Jingzi's scheme, which forced him to withdraw from the contest. Had he known that this would be the outcome, he should have endured a bit longer. Junior brother Lu underestimated Guang Chengzi too much. Next battle, I shall confront Guang Chengzi, and I will ensure he pays the price. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother declared resolutely, eager to witness how long Guang Chengzi's quasi-saint prowess could endure. I could see that moment. Yunjiao, who had been fixated on the battle platform, seemed to have made a discovery. Wait, junior brother Lu appears to be unharmed. The crowd's gaze refocused on the arena, in an almost imperceptible manner. A roar reminiscent of a demonic deity echoed amidst the flames. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the raging inferno. This moment, Lu Chen's Dao robe was scorched beyond recognition, yet the exposed skin shimmered with a faint purple-gold aura. His eyes gleamed with a regal and enigmatic purple-gold hue. The Chaos Demon Body. Currently, Lu Chen's most formidable defensive technique was not the Jiejin Gathering Star Armor, but rather this fully perfected Chaos Demon Body. This technique was an unparalleled divine ability attained by the saints. Once cultivated to completion, the physical form could rival that of a demonic god. However, for ordinary cultivators to achieve perfection in this technique, they would require an immense amount of resources and time. Yet under Lu Chen's complete system, it only demanded a handful of comprehension points. With Lu Chen's current cultivation at the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, common quasi-saint attacks could not breach the defense of the Chaos Demon Body. This scene once again astonished the saints observing from above the dome. When did the Jie Sect possess such a body-forging divine ability? Zhuan inquired, his face etched with disbelief. Logically, as heavenly saints, they had seen much in the primordial realm. Yet today, they found themselves repeatedly losing composure. Lu Chen's body-forging technique was undoubtedly of a higher caliber than the previous thunder technique. When did Tongtian amass such an array of extraordinary divine abilities? Zhuan Ti's question left Tongtian equally perplexed. He too wished to inquire about the origins of Lu Chen's body-forging technique. However, upon closer inspection, he began to piece together a semblance of understanding. He sensed a trace of demonic energy emanating from Lu Chen. Remembering the list Lu Chen had previously asked him to procure, which included demonic blood, he wondered if Lu Chen had acquired it himself. Although he entertained this thought, Tongtian could not voice it aloud. As the master of the Jie Sect, it would be unbecoming for him to admit ignorance regarding his disciple. Tongtian shifted his gaze towards Yuanshi to redirect the conversation. You have indeed made ample preparations for this grand competition. 1 elixir and 3 talismans. Yuanshi's countenance darkened, his expression grim. The Jie Sect is no different. Were it not for this competition, who knows when we would uncover the techniques Lu Chen has cultivated? On the battle platform, Guang Chengzi was utterly dumbfounded. That talisman had been his final trump card for this encounter. Yet Lu Chen, without relying on innate spiritual treasures, had managed to deflect it. What sort of body-forging technique was this? It seems this is your ultimate move. Lu Chen's disdain deepened. Guang Chengzi's lips twitched, his fists clenched tightly. Merely blocking one of my attacks does not equate to victory. Lu Chen raised his right hand. Summoning the Ziwei Dragon Bone, B.O.W.D.O. You still not comprehend. Your tenure on this platform is entirely contingent upon my will. D.O. You truly believe I cannot breach your defense. Guang Chengzi's pupils constricted as he fixated on the Ziwei Dragon Bone bow in Lu Chen's grasp. Another innate spiritual treasure. What is the Jie Sect up to? Lu Chen has only been a disciple for a millennium, yet he has been granted 2 innate spiritual treasures. Nevertheless, Guang Chengzi remained composed. The golden light barrier surrounding him was bestowed by his master. Even an innate spiritual treasure might not be sufficient to penetrate it. Just as he held onto a sliver of hope, Lu Chen pointed his left hand towards the heavens. A strand of Tongtian's sacred thunder descended and landed in his palm. Subsequently, Lu Chen knocked an arrow, drawing the bowstring taut. Tongtian's sacred thunder arrow. Guang Chengzi concedes. Yuanshi shouted from above, but it was too late. The dark arrow swiftly approached Guang Chengzi, consuming the golden light that enveloped him. The golden barrier, which could withstand any attack below the quasi-saint level, shattered instantly before the Tongtian's sacred thunder arrow. Guang Chengzi let out a pained scream as the arrow struck him directly. The terrifying thunder erupted, engulfing the entire battle platform. Under the force of this overwhelming power, cracks began to spread across the arena. In the next moment, a golden light descended from the heavens, extinguishing the residual might of the Tongtian's sacred thunder arrow. Guang Chengzi froze in place, his figure swaying, his eyes filled with terror. Had he not temporarily achieved quasi-saint cultivation through the elixir, he would never have survived the impact of the Tongtian's sacred thunder arrow. Shortly thereafter, Guang Chengzi collapsed to the ground, his breath faint. After a brief silence, the Jiejin sect erupted in jubilant cheers. Countless adoring gazes were directed towards Lu Chen. Guang Chengzi's defeat signified the Jiejin sect's victory in this grand competition. Moreover, it was not merely a simple victory. Lu Chen had first vanquished Xiang Daoran, then decisively triumphed over 5 opponents, showcasing an overwhelming superiority against Guang Chengzi and his comrades. I could see this moment. Lu Chen seemed to sense something. Raising his gaze towards the dome, his eyes met Yuanshi's, which brimmed with fury and coldness. You, Lu Chen, have inflicted such harm upon your former fellow disciples. If it were not for noticing Tongtian's chinkping sword aimed at him, coupled with the watchful eyes of the 2 saints from the west, he would have already taken action against Lu Chen. Unfazed by Yuanshi's reproach, Lu Chen retorted, I simply did not anticipate that the 12 immortals of the Yushu, left behind by the Yuqing saint, would be so weak. His words caused the veins on Yuanshi's forehead to throb. He could not accept the defeat of the Chan Sect in this grand competition, nor could he bear the thought that a disciple of the Chan Sect had fallen to Lu Chen's hands. Yuanshi was now steeped in regret, not for expelling Lu Chen from the Chan Sect, but for having held back during the talisman's creation for Guang Chengzi. Originally, to avoid giving others a reason to criticize, he had restricted the talisman's offensive power to the quasi-saint level. Little did he expect that such a strike would be countered by Lu Chen's body-forging technique. Had he known, he could have infused the talisman with a strike from a saint. Although it would have been a disgraceful victory, it would have been preferable to defeat. Yuanshi, let us not dwell on the past. A loss is a loss. Guang Chengzi has no strength left to continue fighting, and thus, my Jiejin sect emerges victorious in this grand competition. You ought to apologize for your former remarks, Tongtian said with a smile. And do not forget to hand over your void box as well. Yuanshi stood frozen, casting a complex gaze at the Jiejin sect disciples below. The disciples clad in scales and armor were already inferior to Guang Chengzi and his peers. Now he was being asked to apologize as a saint for his past words and to relinquish the void box, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. What a farce. What, do you think to renege on your words? Tongtian pressed. Yuanshi coldly replied, I, Yuanshi, would never renege. However, this grand competition is not yet concluded. Is it not premature to declare your Jiejin sect the victor? The utterance of Yuanshi took everyone present by surprise. After all, the most renowned disciples of the Chan Sect are the 12 immortals of Yusu. This time, aside from the already fallen Huang Long Zhenrun, all the other 11 immortals, including Guang Chengzi, were present. Yet now, Guang Chengzi and the others have all suffered defeat. Clearly, the Chan Sect no longer possesses any disciples capable of contending with the Jiejin sect, so why does Yuanshi insist that the competition is not yet over? Lu Chen glanced around, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the area previously occupied by the Chan Sect. Indeed, the 12 immortals of Yusu had lost their fighting spirit. However, aside from the 12 immortals and the Saint Yuanshi, there was another individual who had come to Jiejin Island on behalf of the Chan Sect. Though such behavior might seem somewhat shameless, if the opponent were Yuanshi, the situation becomes somewhat justifiable. Yuanshi, All your disciples have been defeated. How can the competition still be ongoing? Tongtian asked, perplexed. Yuanshi responded with a cold smile, who said all my disciples have lost. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the spot where Guang Chengzi had stood. Simultaneously, Tongtian and the others followed Yuanshi's line of sight, in the area where the Chan Sect had previously been, aside from the already defeated Jiejin and Zhu Lusan. There was another person. It was Ran Deng. Yuanshi, do not tell me you intend to let Ran Deng take the stage. Although this notion sounded utterly absurd, Yuanshi's demeanor suggested that it might indeed be the case. With an air of composure, Yuanshi declared, "What is wrong with that? Ran Deng is also one of my Chan Sect. Why can he not participate?" The joy evident on Tongtian's face began to stiffen visibly, and his tone grew colder. Yuanshi, this competition is between disciples of the sect. What does Ran Deng count as a disciple of the Chan Sect? Meanwhile, Yuanshi's shameless remarks opened the eyes of the Jiejin sect disciples below, as well as the various wandering cultivators who had come from afar to spectate. A wave of uncontrolled murmurs erupted among the crowd. What? Did I hear that correctly? The Yuanshi saint is allowing Ran Deng to compete. But what does Ran Deng count as a disciple of the Chan Sect? Isn't he one of the 3,000 guests from Zishao Palace? Indeed, Ran Deng is on par with figures like Kuan Peng Laozi, only later joining the Chan Sect. Who would have thought that the esteemed Yuanshi saint would be unable to bear the loss? As the discussions continued, a terrifying aura suddenly descended from above. Many of the lower-level cultivators turned pale, blood seeping from their lips, injured by the overwhelming saintly might. Looking up, they were met with Yuanshi's icy gaze. In matters concerning my Chan Sect, it is not for others to point fingers. The chilling voice resonated from the heavens. The crowd below fell silent. Despite Yuanshi's shameless insistence on allowing Ran Deng to compete, not everyone had the audacity to arrange for a saint. This was merely a verbal warning. The next time, it might not be so benign. They lacked the qualifications. Surely I possess them. Yuanshi, Ran Deng is your Chan Sect's vice leader. How can he participate in this grand competition? Tongtian spoke coldly. Yuanshi, with a serious expression, replied, who stipulated that the vice leader of the Chan Sect cannot also be a disciple of the Chan Sect. Ran Deng joined the Chan Sect to seek my guidance in the path of cultivation. How can he not be considered a disciple? Given Ran Deng's high qualifications, I appointed him as the vice leader of the Chan Sect. What is the issue with that? The two are not mutually exclusive. In truth, Yuanshi was spouting nonsense with utmost earnestness. Yet, there is nothing to be done, for the status of the Chan Sect was ultimately determined by Yuanshi as the leader. Very well. I did not expect the esteemed Yuanshi saint to be unable to bear even a single supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Tongtian's words dripped with sarcasm. Yuanshi's expression darkened slightly. While a supreme innate spiritual treasure was indeed precious to him, it was not of paramount importance. What he could not afford to lose was the reputation of the Chan Sect, should this grand competition end here. The Chan Sect would become a significant laughingstock of the Honghuang. Let us not speak of that. My Chan Sect still has Ran Deng as our last contender, as long as your Jiejin Sect disciples can defeat Ran Deng. My Chan Sect will willingly acknowledge our defeat. Tongtian's face remained cold out on the surface. It seemed that the Chan Sect was left with only Ran Deng. However, this Ran Deng was at the pinnacle of the Luo Jinxian realm. Furthermore, this pinnacle was not achieved through Yuanshi's means in a short time, as with Guang Chengzi. The Jiejin Sect did not have any vice leaders. None of the disciples could match Ran Deng. Yuanshi, do you truly have no sense of shame left? Tongtian's repeated insults began to unsettle Yuanshi. I have stated before, should anyone defeat Ran Deng, I will fulfill my previous promise. You of the Jiejin Sect have yet to claim victory. Do not speak so arrogantly. As Yuanshi and Tongtian's tempers flared once more, Lu Chen approached Tongtian on the battlefield. Master, since the Chan Sect still has someone yet to battle, this grand competition is not yet concluded, that I am willing to face Ran Deng. This statement left the watching figures of the Western Saints and Laozi in a state of astonishment. Lu Chen actually intended to challenge Ran Deng. Tongtian was momentarily dumbfounded. After arguing with Yuanshi for so long, now Lu Chen wanted to take on Ran Deng. Lu Chen, do you know Ran Deng's identity? Lu Chen smiled slightly. Of course I do. However, this competition must reach a conclusion. We must determine a victor, must we not? Since we aim to defeat the Chan Sect, we must ensure their defeat is absolute. Leaving Yuanshi with no room for retort, Tongtian looked at Lu Chen, momentarily at a loss for words. With Lu Chen stepping up to fight as the leader of the Jiejin sect, he could not simply decline. Otherwise, it would appear as though he feared the Chan Sect. At that moment, Lu Chen turned to Yuanshi. Before the battle commences, I must clarify one matter. I dare ask the Yuanshi saint. Is Randang indeed your Chan Sect's last contender in this grand competition? Let's not have Randang defeated only for a saint's avatar to emerge. His sardonic tone incited Yuanshi's ire. Yet he could not express his frustration. That is certain. Once Randang is defeated, my Chan Sect shall concede. Yuanshi responded. Subsequently, Lu Chen and Randang returned to the arena. The grand competition was set to continue. This scene left the assembled spectators in shock. Lu Chen had truly lost his mind, daring to face Randang. Having already bested 6 disciples of the Chan Sect, he believed it normal to think he could triumph over Randang. One could only say that ignorance breeds fearlessness. He underestimated Randang significantly. I do not believe that. How can you know Lu Chen lacks other means? Furthermore, even if Lu Chen were unable to prevail, the Jiejin sect still had figures like Jinling Shengmu and Wu Yinxian among others. One by one, the Jiejin sect disciples could wear down Randang. Randang listened intently to the various discussions below, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. Lu Chen, you truly are full of surprises. But do you think that just because you have bested Guang Chengzi and the others, you can best me? Let me inform you, I am not someone you can compare to Guang Chengzi and the others. Although Lu Chen had displayed capabilities far beyond expectations today, he had already depleted some of his magical power in his previous battles against Guang Chengzi and the others. Moreover, those techniques and abilities had been revealed. As long as precautions were taken, defeating Lu Chen should pose no problem. Lu Chen smiled slightly. If he recalled correctly, at this point in time, Randang had yet to attain the quasi-saint status, being at the pinnacle of the Deluo Jinxian realm. Additionally, Randang at this pinnacle was indeed stronger than Guang Chengzi, who had forcefully broken through to quasi-saint status through elixirs. However, in Lu Chen's eyes, the distinction was not of significant concern. You speak the truth. You are indeed stronger than Guang Chengzi and the others. But how can you know that I exerted my full strength when contending with Guang Chengzi and the others? As soon as the words fell, amidst the astonished gaze of Randang, Lu Chen made his move. A radiant purple-gold glow erupted once more from the surface of Lu Chen's body. The chaos demon god body. Randang retreated several steps, and in his right hand appeared a ruler. The primordial first merit spiritual treasure, the measuring heaven ruler. Furthermore, Randang revealed the full extent of his cultivation at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. His gaze was fixed intently upon Lu Chen, that he believed that after Lu Chen's battle with Guang Chengzi and the others, he must have experienced some exhaustion. All he needed to do was to observe Lu Chen's every move, countering his magical techniques one by one, and he would surely subdue Lu Chen. However, in the next moment, a smirk crept on Lu Chen's lips, and a silver glint flashed through his eyes. The space flickered. Lu Chen's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Randang's eyes widened in disbelief. In that moment, Lu Chen disappeared right before him. Before he could react, the space above him twisted in the blink of an eye. Lu Chen descended like a demon god from the heavens. The power of the chaos demon god body surged to its zenith, causing the sleeve of his right arm to explode, veins standing out prominently. With a deafening sound of sonic boom, this punch, imbued with the might to shatter the heavens and earth, struck down upon Randang. Randang was taken aback. This was the stark difference between the golden crow transformation and spatial flickering. The former, no matter how swift, still allowed a moment for reaction. The latter, however, harnessed the power of space to flicker into existence. At this moment, Randang had no time to ponder the nature of Lu Chen's magical technique. He could only raise the measuring heaven ruler and strike at Lu Chen in the next instant. Lu Chen's fist collided with a measuring heaven ruler in mid-air. T must be said that as the primordial first merit spiritual treasure. The measuring heaven ruler possessed considerable power. Yet, one was caught off guard while the other had prepared a decisive blow. Moreover, given the proximity, Randang could not unleash the full might of the measuring heaven ruler. Thus, Lu Chen's punch met the measuring heaven ruler, landing directly on Randang's body. Randang spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire being sent crashing beneath the battle platform, with a resounding bang. Cracks spread outwards from the platform, already on the verge of collapse. The battle platform could no longer withstand this force and shattered completely. Randang was hurled into the sea near Jiejin Island, creating towering waves. This scene left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Who would have thought that even with Randang's appearance, he would end up being subdued by Lu Chen, just like Guangqingzi and the others before him? Lu Chen's cultivation of the body was far stronger than anyone had imagined. Jiejin could only sigh in wonder. Moreover, Lu Chen's recent movement technique showcased a mastery in spatial manipulation that could rival that of the ancestral spirits of space. Even Qingtue could not help but express admiration. Perhaps Randang, still reeling from the blows, had yet to comprehend the situation. However, the several saints, including Laozi, were fully aware of what transpired. Yuanshi remarked, "I believe you can bring out the void box now." Tongtian wore a smile. "This battle is far from over," Yuanshi warned, not one to concede easily. As they spoke, a golden light erupted from the sea. Randang reappeared before the spectators, but he was now in a rather disheveled state. Blood flowed profusely from his right hand gripping the measuring heaven ruler, which trembled uncontrollably. His chest visibly caved in, and in his eyes, a flicker of wariness towards Lu Chen had emerged. Though both were great Luo, golden immortals, their physical strengths were not on the same level at all. It was one thing for Guangqingzi and his ilk to be defeated by Lu Chen, but they had not even compelled Lu Chen to reveal his full strength. "I admit I underestimated you before, but if you think you could defeat me with merely a few magical techniques, you are sorely mistaken." Randang, a seasoned powerhouse of the primordial era, was not one to be easily vanquished. With a flash of golden light, the measuring heaven ruler transformed into a streak of gold, hurtling towards Lu Chen. Simultaneously, the hand seals in Randang's hand began to form. The true battle between the two had only just commenced. If Randang were to fight seriously, with his peak cultivation at the great Luo golden immortal realm, combined with several treasures and magical techniques at his disposal, he could contend against even true saints. Yet in this battle, he had the misfortune of facing Lu Chen. While Lu Chen was not a true saint, his strength surpassed that of many true saints, especially with the cultivation of the chaos demon god body. His physical prowess was exceptionally formidable. Randang's myriad magical techniques could not breach the defenses of the chaos demon god body. Conversely, after enduring several heavy blows from Lu Chen, Randang's situation was becoming increasingly dire. "You don't seem much stronger than Guangqingzi and the others," Lu Chen taunted, inciting Randang's wrath. "Oh, you truly think I cannot contend with you?" In a fit of anger, Randang withdrew the measuring heaven ruler, and a lamp appeared before him. This was none other than his finest primordial spiritual treasure, the spirit coffin lamp. The ghostly flames within were among the few divine fires of the primordial era. Lu Chen's physical body was indeed powerful, but this ghostly flame could penetrate the underworld and assault the opponent's primordial spirit. In simpler terms, if physical attacks could not breach Lu Chen's defenses, then it was time to resort to magical assaults. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the ghostly flames erupted from the spirit coffin lamp, a swirling gray inferno surging towards Lu Chen. Observing the oncoming ghostly flames, Lu Chen maintained an air of calm, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Playing with fire, are we? How unfortunate, for I possess a flame of my own," he spoke. A flicker of golden flame danced in the palm of Lu Chen's right hand. Randang scoffed disdainfully. "You think any fire can compare to mine?" Just as he began to speak again, Randang suddenly fell silent. He watched in astonishment as the golden flame in Lu Chen's hand surged and transformed into the shape of a golden crow. Its might far exceeded that of his ghostly flames. "True sun fire," Lu Chen possessed such a formidable technique. Qingtue gasped in surprise. Even Laozi, who had remained composed until now, was caught off guard, his gaze fixed intently upon the true sun fire summoned by Lu Chen. The reason was simple. He had witnessed it before. Laozi did not make much of a fuss, instead shifting his gaze to Yuanshi, confusion evident in his eyes. Ultimately, he turned his attention to Tongtian. Pondering deeply, if even the saints were astonished by the emergence of the true sun fire, the disciples of the Chan Sect and the wandering cultivators were left utterly speechless. I must be seeing things. Is Lu Chen truly wielding true sun fire? Indeed, it was the true sun fire, but was it not said that only the Golden Crow clan possessed such divine flames? Would the Golden Crow clan not seek trouble with him for wielding it? You are unaware that this true sun fire was given to Lu Chen by the great demon emperor Jiejin himself after he defeated the great Golden Crow. Someone explained, Lu Chen had achieved such a feat. It was baffling why such a person would be expelled from the Chan Sect. At this moment, Randang was equally astonished. Despite the disbelief, he recognized the true sun fire in an instant. Unlike his ghostly flames, the true sun fire was overwhelmingly dominant. As the two flames collided, the temperature surrounding Jiejin Island surged dramatically, the space around them twisting from the intense heat. However, the ensuing spectacle left Randang utterly devoid of composure, letting out a piercing scream. This is impossible. Before his very eyes, the true sun fire consumed the ghostly flames entirely. Randang was horrified. He could only surmise that Lu Chen's true sun fire was derived from either Jiejin or Dong Huangtai, the two great demon emperors. But how could this be? While still reeling from the shock of the true sun fire, Lu Chen spoke coldly. The ghostly flames are but trivial. It seems you have no further tricks up your sleeve. Let this battle conclude here. With hands forming seals, countless spirit swords materialized in the sky. Randang's fury ignited. Your Shanshan sword technique is indeed impressive, but relying solely on this technique will not secure your victory over me. Having learned from the experiences of Guang Chengzi and his companions, Randang believed he possessed a considerable understanding of Lu Chen's myriad divine abilities. Lu Chen, however, regarded him with disdain. Who told you this was the Shanshan sword technique? He retorted, today, allow me to demonstrate the purple cloud divine sword technique. As the intricate hand seals transformed, an imperial might seem to coalesce around Lu Chen. The myriad spiritual swords in the vicinity converged into a singular, resplendent purple-gold spiritual sword. Purple cloud, divine sword technique. Randang's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. How many more divine powers did Lu Chen possess that had yet to be unveiled? Yet, in the present moment, all he could do was defend against this sword strike. With a grave expression, Randang summoned his full magical energy and positioned the Liangtan ruler before him. After exhausting all his defensive measures, Lu Chen made his move. With a flick of his right hand, a scorching sunfire entwined around the purple-gold spiritual sword. The next instant, the purple cloud divine sword descended. The full manifestation of the purple cloud divine sword technique, executed at the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm, wielded power that had already transcended that very realm. Moreover, this sword was imbued with the essence of the sun fire. It struck Randang with the force capable of annihilating all things. His pinnacle great Luo golden immortal power, coupled with the Liangtan ruler's defenses, faltered under this strike, barely sustaining for a few breaths. As he witnessed his defenses crumble, terror filled Randang's eyes, prompting him to hastily evade. Fortunately, his swift movement redirected the blow from his head to his right arm, severing it entirely. Yet, due to the sun fire, the wound was instantly cauterized. The spiritual sword, undeterred, plunged into the ocean, leaving behind an unfathomable scar on the seabed. The surrounding cultivators gazed on in horror. In that moment, Randang belatedly glanced at the stump of his severed arm, a wave of unprecedented dread surging from the depths of his being. Had he not dodged just in time, he would have perished beneath that sword. How could a great Luo golden immortal wield such terrifying powers? Lu Chen chuckled lightly. Did you evade? Then allow me to unleash another sword, as he spoke. The sound of the sword's song resonated once more, witnessing the spiritual sword gather once again. Ronding's body bristled with fear, and he looked up at the heavens, locking eyes with Yuanshi, whose gaze was cold and penetrating. In that moment of mutual recognition, Randing, despite understanding Yuanshi's intent, inhaled deeply and stammered, "I concede." He comprehended the implications of his surrender for the Chan Sect, and knew Yuanshi would find it difficult to accept this reality. However, he also understood that he possessed no means to withstand Lu Chen's sword. He did not wish to lose another arm, or, worse yet, his life, as soon as the words left his mouth. The spiritual sword that Lu Chen had conjured dissipated instantly. I asked at it. "In truth, I lack the strength for another strike," Lu Chen remarked to Ronding's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it possible that if he had held on a moment longer, victory could have been within his grasp? "You," enraged, Randing coughed up a mouthful of blood, the peak great Luo golden immortal collapsing into unconsciousness. Seeing this, Lu Chen's lips curled into a smirk, regardless of whether his previous claim held any truth. The fact that he had rendered Randing unconscious sufficed. He then turned his gaze towards Yuanshi above. "Yuanshi, I wonder who else from the Chan Sect is prepared to fight?" At this moment, Yuanshi stood as still as a statue, his face betraying no emotion, yet a dreadful aura of sanctity enveloped him. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, his gaze shifted towards Lu Chen, revealing a glimmer of murderous intent deep within his eyes. Initially, he had hoped Randing would triumph over Lu Chen, securing a victory for the Chan Sect and restoring some semblance of dignity. Who could have anticipated that even Randing would fall to Lu Chen? Now, the Chan Sect's reputation lay in tatters. Point 1 could only imagine how the events of this day would be recounted throughout the wilderness. Lu Chen had already vanquished 6 from the Yushu, and now he had bested the vice leader of the Chan Sect. Under the Chan Sect's leader, no one seemed capable of contending with Lu Chen. What troubled Yuanshi the most was that the architect of this monumental defeat was none other than Lu Chen, whom he had personally expelled from the Chan Sect. In essence, the outcome of today stemmed entirely from his past actions. No, how could this be attributed to him? It was all Lu Chen's doing. "Yuanshi, accept your defeat." At that moment, Tongtian approached Yuanshi's side. Yuanshi cast a glance at Tongtian, his face contorted with displeasure as he handed over the void box. Reluctantly, he spoke. "I apologize to the Jiejin Sect for my previous statements that I acknowledge that I underestimated the disciples of the Jiejin Sect. They are not inferior to those of the Chan Sect." Although his tone lacked sincerity, Tongtian, in a good mood, chose not to hold it against Yuanshi. Subsequently, Yuanshi prepared to lead Randing and the others back to Kunlun Mountain. They could not linger on Golden Ao Island any longer. Just as he was about to depart, Laozi looked down at Lu Chen and spoke slowly. "Lu Chen, or perhaps I should address you as Chen Lu." This statement from Laozi might seem bewildering to those unfamiliar with the name Chen Lu. However, anyone who had heard of him would feel a jolt of recognition. Xiandu, standing beside Laozi, widened his eyes, fixated on Lu Chen. Although Lu Chen had demonstrated strength that surpassed all expectations during this competition, Xiandu merely regarded it with astonishment. After all, it was the 12 immortals of Yushu who had suffered. Not him. He had apprenticed under Laozi, primarily focusing on alchemy. And no matter how formidable Lu Chen's strength, he could not surpass Xiandu in the realm of alchemy. Yet, the name Chen Lu captured his attention. Chen Lu was the only peer who had outperformed him in alchemy. Now, hearing his master imply that Lu Chen was indeed Chen Lu, to Xiandu, Chen Lu represented an alchemical prodigy. Yet for Yuanshi and Tongtian, the name bore an entirely different significance. Yuanshi, who had been ready to leave, halted abruptly. He glanced at Laozi and then at Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, Chen Lu, the great Luo golden immortal who refused to join the Chan Sect at Buzhou Mountain and possessed the 12-petal flower, also named Chen Lu. Is it merely a coincidence?" Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Lu Chen nodded slightly. My birth name is Lu Chen. Chen Lu is merely an alternate identity for convenience. There is no shame in being recognized by Laozi. After all, it is not stipulated that the champion of the alchemical competition must join a sect. Upon hearing Lu Chen's admission, Laozi sighed in relief. His suspicions had begun when Lu Chen unleashed the sunfire. It was well known that only the Jinwu clan possessed such flames in the current wilderness. The only individuals he had encountered among the human race who wielded sunfire were the former Chen Lu and the present Lu Chen. While their cultivation levels, auras, and appearances were markedly different, such attributes could be disguised and altered. Given that Lu Chen had already revealed numerous unexpected techniques and powers, the existence of another identity as Chen Lu did not seem implausible. His probing question had yielded the desired outcome. Lu Chen was indeed Chen Lu. What Chen Lu? Yuanshi exclaimed in shock, completely losing his composure. Could it be that Lu Chen is the Chen Lu who possessed the 12-petal flower? In the face of Yuanshi's incredulous gaze, Lu Chen chuckled lightly. Not long ago, we encountered each other at Buzhou Mountain. Has the Yushu saint forgotten so quickly? Yuanshi felt as though he had been struck by lightning. No, it cannot be. That Chen Lu was a great Luo golden immortal with a 12-petal flower. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chen activated the illusory spirit pearl, transforming into the likeness of Chen Lu. Now, can the Yushu saint recognize me? Yuanshi stood there, utterly dazed, his entire being rendered speechless, as his mind suffered yet another devastating blow. He could hardly fathom how Lu Chen, once a pitiable true immortal with humble origins, had transformed into a grand Luo golden immortal of the highest order, blooming like a flower of the 12th grade. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before him. Lu Chen was indeed Chen Lu. It was he who had expelled Lu Chen from the Chan Sect, only to later invite Chen Lu to join the sect atop Mount Buzhou. How could this be? Equally astonished by Lu Chen's identity were the two saints of the West. Although they had never set foot on Mount Buzhou, they had gleaned part of the truth from Yuanshi and his associates. Lu Chen was, not long ago, the grand Luo golden immortal who had bloomed at the 12th grade on Mount Buzhou. The Jiejin sect had truly produced an extraordinary disciple. Yet this remarkable disciple had been expelled by Yuanshi from the Chan Sect. The two saints of the West exchanged puzzled glances with Yuanshi, their minds filled with confusion. Under their scrutiny, Yuanshi's expression began to contort grotesquely. Today's great contest had turned him into nothing more than a laughingstock, all thanks to Lu Chen. Had Lu Chen displayed such prodigious talent while still in the Chan Sect, he would never have been expelled. Lu Chen, how dare you toy with me? Yuanshi roared, his demeanor bordering on madness. A surge of sacred might surged toward Lu Chen, but before it could reach him, it was abruptly halted by an unexpected figure. Laozi, his gaze icy, fixed Yuanshi with an unwavering stare. Yuanshi, how can a saint like you lay hands on a disciple of the Jiejin sect? Yuanshi was momentarily taken aback. What did Lu Chen have to do with him? Moreover, should he not be standing on Lu Chen's side? How dare Lu Chen continue to mock him? He would not let this go unpunished. Yuanshi's words drew a derisive laugh from Lu Chen. Mock? I truly wonder where the Holy One of the Yuqing sect derives this term, that it was, in fact, you, the Holy One of Yuqing. Who, out of spite for the 12 immortals of Yushu being unable to contend with the demon race, cast me out of the Chan sect, disregarding our bond of master and disciple that has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. Must a saint behave so unreasonable, forcing one to leave a sect when they wish to depart, and compelling entry when one wishes to join? As Lu Chen's words hung in the air, many bewildered gazes turned toward Yuanshi. He had expelled Lu Chen from the Chan sect, leading to the current predicament, and now he was shifting the blame onto Lu Chen. The actions of the Holy One of Yuqing were indeed despicable. Yuanshi's face twisted in agony. In that moment, he truly regretted having expelled Lu Chen from the Chan sect. Yet, this regret was fleeting. Compared to regret, he yearned to see Lu Chen utterly destroyed. However, with Laozi and Tongtian present, he could not act against Lu Chen. As the standoff persisted, Tongtian and the others seemed to sense something amiss, turning their gazes to the east. Soon, those around them began to take notice as well. In the eastern sky, a sun began to expand rapidly. In mere moments, a figure appeared above Golden Ao Island, draped in a purple-gold robe that exuded an imperial aura. It was the demon emperor Jiejin. Jiejin surveyed his surroundings, his gaze briefly lingering on Lu Chen before he spoke. It is fortuitous that the Chan, Jia, Ren, and Western sects are all present in a century. My demon race will convene a heavenly court assembly, and I, along with the Eastern Emperor, cordially invite all to gather at the heavenly court. His words momentarily diverted the attention of the crowd from Lu Chen. What was the purpose of the demon race's heavenly court assembly? Before anyone could speculate, Jiejin produced several golden feathers. These were the invitations from the demon race's heavenly court. After delivering his message, Jiejin did not linger. Turning to depart, Lu Chen watched the direction in which Jiejin had left. Although uncertain of the demon race's intentions, he sensed an opportunity to meet many powerful figures of the demon race, while the lesser demons of the Xian immortal and golden immortal realms were inconsequential. A meeting with the Eastern Emperor Tai would surely yield a substantial reward. As Lu Chen contemplated this prospect, Laozi turned to Tongtian and spoke slowly. Tongtian, is it possible for Lu Chen to join my Rin sect? This statement drew the attention of everyone back to Laozi. Countless astonished gazes fell upon him. Had he just proposed allowing Lu Chen to join the Rin sect? Not only were others bewildered, but Tongtian also found himself momentarily at a loss. Struggling to comprehend Laozi's meaning that Lu Chen was his disciple of the Jiejin sect. How could he join the Rin sect? Noticing Tongtian's confusion, Laozi elaborated. What I mean is, let Lu Chen leave the Jiejin sect and join my Rin sect. This. Tongtian finally grasped Laozi's intention. Without a moment's hesitation, he shook his head. In a way, if it were an ordinary disciple of the Jiejin sect, he might have considered it. But this was Lu Chen, a grand Luo golden immortal of the 12th grade, possessing unparalleled comprehension of various techniques and spells, with a future of limitless potential. Such a disciple could never be handed over to Laozi. Besides, the elixir that Guang Chengzi had consumed was likely provided by Laozi. He had yet to settle that score. Meanwhile, Xiandu's heart was also set at ease that if Lu Chen were to join the Rin sect, what would become of his standing there? Yet they had underestimated Laozi's resolve to recruit Lu Chen. Laozi showed no signs of retreating. Junior brother, you only see Lu Chen's 12th grade blooming potential in cultivation. But do you not know that his talent in alchemy is also unparalleled in the Honghuang realm? Even I cannot compare. Should he remain in the Jiejin sect, his alchemical gifts would be squandered. Laozi's words sent shockwaves through the minds of those present. Astonished gazes turned once more toward Lu Chen. Even the two saints of the West and Tongtian shared the same sentiment, especially Yuanshi, who gazed at Lu Chen with a blank expression. What had he just heard? Lu Chen? Alchemy? No. What relationship could there possibly be between Lu Chen and alchemy? How could it be said that his talent in alchemy surpassed even Laozi's? If such words had come from anyone else, Yuanshi would not have believed a single syllable. Yet now, the very speaker was Laozi himself. What kind of alchemy could provoke such humility in Laozi? Meanwhile, Tongtian stared at Lu Chen in astonishment. What else had he hidden? Before he could respond to Laozi, Laozi spoke again that I know that my request may seem somewhat presumptuous, but if you could allow Lu Chen to join me, I would be willing to offer the Jiejin sect a supreme, innate spiritual treasure as compensation. The crowd stared at Laozi as if they had seen a ghost that a supreme, innate spiritual treasure in exchange for a disciple. Would the Holy One of Taiji truly be so generous? After all, regardless of Lu Chen's talent and potential, he was still only a grand Luo golden immortal at present, and his future would require time to develop. Yet a supreme innate spiritual treasure was exceedingly rare throughout the Honghuang realm. But they knew not that for Laozi, trading a supreme innate spiritual treasure for Lu Chen was an exceedingly worthwhile bargain. The world views becoming a heavenly Tao saint as the pinnacle of one's cultivation. Yet only after achieving the status of a saint does one realize how arduous it is to elevate one's realm. Even Laozi found his progress nearly stagnant. However, the 10 pattern elixirs crafted by Chun Lu offered him a glimpse of a shortcut. If he could master the crafting of high-grade elixirs with 10 patterns, it might accelerate the cultivation of a saint. Thus, since the conclusion of the last alchemical competition, he had been diligently researching alchemy. Yet, after such a lengthy period, he still had not grasped the essence of the 10 patterns. If Lu Chen were to join the Rin sect, he might glean insights from Lu Chen's alchemical techniques. Should that occur, if Laozi's own alchemy were to advance, the benefits provided by Lu Chen would far exceed that of a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Originally, had Lu Chen's sect not been led by a saint, Laozi would have forcibly taken Lu Chen. Yet now, since Lu Chen was a disciple of the Jiejin sect, even he, the Holy One of Taiji, could not act recklessly and thus had to negotiate with Tongtian at this moment. Tongtian remained immersed in the shock brought about by Laozi's words, a supreme innate spiritual treasure for a disciple of the Jiejin sect. Laozi is indeed generous. The problem lies in the fact that Tongtian is not willing to part with anything. After all, this is Lu Chen. Moreover, the implication of my previous statement was essentially to assert that Tongtian falls short compared to myself. While it is true that in the art of alchemy, I indeed do not measure up to him, such honesty can be rather unpalatable that I can augment a supreme, innate spiritual treasure with 3 high-tier pills that I personally concocted. Noticing Tongtian's indecision, I decided to impose further conditions. This is not merely a matter of how much you can offer. Tongtian shook his head. As a disciple of Jiejin, he is not a bargaining chip. He cannot refine pills. Yet Lu Chen is a disciple of Jiejin. Why should he cede him to another sect? Tongtian's refusal darkened my expression. 10 pills, each beneficial to the great Luo golden immortals. Capable of enhancing their cultivation. Tongtian, do not overstep. I'm nearing my limits that in my view. Asking for Lu Chen, a great Luo golden immortal, along with a supreme innate spiritual treasure and 10 pills from Jiejin, is already quite advantageous. After all, Tongtian cannot impart any knowledge of alchemy to Lu Chen. Over yonder, Yuanshi felt a bit dizzy, as if he were about to faint at Lu Chen, someone he previously deemed unworthy due to his low cultivation and lack of future prospects, had been expelled from Chan Sect. Yet now, Laozi was willing to pay such a price to vie for him with Jiejin. Achieving the status of Saint of the Tao. No, to be precise. This should be the most absurd occurrence Yuanshi had encountered since he began his cultivation journey. He was eager to see which sect Lu Chen would ultimately choose. Tongtian shook his head once more. This is not a matter of how many pills you can offer. Laozi, now agitated, furrowed his brows and pointed an accusing finger at Tongtian. Tongtian, do you not realize that your selfishness could obliterate an unprecedented alchemical genius in Honghuang? Even an ordinary great Luo golden immortal would bristle at such a direct reprimand, let alone a saint like Tongtian, that a person's energy is ultimately finite. Lu Chen is a great Luo golden immortal of the 12th tier, destined to achieve quasi-saint status, or even become a Hunyuan great Luo golden immortal or a saint of the Tao. How could he possibly divert his focus to alchemy? I state that I would ruin an alchemical prodigy, and I further assert that you would destroy a future saint. Tongtian stood firm. Those nearby who were observing were witnessing something unprecedented. 2 saints were embroiled in a heated dispute over a great Luo golden immortal, a truly unheard-of scenario. Are you truly unwilling to relent? I issued my final ultimatum. I will not relent. Tongtian's response was equally resolute. As the tension escalated between the two, it seemed they were on the brink of confrontation. At that moment, Jiejin spoke up. Forgive my candor, but the two of you have been at odds with no resolution in sight. Why not inquire about Lu Chen's own wishes? His words served as a reminder to me. I turned my gaze directly to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, should you join my Ren Jiao, you would become my foremost disciple, and I shall spare no effort in ensuring you become the preeminent alchemist of Honghuang. Do you wish to take me as your master? Upon uttering these words, Xiandu felt a wave of darkness wash over him. No, if Lu Chen becomes the foremost disciple of Ren Jiao, what will become of him? He yearned to voice his protest, but based on his experience by Laozi's side for so long, he deemed it wiser to remain silent. However, silence from Xiandu did not prevent others from speaking. Tongtian glared at Laozi with a frosty demeanor. Laozi, what do you mean by this? Do you truly believe Lu Chen, a great Luo golden immortal, would dare to refuse you in front of so many people? In Tongtian's view, Laozi was using his status as a saint to coerce Lu Chen. Why would he not dare? The decision to join my Ren Jiao rests solely on his own volition. Ultimately, whether it is better to remain in Jiejin or join my Ren Jiao, Lu Chen must make his own judgment. I spoke up. Once again, all eyes turned to Lu Chen. In truth, Jiejin's proposal bore no good intentions. After all, regardless of his choice, Lu Chen would undoubtedly offend one of the saints, be it Tongtian or Laozi. Lu Chen, rest assured, if you join my Ren Jiao, no one in Honghuang would dare to harm you. I painted a grand vision for Lu Chen. Regardless of the outcome, As long as I could recruit Lu Chen into Ren Jiao, my alchemical skills would surely advance, making it all worthwhile. Then, under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Lu Chen slowly began to speak. Thank you, Saint Ta Ching, for your kind offer. However, I have no interest in the path of alchemy. I wish to remain in Jiejiao.to others. This may seem like a dilemma for Lu Chen. Yet for him, there was nothing to ponder. Had Laozi approached him the moment he was expelled from Chan Jiao, he would have joined without hesitation. But now, he had no need for it. Furthermore, in terms of alchemy, Laozi had nothing to teach him. The system's maximum level alchemy skills were no exaggeration. Moreover, even if he were to join Chan Jiao, then Jiejiao, and finally Ren Jiao, would that be such a disgraceful path? As for the notion of offending Laozi, he had already done so the moment he won first place in the alchemical competition, yet refused to join Ren Jiao. And besides, whether or not to take on a master is ultimately a matter of mutual consent. Surely Laozi would not resort to violence over such a trivial issue. Lu Chen's rejection was firm and unequivocal. However, the onlookers were wide-eyed with astonishment. After all, joining Ren Jiao would mean becoming the foremost disciple of Saint Ta Ching, while remaining in Jiejiao would render him just another disciple among many. Moreover, from the perspective of saintly power, Laozi was undeniably stronger than Tongtian. Yet, despite Laozi's generous conditions, Lu Chen still declined, and it can only be said that this 12th-tier Great Luo Golden Immortal possessed qualities that set him apart from the rest. For the onlookers, Lu Chen's refusal was merely a spectacle. However, for Laozi, it was utterly unacceptable. His countenance darkened within mere breaths, veins pulsating uncontrollably on his forehead. It was indeed the first time he had faced rejection in taking on a disciple. No, it should be said it was the second time, and both instances were at the hands of the same individual that a flicker of coldness surged in his gaze as he stared at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, I can offer you another opportunity, and oh need. Lu Chen replied without a moment's hesitation. This. The coldness in Laozi's eyes gradually morphed into a murderous intent. One who does not heed the wine offered shall drink the cup of punishment. Before so many witnesses, the Saint Ta Ching, faced repeated refusals. This Lu Chen. Yet before he could unleash his wrath, Tongtian had already positioned himself in front of Laozi with a slight smile. You heard him. Lu Chen has no intention of pursuing the path of alchemy. Having said this, Tongtian turned his gaze toward the crowd on Jiejin Island. Today, Lu Chen shall become my 5th foremost disciple. Unfortunately, due to the presence of the 4 foremost disciples, Duo Bao, Jin Ling Shengmu, Wu Dang Shengmu, and Gue Ling Shengmu, Lu Chen arrived late and could only be ranked 5th. That do not be deceived by the title of 5th disciple. It remains the highest position Tongtian can currently offer. After all, since the establishment of Jiejiao, there has never been a precedent for an outer disciple to ascend to an inner disciple. Lu Chen, today you have won the grand competition for Jiejiao. As your master, I shall bestow upon you this Qing Ping sword. Upon utterance of these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Perhaps the 5th foremost disciple promised by Tongtian was somewhat inferior to Laozi's first disciple. Yet he had actually bestowed the Qing Ping sword upon Lu Chen. It is known that while the Qing Ping sword is merely an innate spiritual treasure, it serves as Tongtian's proof of enlightenment and symbolizes his status. In terms of significance, this Qing Ping sword surpasses any supreme innate spiritual treasure. With this Qing Ping sword in hand, Lu Chen, as the 5th foremost disciple, instantly eclipsed Duo Bao in status, becoming the foremost disciple under the saints. Thank you, Master. Lu Chen took the Qingping sword into his hands. Upon witnessing Lu Chen acquire the Qingping sword, the scattered cultivators felt a surge of jealousy, their eyes reddening with envy. It is indeed a source of great jealousy for a Luo Golden Immortal to possess a treasure of enlightenment bestowed upon a sage. However, among the disciples of the Chan Sect, there was not a hint of dissatisfaction or resentment. Rather, only admiration prevailed. Even Duo Bao shared this sentiment. Given Lu Chen's performance today and the potential he embodies for the future, he is truly deserving of the Qingping sword. Without Lu Chen's intervention, the Chan Sect would not have triumphed in this grand contest. Conversely, the expressions on Yuanshi and Laozi's faces would have been exceedingly grim. Tongtian's act of bestowing the Qingping sword not only announced Lu Chen's esteemed position within the Jie sect to all cultivators of the Hongwang realm, but also served as a warning to Yuanshi and Laozi. Do not touch Lu Chen. Let us depart, Laozi declared, no longer willing to linger, and left with Xian Du. He felt that staying even a moment longer could drive him to fury. With Laozi's departure, Yuanshi also took his leave along with the 12 immortals of Yu Su and Randang. Returning to Kunlun Mountain, the remaining two saints of the West turned their gazes towards Tongtian. Jiejin chuckled, "Congratulations, Tao friend of the upper clear, the Jie sect will undoubtedly flourish in the future. My junior brother and I shall take our leave." Jiejin and Yuanshi then returned to Mount Sumi. Thus, this grand contest finally came to a close, with Lu Chen emerging as the undeniable victor. Meanwhile, not long after Yuanshi and his companions left Jiejin Island, he suddenly recalled something. Where was the South Pole Elder? Several centuries had passed since he dispatched the South Pole Elder to ambush Lu Chen near Jiejin Island. Given that Lu Chen was indeed Chen Lu, it implied that Chen Lu had departed from Jiejin Island during this time to venture to Buzhou Mountain. Why then had there been no word from the South Pole Elder? Even if he had failed to capture Lu Chen, the South Pole Elder should have returned to report back to him. Why was there no news at all? No, he must return to Jiejin Island to seek clarification. At Jiejin Island, within the Bayou Palace, Lu Chen regarded Tongtian before him, yet his mind was consumed with doubts. After the contest, he had been summoned to the Bayou Palace by Tongtian. It must be said that he had truly outshone everyone during this grand contest. He had defeated the 7 of Yu Su, bested Randang, and even rejected Laozi, only to be granted the Qingping sword by Tongtian. All these events signified that from this day forth, the name Lu Chen would resound throughout the Honghuang realm. Conversely, one could only imagine how the cultivators of the Honghuang would discuss Yuanshi's decision to expel a disciple of such exceptional talent, one who bloomed with 12 petals and possessed unparalleled alchemical abilities from the Chan Sect. Yuanshi, the Holy One of the Jade Clear, would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule throughout the annals of Honghuang history. This was also one of Lu Chen's objectives. However, the grand contest had also brought him some troubles. First and foremost, he had thoroughly offended Yuanshi and Laozi. Yet he was not overly concerned. After all, given their status as saints, it was unlikely they would take action against him at this juncture. Moreover, there was still Tongtian to consider. Even if Yuanshi were shameless enough to act personally, he possessed the chaos spiritual essence transformation, a life-preserving treasure. The issue with Yuanshi and Laozi was not particularly pressing. The more pressing concern lay with Tongtian. How would he explain his alchemical prowess and treasures, such as the Z-Wei Dragonbone Bow? Furthermore, there was the matter of his 12-petal bloom. After all, Lu Chen had ascended from the true immortal realm to the mid-stage of the Luo Golden Immortal within a mere millennium. Any individual would naturally be curious about the fortuitous encounters he had experienced. It seemed that Tongtian had summoned him for this very reason. Just as Lu Chen pondered what excuse he could fabricate to placate Tongtian, the saint spoke. "This is the void box, which Yuanshi lost to me in this contest. From now on, it belongs to you." With that, Tongtian bestowed the void box upon Lu Chen. Lu Chen stared at the box, momentarily taken aback. Yet another exceptional, innate spiritual treasure. This grand contest had yielded an additional reward. "Thank you, Master," Tongtian continued. "Lu Chen, I have called you here not only to present you with the void box, but also to impart a crucial piece of information. Henceforth, in the Hongwang realm, you need not fear anyone. Even if the heavens were to collapse, I, Tongtian, shall support you. Just remember, you are a disciple of my Jie sect." This contest was not merely a simple victory for the Jie sect. The actions of Guang Changzi's elixirs and the subsequent appearance of Randang clearly illustrated Yuanshi's willingness to resort to any means to achieve his goals. With the Jie sect's defeat today, coupled with Lu Chen's involvement, the Jie and Chan sects were destined to be at odds. Furthermore, Laozi would also harbor resentment towards the events of today. Thus, whether Tongtian was willing or not, a day would inevitably come when the Three Clear would tear apart their facade of unity. Since the initial calamity of the Long Han era, the Hongwang realm had not witnessed any large-scale conflict for quite some time. Yet now, The tensions among the three sects and the various actions of the demon clans seemed to herald a return to chaos in the Honghuang realm. He needed to cultivate an unparalleled powerhouse for the Jiejin sect, and that person was none other than Lu Chen. I shall remember my master's words. Lu Chen bowed in respect, a warm current flowing through his heart. It appeared that his decision to join the Jiejin sect was indeed the right one. Although the original timeline foretold the Jiejin sect's demise during the Fengshen calamity, that was a different story. Now that he, Lu Chen, had arrived, especially considering the enmity between him and Yuanshi, the forthcoming Fengshen calamity would surely be altered. Very well, return to your cultivation. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to come and inquire of me. Tongtian waved his hand. Lu Chen was again taken aback. Was that it? No questions? How could Tongtian refrain from asking anything? Though he remained silent, Tongtian had already gleaned something from his expression. Every cultivator in the Honghuang realm possesses their own fortuitous encounters. Each individual harbors their own secrets. If you are unwilling to speak, then I shall not PRYS. Soon as he finished speaking, Tongtian's expression darkened, and he departed the Bayou Palace with Lu Chen. In the next moment, Tongtian brought Lu Chen to the pinnacle of Jiejin Island, where they encountered Yuanshi, who had just arrived. What brings you back to my Jiejin Island? Tongtian glared at Yuanshi with evident displeasure. He did not believe Yuanshi's return heralded anything positive. Yuanshi's gaze first fell upon Lu Chen, and the coldness in his eyes was unmistakable. Yet he understood that with Tongtian present, he could not act against Lu Chen. Where is the South Pole Elder? Yuanshi directly stated his purpose. Lu Chen's heart stirred. It had been several centuries since he had slain the South Pole Elder. Had Yuanshi only just realized this? Meanwhile, Tongtian wore a baffled expression. The South Pole Elder is one of your Chan Sects. How would I know? How absurd. Tongtian. Previously I dispatched the South Pole Elder to lay in wait near Jiejin Island to capture Lu Chen. Yet he has not returned, and you dare claim this has nothing to do with you? In Yuanshi's view, only Tongtian, the Holy One of the Upper Clear, could be responsible for the South Pole Elder's disappearance. Tongtian's expression grew cold. You sent the South Pole Elder to lie in wait for Lu Chen? Yuanshi, I believe I made the matter regarding Huang Longzhenren very clear. You still dare to send someone after Lu Chen? Do you truly think there is no one in the Jiejin sect? A surge of holy might surged skyward. Under normal circumstances, the South Pole Elder's presence near Jiejin Island would naturally fall within Tongtian's perception. However, since the South Pole Elder was aware that his actions were unjustifiable, he had chosen a location far from Jiejin Island. Additionally, after Yuanshi's visit in relation to Huang Longzhenren, Tongtian had focused all his attention on guiding Duo Bao and the others in their cultivation for the sake of the three-sect contest. Thus, had Yuanshi not mentioned it today, he would have remained oblivious to the South Pole Elder's situation. Yuanshi also realized he had let slip a crucial detail. However, given the current circumstances, there was nothing left to conceal. Let us speak plainly. The actions of the South Pole Elder were indeed at my behest, and I acknowledge that we, the Chan Sect, were at fault. However, this matter has transpired over several centuries. It is time for you to release him. Yuanshi still harbored the belief that Tongtian had apprehended Nanji Xianwen. The issue lies in the fact that Tongtian had never even encountered Nanji Xianwen. So how could he possibly acknowledge such a claim? Do not say I have not seen Nanji Xianwen. Even if he were to fall into the hands of my Jiejin, I would never relinquish him to you. If the matter of Nanji Xianwen is not dealt with severely, will it not embolden anyone to lurk around his Golden Ao Island in the future? Are you truly saying you have never seen Nanji Xianwen? Yuanshi inquired once more. Although Tongtian did not respond, his expression spoke volumes. I could see that moment. Yuanshi's heart began to waver. It seemed unlikely that Tongtian would resort to deception over a mere Nanji Xianwen. However, if Tongtian had not harmed Nanji Xianwen, then where could the latter have vanished? Could a Deluo Jinxian simply disappear into thin air? As these thoughts swirled his mind, Yuanshi's gaze suddenly fell upon Lu Chen. Previously, he had deemed Lu Chen's cultivation too feeble to pose any threat to Nanji Xianwen. Yet, after the grand competition today, Lu Chen had revealed numerous formidable abilities. With his mid-stage Deluo Jinxian prowess, Alongside his magical artifacts and techniques, it was conceivable that Nanji Xianweng might not stand a chance against him. Could it be that Nanji Xianweng's disappearance was somehow related to Lu Chen? Once the suspicion took root, Yuanshi became increasingly resolute in his conjecture. The matter of Nanji Xianweng must inevitably involve Lu Chen. Lu Chen, what have you done to Nanji Xianweng? In response to Yuanshi's inquiry, Lu Chen remained remarkably composed. He understood fully that as his strength became apparent, it was only a matter of time before Yuanshi would direct his suspicions toward him. However, they could only suspect him. With the system at his side, any deductions would be rendered futile, as long as no one had witnessed him slay Nanji Xianweng. Yuanshi would be powerless against him. Yuqing Saint, what basis do you have for such claims? What relevance does Nanji Xianweng's disappearance hold for me? Tongtian interjected coldly. After all, Nanji Xianweng was a pinnacle to Luo Jinxian. What could Lu Chen possibly do to him? Yuanshi shook his head. If it were the Lu Chen of the past, he might indeed have posed no threat to Nanji Xianweng. Yet, judging by the strength and abilities displayed in today's grand competition, he was certainly capable of surpassing or even slaying Nanji Xianweng. With every word, Yuanshi grew more convinced of his hypothesis. It was only during today's competition that he had uncovered Lu Chen's true capabilities. Nanji Xianweng would undoubtedly have made the same realization. When the two clashed, Nanji Xianweng would likely grow complacent, underestimating Lu Chen due to his perceived knowledge of him. Under such circumstances, it would not be impossible for Nanji Xianweng to fall to Lu Chen. However, this assertion was swiftly countered by Lu Chen. Yuqing Saint, your imagination is indeed commendable. However, according to your reasoning, Nanji Xianweng should have acted against me the moment I first left the island. Yet at that time, I had not yet reached the level of the Luo Jinxian, only attaining that of Tai Jinxian. How could a pinnacle to Luo Jinxian be unable to defeat even a mere Tai Jinxian? Yuanshi's expression stiffened. It indeed seemed to be the case. After all, Lu Chen had broken through to the Luo Jinxian at Buzhou Mountain, a fact witnessed by both him and Tongtian. Could it be that Nanji Xianweng could not even best a Tai Jinxian? He scrutinized both Lu Chen and Tongtian. As a saint, Tongtian would not dare to take credit for something he did not accomplish. Lu Chen was at the time a Tai Jinxian, lacking the strength to subdue Nanji Xianweng. Could it be that this matter truly bore no relation to Jiejin? Yet how could a Luo Jinxian simply vanish in thin air? As Yuanshi became engulfed in self-doubt, Lu Chen smirked, speaking once more. Do not say I had yet to achieve the status of the Luo Jinxian. Even if I had, what of it? To surpass a Luo Jinxian and to slay one are entirely different matters. Could it be that Nanji Xianweng, despite his peak Luo status, was incapable of fleeing? Lu Chen's words served as a reminder to Tongtian. A growing chill crept across Tongtian's face. Yuanshi, you must realize that the matter of Nanji Xianweng might not be merely a fabrication to trouble Lu Chen. Yuanshi looked utterly incredulous. Do I truly need to go to such lengths to deal with Lu Chen? Tongtian glanced at Yuanshi, then surprisingly nodded. Not necessarily. Yuanshi felt as though he might explode with frustration. Tongtian, with a solemn expression, declared, Yuanshi, heed me well. Let alone that the matter of Nanji Xianweng bears no relation to Lu Chen. Even if Nanji Xianweng were truly slain by Lu Chen, it would be his own folly, a case of being outmatched. I shall not intervene in the conflicts between our disciples. However, should you dare to bully Lu Chen with your might, you must first reckon with my 4 swords of extermination. Yuanshi's countenance darkened entirely. Are you threatening me? And what if I am? Tongtian responded fearlessly. Though no blows were exchanged, an invisible clash of saintly might reverberated through the air, causing the entire dome to tremble. After a moment, Yuanshi seemed to relent, turning his gaze to Lu Chen. I shall ask you one final time. Have you seen Nanji Xianweng? No, Lu Chen replied, his eyes unwavering as he spoke the falsehood. Very well, very well. Yuanshi conceded. Dismissing the matter as a misunderstanding, he turned to leave. Tongtian regarded Lu Chen, producing a talisman. This is a special talisman I have forged from the upper clear realm. In times of peril, activating this talisman will allow me to be informed Lu Chen accepted the talisman. In a sense, it could be considered a life-saving charm from a saint. With this, he had gained an additional means of protection. You may return now. Remember, focus solely on your cultivation. I shall handle the rest. As soon as Tongtian finished speaking, Lu Chen swiftly darted towards his cave abode. He was quite occupied. After Lu Chen departed, Tongtian glanced in the direction of Yuanshi's exit, then looked at the location of Lu Chen's cave, his gaze becoming resolutely determined. Within the cave, Lu Chen immediately immersed himself in the 36 grades of ethereal seal. This competition not only successfully humiliated Yuanshi, bringing disgrace to the Chan Sect, but also unexpectedly allowed him to confront the two saints of the West. The great heavenly immortal emperor finger and the immortal spirit technique were both divine arts that needed to be mastered promptly. The former, needless to say, was crucial. His Yixiao divine sword technique and Tongtian sacred thunder had been thoroughly exposed. In future confrontations, opponents would undoubtedly guard against these two formidable abilities at such a juncture. The great heavenly immortal emperor finger would prove invaluable today as for the immortal spirit technique. It was an opportunity that could not be missed, as it would directly elevate his cultivation by a significant realm. Although this enhancement would only be temporary, it could very well determine the outcome in typical battles. For others, achieving mastery in these two divine arts within a short span of time would be utterly impossible. However, with the system at his disposal, Lu Chen needed only to grasp the fundamentals. Within the 36 grades of ethereal seal, the time required to reach this preliminary understanding would be drastically shortened. Let us begin, before heading to the heavenly court assembly of the demon race. Even if a breakthrough to quasi-sainthood remains elusive, he must elevate his strength as much as possible. Lu Chen promptly commenced his training in the great heavenly immortal emperor finger and the immortal spirit technique. Meanwhile, on Kunlun Mountain, Guangchengzi and Randang stood outside the Jade Void Palace, hardly daring to breathe. Inside the palace, Yuanshi paced back and forth, his brow furrowing deeper with each step at Lu Chen. Upon reflecting on his return, he realized that matters were not as Lu Chen had claimed. It was well known that the Southern Pole Immortal could not simply vanish. Eliminating that impossibility, the remaining explanation, no matter how absurd it appeared, could only be the singular truth that if Lu Chen could transform from a lowly waste into a blossoming 12-petal great Luo golden immortal, then it was not inconceivable for him to slay the Southern Pole Immortal with his Tai golden immortal cultivation. Perhaps the Huanglong Jinren had indeed perished at Lu Chen's hands. However, he now needed to further validate his conjecture. The challenge lay in how to conduct this verification. Yuanshi gestured with his right hand, attempting to deduce once more. Yet such divination was destined to yield no results. The circumstances surrounding the Southern Pole Immortal were strikingly similar to those of Huanglong Jinren. The only distinction was that Huanglong Jinren's body had been located, confirming his demise, whereas the Southern Pole Immortal remained unaccounted for. Even if the body could not be found, the Southern Pole Immortal was likely in grave peril. After all, why would a great Luo golden immortal, if still alive, fail to return to the Chan Sect? All signs indicated a significant connection between the Southern Pole Immortal, Huanglong Jinren, and Lu Chen. Yet with no successful divination and no witnesses to be found, it seemed the only option was to focus on Lu Chen. Ideally, he would capture Lu Chen and bring him back to the Chan Sect. With his skills, he was certain to unearth the truth from Lu Chen. The dilemma, however, was that Lu Chen was under Tongtian's protection on Jiejin Island. It was not that he feared Tongtian. Rather, he had already visited Jiejin Island twice, and Tongtian had shown no signs of relent. With Tongtian around, capturing Lu Chen was utterly implausible. The best course of action would be to seize Lu Chen at a time when Tongtian was absent. Yet upon further contemplation, even in Tongtian's absence, judging by Lu Chen's previously displayed prowess, no one in the Chan Sect, aside from him, the Jade Purity Saint, could subdue Lu Chen. Should he take action, it would infringe upon Tongtian's previous bottom line. And Tongtian would undoubtedly retaliate against the Chan Sect. Yuanshi's brow furrowed into a deep crease. He had never anticipated that he would find himself utterly powerless against Lu Chen. Moments later, it seemed Yuanshi had come to a realization, his expression easing as a ruthless glint flickered in his eyes. What was he truly contemplating? Given the current relations between the Chan and Jiejin sects, why should he harbor such concerns? As long as Lu Chen left Zhou Island, it would present him with an opportunity to act. He would personally capture Lu Chen. As for the repercussions from Tongtian after seizing Lu Chen, Yuanshi was prepared to face them as long as he could prove that Lu Chen was responsible for Huang Longzhenren's death. The Jiejin sect would hold the moral high ground. The task at hand was to identify a moment to seize Lu Chen. Perhaps the upcoming Heavenly Court Assembly of the Demon Race in a century could serve as a trial. Yet the specifics would have to be determined in due course. On Mount Shumi, brother, the Jiejin sect has indeed produced an extraordinary individual that I foresee Lu Chen having the potential to achieve the status of a primordial great Luo golden immortal. The Xianmin is thriving. Yet when will the Western sect see its day in the sun? As Yuanshi spoke, a fresh wave of concern washed over his countenance. In contrast to Yuanshi's anxiety, Jiejin wore a broad smile. Lu Chen undoubtedly harbored limitless potential, yet he must also possess the capability to realize that potential. What do you mean by that, brother? Yuanshi asked, perplexed. Tongtian had even bestowed upon him the Qingping sword. As a direct disciple of a saint, how could he possibly vanish midway? Jiejin scoffed. Why is that impossible? Although the Jiejin sect emerged victorious in today's contest, Lu Chen has thoroughly offended Yuanshi. Moreover, with Yuanshi expelling him from the Chan Sect, how could he allow Lu Chen to truly flourish? Furthermore, the old master, Lu Chen, publicly rejected him. Do you think he, as a Taiching saint, would simply let it go? Jiejin turned to Yuanshi. If our Western sect does not wish to see Lu Chen rise, do you think the Rinjiao and Chan Sect would? In my view, a conflict among the three purities is inevitable. Yuanshi suddenly grasped the implication. Internal strife within the Xianmin presents a prime opportunity for our Western sect. Brother, what course of action shall we take? Jiejin's fingertip shimmered with golden light as he retrieved the golden feather previously bestowed by Emperor Jun. Initially, he had intended to instigate conflict between the Wu and Yao, hoping to reap benefits for the Western sect. However, it now seemed that meddling in the Xuanmin's internal strife could also prove advantageous. There is no rush. We shall act as the situation dictates. Ultimately, all actions from our Western sect must be aimed at maximizing benefits. On Shuyang Mountain, the atmosphere within the 8th Scenic Palace was suffocating. Xuandu dared not breathe, casting furtive glances at the old master. They could see that moment. The old master was seething with suppressed rage. What does Lu Chen think he is? What does it matter if he is a 12-petal great Luo golden immortal? In the eyes of this Taiching saint, not to mention a great Luo golden immortal, even a quasi-saint could be effortlessly slain with a mere gesture. He had extended an invitation to Lu Chen to join the Rinjiao, even offering him the position of first direct disciple, an overture filled with sincerity. Yet Lu Chen had the audacity to decline. Did he truly believe the old master was without temper? How dare he refuse me? The old master suddenly glared at Xiandu. Is Tongtian truly superior to me? In response to the old master's stern inquiry, Xuandu quickly replied, Master, rest assured, you will undoubtedly surpass Tongtian. It is Lu Chen who lacks the discernment. In truth, Xuandu was perhaps the most pleased by Lu Chen's refusal to join the Rinjiao. Master, in my opinion, the reason Lu Chen can concoct 10 pattern elixirs is solely due to his reliance on true sun fire. His alchemical skills are utterly insignificant in your presence. Xuandu began to belittle Lu Chen. Should he ever fall into my hands, I shall surely avenge you, master. Although he was aware he was no match for Lu Chen, it was essential to placate the old master for now. While he could not produce 10 pattern elixirs himself, he was capable of flattering with words. The icy demeanor on Laozi's face gradually dissipated. After Lu Chen declined the invitation to join the Rinjiao twice, it was improbable that he would extend a third invitation. Yet he yearned to acquire Lu Chen's alchemical techniques to forge the 10 pattern pills. Since taking Lu Chen as a disciple was out of the question, he resolved to employ a more forceful approach. If he could just bring Lu Chen back to Shuyang Mountain with the methods of the Taiching sage. He possessed countless ways to extract Lu Chen's insights and skills in alchemy. However, he understood that this endeavor could not be rushed. After all, there was still a Tongtian to consider. He needed to wait for an opportune moment to capture Lu Chen at the lowest possible cost. Monitor the movements of the Chan and Jie sects closely, he instructed. Laozi issued a command to Xuandu. Although Xuandu felt puzzled at this juncture, uttering another word could invite disaster. The wisest choice was to act immediately. Once Xuandu departed, a terrifying aura of murderous intent erupted from Laozi at Lu Chen. This is a predicament of your own making. Several days later, within the 36 grades of void imprints, Lu Chen formed hand seals. Channeling his internal power with a roaring force, the space behind him suddenly warped as immense energy coalesced into a colossal finger reaching for the heavens. However, this gigantic digit appeared exceedingly ethereal. After sustaining for a few breaths, it disintegrated completely. That a smile graced Lu Chen's face. Although this attempt at the Supreme Celestial Emperor's finger had failed, he had grasped the fundamental essence of it. For an ordinary great Luo, golden immortal, the journey from initial understanding to the true mastery of such a divine ability would require a considerable amount of time. Yet for Lu Chen, this was already sufficient. Utilizing the accelerated flow of time within the 36 grades of space imprint, both his Supreme Celestial Emperor's finger and Celestial Spirit technique had reached the threshold of mastery. There was no need to squander time on cultivation. He could elevate them to their peak instantly. With a mere 2 points of comprehension, both the Supreme Celestial Emperor's finger and Celestial Spirit technique attained their utmost levels. That Lu Chen formed seals once more and unleashed the Supreme Celestial Emperor's finger. In that instant, the space trembled as a giant finger, exuding an aura of destruction, materialized, adorned with intricate and profound patterns. Any ordinary cultivator who merely caught a glimpse would feel an unsettling tremor in their heart. Sensing the might of this colossal digit, Lu Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. Indeed, this was a reward bestowed by the sage of the card, and the emergence of the Supreme Celestial Emperor's finger could likely annihilate any great Luo golden immortal, provided the opponent did not rely on external forces like magical treasures for defense. Even a quasi-saint would pay a grievous price if they dared to underestimate the Supreme Celestial Emperor's finger. Lu Chen's mind stirred. His system, aside from the instant elevation feature, also allowed for profound comprehension based on divine abilities. For instance, the Tongtian Sacred Thunder was derived from the Yuanshi Sacred Thunder and Shangqing Sacred Thunder. If you were to comprehend the Supreme Celestial Emperor's finger, what unparalleled divine ability would he attain? The acquisition of a new divine ability, coupled with instant elevation, would require a total of 20 points of comprehension. At T present, he possessed an abundance of comprehension points. After accruing points from the various encounters at Buzhou Mountain with the Wu clan, as well as the previous 3 teachings competition, his total comprehension points now stood at 780. Directly consumed comprehension points for sublimation comprehension. Attention! The host is currently unable to perform sublimation comprehension on the Supreme Celestial Emperor's finger. The cold, mechanical tone of the system felt like a bucket of icy water poured over Lu Chen. He had anticipated a revelation of some divine ability, only to be met with the inability to undergo sublimation comprehension. What did this mean? His heart stirred again as he attempted sublimation comprehension on the Celestial Spirit technique. Attention! The host is currently unable to perform sublimation comprehension on the Celestial Spirit technique. The same response echoed back. Lu Chen found himself perplexed. Why could the Shangqing Sacred Thunder, Yuanshi Sacred Thunder, and Shangqing Sword technique undergo sublimation comprehension, while the Supreme Celestial Emperor's finger and Celestial Spirit technique could not? Upon voicing his, an ethereal panel appeared before him, detailing the various divine abilities he had mastered. Jinwu Transformation Technique, Zixiao Divine Sword Technique, Tongtian Sacred Thunder, Chaos Demon God Body, Supreme Celestial Emperor's Finger, Celestial Spirit Technique, Space Strangulation, and more. Behind Tongtian Sacred Thunder and Zixiao Divine Sword Technique, a golden first-tier label was inscribed at I. In contrast, the Chaos Demon God Body and Supreme Celestial Emperor's finger bore the gray inscription of cannot be sublimated. Gazing at these divine abilities, Lu Chen began to grasp something significant. Not all techniques could be subjected to sublimation comprehension. For instance, in the case of alchemy, what could sublimation comprehension possibly yield? One could not conjure pills out of thin air. Moreover, the tier of the divine ability mattered. The Shangqing Sword Technique and Shangqing Sacred Thunder were of lower caliber, allowing for the possibility of sublimation comprehension, thus leading to the understanding of the Zixiao, divine sword technique, and Tongtian sacred thunder. However, abilities like the Chaos Demon God Body and Supreme Celestial Emperor's Finger, rewards granted by the Sage of the card, were inherently high tier and thus could not be further sublimated. Of course, this was merely Lu Chen's conjecture. It could also be that sublimation comprehension was unattainable at this stage, given that the system prompt included the word current.to validate his hypothesis. Lu Chen inquired further, is the Supreme Celestial Emperor's Finger unable to undergo sublimation comprehension? Or is it simply not feasible at the moment? Current permissions do not allow for an answer. Lu Chen was left speechless. Was the system now playing riddles? How could one enhance permissions? Please elevate your cultivation level to unlock more permissions. At this moment, Lu Chen began to glean the essence of the situation. His system required an enhancement of his cultivation to unlock additional permissions that he decided to let go of the idea of sublimation for the Supreme Celestial Emperor's Finger for now. However, he soon noticed another detail. Both Tongtian Sacred Thunder and Zixiao Divine Sword Technique had a first-tier label. Did this imply the existence of a second tier? Could these two divine abilities be sublimated a second time? With a thought, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Would the host like to spend 100 comprehension points to perform a second sublimation comprehension on the Zixiao Divine Sword Technique? The requirement of 100 comprehension points for the second sublimation was astonishingly tenfold. If he wasn't mistaken, the sublimated divine abilities would also require 100 comprehension points to reach their peak. Nevertheless, Lu Chen hesitated only briefly. With an abundance of comprehension points, he felt free to indulge. He decided to proceed with the sublimation attempt. Upon granting his consent, the world around Lu Chen instantly transformed. Fading into nothingness, in the expanse of heaven and earth, only a colossal sword loomed. He stepped forward, narrowing his eyes to see more clearly. Yet, in the next moment, a piercing pain shot through his eyes. With his mid-stage great Luo golden immortal cultivation, merely catching a distant glimpse inflicted harm from the sword's radiance. Under the shadow of this giant sword, Lu Chen felt exceedingly diminutive, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of helplessness. He even sensed that should this sword fall, even the Chaos Demon God Body would be unable to withstand it. Fortunately, the illusion did not endure for long. As it dissipated, the familiar system prompt echoed in his ears. Congratulations to the host for cultivating the Zixiao Divine Sword Technique and comprehending the Gui Yin Spirit Sword Technique based on it. Simultaneously, insights regarding the Gui Yin Spirit Sword Technique surged into Lu Chen's consciousness. As the torrent of comprehension flooded his mind, he felt as though his head might split in two. Yet, once he grasped the intricacies of the Gui Yin Spirit Sword Technique, the pain evaporated entirely. Despite having cultivated a multitude of divine abilities, Lu Chen was profoundly shaken by the Gui Yin Spirit Sword Technique. That it was simple. The Gui Yin Spirit Sword Technique contained a fragment of the law of the sword, a force of law. Among the myriad laws, this was undoubtedly one of the most supreme powers of the primordial chaos. Even a heavenly Tao saint would find it arduous to master. Even a mere fragment of the law of the sword was sufficient for him to become invincible beneath the saints. The 100 comprehension points spent were invaluable. Directly consuming another 100 Tao values will fully upgrade the Guiyin Spirit Sword Technique to its pinnacle. Subsequently, Lu Chen glanced over and noted that he was still missing a touching divine thunder to complement the Tongtian sacred thunder. At this juncture, embarking on a secondary sublimation might prove somewhat disadvantageous. As for the space flickering and the Jinwu transformation technique, there is currently no pressing need for further sublimation. His movement technique suffice for the time being. It would be prudent to continue in seclusion and cultivation, striving to elevate his cultivation to the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal before the Demon Clan's Heavenly Court assembly. In the blink of an eye, a century had passed, and the day of the Demon Clan's Heavenly Court assembly arrived. Although Emperor Jun had initially extended golden feather invitations to the four teachings, whether the saints like Tongtian and Yuanshi would attend the Heavenly Court assembly depended entirely on their own volition. The representatives from the sect were Lu Chen and Yuanshi. After departing from Jinao Island, the two headed directly to the Demon Clan's Heavenly Court. Lu Chen, what is on your mind? Yuanshi inquired, observing Lu Chen with a puzzled expression as they drew closer to the demon clan's heavenly court. Lu Chen's demeanor appeared increasingly unnatural. Lu Chen scoffed lightly. It's nothing much. I initially believed the Chan teaching would act against me upon my departure from Jiejin Island. It seems I may have been overthinking it. As they approached the demon clan's heavenly court, he had yet to encounter anyone from the Chan teaching. Could the matters concerning Huang Longjinren and Nanji Xianwang have simply passed unnoticed? Yuanshi smiled faintly. Junior brother, you are worrying unnecessarily. You do indeed harbor grievances with the Chan teaching, but now that you possess the Qingping sword bestowed by our master, any action you take would be tantamount to declaring war against him. The Yuqing saint must weigh his options carefully. However, as soon as Yuanshi finished speaking, Lu Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Sister, it appears my concerns were not unfounded. His words immediately infused Yuanshi's face with a hint of vigilance. She surveyed their surroundings and released her divine sense. Yet her probing yielded no discoveries. It's someone from the Chan teaching. Yuanshi gazed at Lu Chen, her brow furrowed in confusion, and discreetly transmitted her thoughts. Given Lu Chen's current status, anyone daring to act against him would undoubtedly have a saint backing them. The situation is awry. Sister, you should proceed first. I have my own means to address this. As Lu Chen responded via thought transmission, a look of gravity settled between his brows. In that fleeting moment, he had sensed a feeling of being watched. Although this sensation vanished almost as quickly as it arose. It felt like an illusion. Yet, having just emerged from the 36th grade of the Void Seal, his cultivation had genuinely reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. In terms of magical power, he could even rival an average quasi-saint. Under such cultivation, how could one experience mere illusions? Lu Chen was certain that someone lurked in the shadows, though he had yet to ascertain their exact location. This uncertainty instilled a sense of unease within him. Junior brother, should we join forces, we might stand a chance. Yuanshi was reluctant to abandon Lu Chen at this moment. Sister, as it stands, we are unable to discern the location of our opponent, whose cultivation must surpass ours. Even if we join forces, our odds of victory remain slim. We are already quite close to the demon clan's heavenly court. You should seek assistance from them. Lu Chen transmitted his thoughts once more. Although there was no deep bond between the demon clan, he and Yuanshi were representing at the invitation of the demon clan's heavenly court assembly. Thus, the demon clan should be responsible for ensuring their safety. Of course, this was merely a fade for Yuanshi. In reality, her presence would only serve to hinder Lu Chen. But, junior brother, why not accompany me to the demon clan's heavenly court? Yuanshi bit her lip, revealing a hint of hesitation. It would be futile. Their target is me. The reason they have yet to strike is that they remain unaware that we have sensed their presence. Once we leave together, they will undoubtedly make their move, and we would both be trapped. The best course of action is for me to stay behind and hold them off while you seek help from the demon clan. Sister, you must go now. Rest assured, I will manage until your return. Lu Chen meticulously explained the current predicament to Yuanshi, and a resolute glimmer crossed her eyes. Junior brother, I will return as swiftly as possible. After her final transmission, Yuanshi transformed into a streak of white light, racing towards the demon clan's heavenly court. The very moment she departed, a ripple of spatial disturbance emerged from the surrounding mist, and a figure appeared before Lu Chen. Looking at this person, Lu Chen's expression shifted to one of surprise. The one lurking in the shadows was not a member of the Chan teaching, but rather from the human teaching. Xiandui glanced in the direction Yuanshi had left, his expression darkening slightly, before turning to face Lu Chen. You actually managed to detect me? This time, he had come at Laozi's command to capture Lu Chen and bring him back to Shouyang Mountain. In truth, he had been shadowing Yuanshi and Lu Chen in search of the opportune moment to strike. However, with Yuanshi present, he found it difficult to make a move as they approached the demon clan's heavenly court. He grew anxious, which led him to inadvertently reveal a trace of his aura, alerting Lu Chen. Initially, upon hearing Lu Chen's remark about his concerns not being unfounded, he assumed Lu Chen was merely attempting to deceive him. After all, the methods he employed to conceal his aura were granted by his master. The techniques of a saint were not something that mere great Luo golden immortals like Lu Chen and Yuanshi could unravel. It wasn't until Lu Chen and Yuanshi stood in silence for several breaths, and Yuanshi had already raced towards the demon clan's heavenly court, that he realized he had truly exposed himself. "Is it really so difficult to detect you?" Lu Chen retorted. The prior sensation of being surveilled had led him to believe that a quasi-saint from the Chan teaching had arrived. Had he known it was Xiandu, he would have had no need to send Yuanshi away. Xiandu sneered coldly. "And if you have discovered me, what of it? With Yuanshi gone, will you return to Shouyang Mountain with me willingly? Or shall I take you by force? Even if Yuanshi seeks assistance from the demon clan, it will make no difference. Capturing you will not take much time. How confident you are in yourself. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice.